It's in the bag.
Dodges it again. He dodges both the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again.
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
We've had a whole bunch of Dota in the rearview mirror already here at Omega League, and that's gotten us to the point that we're starting to think about what these groups are going to result in, and today really does feel like a huge fulcrum shift. We know that when we do take a look at Divine tomorrow, we're going to have timebreakers, and with everything that we're looking at today, I think the patch is going to be ever present on our mind to see how it's going to affect these teams as they move forward here in Omega League. My name's Rich, I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Kyle and Fog to talk about everything that's going on before we actually dive into that first series of the day. But Kyle, it's looking like it's going to be a very interesting day to watch some Dota.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you got Fly to Win. Fly to Win. I hope
Fly to Win.
Prediction right out the gates.
Fly to Moon in a semi-must-win series if they really want to participate in our playoffs. Team Secret looking to continue to establish dominance. It really feels like it's a two-horse race for first place with both Secret and OG not having a loss. Obviously, heavy favorites to start the day, but I'm excited because we also end the day with El Clasico. Well, not quite El Clasico, I guess, but close.
Close.
The ex-GGA battle.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Close is also something that, I think it's an important word to think about because for me at least, as you move through groups, sometimes it's hard to really feel the stakes all the time. When you get to this point in groups, it's very present. You're talking about these matches. It's do or die. This team's in a bad situation. This team's in a fantastic situation. You start thinking about different things of how they're going to exit the groups as well. So I feel like we very much are at that point in the league where you look at all these series and you know how important it is for a team to win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm mostly just really looking forward to just how people adapt to what's been changed.
Yeah.
Like, sure, matches are cool. Excited to see if Fly to Moon can actually, because they need to win this one, if they can win this versus such a big Titan, but I'm all about the Dota. You know, I'm all about the actual nitty gritty of it all. So
I think
really just like patch.
whenever you play against Team Secret, you just kind of have to have an idea coming into the
Yep.
draft because I feel like that's the big difference between when I watch Secret play and when I watched Nigma play. Is that Secret typically, like, don't get me wrong, both teams have like incredible players, but it feels like Secret oftentimes just like straight up outstrat you. And Nigma just outplay you. Like they'll pick something, you know, like Io Gyro, and or Miracle play some anti-mage, and they'll just win the game, and you feel dumb. But Secret is going to come out prepped. They're going to probably try something weird. If you're not ready for it, you're going to be in trouble. And they do have a stand-in, but it is Roger. You can't really ask for a better one. New patch. Who knows?
I mean, yeah, he's a good player. Who cares, right? They're still like growing, and there's these guys all. This stack is always interesting to me. The Fly to Moon stack, and just these players. I feel like it's always like they have a new team name, but it's always the same kind of
same
the
guy.
tier 2 CIS guys. I mean, I don't even want to say tier 2, like tier 1.5, because they did well at TI.
Yeah, hey, check out the same. So basically, first 2 teams, winner bracket playoffs.
Yep.
Third place, loser bracket playoffs. Fourth and fifth play each other. Winner goes to the loser bracket. Loser goes to the divine playoffs. Not the greatest result, but at least you'd be able to, you could say you made a playoff. But as you can see, Fly to Moon, they could at least force a tiebreaker if they're able to take out Secret today and Liquid tomorrow or the day after. I think it's the day after tomorrow.
So it's possible.
Possible.
It's tough, of course. Like this is going to dictate everything, but Liquid, especially has been in a rough form. So.
Yeah, I was playing with Blitz yesterday. He's like, yeah, wasn't the greatest, but we can still make it. It's fine.
They can punch back.
No, that's definitely something to think about overall, but when we're going to think about stuff holistically, we got to start talking about how we actually think the patch is going to affect everything that we do see today. I know we were talking about it quite a bit backstage, kind of talking about who we think got demolished, and we were talking about some of the heroes that have been really popular throughout the entirety of this tournament. But Kyle, I know there are a few things that in the item realm that you wanted to start off talking about.
Yeah. Halberd, huge nerf. Part of the reason this item was so strong for so long was because it was solely the components. So you took a Sanj, you took a Talisman of Evasion, you got more raw stats, and then the active, just for free. It was an insane value. Whereas now, even with the 400 gold recipe, you'll still see a lot of strength heroes pick it up. Just maybe not as many anti-mages.
Does this mean, so I didn't get to test it actually in-game. Recipes usually mean that you can't disassemble. Does this one just mean it's disassemblable now or not? I'm assuming it still means it's disassemblable, but that means you can't, disassemble from Sage or from Halberd into Butterflies for these carries that go for it late game, right? Yeah. So I didn't get to try it, so someone at home probably got to play more games than I did. This came out at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. our time, I didn't get to test everything.
The HOD change is big too because of how it'll interact with Clink's picks that have been coming up. If you were to eat that creep, it would have given you a massive amount of damage.
Enchantress got hit by the same exact thing, kind of in relation to that one
exactly. And then we keep scrolling through the heroes. I think Tempest Double not breaking smoke is...
I feel like that should always have been there. I feel like that was always a strange mechanic.
Quality of life change. Yeah. Bane getting a slight nerf makes sense. It was a little too strong in the laning phase.
This one's interesting to me. I feel like it's really cool that we're actually going to see Secret first because I see a 15% spell amp at level 1 on Blood Rage.
Yeah,
which
that
I
is
feel
pretty
like
nuts.
I feel like this hero actually has potential with something like Pugna, which used to be something
I've always
in the past.
loved Bloodseeker Pugna because you also, as Bloodseeker, you have so much magic pure damage. Like, if you rupture somebody and then Pugna just decreps, there's no play.
They can't run. Like, what do they do? They move in or they move,
And the spell amp also is one of the few ways you can actually increase structure damage. So Pugna will not just be doing more damage to heroes, but also the buildings. You can just straight up siege high ground with an Aether Lens outside of tower range. I think it takes 11 or 12 blasts to take out a tier 3 if you've buffed up.
I don't know. I have no idea what the untapped potential. We were talking about how a lot of people are saying this hero has been dead for quite a long time. I think we could maybe see like Yapsor playing some support support Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah.
I think this might 15% spell amp is insane at level 1. Like,
also,
that's crazy
it's been slept on, but go back to TIA, TI9, big moment, Jarex played a lot of 4-position Pugna. I'm surprised not as many teams have been running it because it's still the same hero. It's still just as valuable. As keeps going down, the Clockwork ones are also quite interesting. The reduced vision duration is minor, but I think the Power Cog's talent is pretty major. It means if you don't have some sort of movement spell or a Force Staff, you're going to just be stuck inside.
Yep. Brood got some slight change. Bristleback, I feel, got quality of life. He can actually last it under tower properly. As we keep scrolling down. Surge. I feel like everybody looks at this one, and all the Darkseer players are crying a little bit here from this one. It's just a straight nerf across the board.
But it's good. It's not broken anymore. It's
not
still solid.
I think it still can be good too. Like Vacuum is still an insane ability. He still has his toolkit. He's still crazy.
Huge DK buffs.
Huge DK buff. 2 strength.
It's 2 damage.
I think the Doom changes are very appropriate. This hero, as we've seen, is insane. especially with all that speed. I think
Yeah.
these are good changes. Nerfs his laning phase a little bit. Nerfs his damage potential too.
Yep.
And we mentioned the Enchantress is pretty
that
much
was
the
just
Dominator
necessary.
change.
It was just it's so insane. The armor on the creep is nice too because it makes it more of a fighter throughout the mid game. But it was before just being used to feed Clink's damage, which is quite silly.
The thing is too is like now supports can actually kill this thing because you can actually nuke it.
Yeah.
Like the fact that these creeps had 2,000 life before. A support looked at it and it was like, yeah, good joke, you know.
Yeah.
Now it only has 500. Your spells actually do something to it. I feel like that's pretty cool change. Void, couple changes. This 25 backtrack thing being disabled by break. I don't know if we'll see it too much, but it's something.
There will be a game
Yeah.
and maybe not in this tournament, but in a tournament soon where it is relevant, especially if people start bringing back Nyx, which I expect will begin in the playoffs.
Relevant nerfs for sure. Lashrak, some needed buffs. He still feels really squishy.
He keeps going. These are
Decent.
the kind of the minor ones, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like Mag got slight nerfs. It's really just good changes across the board. I think if you look at Halberd, if you look at Darkseer, Magnus Doom, they just needed some toning down. Like, don't need to change anything major. Just tweak the math a bit to make it more balanced.
Mars, I think all Mars players can rejoice as we looked above, we didn't get to see it, but Soul Ring obviously got buffed a little bit. Now you have enough intelligence where if you max Spear level 1 and you have ulti, you can actually cast both your spells. This hero had massive mana problems, so you know, some quality of life, needed it. This Medusa change I think is pretty big. The Stone Gaze mana cost is huge in my opinion. A lot of situations you can't actually get it off because you're getting hit. 100 mana is very low, so you'll be able to get it off always with mana shield up. I think could have some potential.
OD buffs. With all the strength heroes and Halberd getting nerfed, a big part of why OD wasn't viable was because you would just get disarm spam. We can scroll through a little faster.
Yeah.
'cause honestly, these are all just minor.
Also,
Minor
the
stuff.
The Phoenix was something that I feel like a lot of people backstage were talking about, Kyle.
It just again, it just needed to be changed. The hero got like you would see him buying Veil and Ashivas and still somehow have 2,000 health by the mid game. So the strength decrease was necessary. Base damage just to nerf his laning phase a bit. And I think the Sunray will. Again, the hero was just too strong.
Yeah, he got
toned him
nerfed
down a little bit.
He's been nerfed literally what, like 8 patches in a row. I think people have noticed like how strong this hero really was because he got buffed all those patches before that, and then people learned how to do new things with the Meteor Hammer, which looks ridiculous. That's cool. Rubik laning phase needed to get nerfed a little bit. That was appropriate. Silencer. Feel like we could probably see some support silencers maybe creeping back up. It's a lot of damage with Last Word early on.
I think the Tiny move speed nerf is nice too, just because we saw yesterday just a lot of times Tiny just walking at someone, hitting the stun, toss back, okay, that guy's dead. It's a little silly. And the Spectre nerf as well. I think the Haunt cooldown,
that's a big one.
It's similar now to the way people are going to play around Void. If you can just get the Haunt usage, you now have more than 2 full minutes to play with, where you know that the big carry has no ability to really fight you in the same way. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more teams baiting ults from enemy carries to then spend buybacks in response and pressure for objectives.
Slight nerf in laning phase too, right? Dagger and Desolate damage goes down a tiny bit. I still think he might still be strong because his health regen in laning phase is still ridiculous. He's very hard to harass. And I'm seeing one big thing that didn't get nerfed, Dispersion. I think Dispersion is probably one of the strongest things on him too still. So still a little bit mixed to see if that's going to be enough, but it'll hurt him for sure. Underlord, I think these are cool changes. I think he was actually getting really strong in laning phase from the recent changes because Firestorm's AoE is... I played him last night actually before the nerf. He felt insane. Your Firestorm is humongous. Your Pit was also huge. Pit actually just got buffed early on, so you can get a value point earlier. Might be able to see him come back in certain matchups.
Yep, and Ursa gets the change, just swapping the way the talent's utilized, which makes sense. You need the mana regen more, level 10. Get a decent power spike at 15 if you go with the health, but that's pretty much it. Nothing crazy.
So you've kind of already mentioned, Kyle, what you think the most impactful change was all the way back when we were looking at the items. But Fog, I want to ask you right now, what do you think the most impactful change is going to be on the day?
I just think it depends. I really think it depends on what these teams are willing to try and what they're willing to learn. I think this Bloodseeker thing might be something that's untapped. I don't know. I think that could be crazy. I think the drums nerf hurts. I think maybe we're going to see people going like Meteor Hammer on carries again because it has like 8 stats and crazy regen, and people were doing that in some games anyway, at least not in Europe. In NA, they were doing it to farm.
The last big notable one was Venomancer getting toned down, but again, it's the same concept. First 2 hero was too strong, so just tweak the math a bit, nothing crazy. And same going for Zeus, who we don't see too much, but in games where Zeus isn't like hard countered, the hero did feel really broken. Just because you output so much damage, your laning phase wasn't something that was really easily punished, and like people are just going this max Q build. It actually feels super good. because you just farm. And I will say, I think the Soul Ring change going all the way back, to me, it's always items. I always focus on items first. Drums taking a nerf, Halberd taking a nerf. There's got to be replacements. But as we find in the meta these item replacements, it'll change the way that heroes are prioritized. If suddenly it's Meteor Hammer that everybody wants to buy instead of drums, you'll see more of a shift towards spellcasters like Pugna versus what we had now, which was just, hey, like just everybody buy drums.
Yep.
Yep. And now ultimately we're at the point where we only have, 3 days left of group play. We're starting to look at how these teams are going to be able to move forward. We're going to be able to see everything with this brand new patch, but let's put the microscope on top of the two teams that are going to be kicking off the day for us. Let's talk a little bit about Secret and what we're expecting to see in this matchup, Fogg.
I think it's going to be them trying stuff. I really do.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a patch.
Yeah.
It came out late. They've probably gotten a couple pubs in their morning, but it came out, It was 4 a.m., I think it was our time here in Europe and Ukraine, so it was very difficult for people to really test it. I think it's going to be experimentation from Puppy and from the boys.
Now, let's say you had a friend who wears glasses and a wig, who's not the most intelligent, he's not great with numbers in any capacity, in any stretch of the mind. What would you tell him when he's looking at stats from a little bit earlier in the week, when we actually look at some of the game histories? Let's say your friend was me. What would you say to me right now about how important it is to actually look at this?
Look at the number of heroes repeated is my first take, right? You see Tiny twice, Underlord twice, AM twice, and Ember twice. Other than that, nada. Venge twice on different players, Visage twice, different players. Like, Secret's so versatile, and you look at the win rate, they haven't lost a tournament in like 3 months. So we really can't tell you what the hell they're going to do. You look at the stats, it's just dominance. Fly to Moon, a little bit of a different story, more games played, but just kind of got bodied by OG. In fact, that's kind of the tail of the tape whenever they play against each other. Still potential, but I think the draft is going to decide this series.
Okay.
Okay, well, when you say you think the draft's going to decide the series, what are you looking for on the side of Fly to Moon? How do they manage to navigate this draft to actually get their rocket ship on course for the moon?
I don't know. It's a tough question. I tried to answer that myself for a few years. Didn't work out so well. We got bodied by Secret pretty much every time we played against them when I was still a pro, and it was still Puppy who was still drafting.
I think if they just get uneven grounds in drafts, like these guys are still very talented players. Like Iceberg, always want to fly.
Yeah.
They've been around. It's always like, I look at this region and every time it's just like, oh my god, qualifying through these is a nightmare. Everyone who plays in like the EU qualifiers for like TI and stuff, they're like, shit, another Iceberg stack. Oh god, another always want to fly stack. Like these guys are always around really talented players. So if they have an even draft, I do think that they can bring it to Secret, but I feel like Secret's just gonna have some mind games as always. Like,
Yeah, it's just don't get screwed in your laning phase and try to get some sort of easy to understand win condition. I always look back to the match TI5 VP versus Secret. Secret was a better team, but VP ran Drow twice, and VP won both Drow games, so they take the series 2-1, eliminate Secret from TI. I think that if you look back at Secret's history, typically those are the sorts of drafts that beat them. Something with a really simple to understand power spike. Even look back at TI9, right? Nigma take them out with a first pick Alchemist, and they just sort of cheesed them, right? They played it well, but Secret didn't quite understand how powerful this Alchemist was. And Nigma just utilized it. Boom, they take a game. OG used to do the same thing back when the Fly No-Tail era was still ongoing. A lot of Naga, a lot of Terrorblade, a lot of these really wonky combinations that just have a very hard to understand spike and power curve.
All right, well, we just talked about some of the ways the Fly to Moon could basically get into this. You heard it from Kyle. He really thinks it's going to be in the draft. So let's get in the draft. Let's see what they're able to grab as we head on over to our Temple of Analysis.
Welcome one and all to the Pantheon of Heroes, where we will see a battle unlike the world has ever seen before. Before me are our analysts, Banana Slamma Jamma, And the one, the only, the man with the top hat, and he ain't fat. Only PH if you get what I'm cooking. It's the tea governor.
I would definitely be fired already. He's like, let's keep a straight face. And he's doing it perfectly.
Today we bring you the cream of the crop. Team Secret versus Fly to the Moon. Bring us to the Hall of the Warriors. Gentlemen, what do you think we will see today?
Less darks here?
For sure. Much less darks here. Much less darks. So I think to change that surge probably puts him out of contention in the first phase. Fly to Moon, these lads, they were actually one of the few teams that actually were trying to slot it in.
That's a goddamn wisp! Woo! Woo! Talk to me about that floaty ball, boy.
So, fun fact, by the way, Secret, Matumba Man's actually been playing a lot of IO in his pubs, really trying to transition into that carry role. And also, Puppy himself, he's played 6 or so games in the last couple of days. So Secret really utilizing that practice during the off days to get this kind of new hero, that versatile hero into their draft.
Yeah, as long as you understand it, if you haven't played the hero too much, if you know what you're looking for and you know what the general play style and like how it fits into the game plan, it really doesn't take that many games for a team like Team Secret to adapt. And I can say I've actually played against Matama Man's IO like 4 times. It's super scary. He already knows what he's doing. He clearly understands the hero pretty well. So quite possibly a carry IO.
Yeah. A nice thing as well, he's playing it in both the support role and the carry role. Because when you want to learn a hero, you don't just want to learn...
Yeah, he played at support.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's trying to play just to understand the hero, the mechanics. He's not trying to play for, I'm going to just carry a game and win my MMR. So it's really nice to see him do that. And he's, I think, 7-5 of it. Puppy, on the other hand, he's 2-4. So hopefully...
Probably giving it to Matama Man then. Puppy can play carry if they're making it support IO.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. And Pangler, not a hero I expected to see. No woo coming out for me on that one. I didn't think this hero was... Yeah, that's probably more appropriate. I didn't think this hero was very good last patch. Like, when I say last patch, prior to yesterday's update. And I don't think he particularly got better here. I don't know what you think here.
The reason why they're picking it is because they play it on that off lane and in that position 4 role. When Roger was on Hellraisers, it was a key hero in kind of opening up their draft because they flexed it so far between their players. And same again now. You can put it on General, you can put it on Roger, and this Tiny as well. It can be 4 or mid. They're keeping their draft open.
That was just such a different time though. Like back 3-4 months ago, Pango was a pretty good hero. I think the hero is just, but like I'd say like C tier. Right now,
especially when you see a Void now.
Yeah, there's just a lot of carries that kind of just free farm against you, and eventually they're just going to pick one hero that stuns you through your ball, and then you just die. Obviously, Void can't really hit you during Chrono, but he still is super annoying for Pango to deal with. Should have a good lane already. Even though he said it was going to be a carry IO, I think they just saw a really good opportunity to pick another very strong carry. I didn't think the meta would shift too much, at least immediately. A lot of the meta heroes that got nerfed, the Phoenix, the Doom, the Veno, the Void, they were pretty minor in the sense that if you've been practicing these heroes in scrims, as well as played a lot of matches on them, you're going to be better at them, even if they might not be the best heroes still. So optimal strategy-wise, coming into day 1 of the new sub patch, I think teams will still be picking a lot of the same stuff. Darkseer was really, for me, the only hero I thought that just got obliterated.
Yeah, he got slapped out of the of existence, I think.
He got killed by the man himself, Mr. Frog. Woo!
So yeah, the other thing as well with this Pango and Tiny is because that Tiny can go mid and you have this Pango 3 and 4, you could easily, for example, pick up like that Clockwork as well for these guys. Against IO, very strong with the cogs, the battery assault, it stops the relocate, and then you have 3 heroes that in lane are pretty skirmishy, but it's that post-laning phase ability to sweep across the map and be super aggressive.
So you want them to pick Clockwork?
I would love them to pick up one more hero that can just fight non-stop without any kind of tying to cooldowns.
So you wouldn't want it to be like a Grimstroke, like a ranged pseudo counter to the IO, because I'm just looking at
still be there 5, right?
I'm just thinking that like you're looking at 3 very I don't want to say similar heroes, but melee heroes that kind of want to go in and create chaos. If you have Clockwork, Tiny, and Pango, so I just think it might be too many eggs in one basket to do that. But I think game plan wise, I like what you were going for this low cooldown skirmishing. I just personally would prefer like a Grim or like a Lich, because you're trying to punish the IO.
Yeah, Secret could easily pick, for example, like a Tree here as well, if they're putting that IO into the 4-0, or again, Poppy could be playing it. But It really depends right now because they either have the choice of just picking a casual, just Yapsaw hero, Rubik's in the pool, Earth Spirit.
You do want some low cooldown setup for real.
Even the Clock as well. Clock's naturally very good against the Tiny and Pango, right? So you could even argue Secret could be picking this hero. They just have to decide what are they doing with this IO. Because most days it's normally just a 5. Okay, there's the
That's
Rubik.
the low cooldown setup for Relo that you already mentioned as one of Yapsaur's prime times.
Look at that incredible Rubik pick! But the question remains, what will he be able to steal from the enemy? Will it even matter at all, T-Governor?
He can still roll, avalanche, toss.
Tiny's got some of the best spells in the game.
Yeah.
I
If he's
love
good
Tiny's
enough, he
spells.
could still one, avalanche, still toss, and then get the whole
You get
combo.
to time up the cooldown.
Yeah.
You get to preemptively steal. That's crucial. And they go for the Venge. Save
gets
for the
void.
Chrono.
Very nice. Yeah, of course.
It is kind of low cooldown, but they do it. They choose to enable it with like a pseudo, damage amper save for the long cooldowns of the Faceless Void.
The question is, are Fly to Moon setting themselves up? If Secret pick another, like a weaker early hero, they could easily just go for like a Drow. You didn't have the Venge Drow.
Drow's
lane.
already banned out.
Is it? Oh my man!
Number one ban out
Nice,
there. for
thank
Liquid
you.
Void
Didn't
right
see
now.
that one. But Underlord, okay.
I'm like an Arc Warden if they play it for Fly to Moon.
But looking at like the strategy of Secret, the reason why they're able to pick these more passive heroes, for example, when Puppy just picks up a casual, the Omni Knight or whatever, is because their playstyle and their overall strategy is so strong that they can play reactionary. They're never really going to give too much up. And like with this lineup, if this was on a different team, I think we'd be arguing about the lack of early fight, the lack of early map movement. They're very kind of static. But because it's Secret, we're kind of going, all right, cool, nice. They've good draft plans, keep it up. But
Well, another game plan with the Rubik Underlord is these two heroes as an offlane duo are like two of the best lane pushers in the entire game. They just shove the lanes. And the thing about IO Void is they want to play off map, and you want heroes that can naturally just play the map without you and can also set up the fights for you without you having to be the one pushing the lanes. That's the super important part about Void, because in this game, I think if he's showing on lanes, he's very vulnerable to just getting bursted at any point in the game. But if he's playing the defensive parts of the map, while the Rubik is defending towers and the Underlord is pressuring, suddenly the game plan becomes very straightforward for Secret. I'm not a huge fan of this Terrorblade pick.
yeah, like you literally just described the idea of lane push. And Terrorblade doesn't like playing into quick lane push.
Yeah.
I think the saving grace, though, is they don't have those heroes that can easily then invade the jungle as well, right? You don't have this natural melee 4 that can set up your kill. Of course, you have the IO relocate, but where's the damage right now of that first relocate? There's nothing really.
Yeah,
there.
my concern is that we're going to look at the map around 10 to 15 minutes, and all three lanes are going to be shoved in favor of Secret. That is my concern. Eventually, Terrorblade, when he gets to like 2 or 3 items, his illusions will be tanky enough to actually outpush the Rubik Underlord. But up until that point, the raw nuke power, like the way I look at it is Team Secret's heroes don't have to be on the creep wave to push it, while the Fly to Moon heroes, all of them physically have to be in the creep wave, which I don't like that much against the IO Void.
I think Fly to Moon's issue right now, they have to also think about what is this mid laner that's going to come out and be, like, what are we banning? Because right now it's Zeus, Ember, Quap, any mid hero that can just have a nice time and easily pivot to side lanes, because they need someone who wants to at least make some type of move on the map, because their heroes don't move, right? So I think like a Quap type pick for Secret would be insanely good for them, because she just moves so quickly. Again, Ember, same argument.
The lanes are going to be set up for you. I think at this point, the IO Void's going to be a pairing. You want a hero that makes use of the lane pushing.
Sets up the relocate, right?
Yeah,
You have no relocate set up.
You have the Rubik, but it's not enough, right? You want a hero that can play with the group of 3, but also doesn't rely on the Underlord Rubik to help them at all. Remember how we talked about that one game in the Divine series you and I were paneling, and it was a Drow that was with like an Ember Clock, and we were like, we don't really like the Drow with that, because Ember Clock, they're purely worried about their positioning, them going into the fights. And in this game, I think you want that same idea for the Rubik Underlord, so this last pick just needs to be an independently functioning mobile hero. Like, that's kind of how I look at it.
This is where Secret completely big brain the draft, and they put like the IO still in that carry role. They put the Void as like just a casual mid lane type thing. They pick up that 5 last pick to pair with the IO, and then they just go all out aggression. Just be ready for it.
It's possible, but it's funny that they banned Necro. By the way, I think that like I think
that, I was gonna say that's
Shadow Shaman, unbelievable.
It's an indicator that his Tiny probably is mid, and then the Shaman. will be in that.
This is like on my
Full roll.
no-fly zone, you know? It's Shadow Shaman. I think he's one of the worst heroes in Dota right now.
What? What? Woo! Woo!
So this last pick now, think about it, guys. Is Secret going to suddenly do the surprise gotcha with this IO, or are they just going to pick up a very casual mid laner? Time will tell. We've already stated the case for the mid lane options, but again, if they do this IO carry, we might see a 5 hit. And it's just casual Arc Warden. So nothing too crazy. Arc Warden naturally better than TB, and I think unfortunately, due to the playstyle of Secret and their passiveness, it just plays well into the fact they have good wave clear and the hard counter to
Shut your mouth, brother, and look at those odds. Those are the highest odds I've ever seen in my life. I don't believe it. 6-1. Uncharismatic. I forgot the word.
$6 for every 100 you bet on Secret there. That's,
Holy woly.
They're calling that a...
What's a woo indeed, brother?
It's funny because I thought like they were gonna pick this hero that capitalized on the map movements of the Rubik Underlord, but in like an aggressive way. They've chosen to do it in a defensive way.
Yeah.
Saying like, okay, the heinous is on you guys for ending the game because Terrorblade gets outscaled really hard by Arc Warden. So I thought they were gonna ramp up the pace and try to bring it down early, but now it's like, okay, Secret's all about, hey, you have to do something or we're gonna win this game.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit carried away there, and I think Fly to Moon, they have the answers to deal with the greediness, right, of the Arc Warden and the Void. Naturally, these heroes need 2-3 items to come online. So when you have Shaman and then Terrorblade, it's very easy to move to Roshan, to move to a high ground. It's can the Rubik and the Underlord do enough in that defense, even the Arc Warden, to prolong the game long enough? I think they can, but there is a window in which we could see Fly to Moon dominate. Just the question is, can they dominate long enough and consistently enough to overcome Secret's eventual win?
That's enough, brother! The time has come. These teams have been gathered together, the greatest across dimensions and time. But only 2 men can cast this game correctly to bring you the action and the drama that you so desire. Pass it over to the Palos! Woo!
Whoa. Thank you very much, Slack. Yes, Secret versus Fly to Moon. I'm only picks with John by Lizard for this one. Lizard, how you doing?
Doing great. After that panel, man, I'm hyped.
Yeah, absolutely. They know how to certainly build the hype up. Something that's not always very easy to do when there's an Arc Warden pick, Lizard. It's coming in as the last one for Secret in a matchup where, as you saw by the odds, already quite heavily favored. I mean, come on, you know, there's great people in the world, and then there's people who pick Arc Warden, Lizard.
What do you... Hey, I pick Arc Warden every now and then.
I'm gonna move a little further away from you.
Okay.
I kind of forgot about that you're also an Arc Warden player, Lizard. Yes, indeed you are.
I just carried you a few days ago with it. Come on, man.
Now, how's the carry potential for an Arc Warden this game? Does it look like a game where you're pretty darn happy to be playing Arc?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. Like, this game for Arc Warden is really good. You're playing... Okay, he did get nerfed with today's patch, but it's like 50 range on the Flux talent. It's literally nothing. You don't even care about that much. But overall, it looks like a very solid Arc Warden game. You're playing versus TB. You're also playing versus Shadow Shaman's wards. And once you put that magnetic field on a tower, suddenly he's not killing your tower any longer. Plus, you get attack speed to kill those.
Yeah, easy
wards.
money, right?
Easy money.
Farm the wards nicely. And I guess as the Arc Warden as well, you're looking at your lineup. You've got some lovely teammates, right? Rubik, Underlord, Void. These are all heroes that control the fight, right? You get any of these on the front lines, it's going to be able to hold them in place and get the damage done from the Arc. And you've got that IO to bail you out and to also bring in a +1. Maybe sometimes the doubles, getting someone close to the edge. IO takes someone else over, they get the kill. Now that's Secret's lineup. Looking over at Fly to Moon's, what have they got going on this game that you do like? Like, what can you see working from Fly to Moon's squad this time?
So they get a lot out of levels and just a couple of items. If you're a tiny, all you need in this game is a Blink Dagger. You're activated. You can start hunting down these heroes, even some cores on the side of Secret. Shadow Shaman, Pango, both activated only with level 6. So they can start playing this game very early on. And they will have to, because you need to punish this Arc Warden pick.
Let's have a look, see how this mid lane is going to go between Iceberg and Nisha and the other setups. Of course, top lane Roger supporting General against the Puppy Io and the Matumba Man Faceless Void. Let's see what sort of chronos we have today. Always one of the delights of watching the Void. You know there's going to be a lot of pogs or lulls in the chat depending on which way Matu wants to swing today.
Roger, he got blocked a little bit there, but he should be fine. I think I heard BSJ talk about this Shadow Shaman like it's the worst position 4 or 5 right now. I think it's pretty solid. You get some catch roll for the Void. Your damage is ridiculously strong still in the laning stage. And versus an IO that has no armor, you should be really digging deep into him.
Yeah, I mean, we see there Roger trading quite nicely with Puppey, bringing the IO down nice and low. He himself, though, Roger, down to that last tango, so a little low on the regen now. We'll see if they get some backup out in lane. Yeah, he's going to get himself some more sent over for sure. But I imagine this lane, it's going to be hard to slow down Matu's farm right between these two because he's just going to consistently have that sustain from Puppey's Aya.
I think unless Matu and Puppey do something extremely aggressive, they're just going to out-farm them. That lane should be extremely easy for them. Puppey perhaps can be in danger of dying, but Matu should never be there. Like, he should be completely fine, even with the double catch from Rasta, the Hex and the Shackles.
And then down here on the bottom for half, V2 and the carry TB supported by the Always Want to Fly Venge against Yapzor and Zai. I mean, so far for the TB looks pretty good. V2's been doing a solid job down here on the CS. I can only imagine this is going to get a lot worse though for Fly to Moon down here, as this doesn't seem like a fun 2 heroes to play into once they start getting the levels. A lot of magical harass early on that this TB is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid lane for Underlord. Oh, Matu.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Well, there you're talking about
right.
the Shaman's right click. There you have it. Roger and General punching him in place. And General certainly getting fortunate with the RNG there, getting some great procs of the passive. That's first blood for them in the lane, which we thought would be a hard one to punish.
I love how you started with, you talked about Shadow Shaman's right clicks and not Matu should never die there. Because it's a hard lane to kill the Void, but they managed to do so.
They definitely messed up, and Fly to Moon, quick to punish it. Excellent read from them. Mid lane, we'll see in the moment, Iceberg is going to take a bit of harass here from Nisha, getting the Spark Wraiths out. Last one won't be enough to finish him off, but we'll send him walking back to base. So far, though, in that lane, Iceberg trading farm very evenly with Nisha. Obviously, this bit of time with him walking back is going to give Nisha the lead, but yeah, he's been finding a good amount from that lane as the Tiny.
It's a lane in which either one of these two can die. If you step out of position a little bit as Arc Warden, you can eat that 1-2 combo from Tiny and you're just dead. Same goes for Tiny. If he misses a combo, if he goes a little bit out of position, suddenly you find yourself with a Flux and a Spirit and you can't outrun the Arc. So it's a very interesting lane matchup on the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think honestly across the board, first 4 minutes in, you Fly to Moon, you've turned up to this game in the first 4 minutes of laning against Secret, and so far you're doing just as well, if not better. Look at all 3 of their cores. They're farming fine here, no trouble. And bottom lane, I mean, it's a dead Venge, but it's V-Tune getting the kill in return. And he's free farming. This Terrorblade is having a free opening, and he hasn't died in lane, unlike Matu up top.
Yeah, I think you're very happy with what just happened on the bottom lane because you used your meta as well and you got a kill off of it. Well, that's pretty solid.
Oh, can see this attempt onto Puppey here by Fly to Moon. Matu will get Roger. General will find the trade. See if Matu can go for another. General getting the disarm. Matu looking for the body blocks to try and keep General in position. He needs a bash. He's going to find it, but the Fairy Fire's there from General. Keeps him alive, and General will be able to get away.
Yeah, he also had 4 Magic Wand charges, so going for that kill was extremely difficult for Matu.
Always Want to Fly in a lot of trouble here. This is where the combo starts to get really nasty here from Secret. The combination of the pit and the telekinesis always allowing you to get at least 2 instances of the root off. It's a lot of control to keep those heroes held in the firestorm.
Yeah, and the root is better now. After the patch that they hit, the root is better. His Underlord's aura, Underlord's presence or whatnot is a bit worse on first few levels, but it gets better as well over time. So I actually expected them to not do so well early on, but they're fine.
Oh, look at this movement from Roger. He's coming mid with the smoke. He's got the catch here on the main Arc Warden, coming in with a combo. Iceberg punching Nisha down. Nisha will put the Fairy Fire. He's trying to get away. One more hit will do it. Iceberg's going in. He's looking for the hit and he finds it. Excellent moves here from Roger, coming over towards that mid lane. As Roger does, of course, die for that attempt, but absolutely worth it there. You're securing Iceberg a kill on the Arc Warden. You're slowing down Nisha's game.
Yeah, that was an interesting play, because if Nisha uses Flux on Tiny from the clone, then he can run away. But he decides to use the Flux on the Shadow Shaman. Because of that, he does get the kill, but eventually he dies in the end. I think he was just trying to bait with the Fairy Fire.
Oh, I see Secret trying to maybe punch back here, but no, Yapsot not able to quite get a catch onto Iceberg. Top lane, aggression again from Fly to Moon. They're in onto Matsu. Roger's got the control with the shackles. Has General got enough damage? He's going to have a swashbuckle up again in a second. Puppey trying to heal Matsu back up. Matsu, he can't get out of this. An Ether Shock from Roger finishes him off. Fly to Moon getting another kill on Matsu on that top lane.
That top lane is not going the way I expected. I thought that this IO and Void should be completely fine, especially after they get a couple of levels, but they don't have any regen on Puppey. That's the problem. Like he has a bracer and a stick, but he doesn't bring out a salve for himself. He doesn't have those fairy fires. Because of that, he doesn't really accomplish a lot with these tethers and overcharges.
There we have some early pressure here now onto the bottom tower. Zai back in. Yeah, 7 minutes in. Even on the net worth. An opportunity to kill off Always Wanna Fly. Again, just caught a little too close to the two of them in the pit. Same time though, top lane as well. It's another kill in response from Fly to Moon, this time finding Puppey. So generally he's going to hit the 6.
He's already 6.
Now these kills
7 minutes in.
Yeah, 2-0-2. Straight away by the looks of it, as soon as he hits 6, using that Rolling Thunder to get that kill on Puppey. But this Pango is off to a pretty flying start.
Yeah, he's doing extremely well, and it's also one of those heroes that can make a lot of moves early on, which will be very important for Fly to Moon.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of aggression around the map. General and Iceberg, you know, these two heroes, huge killers at this stage, and they're going to team up mid right now. Iceberg looking to step in onto Nisha. General's come over with the TP. The toss, though, it's off the mark. Iceberg not quite able to get the pickup onto Nisha. So Nisha's able to keep his distance, and they won't be able to set up for that kill. So unfortunately for General, time wasted.
It always feels bad when you're completely dominating the lane and then you leave it to make a move which doesn't really work out. If Roger stayed top and if he got those levels, then it would be kind of fine. But also Roger rotated. I can't blame them though. You really want to kill this Arc Warden. You want to slow him down.
We see here, Iceberg, he's going to be able to get the wraparound from the high ground, but there's 3 heroes here. He's coming in from the back. He's going to go for the Avalanche Toss as well as the Swashbuckle. They're going to be able to take out Puppey amongst the 3 of them. Nisha pops the Tempest Double in an attempt to get away. Matsu comes in with the Chrono, drops it onto the 2 of them. He's caught Iceberg, but Iceberg, he's still trying to escape. In fact, he's going to be able to make it away there as the Tempest Double steps back. It didn't commit for the kill on Iceberg. As the micro wasn't quite there from Nisha, he misses out on a potential kill as Iceberg, he's able to walk away from it all.
You can't blame Nisha for not microing there because he literally lived on 1 HP.
Was he in panic mode?
Yeah, he literally lived on 1 HP. He was trying to run for his life.
An opportunity to kill off Zai is there, and they'll find it. V-Tune and Always Wanna Fly take down Zai, and 8 for 5. I mean, Fly to Moon, they're certainly rising up to the power of Secret here in this opening game. Top lane, another kill by the looks of it onto Puppey. He's got the tether. They just need one more hit. General, has he not? No, he's not got the mana for the swashbuckles. A Puppey will manage to live this time round. Japsot is going to come in with the lift, but still not quite, of course, hitting the 6. Very close to the 6 on Japsot, but not quite there yet, so no other combos to play with.
You could see that Roger is the more dominant one. He was the one trying to still dive the tower and go for the Wisp.
And he was the one offering the high 5. You know, that's when you show him who's boss. If you're able to get the high 5s out.
Iceberg.
That's a lot of damage, but not enough here. Iceberg is out and away. In fact, look who's coming across the mid. They're going to see if they can find Nisha. Again, this movement from General and Roger running straight at the Arc Warden. There's no backup for Nisha. Nobody can come in and help him. Yeah, this constant move, I mean, General and Roger, they've been up and down from the top lane to the mid. And they're just doing an excellent job of slowing down Nisha's early game. They're killing him off multiple times, at least pushing him out of the lane. And now they're able to get some early pressure onto this tier 1.
Yeah, even though Nisha, what he did there was, in theory, really good, because he's forcing Iceberg out of the lane and then rotating towards the rune, just as the rune is about to spawn. But he didn't understand that General and Roger were also coming in hot from the top lane.
He's just teasing with them. Won't be able to stop them taking the tower, of course. 10 minutes in here, Fly to Moon taking away that mid tower from Secret. And now onto the mid, they're actually having a bit of a poke at them underneath the tier 2 tower there. Puppey getting very low, the toss. Isn't quite enough, that range creep. Trying to do his best to finish off the kill, but alas, the range creep will need a bit more training.
Now, how is Arc Warden doing when it comes to levels and items? How close is Nisha to his Midas? That's pretty much what this game is about. 1500 gold.
Okay, so he's going to get it, but it's slower than you would have hoped.
Yeah, it's slower. Ideally, you're looking at that 8-minute mark, and then you can really skyrocket with farm. This is still all right, considering how many times he was actually involved in all these ganks and fights. It's pretty solid.
Oh, I can see across the board, though, just as it's been, the way that the Fly to Moon's played in this laning stage, none of their cores have died. VTune, Iceberg, General, no deaths whatsoever, whereas their team have been able to kill off Secret's cores early on in this game.
And you can see the odds also reflect that a little bit. They dropped from, what, 6
what's
to
it gone
4?
to now?
To 4, like from 6 to 4, so it's...
They're like, hang on.
Yeah,
I mean, and I think you have to be after seeing this opening from Fly to Moon. It's been a solid opening so far.
I'm always in this situation when I'm watching Secret.
Showing them all like 20 minutes and it's like, oh, okay, Secret's back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I love to see them lose the laning stage because you learn something new. You learn how to come back in the game.
Sure.
If they manage to come back.
There's definitely always that question of, is this just Secret, you know, stepping up the difficulty? You know, Puppey sort of said, lads, let's take it easy for the first 10 minutes. I want a challenge today, boys. Well, we'll see. Or maybe they're going to be caught a little flustered here against Fly to Mooners. So far, Fly to Moon have been hitting them hard with the shake-up. Iceberg, how we're seeing on the Blink Dagger, 1400 towards it. They're going to hit this good timing where, yeah, this Tiny and Pango, they're going to be real killers. And Secret's heroes might not be ready to deal with it.
Exactly. It doesn't really get any easier. Roger.
Well, they really got him there. Coming in with the relocate. And they find someone else. They'll get the 2 supports. Always Wanna Fly goes down as well. Secret able to push Fly to Moon out of their jungle.
It was such a good reaction by Secret. You could see that Fly to Moon, they're rotating in there with full force. You had General together with Venge and the Shadow Shaman, but Secret just answered way too fast. Some other team gets caught there by the Shadow Shaman, and that hero dies before anyone else comes to help him, but not Secret.
See a bit of up and down. Iceberg. He's got this DD. Get the toss in a second. No, won't quite be able to get it. Matu stepping across, getting Puppey over. Matu's farm. He's got the Mask of Madness going for the BKB, MKB.
Just the standard build,
yeah,
right?
Nice and safe and great DPS at the end of it all.
Yeah, you don't really need a Manta here, so just go for that BKB after Mask of Madness. Gives you a lot of damage in Chrono. Yeah. That's also another thing that they don't truly have too much damage in the Chrono until Arc Warden gets his items, right? So this Midas itself on Arc Warden doesn't really allow him to fight a lot. However, Maelstrom already comes in handy because, as you said, you have so many spells up front for that Arc Warden to dish out the damage.
There we go. Blink's picked up from Iceberg. Actually not a part of this smoke movement. He's down bottom, a little low on the mana too, so this move will be made independently. Nisha, he's going to be found here. Always Want to Fly able to get in with the swap back straight away into the controls of Roger. They take out Nisha, and on the side, General, he's got this bouncing Rolling Thunder controlling both Puppey and Matuma Man that came in with this relocate, rendering them it's kind of difficult for them to get back in. Matu's going to have a poke onto General. Swashbuckle up in a second. General is able to get it off, but he's getting some heavy bashes here from Matu. They come and they will be able to finish off the Pango. Roger able to walk away with a slither of health. The cleanup's here, though, from Fly to Moon. They're able to get back in. VTune, he's fighting on. He's got the Sunder. Keeps himself very healthy. And with that Metamorphosis, getting the kill onto Matuma Man. Iceberg even trying to reach deeper behind the tier 2. Won't be able to find a grab and now may have gone a little too far. A little too aggressive as the 4 of them waiting to capitalize on him going too deep. Avalanche and Magic Missile. Will it get down Puppey? It won't. Puppey is still alive. Swapping in. Always Want to Fly. Really wants to find the kill. Swapping himself in aggressively. Won't get it. Has given the chance for the Serpent Wars to be dropped down as Roger turns, blows up Zai with the Ether Shock. Nisha's going to feed away his Tempest double to V-Tune.
Always Want to Fly got Puppey in the
Oh, he did with the illusion.
With the illusion, yeah.
Oh, he got what he was looking for. Then he does not care that he died there. He was going for Puppey and he got him.
A little mistake from Puppey as well, because after the Venge illusion illusion spawned, he didn't react to it. He
he's like, oh,
yeah,
Venge
he
is
ran.
dead.
Yeah, Venge is dead, and he ran straight into it.
I mean, I guess it goes to show, you know, it gets even the best of us.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's had that, you know, the Venge's died. I'm fine. Then suddenly this illusion's hitting. You're like, my goodness, this illusion actually hurts.
Yeah, you underestimate the damage of that every single time. But overall, Flight to Moon, the way that they're playing is really good.
Yeah.
They just have to pace themselves a little bit. When you take a good fight from Secret, don't expect to be diving tier 2s and getting more and more, because usually you will be punished for that.
But I think the thing is with the way that Flight to Moon is playing that sort of allows that is the fact that it's not the Terrorblade dying right. V-Tune, he's staying alive, and you can see already really starting to get a jump up in net worth in comparison to Matu and Nisha. So as long as Flight to Moon can keep playing in this way that just allows V-Tune to get bigger and bigger, whilst, you know, sure, General, Iceberg, they can die here and there as long as they're bringing heroes down, just as long as they maintain this position for V-Tune to just pop off.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So this rush will be extremely easy for them. You have Venge with her aura, you have Lads already completed, and it doesn't look like Secret is ready to fight this.
No, I mean, they're starting to move across now, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quick enough. Flight to Moon will take this Aegis, and Anna's going to be the one to take it as well. As I say, yet to die on this Terrorblade. So already been very difficult for Secret to deal with him. We're going to see this attempt onto the Tempest double, but Zai's going to do a good job at defending it. Pits down as well as the Firestorm, and General is going to pay with his life. As Secret catching them there with the bait. Matu is going to drop the Chrono, tried to get the two of them, but he didn't get Always Wanna Fly. So Always Wanna Fly still able to get the swap out to the side. It might not matter though, because the damage, it's in from the backup. Zai's able to come with the pick control, and they take him out with the damage of Nisha. So the Chrono, it did the job, split them up, gets them the 2 kills at the end of the day.
Man, Secret gets into your head. Like, you just got a great rush, you didn't use anything, and then you lose a Pango for a clone, for an Arc Warden clone. Absolutely irrelevant, you didn't have to go for that.
No. I mean, it's always appealing, right? Was it 300 gold? You're like, oh,
it's later on.
Let's try for that.
Yeah, earlier on it's less gold, so it scales with levels, right? But still.
Always Wanna Fly. General's going to try and come in with a save. That last Spark Wraith might catch him, but Always Wanna Fly is going to be careful. Tempest double will time out, so they won't be able to farm that. Coming in from the side, V-Tune drops the reflection, pops Puppy. Goodbye, Io. Goodbye, Io.
Goodbye.
Hey, Pango liked it. He's still laughing. Thanks, Pango.
He's the only
one fan.
He's the only one. Alright, so what's he building into? There's a Blink coming up from Pango. I have to say that I love the Vlads as well in this game. You already have the initiation necessary from your Tiny, so getting that Vlads to buff up the damage from the Vengeful and from the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think you just wanna make this TB as scary as possible, and any sort of aura and buff that's gonna do it. We'll see what he goes for next. Wouldn't be surprised if we see someone try and slide in a Solar Crest to their build. Medallion, I mean, I guess maybe even Always Wanna Fly. We'll see what he does with the small amount of gold he's getting as that support Venge.
Yeah, very small amount of gold. He's just dying a lot, and that's his style, right? And Vengeful Spirit probably is the best hero for Always Wanna Fly, because even after you're dead, you still contribute in team fights. You still carry your aura around.
It's a dream hero to play. You know, Always Wanna Fly. He's died 7 times, but you know in his world, that's 7 clips for the highlight reel. You know, these Vengeful deaths, they can be part of a great play.
As long as he saves the target from the Chrono or he gets that Puppy Wisp, he's more than happy to die.
Oh, they're going to try and hit him with a 5-man smoke here. Fly to Moon on the prowl. See who they can get a jump on. Secret, who have we got split up right now? Yapsor, hitting some neutrals, jungling. Top lane, the rest are Secret. Going to start to look towards this tier 1. See if they can catch Yapsor here. We'll have to hunt quite deep. Yapsor, he's always going to get a bit of a surprise. He is going to turn with the telekinesis. TP's coming back from Secret. It's a little bit deep here from Flight to Moon. They might want to hold back a little bit. They have got the control on to Matu. Matu came into the tower. They jump him. They've got the combo, but the BKB's out. Matu able to turn. Ooh. Chrono's down on the 2 of them. He catches Always Wanna Fly, and he catches V-Tune. That's the Aegis gone. Can they do it a second time? The pit's down. He's getting bashed. Is there any save for this Terrorblade? There is not. The rest of Flight to Moon have to bail. They're starting to back off here as Flight to Moon They really did poke a little too far there, starting to get in between that Tier 2 and Tier 3 tower. That was always going to be a risk, and as you say, against a team like Secret, this is a squad that will instantly react to any sort of move like that.
Instant reaction, and you always think, okay, what is this move from Secret? What's the next move? What's this brilliant move that's going to make them come back into this game? And sometimes it looks like it's not even them doing this. It's the enemy team making a lot of mistakes, but the way they're positioned there around the Tier 2 and Tier 3 is completely on Secret. They played it so well, and Iceberg, he just gets baited into jumping this Void. Before that, he did blow him up once or twice because Void only had Mask of Madness. But now with the BKB, that becomes extremely difficult. If you don't kill him in that first zap, he's gonna BKB and Time Walk.
Yeah, and just sort of those few moves, suddenly you start to feel a little scared if you fly to Moon, right? You've got this position of the game now where both Matu and Nisha, they're on the par of farm that your Terrorblade has. And things aren't going to get any better if you're going to continue to make moves like that sort of overstep the mark. So Fly to Moon have got to be very cautious about making any sort of...
This is so good.
General.
This is so good for Secret. Like, this move right here is... okay, they lose
well, there you go. I mean, they might still have to clean up Secret. We'll see if they can turn this one for one that's obviously at the moment not very favorable for them. They lost their Arc Warden. Iceberg's going to try and jump in with a combo. He is able to pop Puppey, and now he's kind of caught in the river. Does have VTune and Roger's backup. Matsu, he's out with the Time Walk. He's away.
There was no chrono. I think Fly to Moon could have decided to fight there, and they are
still trying. Iceberg's going in. Puppey's going to come in with a buyback. Iceberg with the toss back onto Zai. Matu, he's going to jump across, start punching into Iceberg. As Iceberg will be left behind, Zai's going to continue to try and chase VTune. Yapsor with a stolen toss able to finish that kill off. The Pit won't get the second proc onto VTune, so he's able to continue to move away. Matu is chasing. See General coming with a swashbuckle. 30 seconds without Iceberg though, so Fly to Moon have to be a little careful. Especially, as you say, Matu, Chrono up in a couple of seconds. He's got the Demon Edge, he's got big damage, also got the Dream Rune here, the Arcane, so he's going to get that extra value out of the long Chronosphere cooldown if he can get it dropped down in the next 30 seconds.
Zai is just making such a huge difference in these team fights. It's crazy because he's so tanky. He's always positioned aggressively.
This is the kill. This is the one you look for. Is there any save? There is. There is a save, and it will come out. Matsu is able to, of course, kill off Always Wanna Fly, but it's not the target they hoped for. A little wishful there, of course, just dropping the Chrono down, but as I say, because that Arcane is feeling that he could do certain opportunities like that. General's going to come in with a big Rolling Thunder. Zai says, team, it's time to get out of there. Problem is, Puppey didn't quite catch the ride. Even in Matsu, oh no! They didn't let him in! They didn't let him in! Roger said, you want this ride? Sorry, it's taken. It's not yours, you're not getting in. And he locks him outside with the shackles. And that's Matu dead for 40. I mean, you're running down mid. Oh, here we go. Fly to Moon, straight for the Tier 2.
All right, you're running down mid, but if you want anything else than this Tier 2, you need to pick off the Arc Warden first. Just because of the magnetic field, right? You won't be able to pressure the lane that hard with the TB. Maybe not even the Tier 2, it seems like. Yeah, it should be too easy. You hit so hard.
I'll see what they're able to do with this, but yeah, there we have it. Just caught a little too far from one another. I think Zai was sort of bouncing off to the side as he was hexed. He was a little panicked, and Matu just, he couldn't quite get there. Roger with those clutch shackles.
Yep, Shadow Shaman is still the best hero when it comes to lockdown. What? There's Shadow Shaman and there's maybe Shaker Lion. Those three. They bring so much lockdown to every single fight that if you're a Void and you don't have a BKB on, you have to know where the Shadow Shaman is. You have to give him that info.
Yeah, you got to kill him.
Or that. That also works.
Someone's got to get on top of it. Otherwise, Roger, I mean, I feel like this game, we've just seen him so many times, able to get these fantastic shackles off. A very good amount of duration. We'll see Matu's got the Chrono up again. Next time might be a little more careful. It is, of course, one of those games where not only having to take into consideration the Shaman holding you down, but these swap saves from Always Wanna Fly are always going to be there.
One of the reasons why Shadow Shaman isn't always the best hero to pick is your shackles just can't last long enough in team fights. You cast those shackles, there's a lot of interrupting spells, and you just get interrupted in the first second. this isn't one of those games.
It's what, Lift and Chrono.
Lift
right?
and Chrono,
And
that's
Bash.
it. Maybe a Bash, but you're looking at shackling that Void anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the man. That's the man you're going for.
So it's literally on Yapsor. This Rubik needs to be on point. There's Yules also on Zeiss, so he can help out too, but it's mostly on Yap.
Yeah, and what's Yap got at the moment? He's got the Blink and Ether, so he's got those core items that allow him to find the opportunity for the big steals and the big plays. See how V-Tune's progress is. On top of the Skadi, 1700 gold. Nisha, how's he doing? Midas, Mjolnir, BKB next up.
Yeah. This is your I want to fight build.
Yeah.
He's not going for some Daedalus or anything like that. He wants that BKB so he's able to join every single fight as soon as possible on this Arc Warden.
Oh, we have a secret with the sneaky play. Just waiting around mid, seeing if anyone gets baited here. Another Arcane Rune. Poppy's just going to take that.
All right. Interesting that Puppy just took it.
Yeah, I mean, I did last time, as I said, Matu and an Arcane got a bit excited, dropped a Chrono outside the base, so maybe Puppy's like, no. Not happening again. Ooh.
Oh.
They came a-looking. Matu didn't want to drop a blind Chrono, understandably.
But if he had Arcane Rune,
he would have done it.
He would have done
He
it.
actually would have.
He would have
If he
done
had
it.
an Arcane,
Yeah.
he would have definitely thrown the Chrono down in the trees. Yeah. Matu's blaming Puppy for that one.
100%.
If he had that Arcane buff, he was dropping it. But not to be the case. 18 to 21 still, less than 1k here between Fly to Moon and Team Secret. A very close game indeed.
Yeah, what do we have? We have actually, what's the neutral item on V-Tune? What's it
That's
called again?
the Grove
The Grove
Bow.
Bow, yeah. He has the Grove Bow plus Vengeful. This feels like a dream game right now. For
Yeah,
him.
he's basically Sniper.
Yep, pretty much.
Paladin, oh, that's... He might be dropping that Grove Bow for the Paladin sword, though. I feel like that's hard to turn down as a carry.
Oh, Enchanted Quiver. Okay, now Secret did get this, and you would think that it's extremely good on Arc Warden, but I don't think it works. Yeah, I don't think it works.
Yeah, I think you were telling me that the other day. I believe you as well. I feel like if it does work on Arc Warden with the Tempest double,
It's broke.
like, that would be insane. And we'll see, Well, I mean, Nisha is taking. We'll see in the fights
see,
if
yeah.
the double is. But you reckon the double doesn't?
It was bugged. It was bugged. Yeah, it was bugged, and I'm not sure if they.
It was back, but
yeah.
it's a feature.
It's
You know what we call it? That's a feature.
We had a feature.
There's no
in the
accidents in Dota.
game.
Only beautiful mistakes.
It's a beautiful way of making Arc Warden not as strong. That's what they did. The
We'll see.
So Enchanted Quiver, it had a. Let's see.
Oh, that. No. Oh, no, it did. There was definitely a 300 that came up above his head whilst the double hit.
All right.
So I think it did.
it works,
Unless it's one of those things where it shows the number, but it's not actually
But it's
doing
not
the
actually.
hit.
I think they probably fixed it then. I think they probably fixed
okay,
it.
so then it's Enchanted Quiver is. I mean, it already was. We're seeing a lot of cores loving to take it because it is that great an item, right? It's just that much extra damage. And here we go, Secret, second roach of the game. They'll look to take it themselves. Fly to Moon going to be able to get over here in time. They're starting to move over, but with that bubble, Secret are punching fast. General's got to make a move soon. Can he get in? He's going to try, but it's too late. Secret, they're able to finish it. Aegis and Cheese will be theirs.
And he also understood it really well, how fast Secret is doing that rush, because he started rolling so far from the rush pit, right? He wanted to roll and just get there, but unfortunately for him, they take it too fast and he just stops rolling. Cheese taken by Arc. I think that's pretty good. You don't really need that Aegis as much on Arc Warden as you do on Void.
No, Matu's he's the VIP here. They've got to keep this man safe.
He's the brawler. That's pretty much what it is. If you're playing Arc Warden right now, most of the time you're in the back. Void is doing all the heavy lifting. He's going in front, he's using that Chrono, and because of that he's in dangerous positions. You as Arc Warden, you're not even getting close to the fight with your main hero. So.
Oh, Iceberg. Careful. Careful. He's away. Or is he Matu? He's chasing. Oh, he's dropping it. The BKB did come off first. Matu still has a fair bit of damage around it, but it isn't enough. Iceberg there, getting away. Always want to fly. Happily dying there as he saves Iceberg. That's the Chrono down. You haven't lost a core. So a little bit of pressure off the backs of Flight to Moon there. Not having to worry about that Chronosphere for now. Roger, see ya. He's got a haste rune. He's out of there. Oh, Yapsol, he says, nah. You ain't going anywhere, my friend.
An attempt was made.
It was.
Yeah, you're happy with Vengeful if you swapped your TB out of Chrono and saved your Iceberg, sorry, out of Chrono and you saved his life.
Oh, and he can't make it away. He tries for the TP out, but the vision was there from Puppey coming over from the side as Yapsol's able to get him with the stolen Hex.
And it lasts even longer. It's even better on him, right? Like
I mean, you get any sort of these spells from Shaman as Rubik, and that with it's so much lockdown.
Did they just break Flight to Moon?
I mean, this is a big opportunity for Secret. I mean, pushing in, sure, no Chrono, but they still have that Aegis. So Matsu not feeling scared at all. They do have a buyback on Iceberg. Is he going to want to use it, though? General trying to poke him from the side. The pit's down. They do manage to get the Pango dragged back into it. They're ignoring the kills, focusing the objectives as Secret will take away that mid set of racks. No questions asked here as Fly to Moon unable to push them back without the 5 of them alive.
That's also without the Chrono, like you mentioned earlier. They're making all these moves without arguably their biggest spell that they've got. Just because they're able to move across the map and make pickoffs. That kill on the Vengeful on the bottom lane, then Shadow Shaman in the river that died.
Well, General, he's coming out for the Puppey play, but Secret, they're all around here. So Puppey, he's out and away. Matsu's going to jump in. Looks for always want to fly. They'll get the Venge. A little bit of an ambitious move there from Fly to Moon, trying to fight Secret in that area.
They're extremely tilted right now. The way they're playing, it's not coherent. They're not making any moves together. It's literally one hero tries to make a play, then someone follows up. They're not moving as a team. They're not using any of the smokes. And the only reason why Secret isn't breaking another side of theirs is because they have no tier 2s. They need to take this one and the one on top as well.
There we go, Chrono back online. Matsu ready to look for the big plays.
Yeah, there's a Crimson Guard completed on Zai as well. So he's all into mitigating that damage that comes from TB.
Here we go. Let's see what they can do to stop this. They were unable to do last time. This time round, they've got the full lineup alive. They're doing it into the Aegis and the threat of the Chronosphere. Tier 3's gone. Trying to get some sort of opening. Iceberg, he's going to commit straight away with the BKB. Tries to burst Puppey, but Puppey's able to heal up. Matsu jumps away with the Time Walk. He's fine. Yapso trying to get in with the stolen Rolling Thunder. Doesn't quite make it up the ground here.
It just looks so clunky. The Rubik's Cube is always fun.
It's definitely one of the best looking stolen ones, I think, from the Rubik Arcana.
Secret is waiting for them. They're on the high ground. They know the smoke is happening. Will they bail or will they fight?
They're starting to split. They're starting to split a little bit. V-Tune is going for the double, but ooh, this is looking painful. Always Want to Fly comes in with the save, but Matu's still got the Chrono. Oh no,
oh no.
I mean, honestly, I think Fly to Moon could be happy with the first 15 minutes of this game. You know, they could say, look, we showed a solid start, but then, as has happened many times before, Lizard, as we said, 20 minutes onwards, Secret came to play, and Fly to Moon, they lost control entirely. A couple of bad moves over extensions in this game it's going to need some serious plays to get back into their hold. Zai is going to look to take everyone away, and he gets them all home safely.
5-star Uber coming from Zai once again.
Yeah,
and that's Secret for you, man. Every single time. Like, I remember my matches versus them. It's like you can win 15-20 minutes in.
Yeah, they give you that sense of, hey, guys, this is Secret. Yeah. We're doing it.
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
and then suddenly, nah, you're not doing shit.
Oh, no. It's just so hard for Fly to Moon right now. 16k down. And as we're seeing, it's as long as Matu drops a juicy Chronosphere, the fight's kind of done with. As what the heck is...
What's happening?
Is he okay?
Is that a taunt? That he was...
No, that's...
No, what the...
Whoa.
What?
He's just styling on the haters.
He's just vibing.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. I mean, they'll fix that, and then they'll charge you for it next year in the Battle Pass. I'd pay for it.
It looks sick. Why not?
35 minutes and 17k lead. It continues to grow here. There, look at him. You can't even see him hit. He doesn't even. Is he not even hitting? He just looks at the creeps, and they just fall over and die.
He has evolved.
Wow.
Into the true dominant Void. He just walks over you.
That's amazing.
Look. I wonder what happened. What made him? It looks like he's flailing, right?
Yeah, I don't know what sort of causes these problems. Because it happens a lot. Well, it did happen a lot with Snapfire, right? I remember with Snapfire, you'd always get this issue where it gets stuck in a strange animation. Yeah, this Void one. Wow. I've never seen that one before. That's some new stuff here from Matu. Oh. Here we go. They're gonna try for a fight here, but it's not looking great. Get out, bail. Everybody out. Run, save yourself. Get out of here, Secret's coming.
Yeah, get out of the game as well. Just
GG.
Get out, GG.
GG is called. Secret will take this game one. As there he goes. Chrono onto Puppy in celebration. And, well, it was a nice opening from Fly to Moon. They can be happy with where things were going at the beginning of the game. And definite points to look at as Fly to Moon and say, you know, here we shouldn't have done this. We shouldn't have gone behind the tier 2, tried to fight in tier 3, and certain moves that they can definitely sort of pinpoint. And that's the problem, right, against Secret. You don't get the chance to rectify those sort of moves in the same game that you make them. Once you made those mistakes against Secret, game's probably over.
It's over. They only allow you to make 1 or 2 mistakes, and that's it. They're going to take over the game. And Fly to Moon, they had everything coming off of that laning stage.
Yeah,
the laning stage was good.
Start.
Arc Warden was pressured. All their supports got levels. Pangolier had an extremely good lane. You got that first Aegis without even a meta pop.
Yeah, first rush.
First rush was great.
That was probably the first bit, right, as you were saying, when they got the Roche, they got the Aegis, they come out of the pit, 3 of them are dying on the high ground of Secret's jungle.
They try to go for that clone. Clone baits them into dying. General dies to just trying to go for that clone. Then they dive the tier 2 with the smoke. That doesn't really work. They get surprised by the BKB on Void. It's just Secret. They slowly make you do these small mistakes and they win afterwards.
Yeah, well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of the series done. Secret will be the ones to take this game 1 of the best of 3.
And I think that this was the result that a lot of people expected, but probably not the way that many people expected to get there in game number 1. Let's jump back into Time Machine and actually talk about the draft as well, because Fog, I've never seen you more convinced going into a game. Obviously, we watch it backstage. We have the draft panel covering everything. I feel like you were very convinced that Secret had just completely run away as far as draft was concerned.
I just think that they covered their bases versus the win condition of Fly to Moon, right? Fly to Moon, they picked this Arc Warden, or this Terrorblade, and I feel like Secret just has multiple different things to deal with him. They have not only the Void, who builds natural MKB buyer with Chrono, amazing versus Terrorblade, but they have Rubik, damage, Fade Bolt, damage mitigation. You're always going to get good spells. Underlord, damage mitigation versus high base damage as well. And then also like Overcharge, and they also get the Arc Warden pick on top. I feel like they literally just had everything to deal with this win condition of Fly to Moon.
Yeah, effectively every hero has some form of adding survivability to his team. It's just stacking damage mitigation against a hyper carry. Yeah, you've got Avenge behind it, but ultimately this Terrorblade just can't deal enough damage. And also the team fight control, because of the pit, because of the Chrono, it's just so hard. Like Secret, they have these what looks like a really slow lineup: Void, Arc Warden, Underlord. But because they also have the Wisp, they have the Uber out if necessary, and because of the itemization also from Matumba Man, this is a BSJ Void, right? You're gonna get a Midas, you're gonna get a Battle Fury. It's gonna be like 50 minutes. You're gonna lose, but he's gonna have a lot of gold. He's gonna be very excited. Matumba Man, double Wraith, MOM, BKB. Let's go. Let me hit people in the face. Even without Chrono, he's still looking to fight at all times.
Yeah, I feel like it was really good overall planning from Secret. I feel like Fly to Moon, I think they did really well first 15, 20 minutes. I actually was very happy with everything they did. Very active. They were playing very aggressive in all their lanes too. Iceberg, especially that top lane too. Pango, Shadow Shaman. They go for this Roche. Super smart play. I thought it was phenomenal they did that. And then they play aggressive. but a little bit too aggressive versus Secret. They go behind the tier 2, and I think that was the biggest downfall for me.
Yeah.
As soon as they do that move, they lose their Terrorblade twice, they lose a sequence of heroes, and Secret just capitalized on
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was the big thing, because at first, maybe they were getting really aggressive, but the TB wasn't dying. Then all of a sudden, that starts to change a little bit later on in the game, and it seemed like it got out of control. But if they were going to win, Kyle, it felt like Fly to the Moon needed to go all out like that early on.
This is the play right here, right? This is the one where they go behind the tier 2, they try to make this aggressive play.
Well, it's just poor execution as well. This is the trouble when you force things. They are just on 3 different targets. So you get a full combo off from the Void, who immediately BKBs and lands, and now is taking 0 damage. So Iceberg effectively out of the fight. Terrorblade is turned on. That's the other source of damage. He dies twice. There's no other damage. I actually thought General played very well. He did a really nice maneuver this entire game of covering his ult usages with Shield Crash. Yapster was constantly looking to steal the roll, but it just didn't happen because he's covering it every single time. I also think the Vlad's build really kind of played into the tempo of their lineup because they're able to get this Roche and like take that fight. Then this is the problem though when you play against Secret. When you lose that fight, the game is over. Might not be that way for another 20, 30 minutes, but ultimately that one mistake, that's enough for Secret to take a W.
Yep.
And that's why they're so good. It's the same with Enigma. If you can play super well, you can have a great draft, you can win fight after fight after fight, you throw one engagement, not even a throw. Just got outplayed. You lost a fight. Doesn't matter. GG.
Yeah. And you're playing against like the best team in the world right now. I think you make 1 or 2 mistakes and you lose the game, especially when you're in a draft that I feel like you have to have this big advantage. Like you have to have map control advantage throughout the entirety as like a TB Venge versus this Void Arc Ward. And as soon as you start losing map control, it starts getting so hard for you to get outside your base. So you're just pressured on all fronts because they're forcing all the waves in on your side, and you just can't do a whole lot.
Yeah, Fly to Moon definitely trying some interesting things here in the first series that we're going to see in our tournament of this new patch as well. But something that Fogged had mentioned a whole bunch that I was really hoping to see in the draft was some of these little ideas that you had with your hot take of the patch. Now, when you're Team Secret in a position like this, it's a team that you're probably pretty confident against. You have 1 win under your belt. Is this the time that you start to experiment, or do you say, okay, maybe we experiment not in the tournament and try to figure stuff out? Like, are you ever scared? I honestly have no idea. Like, are you trying to preserve some of that learning and actually keep it away from your opponents when a new patch comes out? What do you think the mentality actually is of Secret?
So when Fogg says, I want to see Pugna Bloodseeker, like it could, but that's the same as saying, like, I want to put it all on 11 in Gamer Roulette. It's possible, but it's just one possible experiment. Like they could go a whole bunch of different directions. I actually think this draft.
Well, have you ever gambled, but with Monopoly money or something? It's like, yeah, that's when you do the stupid stuff, and it's fun because it's not real money.
Risk.
And the thing is if you go into the second game, do you really feel like they have any real risk? But the thing is there's still a payoff in that. Yeah, it might just be scraps of paper in the Monopoly money example. Is there a payoff for
I think you're making it sound like you could be careless. I don't think Secret might do something different, but they're not going to be careless the way they approach the draft. That's just not a puppy MO.
Sure, but I think the thing is that's not my focus. I don't care about the idea of being careless or not. I'm more trying to figure out where the payoff would actually be, right?
Oh, it's just
because if you are able to figure it out, is the payoff there? Is that something that is valuable to try to figure it out in a game like this to Fly to the Moon? Or is it more important to figure that out in a different place rather than in a tournament?
I think they already did, though. They just, like, Secret isn't really a Wisp team. When you think about Wisp, you don't think about Yapsor playing it. It's not something they commonly utilize, but as Tico was saying from scouting through their practice matches over the last few days, Puppy played it a bunch, Matumba Man played it a bunch. So they're using this game to do what we're talking about, which is just first pick Wisp. And I guarantee they go into this thinking we could make it a core, we could make it a support. That's them just sort of amalgamate, like they take ideas from the soup that is the Dota 2 meta, and they say, hey, this is pretty good. We need to make sure that we can do this. And maybe it's not relevant against Fly to Moon, but tomorrow when they play OG, they need to be confident that Wisp is something we can pick first phase against the best team in the world and not be out of our comfort zone. So I think it's not like, oh, let's try this like new wonky stuff. You know, it's not, they're not trying to throw some saffron in for the first time. It's more just making sure they're that's a bad analogy. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
They want to add more stuff to their good shit list, not, oh, let's do something weird that we'll likely never use again.
Saffron.
Yeah. Most expensive thing in the world per ounce, saffron.
It's true. It's rare.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You buy it by like the micro ounce or something.
I didn't know it was the most expensive per ounce. I knew it was very expensive though, especially for certain saffron. I know there's like a very specific one that's extremely expensive.
Yeah,
But
'cause
I agree entirely with your points
In
though.
saffron and wisp.
And Wisp. Yeah, that's not a bad.
So wisp is the crazy thing to come out of the soup that we see in this first game. As you mentioned,
Yeah.
the primordial stew of Dota. It's not going to be some of the saucier picks that you potentially saw. Maybe we do see them on the other teams, but it's kind of one of those ideas where the payoff might be higher for a different team than them.
In the soup, Wisp is probably pretty close to either like the noodles, right? But it's maybe a different type. You know, Secret primarily focused on the egg noodles. This was a little bit of linguine. The Bloodseeker Pugna is like, hey, let's throw in a whole
linguine
bunch
in
of
soup?
chilies.
This is not pasta anymore. That's probably what the Bloodseeker
It's soup.
Pugna is. I mean, well, not with like the linguine reference in spaghetti.
You don't
know
put
what I mean?
linguine in
Bloodseeker
soup,
is like
Kyle.
hot
I don't know where
chilies.
he's
You
going
know,
with
they're
it.
not for everybody, and ultimately you might end up ruining the soup because like I love spice, but like people that like spicy food can do with a little less. But if you don't like spicy food and someone just throws a bunch of chilies in there, like it's just ruined. I did this the other day, had a date, went to a place, was bragging about this hot sauce. We put it all over our burger. It was way too hot, like uncomfortably so. It actually was a really painful experience. And it's just 5 minutes of us sweating at each other.
So yeah, they're not going to probably experiment then with the Pugna Bloodseeker, I guess is the reference I'm taking from Kyle.
I don't know. I couldn't listen to that fake story.
Real story, unfortunately.
At the end of the day, when we look at stuff that is real and some of the picks that we did see in the last game, obviously you see a little bit of an idea of trying to figure out how valuable can a Wisp really be. And you already started to talk about why they need to be thinking about it, right? We're already looking at tomorrow. And is there anything else that you think that we might see them dabbling with in the second game in particular, Fog?
I mean, I think Kyle's point is like perfectly on point. It's like they're not going to just
Really?
go crazy. No, not his references. No, I never believe in Kyle references, but I think that he's on point about them just not. They're not going to pick something just out of they're not just going to pick it because it's there. If they do pick it, it'll be for a specific reason. You know, if they're going to go for something like Bloodseeker, they're going to be like, oh look, it's like this Pango or something. But the fact that they didn't pick it when Pango was already there probably says that they're not going to go for too crazy.
Yeah. I think that is a very important thing to keep in mind. And then on the side of Fly to the Moon, what do we want to see when we do get into this next game? Do we want to see them go for it? Because this was interesting, right?
Yeah.
This was not a draft that we expected to see. I got excited when I saw the Rasta, for example, not something that we've seen that much in this tournament. Do you think that they're going for it? Because, Kyle, you said when you're playing against somebody like Secret, you need to have that strategy. You need to be going in with one of those strategies, and you need to be able to run away with it. Do you think that something like this might be what we see in game number 2? Because they were looking good until they had that one mistake, that one engagement.
I think they're on the right track. The only thing I would edit is that VTune should be playing something like with less cooldown dependency. I think this entire archetype is proper. Iceberg on a tempo controlling playmaker, General on a mid-game team fighter. His Pangolier is his best hero. Pangolier, Batrider. Get General something
Clockwork.
that can get stuff done.
Something like that.
Works for me. Let VTune play something more like a gyro, something that's just easier to play around where they don't have to, because it's so hard. You're already trying to think too hard when you're playing Secret. Now you're like, shit, well, we have to play around meta. A meta's down. What do we do? Anytime you're playing a top team in the world and you have like an 80 to 100 second period where you have to, as a squad, say, well, we need to play aggressive, but we can't fight. So careful.
Fight is 4, but I'll join afterwards, maybe, in 30 seconds.
It makes the game wonky, and it's much easier if they could just simplify things.
I also just think that Terrorblade's actually a hard hero to make work right now.
Yeah.
Every time I've been seeing him played in this tournament, like even on like the NA teams and stuff like that, I feel like he's been struggling. I feel like he just has too many things that solve him now. It's just like, shit, we got to worry about Tink. Oh, no, not Tinker. Screw that here. But we got to worry about Zeus. Oh, God. We got to worry about Rubik. Oh, we have to worry about, now it's like Underlord, Void, Arc Warden. There's so many different things I feel like that you have to worry about when you draft
This is
him.
my favorite thing about having Fogged on panel. He is so good at having just this clear, beautiful idea of, why hero's not going to be picked too much, why hero's not good. But backstage, it's just like, man, TV, hot ass, dude. like, oh man, not loving it. Like,
I'm not sure if he's hot ass. I guess you could say.
But
But
BSJ basically said
I think he
was a B tier hero.
I think he's a B tier carry compared to these super carries that I'm seeing lately.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just hard to utilize because these illusions just feel weak right now. There's so many nukes in the game. They just get cleared out really quickly and you just get burst down.
Part of that also is because like Fogged, BSJ, I'll put myself in this category. Like we've just been playing Dota for so long. Dota is a feel. If you ever talk to pro players about it, like when they talk about like why they like a hero, they'll just literally open with it feels good to play. Like it feels good to lane.
Yeah,
feels good in the mid game. Like
why
I
is
get this
Radiant
drums,
good, right? Like, oh, it feels good to play, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So you basically you get the feeling like this hero feels like shit. It looks terrible. Why is that? But it starts with like the gut, and then you have to like kind of find reasons. It's like writing an essay in 8th grade. You know, you copy a bunch of stuff from Wikipedia.
Trust me, I did not get here by doing my homework. I did not end up on a panel
Yeah,
with
like,
you by doing my homework.
You take the idea. It's
Folks
like,
watching right now, I don't even know what month it is. Do your homework. Is it summer? There's no school like anywhere right now.
It's fallen though. But
Get tutoring, or you end up on a desk with Kyle.
well,
Be
it's like debates. You know, is it true or false? And you pick an answer, and then you find the reasonings for
Well,
it.
I think that is like a very important thing to think about, though, especially when this patch is going to add elements of uncertainty. You kind of do have to go with gut, not only because there are so many things going on that those instincts are right a lot of the time. You might not know the answer, but you feel it after you have those hours in Dota. You have that experience in Dota. But the other thing is, too, is you need the confidence.
Yeah.
And you're going to have that confidence if you go off those.
Did you see the video, Thompson talking about why he bought Diffusal Blade at TI9? It was like the same thing. He's like, yeah, I realize, we can't win we're going to have a long fight. We can't kill this guy. So I'll buy a Diffusal. Like, that
burn their
feels
mana.
right. Like, he didn't study it. He didn't read tape, It wasn't like NFL practice. Like, okay, if the safety lines up over the nose guard, like we know that we can throw a quick slant. None of that bullshit. He just played thousands of games of Dota. He realizes we need long fights. What's good in long fights? Okay,
oh my god, look, when playing versus all strength heroes that require their mana and we can't kill them, oh my god, look, I can burn them all. And you even see, I casted that game, right? So I actually saw, he bought the Diffusal, and then I think Seb pings twice. He pings, our allied Gyrocopter has Diffusal Blade. It's kind of like what the hell? We have a cool. And then when it starts happening, like we're casting, me and Owen, and we're like, holy shit, this Diffusal Blade just destroyed this team fight. Like this is this is just a feel thing that you get immediately in the middle of the game. It's not something you're like, yo, team, is Diffusal Blade good here? No, you buy it and you're like, let's go.
Yeah, but it all
all about that
starts with the concept understanding, right? The only reason that decision gets made is because Thompson and OG as a squad understood, okay, we're playing against heroes we can't kill. The fight will be long. We all grasp this. Let's itemize and play to our strengths. And like it's interesting because you even see teams like that are still tier 1 like lose sight of this at a point. That's why we talk so much about win conditions, like understanding, okay, do we need to win? If you simplify it, it's do we win the game early or late? Do we have to go on a specific target or just protect our most valuable target? Do we want long fights? Do we want short fights? Do we want to fight around objectives? Do we want to be reactive? Do we want to be aggressive? Like,
I mean, yeah, it's just the
it's a little more complicated.
That's all Dota, right?
Yeah.
Dota's insane because how many things you have to
And
think
it's one of
about.
those things where you can have analysis paralysis, right? At a certain point. Luckily, we don't have that here, but the nerds we're about to check in with might have it.
woo! Woo!
Lovely. Much like that statue there, BSJ and T-Governor, so chiseled. Such great one. And then you get to meet... Hi! Welcome to the draft panel, Game 2. No jokes this time around, guys. This is a serious-ass series. Fly to the Moon need this. Secret. They don't need any. They always win.
They hate losing.
They hate losing, as
Direct
Puppy
quote
says.
from Puppy.
That's right. Impressed by any of those picks last time? Think we might get any picks this time? Take us over to the Hall of Heroes, please. Come back. But we got some picks here, gentlemen. What do you think Fly to the Moon needs to pick out here? Anything broken? Where's the Bloodseeker? Didn't he get buffed to hell? Shoot out that blood, dog.
Fundamentally, no, not really. Just because the percentage change to level 1, it's like you're normally getting like your W to secure range creep. So I think that's maybe a little bit of a overreach in the initial read of the patch notes, I think.
Okay, sure. Whatever.
The thing about Bloodseeker is, Kyle, he mentioned how Dota players think this feels good to play.
Yeah.
The thing about Bloodseeker is, I played him a couple times actually. His laning stage owns to be. He's pretty strong early, but there's no point in the game where you feel strong.
Yeah,
there's no timing. There's no item. There's no level.
You feel like you're on an island at like 20 minutes. You look out into the big team fight and go, I'm useless.
When's my timing? Do I end the game? I don't hit buildings. I can't really flash farm. The hero doesn't specialize in anything. It's like the opposite of Doom, who's the only hero in the entire game who can just remove somebody from the picture.
A really interesting thing with this, before we get into the draft, in terms of just like the pick and the side, Fly to Moon is a team that favors playing Radiant and also gravitates towards first pick. Secret, they always like second pick, and the only time they change is if they like play a longer series and they see their opponent trying to take something else and they try just to get into their heads. So in terms of comfort, both teams are currently on their pick and side preference.
Whoa, those are things people don't really consider much anymore. Picks and sides.
Yeah,
It's gotta be important.
It's always relevant.
It's probably the most important thing that isn't actually ever covered.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, teams will literally change what heroes they're willing to pick in a draft based on if they're first, second pick, if they're Radiant or Dire. Certain mechanics of each side just work better for certain heroes.
Yeah.
In an all-pick game, do you know what side you are?
Yes.
Okay. In the picking phase?
Yes. I know you haven't played a pub ranked game in like 3 years.
I play a lot of unranked.
Yes.
It's all the same.
It's the same.
Imagine that, right? You like load into a game, it's like, you don't know what you're gonna be. You don't even know your teammates. You just see like a Darks, you're like, Darks here. You pick Sven, it's like, he's on the other team. It's like, this mystery pick order, what's happened?
Hey, Sven, there's a hero that we've heard about, the Sven-Io combo. I love Sven these days. He's like Ursa if he doesn't suck. He gets the Ags, he can actually do shit. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, he's one of the few viable carries that didn't get touched at all. So I think I put him and Drow at 2 of my top tier heroes right now, just because whenever you slightly nerf the top dogs, the next people in line are going to naturally take a step up. And
That's how
Sven,
I got my career.
Basically.
Continue. Sorry.
No, basically just Sven doesn't love playing against Doom though, but Io alleviates a lot of that weakness. Sven's super fast, so you're going to flash farm because not only do you have the Io buffing you up for attack speed and movement speed, but you also don't have to buy as many sustain items for yourself. You can just prioritize absolute farm speed and damage.
Yeah, I think you can see Secret wanting to pick up this IO more. You just think of the classic pairings, right? And if you look at the other IO carries, they're not really that hot right now. Of course, you've got Gyro. It's a bit too kind of bog standard. Sven is kind of that new age version potentially. And another thing as well, why Secret loves this second pick, we've seen it before when they go the Anti-Mage, Fury, and Ember Spirit. It's because they just cover it so nicely with their bans. TB, Batrider, Wyvern, all these heroes have quite easy ways to annoy the Sven's game. TB just plays early, Batrider and Wyvern naturally just kind of counter the hero throughout the entire game.
Dude, Batrider might be my least favorite hero of the meta right now. I'm surprised they didn't nerf him. I actually love playing Batrider, but there's so many heroes that I want to play in pubs that you literally just can't pick if Batrider's in the pool because the people just, in the EU especially, they just 8th, 10th pick
especially
Batrider.
In general,
and
on Fly to Moon, it's a big favorite hero for
them. I'm 100% sure Underlord is top tier if you remove Batrider from the hero pool. But, like, we don't see Underlord very often because of Batrider and Doom specifically. Like, I'm saying last game we saw Underlord looked really powerful. I was kind of asking myself, why don't we see this hero very often? I've had decent success with it myself. It seems like it always does well in the games I watch. And I think it's purely, like, 1 or 2 heroes just make him unplayable. And Batrider is the hero that naturally makes, if you're not good against Batrider, the matchups feel so bad.
Right. A very gotcha hero, right?
Yeah,
especially for, like, your Drows and your stuff like that.
Yeah, so Fly to Moon, this Doom first pick, of course, they've shown it in mid lane before, and same again with off lane. We're going to be seeing them right now decide where it's going to be going in this pick. Because they're first pick, they don't actually get ultimate last pick, so they have to decide to flex now. It's Team Secret. It's very kind of obvious right now. They got their 5 IO carry Sven, 4 position Windrunner.
What I like about Wind Ranger here is that usually the way Yapsor builds, at least, I know you can build utility Wind Ranger, but I've seen him go kind of similar to what I see from Crit, where they just go like second item MKB.
Oh, for sure, yes.
So you're a huge threat.
Yeah.
Where Doom removes like 1 hero from the game, right? Yeah. And being a huge threat from a support role is making attention be drawn to you, right, in fights. So I like that a lot. And if they ignore you or like put all their attention on the Sven, you're actually just going to wreak havoc in these fights on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, normally the build's like you go null, like so you get the mana regen, the amp, you have phase boots, and then MKB. Windrun as a hero as well in terms of the IO is one of those elusive heroes that you want to have pairing with the IO. He can walk up the high ground with Windrun, he can always go for a pick off by himself, set up that gank. It's why we see, for example, Bane, classic IO pairing as well. He's the guy that can walk up, he can Nightmare one guy, grip another. It's the same concept. Team Secret, double down on the physical damage and pick up the Slardar. So now you've got the Slardar Windrunner lane. It's going to be pretty obnoxious, it's going to be pretty hard to play, especially if the Windrunner picks up that early Blightstone, potentially to play into lane as well. A lot of physical damage, pretty scary.
Yeah, but a little bit all physical damage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are counters to such things, you know?
Terrorblade's one of them, to be honest. And usually against Slardar, his worst matchups are illusion heroes, high armor illusion heroes. And Sven just like PL, Naga, you're not going to pick that into Sven.
No, exactly, yeah.
So I really like what they're going for here. And Drow, like I was going to say, it has to be a backliner. It has to be either Arc Warden, Drow, or Medusa maybe. That was the only really 3 heroes that came to mind for me. That's like the only option at this point because there's no melee hero that's going to be able to go in and stand toe-to-toe against Sven Slardar. Like, it's just not happening.
It doesn't work.
The Drow makes a lot of sense from Fight of the Moon. I actually like the pick a lot. The Bane kind of set that up.
Yep.
I was wondering why they went for Bane as opposed to something like an Oracle, because Oracle's more of a one-to-one counter for Wind Ranger, especially in lane. You purge off the Wind Run. But I think they were realizing they wanted a ranged core, and if you pick like a squishy ranged support, that doesn't work very well in the laning stage. So even though Bane is a ranged support, he's much more of the, you know, front lining, soak up a lot of the damage in the laning stage type of support.
It's also the fact that the Bane has lower cooldown saves to take these earlier fights. When you think about Nightmare, obviously it's just very value. Like, you look at this lineup, you got Shackle, Slardar stun, Sven stun, one Nightmare dodge, and suddenly now they're missing like a third of their CC. So
yeah, that 1 second interruption can be pretty impactful in this game specifically.
That's assuming that they get it off. I mean, this is a very aggressive team, you know? You got a IO Sven TPing on top of you as a Drow. I mean, you don't really have a lot of time to react to this kind of stuff. Slardar two-shotting the Bane. I mean, if they catch you, you're in some serious trouble, right?
Yeah, I think the counter-argument, though, is if Fly to Moon catch the other side, then who's cancelling Grip, for example? I've mentioned like 3 stuns that are available. If Bane Nightmare's one of them, Grip's the other, and now suddenly you've doomed enough. Like, there's no stuns now. Bane's going to get these perfect grips off. It's can they play well enough around this Drow and tank the early aggression to enable this Drow to get damage off? Because it could also see the other way around. Secret could just flood the map, abuse relocate, and Drow's got no game.
So, like, for me in this game, I love watching because Slardar is one of my favorite offlaners now. He was already rising up in the ranks, and now that, like I said, the top dog's in the carry role, same thing for offlaners. He didn't get touched. A lot of the top dog offlaners did get nerfed, especially the Darkseer, the Veno, the Doom. I concern myself with his level 1 and 2. I think past level 1 and 2, Slardar's a pretty strong laner. But he's kind of like Beastmaster, where if he gets to that really rough start, the hero just looks day and night different than what he does otherwise. So Drow, one of his worst matchups, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Team Secret plans to enable this Slardar to get the start. Are they going to aggro tri-lane and put him against the Doom solo? Are they going to like drag some creeps with the Wind Ranger? They're going to have to do something not normal.
That's it, though, because like the fact that you can still aggro the creeps just from behind the tower. Windrunner naturally can do that. Windrun, she's not going to take any damage. Pretty like life's good. Like that, the fact that that's still a thing is insane. That creep aggro should not be behind tower. It should be like.
I think it should literally be required to go to tower.
It should go past the tower, then it can be aggroed. The fact they can still do it, it makes the game so.
It
boring.
makes it a lot. It's way better than it used to be because the support, the area that you have to cover as a support to prevent it, it's like you have to pick a specific hero to be able to do it. You can't
we're being silly here. There's a Bane. You actually can't even do it anyway. Just get Nightmare.
Well, he is not going to have it level 1.
At 2.
But the emphasis that I want to give, I think a lot of viewers at home don't realize how much precise like calculations has to go into how we get off the ground on these heroes when they have weaknesses. Like in the laning stage, exactly what you do in the first wave or two can decide whether or not the hero is completely useless for the rest of the game, or they have a pretty solid laning stage and come online at the right times and everything. So.
Especially because Team Secret, they don't really have any tower defense right now. They pretty much got power shot alone, and then other than that, if Fly to Moon just park them to splendid.
Like they can't afford this Slardar to have a shit game. Exactly. And they're gearing up on the side of Fly to Moon to give him a shit game. So that's why when I see that in the draft, I know Team Secret has to adjust somehow. I'm just looking forward to finding out. This is how I learn when I watch games. What are they going to do?
Doom mid or Doom offlane? What do you think?
I think the nerf to Devour makes him more and more likely to be a mid laner.
Yep.
Just because in the mid lane, one hero hitting you is usually not going to be enough to out DPS your sustain, but in the off lane, he does potentially struggle. So it looks like it is a Doom mid. Yep. I always thought that was his best role, like about the last month or so. I played it a few times mid. I can't play mid for shit, and I win like 6-0, like meaning 6 games in a row I won, and I'm like, okay, if I could win games from the mid lane, this hero is probably pretty good.
You got some
very good.
MMO,
I'm saying mid lane's my worst role.
No,
very impressive.
Very impressive.
But it doesn't correlate to this at all, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Very impressed by you, Brian. Anyway, last pick.
I was literally like flaming myself, and you were like acting like I'm patting my own ego.
No, not you.
Fury.
Not Banana Stamma
but I still love you at the same time.
My God, is that Nature's Prophet?
That is, yeah, Furion.
Hey, look, the odds got turned down a little bit. Not 6-1 no more, I'm afraid.
They had no real early game pressure on the side of Team Secret. Yes, Slardar is like representing a threat, but Sven's going to be farming. And Slardar Windranger offer literally no tower push. Like they're just going to click the tower and it's going to die over the course of a minute and a half. So this Nature's Prophet makes the rest of their game plan very easy. I love the way they shored up their draft. It's not ideal against the heroes in the opponent team, I think. Like Clockwork can be annoying, Drow sometimes can be annoying as well, Doom can be annoying, but it's really good for their game plan, and I just think Team Secret's too good. I do like Flight of Moon's draft this game way better than I like the other one, but if any point the Drow just gets ag stunned by Sven, he's just going to die. So that's my concern. I like how Team Secret gave themselves basically 4 threats. All Nature's Prophet, Slardar, Windranger, and Sven are going to be viable threats past like the 15 to 20 minute mark, and I think that's the best way to deal with Doom.
Yeah. I think for Flight of Moon, it's pivotal on Clock and Doom having good lanes and them setting the tempo, because if Secret are the ones to make the first move with that Fury and TP into a side lane, take that tower, take over the Drow's jungle, then I can see the game being pretty hard. But if you see a good game from Clock and Doom and they start making moves into Secret's jungle, then it's a whole different story, because again, how does Secret really pressure a tower outside Fury? How do they defend towers? Like, there's not really a lot for them to do. So they're basically playing like they did in game 1, wait for the mistakes and then just own the game. Whilst Flight Moon, they have the answers, just can they execute? They made fundamental mistakes around minute 22 last game. If they do it again, we'll probably see Secret win. I hope to see Flight of Moon.
That's the nature of playing against Secret, though,
No, exactly.
Right?
You have to.
So hard.
It's that pressure and that need to try and make too many moves.
Yep.
And if Flight of Moon can just, step it back one step, I think their draft allows them to take this type of game.
I agree.
It should be pretty exciting to see if Fly to the Moon can actually fly to the moon or fly to moon. Can't say the. Don't forget, kids. Would be exciting to see them take that game off of Secret, and if they're ever going to have a chance to do it, it's absolutely going to be in a Windranger game. So let's go ahead and throw over to our boy Odie Pixel and the Wizard Lizard himself. Shout out to my boy Lizard.
Thank you, Snacks. Yes, game 2 of Flight to Moon versus Secret. Lizard, what do we reckon this time round? We saw last game, Flight to Moon were able to come off with a pretty confident-looking start against Secret. Look at these drafts. Have they got the potential to do the same here? Is this another game where Flight to Moon could give Secret at least a good run for their money in the laning stage?
Most certainly they have chances on Flight to Moon. Definitely.
Okay.
100%.
What do you like about their lineup this time?
I'm just waiting to see how their lanes are gonna go again, if they're going to come out on top or not, because for me it looks like Secret, they're practicing a little bit, and there we go. Nisha is playing Slardar.
Alrighty, the mid Slardar. Now, do you think this decision has been made in response to the mid Doom?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
I think Slardar should crush him on the mid lane. That should be a really... Slardar overall is a hero that's pretty decent versus Doom throughout the game. The minus armor obviously hurts him quite a lot. The 2 stuns that you have, and it's just a solid Slardar lane.
Yeah.
This reminds me, you remember Liquid, like Boxy, I think used to play Slardar on the mid lane for them a couple of times.
I think they did a few times.
Yeah,
because Boxy Slardar, of course, one of his big ones that he loves to play on the off lane, but definitely a hero that they had that versatility of moving to the mid lane if the matchup was to be favorable.
I think that lane, at least for them, should be pretty solid. And then you're going to have this super over-leveled Slardar rotating across the map, constantly making pressure. I think they did that really well, because Slardar on this bottom lane would really suffer. Like, playing versus Bane Drow, that's really not the lane where you want to be a Slard.
Let's see how this one goes down. Iceberg Doom versus the Nisha Slardar in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Something that, as you say, it's a 1v1 that we've seen before, but usually in a side lane, not not in a mid lane.
So far, Iceberg doing well. But you heard BSJ, if he can win with Doom 6 times in a row on the mid lane, anything can happen. Maybe Secret can lose to it.
We'll see. And the side lane setups, I mean, anyone going to be struggling in these side lanes? Last game we saw V-Tune have pretty good farm early on, despite what looked to be a nasty lane. Is this one going to be harder for him, or this is easier?
Yeah, I think this one should be a little bit harder. You have Nature's Prophet, obviously, with all his summons, and then you have the Wind Ranger as well. It's really difficult to trade hits with Yapzor because of this. Wind Run, even though he looks like he's out of position, he just pops that and he's fine. But come on, let's come back to top lane. It's General Clock. This is actually very interesting, and he's playing versus Sven too. It's his signature hero.
And we'll see how much you can mess with the two of them here in this lane. Last time round, we did see the Puppey Matu lane get pressured pretty heavily by Roger in general. Multiple kills during that laning stage onto them. This time might be a little harder. Oh, bottom lane. Always want to fly just... It's in there, as Yapsor's able to get a fair few hits on him.
Yeah, you can see that they're really burning through his region. Yapsor is also stacking the big camp, which means that they want to pull the next one, deny the whole wave most likely.
Oh, we see top there, I think. General a little off with the micro, did lose his courier. So nice bit of a cash boost there to Secret. And top lane Matu. Having no trouble here with the farm. Getting that stun out on Roger, making sure that Roger wasn't able to stop him from Matu from denying that range creep.
Yeah, the problem is when you're a Rubik and you start like that, you can't trade as much. You need to ferry out a lot of region, which is something that he has to do there. Wisp obviously starts with a lot, and if you're Rubik, you start with boots. You can trade only for the first couple of waves until you desperately need to ferry some more salves, some more tangos. How's bottom lane doing? 11-1 on Drow, Nature's Prophet 9-4. Pretty decent for both of them right now. No one really getting ahead.
Mid. I mean, I guess as Nisha, you can punch quite hard into the Doom. And, yeah, he's gonna go for this Nisha. No, doesn't feel that he's got that last bit of punch with Iceberg having the Scorched Earth.
Yeah, but Nisha has a salve. Iceberg doesn't. He does have some more region from Devour, but it got nerfed as well in the last patch, so he will struggle a little bit in the next wave.
I believe Nisha also with a mango ready to pop if he sees there's an opportunity to drop another crush. See bottom lane, always want to fly, getting rather aggressive there onto Zai. It's going to take quite the punch back in return. Power shot will connect, but always want to fly. It's fine, did also have that Fairy Fire to pop just in case.
It looks like he will be... What?
I mean, I can only imagine he wanted to die there. I mean, there's no way you move like that unless you did want to die, so I guess he felt that it was...
Always wanna die. It's in the name.
I mean, I don't know what that was. I mean, I guess he just wanted the trip to base, but is that worth it, or do you take the time walking? I mean, it's mid lane, this will get the kill for Nisha.
I'm quite certain there are better ways to die.
Yes, there's better ways to get back to base.
than to feed yourself to the enemy heroes.
Yeah.
There's definitely better ways.
Interesting.
No mana, no HP, he just runs into Yap.
Yeah.
Interesting, very interesting. Very peculiar, I'd like to put it.
Yeah, well, Secret, they're up 3k here before the 5-minute mark, so I think if there are any questions... Whoa, he's on a cliff! He's on a cliff, ladies and gentlemen, and he's off the cliff.
Because General wanted to go for the bounty.
Oh, he's away!
It's got... Did he? Oh, he actually lives.
He's away, Puppey. Gets out of there. They couldn't quite get it. Roger's still hunting. He's got a Fade Bolt. Bam! Gets the kill. Roger. Now with the body blocks, keeping him in range of General, but the war cry's got the move speed to break it away. It's also picked up the treads now, Matu, so got a pretty hefty punch to kick back on them. So they get Puppey.
Yeah, it's not really easy to kill the Sven there. The thing is, In the laning stage itself, you can pressure him with Clock Rubik, but later on, what's so important is you can constantly control him with the clockwork. That's where this hero really shines versus Sven. And that's where I think General might have the most impact in the game.
Oh, bottom. No, he's been blocked in.
Oh, no.
Oh, the body blocks here from Zionist Treants. And Nisha is coming with this rotation. V-Tune's going to make the smart move to get straight out of there as Nisha was swimming through the trees, looking for an opportunity to get on top of this drought.
So he did TP to the tier 2, so he's actually going back to the bottom lane to defend it a little bit.
And we'll see. Yapso head over to the mid. He's going to pick up some levels. They're going to drop down the zoom on Nisha. Sprout onto Iceberg, but he's able to quickly break his way out of it, and with Always Wanna Fly and V-Tune, they'll have the damage to get this kill. Unless Sai can find the deny, he's going to try, but he won't be able to do it. Iceberg comes in with a hard-hitting crit to get that kill, as they'll be able to punish Nisha for trying to make that play down here. So.
Yeah, really good play by Iceberg, also really good play by V-Tune, that he TPs to the tier 2, then runs to the tier 1. That's unexpected. You usually expect him to have ported somewhere and he continues farming, let's say top or in the jungle. So they catch Nisha off guard like that. Also surprising that Doom lost the mid lane even though he found a wolf early on. It's like that and Ogre Magi. Is it called Ogre Magi? The Blue Ogre. What's the name?
Isn't it just like Frost Magi?
Frost Magi.
Ogres.
Ogre Magi is the hero, definitely.
Yeah,
you can't eat the hero. But in any case, the Ice Armor one. Like, it's that or the Wolf. If you find it, you should win any lane, but Slardar is just so difficult to deal with.
What we're seeing from Matu this game, going for the Midas build up.
That's pretty solid when you get the ring together with the Wisp.
It's going to make good timing on that Midas as well with the free farm that they're having. They're taking early towers as well as Secret bottom lane. Nisha and Zai. Tier 1 away from Fly to Moon here at the 7-minute mark.
Also, you have to notice how the Slardar is playing. If you play it mid, you have to really think about the items that he's buying. He bought Windlace, he also bought an Orb of Venom. These small items allow you to actually play the map. These small items give you kill potential.
Oh, and in fact, Nisha says, well, we're not interested in Always Wanna Fly. We're going to go straight towards V-Tune. Yapso comes in, able to take the Nightmare off Nisha, but it's a little too close to the tower now. The TPM will be cancelled, but it was enough to stop Secret from pushing in any further onto the Drow.
Yapser also missed that shackle shot. But he can go.
And there's that setup. We're going to see this a few times this game, I feel. V-Tune is going to try and run himself away, but again, the little bit of control that is there, as well as Yapso getting the courier. Iceberg's going to come in, as well as Roger. They're going to see if they can bring some members down to Secret in return. Flash out onto Iceberg. Puppey bringing in Matumba Man. They've got the number for now, Secret, as they go in with the stun onto Iceberg. Nisha takes out Always Wanna Fly. It's 3 dead. Roger's got to hide in the trees.
The lanes of Secret went so well that both of their supports are already level 6. Like 8 minutes in, Puppey had level 6, Yapzor had level 6. Of course you're gonna make plays when Roger was level 4 at the time. He just got this 5.
No, this is some fast plays coming out for Secret. And this Nature's Prophet IO lineup, the backup is always going to be there globally.
Yeah, that's something that Secret loves to do quite a lot as well, right? They, like in that last game, they had Wisp, but they also had Underlord. This game you have Wisp, but you also have Nature's Prophet. Global presence makes a team that's really solid strategically even stronger.
Mid lane Secret just keeping the pressure on these early towers.
Yeah, already taking the tier 1 on the bottom lane. Perhaps will not pressure the tier 1 mid that hard, because minute 10 is about to come. This Bane or this Rubik will get their level 6. Clock can rotate and you don't have relocate, right? So you can chill, you can go take those bounties instead.
Yeah, General will be able to make sure they grab these two. So no move from Secret to try and swing up here. There's a haste rune towards the top of the river. That'll be rather useful here for General as he comes across. Also with that hook shot ready to use. See if he wants to try and go for something in the jungle. He's going to go in. There's quite a few members of Secret here, though.
Who do you go for?
Just a bit of a scout from General. He's in and he's out.
You can't really kill the Nature's Prophet there. Nisha is too tanky. And yeah, they said during the draft panel that Clockwork is good versus Nature's Prophet. It goes both ways because you can use that Sprout to actually get yourself out of cogs, and those little pesky treants just eat up the battery assault.
And these cores too, Nisha and Matsuma Man. He's on the Sven and the Slardar, very, very tanky heroes, high HP. It's going to limit what General can do.
It's really not a game in which this Clockwork has a lot of kill potential, but the controlling potential versus the Sven is there. And that's his major job, that's his main job.
They're going to try and go in with the smoke. It's just the two of them making this play. General and always want to fly.
Is there damage in between the two of them?
I don't know. I think they're this maybe doubting it themselves. Are they going to attempt this? They're going to try. The grip with the battery assault. The puppy, he's got to relocate. And that's
what?
I mean, they clearly saw the two of them there. That's never going to work against an IO unless you're going on the IO itself. And now always want to fly will die for that attempt. And I mean, if that's the kind of moves they're going to make, I don't know how much of a chance they're going to stand in this game.
Wait, what? Why would you play like that? You had a hookshot, like you could interrupt the channeling of Relocate if you wanted to. But if you don't really want to, you don't grip the Sven then. You don't waste your big ultimate from Bane and Bane's life himself.
Yeah, maybe some miscommunication, you know, one of them saying go, one of them doesn't really want to, and then suddenly someone's made the move. You come in with the backup, and it falls flat on your face. Mid lane, tower's gone down. That's Secret now. 5k lead here at the 12-minute mark, and 2 tier 1s taken away, whilst managing to maintain all of their towers right now, Secret.
And remember, this game isn't a free Drow Ranger game. I know Drow is extremely strong right now, but this Sven eventually, once he gets that Aghanims, let's say Midas Echo Aghanims, he gets on top of you so easily, you're just gone, like you just said. And he's farming away, he's on top of the network charts, he's above Doom, mid lane Doom by 2k. That means his game is extremely good.
Getting some stacks here, Secret. Maximizing that farm on Matu. And these stacks will pretty much give him the full S and Y. This is incredibly beefy Sven, ready to come running into the fight. So always want to fly, just trying to find some levels up top here. Fiend's grip back up in a few seconds. Secret with the smoke, seeing if anyone pokes their head out onto towards this creep wave. V-Tune would be a nice grab, but he's got Roger by his side.
They are still smoked, so they could go.
Gonna run straight towards him in Yabzor. Going for the little shackle. V-Tune tries to push him back, but there's the relocate coming in. Puppy brings in Matu. They'll turn over towards Roger again. Zai with the body blocks, keeping Roger in range of Nisha as Roger will fall. Matu's able to kill off Always Wanna Fly. This game 2's getting a little bloody. 12-2, 6k lead.
Yeah.
You might have had a shot in the early game of game 1, but this game seems very hard now for Flight to Moon to get any portion of this game looking good for them. They're falling behind rapidly.
Yeah, the first game, that's how it looks like when you are winning laning stage versus Secret. This is how it looks like when you don't even do that, when you don't even have a good laning stage. They just outmaneuver you so hard. Like that top lane play, that's all because of that preemptive smoke plus the ward on the cliff. Gives away info where Roger is, where V-Tune is, then you can reload all you want because you know where they are. Vessel on Doom. I have seen this, like from many Doom players that go mid.
Sure, because I guess someone you do kind of need someone to get it against the Io. But in general, he's going for a Midas on the clock.
All right. In general is already one step ahead. He's looking into the future.
He's looking at the next series.
Yeah. He's accumulating gold for the next series.
Done. I'm just buying a Midas, AFK. He's turned the comms off. I Midas, I AFK.
He's done.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nisha, he's building an Aghanims, not even a Blink Dagger. He's just becoming tankier and tankier by the minute.
Getting incredibly beefy. Yeah, that once he has that axe, as long as he's able to get the puddle down, this is no longer a Doom target, really. You're ever going to feel good for going for. as he's going to just sit there in his puddle.
And heal up.
Yeah.
He won't even tick down. Yeah, but this Midas on Clockwork, we usually praise General quite a lot because he has had some exceptional Clockwork games, but buying that Midas 16 minutes in, when you're losing this heavily, I guess he's thinking, okay, we'll just defend high ground. And
I mean, I think there's a lot of games, right, where that really is a factor, right, for teams. If you're that far behind and you feel like, well, there's no way we're going to come back into it on our own plays. We've got to play for the other team making a mistake, and then if that's what we're playing for, you get items like Midas, because then if that does come around and Secret do make a mistake at the 30-minute mark when they're pushing high ground, that Midas is going to pay off.
yeah, you have two options when you're losing like this. You either go all out, all guns blazing like OG do. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but they put up a show. Or you go like this, you go for a Midas and
just hope.
just hope.
Just hope. There we go, yeah. That's the Aghanim's complete now, Phoenicia. Let's see where they'll head off next, Iceberg.
Okay.
All working towards that BKB. Of course, even when he does have it, I mean, what's the BKB gonna do? What?
Nothing.
What's it gonna do?
You can still stun him. You can still hit him with the corrosive haze. He's not gonna dispel it with it, so...
BK, yeah. Okay. Well, is that General has got the full Midas. Right, he needs a solid hook shot.
Yeah.
You gotta go for the big plays.
He's going, like 100%.
You gotta go for them. Can he do it, General? Is he gonna get in? Puppy! Yeah, Puppy just leaves no option.
Oh.
He blocks it. General can't find an angle to get in. Roshan, the Aegis is theirs. Doom will get dropped down, and General actually coming in with a big hook shot on the back. They're able to take down Nisha.
Damn.
And they'll actually, can they find Matu? The ones that need to keep hitting him, they will. They'll take out the Aegis. Fly to Moon here with a surprise hit around the pit. They're going to try for Matu a second time. Vessel upon him. Buyback from Zai. Matu looking to turn. He tries to run back in. The shackle from Yapso comes out, connects V-Tune and Iceberg together. V-Tune, he will fall. Matu, he's getting low. General's trying to finish him off, but they'll turn, kill off the clock. They couldn't quite take him down a second time. And now with the chase from Yapso, a shackle grabs another. They surround Roger.
It looked pretty solid for Fight 1, I have to say. Like,
they got a couple of kills after that Roche was done by Secret.
all things considered, I thought that they will not be able to break down this Wisp with Mech at all. Like, you have Mech, you have Styx, you're gonna heal everyone up. But they actually managed to take down the Aegis, so that's pretty solid considering that they're 10k behind 18 minutes in.
Yeah, that's definitely it's something. It's something in what so far has been a whole lot of nothing here for Fly to Moon. It's been a rough one in this game too. Now Secret back on sort of the Secret form that I think a lot of people would have expected from them in this series here. This game too, looking to continue as planned so far here from Secret.
The first game they played was one of those rare moments in which on the laning stage at least they didn't look as crisp. But I really think they're practicing something new. This Wisp isn't something that we see way too often from Secret.
We'll see Matu here as well. That's a pretty quick Satanic, isn't it? 19 minutes Satanic here on the Sven.
Yeah, it's
that's probably one of the
quickest
fastest,
ones. Yeah.
A 19 minutes Satanic here from Matu. He's a beefy boy.
On Sven, definitely. Maybe there's a couple of games with Huskar, you know, when he gets it fast.
Someone's making the stat up for that right now. As Iceberg, he tries to go in. The BKB really helped him there. It didn't. That was sarcasm.
It definitely did not.
And his Midas, he's not used it. Come on, General. Go and use the Midas.
Follow the clockwork.
Use your Midas.
Where's the Midas? Is he using it?
He's I did. Oh,
he bought it for the next game.
They called GG before he even got to use it. And that's the sad end for the story here. As, well, some people will be happy with the score, but Fly to Moon won. 420 at pre-20 minute mark. I mean, at least Fly to Moon have sort of game one, the start of it, to look back on and say, hey, you know what, we did all right. This game two was...
They tried.
It wasn't close. It wasn't close at all. This was a rough one. Secret back at Ferocious Form. And I mean, why did this go so wrong for Flight to the Moon? What sort of stands out to you from this game here?
I think Nisha Slardar on the mid lane and then putting Nature's Prophet on the
was a good call.
It completely caught them off guard. Nisha crushed the mid lane, literally. He won versus Doom so hard that Doom was 2k behind everyone else on the side of Secret. And that usually doesn't happen. Doom should be your most farmed core. And then you're playing Wind Ranger plus Nature's Prophet versus Drow and Bane. That's also a good lane for you. Top lane didn't go too poorly as well with Sven and Wisp.
No, I mean, the 19-minute Satanic, I think that sort of says it all, really, in that game. Do you think they're, knowing sort of how, the lads from Fly to Moon, do you think there was definitely a bit of a knock-on effect from Game 1 coming into this Game 2 after we saw what happened here? Do you think that Game 1 loss, that the mistakes that were made would have sort of still dwelled on them here?
I don't think so. You're playing versus Secret. Okay. You bring your A game, you hope for the best. If you do lose, you still understand. We just played Secret.
Yeah. It's always going to be hard here. And this second game certainly was. Secret, they'll take this game too. And with that, the series is theirs. 2-0 against Fly to Moon.
It is indeed, and this was the result. Once again, I said this after the first game. This is the result that we expected, but we need to actually think about how it's going to impact the rest of the tournament, because this was a Wisp's Waboratory. It was like kind of just this science experiment with Wisp throughout. Man, I cannot say that. It was a science experiment with Wisp throughout the entirety of this series, and I think that there's a lot of reasons why we might see that. It seems like something that we might end up seeing them play in one of their biggest matchups that they've had in groups, but also if they don't end up playing it, it seems like they've gotten some of those data points to actually figure out how it is strong, how do you beat it, what they can expect with this hero.
Yeah, add it to the arsenal. I think that's something that people have always looked at Secret is they're just like, they're not really the best IO team. They always had Yapsor playing it for a long time, but like we said, Puppy's been practicing it. They looked good with it. This one kind of snowballed out of control. I feel like the Slardar mid, Nisha just was able to run lane to lane, make so much space, and this Sven just gets. I think they saw the Satanic and just GG'd out, right?
Yeah. Now I feel like you kind of exit the series and you really feel like your Wisp is my command.
Yes. Secret's really innovative.
That was good.
They work on adding stuff the same way. I feel like it's like grafting, right? They take something off of a tree and they just sort of throw it onto a tree they've already got, right? So you see that this Doom mid's going to come out. So you pick a Slardar, but you put it mid. Yeah. It's like conceptually it just makes sense. And it's, of course, something Nisha can play. Yeah, we saw that Puppy can play Wisp twice, but I guarantee that when they go up against OG tomorrow, they're going to be also in the back of their minds thinking this could be for Matu. And OG have to, if OG really think Wisp is that broken, then they can't let Secret first pick it tomorrow.
It's like one of those weird things, too, because we don't know exactly what they're thinking, and I'd be excited in an interview, but I also know that they wouldn't tell us, and I kind of wouldn't put them in that position, right? But it's definitely one of those things where you see this in games in general, that idea of you come up with a solution, and sometimes that's a trap when the hero actually is so strong, and you go, oh, I can beat it, and I don't need to use a ban on it, I don't need to steal it and pick it for ourselves. I don't think that a team like Secret will fall into that fallacy, and that's why I'm interested to see where their logic is. I see that so many times, though, across esports, the idea of, oh, if we just play this enough, we know how to beat it. It's solved. Yeah, of course we're going to see it. It's in the meta right now. It's something that they pick. Let's just figure out what that solution is. Sometimes the best solution is just don't play against it.
Yeah.
And I'm curious what they think about the Wisp after the series, because I do want to highlight the fact that Fly to the Moon played really well. I think that we saw at a lot of points, a lot of glimmers of hope that maybe you didn't even expect to see in this series that we thought could be very one-sided when they're playing against Secret.
I think the first game, yes. I think this one was just a steamrolling. I think Secret, again, I mean, their drafting is such good plan. It's just the way that they set it up, right? Like you look and you're like, oh, offlane Slardar, Fury, and mid, and then they're just like, oh, switch up, like these quick little things that these tier 1 teams do in order to just break.
I feel like there was like a lot of pressure on like the Doom and the Clock, for example, in the second game. But in the first game, I think you really did see Fly to the Moon look like a team that had a chance. They were playing to their win condition very well. It comes down to that one engagement ultimately. You get a little bit too aggressive, and Kyle, you said with the team like Team Secret, they're going to punish you, and you're never going to be able to get back into
this. Just isn't a winnable game. Like it just isn't. You've got Bane, Doom, Clock, all effectively solely single target damage that they have to find kills. Like they're not killing creeps ever. Your Drow is a lower damage early on, so you don't really contribute much to team fights either. And then it's like, well, What do we do now?
You also have a Drow that just gets sandwiched on, right?
Yeah.
You're versus Slardar, you're versus Sven Io, they get right on top of you. Even Sven versus Drow, you pop Warcry, your whole team gets this armor that actually works versus marksmanship, because marksmanship only
physical
it
damage.
breaks through the main armor, but plus armor doesn't. So I think this game for Drow looks impossible to me.
Well, yeah, it's definitely, it seems like it would be. You have Sven who can get on top of the Drought, but when you look at the lineup that Secret put together in general, one of the reasons I found it so interesting was it just did feel like, and I think it was T-Gov too who kind of said it, it just felt like this assembly of threats. It was just, it was just a sock full of pennies.
They check too many boxes. The trouble is, when you look at Secret's lineup, you just think to yourself, they've got really good global mobility, they've got lockdown, they've got wave clear, their lanes are good, they can scale.
Teamfight's a little lackluster, but if they just execute it like this, the way they usually do, where they're
because that's why the lineup's interesting, right? It's not about how it comes together. It's just like each and every hero that you picked individually does feel like a threat. Very, very cool to see, and also it's. I wish that we could ask them, but I know that this is one of the things that's obviously important for them to keep as secret as possible as they do move into that. Was not on purpose. Sometimes I just leak those puns, but it's one of those things that going into their matchup, you know that they're trying to figure that out, and it's like, okay, what is your mentality? How are you actually going about grabbing this data around Wisp? Are you trying it with different lineups to see how they could potentially play it? Are you just trying to see what the weaknesses are? I'm very excited to see, because the answer will happen tomorrow, right? I think we will very clearly get the answer to not only what were they trying to do, but what their result actually was.
That's assuming they win. You only talk to the winners here, Rich. This is the Omega League. We don't do any loser interviews.
Yet.
Although if you're available, we could probably do one with you after the show.
Wait, say that again?
Nothing.
So I did just get word. I wasn't listening to anything that you guys said. I did just get word that we're actually going to have an interview in a few minutes. They're getting ready right now.
Nice.
So I'm very excited. I am very excited for that. And also, thank you, production, for talking my ear when Kyle was talking and just deleting that for a few seconds from my mind.
He was saying only nice things about you.
Were you actually?
Yeah, of course.
I've been having an absolute blast being here with you guys, but it's one of those things where...
Oh, have you really? Interesting. I just have some WhatsApp messages that didn't make it seem like you were having such a blast.
Yeah, I may actually read the ones that Rich sent me yesterday morning.
So, speaking of... things that we shouldn't talk about on this panel, I don't think that we should talk about necessarily what you guys think of the Wiz, but I believe we have Yabsor on the line. I do want to ask you right now, was this a series where the mentality was figure out as much as we can about Wisp?
Yo, hello.
Hey,
Yo.
How you doing there?
Well, we're just starting out with Wisp, so we can't say we know the 100% mentality about the hero yet. So yeah, we just need to play it more and see what happens.
Yeah, I think definitely that was something that we saw with you guys all in all. But are you already thinking about the matchup that you have coming up tomorrow? Obviously, one that a lot of the folks at home are very excited to see.
Who are we playing?
OG tomorrow. You playing OG, yep.
Oh.
Doesn't seem nervous. That's a good sign.
No, I mean, I don't really pay attention to that stuff. I just play Dota. But
yeah,
it's not as exciting as it seems to be, I feel, because it's like we might play them again in a few weeks' time again. That's just how Dota is right now.
True. Yeah, I think also you know that's kind of one of the things with the format as well. I actually before we got you on the line, that was kind of exactly what I was saying to Kyle. It's one of those things where I feel like the fulcrum shift happened today. You know, all of a sudden you get those patch notes and we're kind of at the end of groups, so you start to feel that rush and you really feel like, okay, we're in the thick of the tournament now. And I do want to ask really quickly, with everything like the patch notes coming out, having that shift in the game, you say that you're one of the guys on the team who just sits down and plays Dota. How much are you thinking about stuff like that, or how much are you listening to what other members on your team who are actually thinking about that do say?
I listen a lot, well, especially like between Puppy and Heen. But I mainly what I do is that I just focus on Dota itself as a game. Like I always have like streams open. I always have like watch tabs, or if I'm not playing myself or anything, I just try to come up with things without even having to see it or play it, and that's usually what works for me. So I focus on myself mainly, but sometimes I notice a thing or two that could benefit everyone.
Cool. I was just. Hi, Yap. How you doing, bud?
Good.
That's good. How's everything with Heen? Like, how's I mean, during the last it's been a weird 6 months for everything. How's the team been working with Heen together, and how's he like helping you guys, I guess, with this tournament? Because I know some teams aren't using their coaches as much, so just curious to know how you guys are.
I think Heen does a lot of strategy stuff for us, so it kind of lifted some load that was on some of the players in the past. Like Heen and Puppy do almost all of the strategy stuff. Like we give in our inputs about our specific roles mainly, but the overall picture is like we have enough faith in Heen and Puppy to just do everything for us, pretty much.
Damn.
Yeah, I want to thank you so much, man. Congratulations on that victory right now in groups. Good luck tomorrow in your matchup, and we're excited to see everything that you do when we get into those playoffs.
Thank you.
There's a quote that I often think about, and when you hear interviews like that, it's always nice to hear those different mentalities and get a little bit of insight into it. But the quote was from a basketball player. It says, "Some people play the piano, some people move the piano." And I always love when you hear kind of that mentality come from players. It's like there are a lot of things that need to happen. You don't always think about all of the things that need to happen to make a concert happen. Yeah. For example, the basketball player said it was kind of a little bit of it was kind of like a rude statement, but I always think about it in the positive way, right? Like there are a bunch of things that you don't pay attention to. There are some people on the team where it is best if they just play the game.
He's just focused on himself.
Exactly.
He's focused on improving himself rather than the grand picture. He's like, that's not my concern. I have to play the best that I can at my role. Puppy and Heen, they can worry about the strategy. Exactly like he said.
It's actually a surprisingly good quote. I was expecting you to go totally different with that. But it's funny because I was going to say how similar Yapsor is to Z-Freak. And most 4 positions that I've played with, really just Zach. But ultimately, they didn't give a shit where the piano was, right? Just put me in the seat, I'll play. Like, that's just really cool. And it's also great that they have so much trust in Puppy and in Heen. I think that ultimately makes the team better because they don't have to worry about all the minutiaia of drafting.
There's not that hesitation.
What am I playing? Oh, Rubik again? All right.
Yapsor just get to say, well, I think Terrorblade support's good here, and Puppy's like, shut up, and he's like,
yeah. But it's that thing. There isn't that hesitation. There never really is that break. But speaking of breaks, we do need to take one right now. Cannot wait to see you guys again because we got another series coming up right after this.
When something like after a loss in a tournament, it's like, why did you lose?
Anything about my hair, it kind of like slightly triggers me.
How are you feeling? That one I don't like after a loss or after a win. Are you happy right now? Those kind of questions that require just an obvious answer.
How do you feel after losing TI? That's the most annoying one, I guess.
Going from Alliance to Liquid or like something like Alliance Liquid related.
I guess going to an interview in China at some point, they asked us like to rate your teammates, and that's just very awkward to rate your teammates in front of them. It's like, or to rate them ever. That's I guess just very weird.
What are your expectations for the games? You obviously expect to win. You're playing to f***ing win. What else do you expect?
I don't know. There's like 99% of them.
I would tell myself to not stray from the path and believe in myself.
80-year-old me? Keep playing baseball and have at it, have fun.
I shouldn't go into conflicts that easily. Like, I should be more patient. I think that's the most important advice I would give myself, probably.
Hakuna Matata.
Even more time playing Dota and even less time doing school.
Play more games and less school. Probably to be nicer to my family. I think I was a little shit kid. No.
Don't play Dota? Nah, that's a bad advice.
Listen more to elders than I did back then. I didn't listen back then, but now I realize that it's important.
Just keep playing. That's all.
Cringe to me? I means when people talk in Twitch emotes in real life.
When all these like 40-year-olds jump or like older jump onto this internet trend like way too late and do some like cringy music cover.
I mean, my coach is Boulder, you know that. Probably Gabe coming up with the sandals on for TI, like when I was in place, you know.
I've seen some cringe moments even on tournaments. You can look at Slux. He's there all the time. Just kidding, I love Slux.
Really like cringe. So cringe is part of Scandinavian humor. We had this show in Denmark that is all about the mega cringe. Some of the first times I talked to a girl or something, like in 3rd or 4th grade, yeah, you still wake up at night, you're like, fuck, did I actually do that? Did I act like that?
One time I was maybe 7 years old. I had my birthday party, and people wanted to eat cake and not open the presents for me, and I wanted to open them right away. So what I did, I took the presents and I locked one door and went to open them by myself while the others were eating the cake at my birthday party.
I don't know. I tend to like delete these memories when they happen. Depends on the cringe, because there is a good cringe that's just like uncomfortable bad humor, which can be good in some occasions, and there are just things that are eating me up, you know. That's the bad cringe. For example, like watching TikTok videos. Jesus Christ, when I was young, I was making videos on YouTube, and they were like aimed to be cringy, and that's why they're funny.
I went back in time once. Told myself when I was 8 years old to never answer any annoying questions. And I think now I remember that guy. Now that I'm here, and it's pretty cringy what I'm doing right now. He gave this advice to me a long time ago. It was myself, and I actually just walked right in here. I walked right in here. It was terrible.
Quality is not a last hit. It's a habit, especially if you're solo against a try.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Welcome back. We are only moments away from a second series of the day in the Immortal League for Group A. And that is Virtus Pro taking on Team Nigma. It's going to be very exciting. I'm here with Capitalist and Tsunami. I've never said it wrong.
I appreciated it.
Okay.
You did a good job. You caught
Thank
yourself.
you.
I
Thank
thought.
you.
Very well
nice.
done.
Very nice. I am looking forward to the series. These two teams are actually on the shared first place at the moment. 3-way share, by the way. EG is in there too, but you know they'll play later today. Tsunami, I'm going to go to you first because we're moments away from the draft, and I want to hear everything you've researched for this match, and then condense into like one sentence or two.
Na'Vi messed everything up. That would be where I stand. Because so far it seemed like things were coming pretty clear, where the top of the bracket was going to be in this group stage and stuff like that. Then EG gets 2-0 by Na'Vi. And now I'm like, who's the best in this group now? Because VP beat Na'Vi, and overall I would have considered VP to be much stronger than they are based off of their showing so far in the group. Now I don't know where anyone stands. I don't know. I would consider Nigma to be the favorites.
Okay.
Yes. If I would definitely say
If I can
Nigma
say
first.
something first, because we really like to hear your thoughts about what you think about this match, Cap, but unfortunately, we will have to wait for that until after the first game is done, because we are ready to go to the draft panel. The Pantheon is ready, and we are going to say farewell. We'll be right back after the game one of VP versus Nigma. See you soon.
Don't worry.
Folks, we're jumping into this one hot, and we got two hot dudes to cover it. Well, mostly BSJ and then Lacoste. Oh, wow. All right, they're very far through this one. These are going to be our first impressions. Let's take a look at everything that it's pretty much already done.
Yeah, I said halfway, but it looks like in the last minute or so, there's just been rapid fire back and forth. So let's try to catch ourselves up as quickly as possible. Lacoste.
Let's
initial
go,
impressions.
fire it up. Batrider, no steroids for him, nothing to increase his movement speed. Lifestealer, that's the hero.
That increases movement speed. Just go infested.
I'm not sure about this hero, what I feel. I want to see, at least in this kind of a game, an item build that you just go in like Armlet into Deso, straight up fighting item. I need more seconds to see what's going on the other team. Virtus Pro picked up Darkseer and Oracle. I guess they just wanted to deny the Oracle pick and have a Darkseer plus Ember Spirit. That's going to be a pretty strong combo.
Yeah, Lifestealer, as of now, from what I see, they drafted it because it's just unkillable. They don't really have to help it at all in the early game. They're going to have to draft a carry that brings them down. But as I see, Slark's out, Anti-Mage, Troll, Morphling, Faceless Void might be their last ban. Seems like the best hero left in the pool. I don't know if the Radiant lineup they ban Razor. Okay, so I'm thinking Void's likely for the Virtus Pro draft. It's one of the few heroes left in the pool that really is annoying to play Lifestealer against. Lanes pretty well against Bat. It isn't the best versus the two supports, but core to core goes really well there, and they have a save with the Oracle. Darkseer surprised a bit to see first round. Yeah, I was talking about I thought this hero was kind of dumpstered. We'll have to see how it plays out here. Effectively, for people who haven't paid attention, it's haste movement speed from Surge now. So any hero that was surpassing it by a large margin, you're going from like 800 move speed to 550 on Surge. In the laning stage, it's about the same. Once you get boots, you're literally just losing movement speed on Surge. So it's a pretty huge nerf. They didn't give him anything make up for it. And kind of strange that they just, he gets his one sub patch of the decade.
This was one of the only heroes that you said felt really weak coming out of what we saw in the patch notes.
Yeah.
Did you say who else did you not like? Phoenix?
Phoenix seemed pretty hard impacted. We're still seeing it first round ban though. It seems like
I don't think these are the nerfs that are gonna influence the hero picking that much. Phoenix is still gonna be a strong hero. They increase the cooldown on Sunray.
Sunray, 2 base damage, and then one of the talents is worse too.
Still interesting because, like you said, two of the things that you thought got impacted the most with the changes, we're still seeing them in the first phase.
Slardar, nice enabler for Lifestealer. Lifestealer generally his only issue is getting kited and damage, so immediately solved by Slardar. Not the best versus Oracle though, in lane or in game.
So they kind of already blocked the melee hero pick for Virtus Pro. They have Oracle +1 in that lane. Slardar Ruik is a pretty strong dual lane, and whenever Slardar is matched up against any melee hero, I feel like Slardar just comes on top of that matchup.
You also don't want to pick like the Drows or the Medusas against Batrider. Kind of annoying to play that matchup in the game. You do have the Oracle to save you, but I don't know. It feels really like all the lane counters that are good against Slardar aren't necessarily good against Batrider. So instead, are they putting the Ember safe lane? It looks like ILTW special.
I think they just put him on the mid lane and have that Prophet on the safe lane.
So have no one playing it, or you think the players are going to swap? What do you think here?
I just think they saw this Slardar pick and they needed to adjust, see what's happening. I mean, it's a mid Batrider. I feel like Team Nigma has an upper hand in this one. They kind of forced Virtus Pro to pick the heroes that they did not want to. That's the feeling that I'm getting here.
I agree. I think Weeha's on his best hero, the Batrider. Miracle's set up to carry the game absolutely with Lifestealer. The only threat to him dying is the Death Prophet silence and the Earth Spirit silence, but they don't have any immediate burst damage to follow that up. Sometimes you'll be playing against, like a Lion type nuke, Alina, and then if you get silenced, you just die before you get rage off. In this case, he has to basically be getting hit by 3 or 4 heroes, maybe being hit by Death Prophet ult while silenced. So that fact that he's not scared of dying means he can just itemize purely offensively, like you were talking about Armlet Deso. And I don't think Oracle's going to be enough to protect this lineup. So I'm really favoring the Team Nigma draft based on the rapid fire catch-up we had to do in this assessment here.
Well, the odds are in line with you as well from EGB.com, as you can see on your screen right now. I do have a question, and that is about Lifestealer. I feel like every single time I am on a panel and it gets locked in, the analysts say that they hate this hero. How do you feel about it in this lineup, and where does some of that hate come from with the Lifestealer right now, Lacoste?
I just don't feel the hero is as strong as any other top tier carries right now, but if you have someone to buff you up like a mag, or in this case Slardar, Lifestealer can be that just unkillable beast. I think this hero is kind of a sleeper, but is also weaker than the rest of the carries. But if he's having a good game, you might say, yeah, why is Lifestealer not picked more often? And I think this game's going to be the case.
Okay, it seems like it might be a good Lifestealer game. It's definitely going to be a good game to watch. This is one of the series that, all in all, you look at the schedule for today, it's one of the ones that we were definitely anticipating, and we got a great duo to cast all the action.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, I'm here with Fogged, ready to take you through this this banger of a series. So we've seen the draft. Fogged, what do we reckon? First thing that sort of strikes out to me is that they have let Nigma get the Weeha bat.
Yes, they have.
This has been a hero-player combination that a lot of teams have struggled to deal with in this Omega League. Have VP got the answer for it?
At least they have Oracle save. They have some elusive hero with the bat with the Ember Spirit versus the bat too. But what I've seen, I mean, I've just seen Weeha run away with these games. He makes so much space. They're getting aggro here up on the top lane. RMN will tank most of that pressure. Okay. Bringing 3 heroes top right at the start. That means, the lanes are kind of obvious, or the way they have to set them up, right? The Ember has to go bottom, Death Prophet kind of has to go mid. You can't put the Ember versus Batrider mid just sounds like a disaster.
Sure, but it's not like, this bottom lane's still not easy for the Ember, right?
No, it's very tough for him, in fact. I think this is, Slardar is just so good versus these melee heroes. And Ember, not one of those high armor melee heroes. Like the Agi heroes usually like, oh, 7 armor or something, right, to start. Ember is one of the lowest. He's at like 3 as an Agi hero at starting armor. So that physical damage definitely does hurt quite a bit. And Rubik harassment too. Yeah, it should be a tough time for LTW. Up there for sure.
And then, yeah, there's this mid lane. We'll see how this one starts early on, I guess. That's the DP. I mean, how does this one go? I feel like we are still going to be able to put some pressure onto this DP, and if these stacks get up, gets to the early point in flame break, there's still going to be opportunities where WeHard can go in on the DP.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot about how no one controls the lane with just pushing it out constantly with Crypt Swarm. The animation on it is so damn good now. But I think it's going to be a lot around playing around like Siphon charges too. If you can bait a Siphon charge, that's when you'll see WeHard start to get really aggressive. But yeah, I think watching no one, just spam like Clarities, get your bottle, your mangoes, etc. Force the wave in constantly onto the Bat Rider so he can't double up and just dive you.
And then top lane, as talked about in the panel, we're seeing the Life Stealer in play, but definitely to agree with sort of Lacoste's points, this is a game where a core that can, a lot of the times in this patch, feel underwhelming, can succeed, right? Because you've got a lot of great heroes to make sure that he has a great time, right? The physical buffs from the Venge and the Slardar is going to allow him to hit super hard, and he's going to have that fantastic Vessel of the Bat.
2 Vessels. He Slardar jumps inside of Slardar too. That's what we saw. I mean, it's dating back a bit much, but that was a Team Nigma when they were Team Liquid Special. Remember the Slardar Lifestealer at Manila? That Manila Major, that's what they played every single game, so they're very familiar with it. Sure, it was with some different players and stuff like that too, but something that they're definitely very aware of. We've seen that mid matchup already. You see he's doing very well on this Death Prophet. He has level 3 now, so he's constantly nuking the wave in. Weeha is having a tough time pushing it in. Stick charges too. Looks like no one's going to do really well in this one.
Go straight for this game.
As long as he doesn't get like dove for a kill threat, that's when he's going to do really well. He's going to be able to outlast hit this Bat.
I mean, is anyone going to be making moves on either side, really, towards that mid lane, looking at these side lane supports?
4-minute runes, potentially. That's just about it. I don't think anyone really makes too many aggressive moves beside that solo bottom.
May just go down here.
One more hit. GH gets him.
He's got it. First blood for GH. Definitely in the lane that we did feel was going to be the toughest on the map, really. The pressure from the Rubik Slardar is not going to be fun at all for this Oracle and Ember to try and deal with in the early levels.
No, absolutely. That is really going to be the big one that we're looking for those kills constantly. Didn't see the Oracle. He took all the pressure, and Ember Spirit's actually still farming. So that's, you know, you lose your support, but that's kind of his job to soak up that. So, you know, you're not too dissatisfied with what's going on there inside of VP. No one continuing to do good in mid. Just constantly trading, hitting him.
Yeah, this is a really solid opening from no one in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Bottom lane. Have a bit of an attempt onto Solo. Bash comes out from Mind Control as they'll run him down. Prep him for the final hit. There it is. They don't even need it to kill him. They can turn and use that second bash onto ILTW. Now he's in a bit of trouble. He's got the Fairy Fire and the Sleight of Fist. Will stop them from diving any further. But yeah, this pressure just relentless down bottom. But definitely, as you say, though, 3.5 minutes in, the CS on ILTW, it's considering the situation, you have got to be happy that you're still able to hit the creeps and actually nearly taking down Mind Control there as he only just gets away.
Yeah, he has to wait for his regen to actually come down. GH also unhealthy. He is low though, and his Oracle has to run all the way back. It's fortunate that he's able to push them away here because this would have been a big time where they can really get on top of him there and pressure him a lot. And yeah, I mean, no one continued to do very well in this matchup. Rush the boots plus the wand. He's now in a position where he shouldn't die, so he should keep his lead.
And if he does get gone on, there's going to be time for people to TP in. Zayats can come in and look for the counter players, the Earth Spirit.
He's actually getting aggro. He gets a
with this haste rune, that should do it. I mean, Weehar's going to try and fly away with the Firefly. No one is out of mana, so no further nuke damage to come out from him. But yeah, solid stuff here from VP in this mid lane and the bottom lane. Despite those deaths, as I say, this is a hard lane for VP to play into. But they're doing it smart. They're getting the farm for their Ember.
Yep. Doing a good job with those lasts. With Mind Control, he's even trying to pick up a raindrop to deal with the bridge because he's actually not last hitting well at all.
Hello.
He's just dead.
Alrighty.
Raindrop not saving you this time.
Top lane. VP, they're getting in aggro onto RMN.
Very nice.
Surge forwards, and they're going to have this kill. VP keeping it even here so far in the first few minutes of gameplay, 2-2.
Yep, we see that bottle from top from the Darkseer being passed off to Earth Spirit. We have bounty runes coming up in a few seconds, so they're going to look to at least get the 2 up top. As bottom, looks like Team Nigma will have control of those. No one. continuing to do a good job in mid. Are they going to refill the bottle? Yeah, okay, they are. RMN refills Weeha's bottle as he TPs in.
Yeah, also going to be able to get those extra charges from the bounty rune spawning bottom. Top lane, pressure's going to be putting onto Miracle. They know with RMN coming over to mid, Miracle's a little vulnerable. He does still have the Rage and TP, so will have a way out if he feels the need to pop the two of them.
But the right move to make, as you said, because they see the Venge TP mid. ILTW this time. Doesn't look like he's got a way to play around it.
Ooh, the chains nearly did it. It's not enough though. The right click still coming in from GH. Top lane, Miracle turning to try and punch back into Rezo. Rezo will surge himself away. He's going to leave Zayats under the tower, but he's got to kick back onto the Lifestealer. He can step his way out of danger.
See that item build? Just the naked Midas coming out for our Lifestealer. Miracle is going all in for that one here. Picks up just the starting items, and then he's going to have it. He almost has it done already.
Yeah, if you get away with it this quick, that's the dream. Not necessarily the dream for your teammates when you see a Lifestealer go to lane and Cure straight up, but you're getting away with it. You're going to be very happy with that timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4 Protect 1 for a Lifestealer, not your traditional 4 Protect 1, so they really want to make sure that Miracle is a super farmed beast as bottom. Getting aggressive again.
Just continuing to try and pressure ILTW as much as they can before he hits the 6. Won't be able to finish him off though, and Zayats, he's in with the counterplay, is able to find the connection onto Mind Control into the slow. ILTW is salving up, able to run back in, and with the nukes, the Sleight of Fist, and the Purifying Flames, they secure themselves another kill on this bottom lane. Just doing a great job really just across the board of making sure that all 3 lanes here for VP are off to a fantastic start. Look at the farm across all 3 cores. It's pretty much perfect on all 3 cores of VP.
Yeah, and I like how they're doing this. I mean, it's very ILTW because I think he's one of the ones that originally started doing the build, just the slight chains. Even though he's versus a lane that can't proc his Flame Guard, he doesn't care. He's playing with Oracle. He just wants that max burst damage and that little bit of extra control to go for the kills. It's working. It's absolutely working down there. They've actually, they've won. I mean, they've kind of won 2 out of the 3 lanes. Top lane is kind of a trade, but it's very close. Yeah,
it's just the fact that, they've got 3 cores in a great place. Nigma, they're falling a little bit behind on that bottom lane with the farm and the Slardar.
Yep. We're seeing no one. Weeha is starting to catch up to him again now. Once those levels build up on the back,
he can get to play it.
Can he kick him under?
Kick him under. He's going to get a couple of tower hits in, but Weeha with the Firefly will be speed enough to keep his distance and even posturing very aggressively there, knowing that there's no further threat from the 2 of them.
I think no one got hit by a sticky stack right before he was looking to go in. I think he was up to 4 or 5 stacks. So I think he was scared. Yeah, he was scared to actually go in when the Earth Spirit did, it looked like. Yeah, it looked like they maybe had a chance, but it's a bit tough. See the Mango Tree coming out for the side of VP. Pretty good Mango. They have a pretty good Mango team. Everyone with some nukes. Ember always can use that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this hero, Ember, wants to be spamming the spells in the fights, but notoriously has a very small mana pool.
Oh, who found the Faded Brooch? It just says found by.
Someone will pick it up in a bit, I'm sure. Mind Control.
Lots of rotations.
They're going to try and go from here. What sort of backups coming in from Nigma? It isn't going to be any. GH is also going to get caught out by the chains. With the 4 of them here, VP, some of this fantastic early CIS aggression that you love to see from the squad. It's coming out. Movement from no one secures themselves a second kill bomb.
Love that they're going to be this aggressive. That's what their lineup is really going to all be about, is fighting nonstop. Sure, they have to wait on Exorcism come mid-game, but once this Darkseer is starting to get online too, he's going to join the fray. He almost has max Ion Shell and has great heroes to carry it, with that Ember Spirit in particular. So yeah, very aggressive moves. Great start off these first 9 minutes. And
he's going to seize an opportunity here to try for a freebie there. Nice flame break onto the Earth Spirit, knocks him back so he cannot roll away, but no one. He's going to go for the counterplay, popping the Exorcism, but the Firefly, it's enough for Weeha to get himself out of reach of the Ghost. No one's still trying to dive in. That final crit swarm isn't enough to get it.
What the?
He's going deep for this one. No one. He's got the Siphon, but it isn't enough as...
That's kind of a feed a little bit there.
Yeah,
he just went way too aggro.
I mean, that feels like the sign of a tilted mid, even though he shouldn't be tilted. He's having a great solid start, no one, but diving in like that, throwing everything in for a kill that you're not going to get, you can't make those plays.
No, that was, I mean, it's way too over. It's just over-aggression. It's because he popped Exorcism, and he's like, I need to make something happen with this Exorcism, but if he just backs up and farms, it's not that bad. Yeah, he just goes up and he literally just gives up a free kill. He didn't see the Venge rotating in, though, at first. He doesn't have ward coverage on that side.
Sure, but still he's taking tower hits.
Exactly. It's already such an aggressive position, so we'll get punished. We see instant smoke from Nigma as they're setting up for these runes, the bounty runes up top. Rezo, with this bottle, wants to try to claim it, but will get halted, and they might actually have the control for him,
they're
too.
going to be able to turn on him pretty easily here, dragging him back into the clutches of Miracle. That will set up a kill for the Lifestealer. GH able to head up to the high ground and grab that bouncer in. Down bottom, though. Punishment there for Weeha as VP, the three of them do get the jump on him. Even further down bottom, Mind Control. He'll find himself a solo kill.
Yep.
Literally.
Yes. Once Slardar hits this level 6, level 7, you start posing kill threat if anyone does show up alone. GH will get brought down from a rotation from Zayak.
A lot of back and forth here already. 7 for 7. Less than 1k in it. As it's a close bit of back and forth so far. You really sort of see where the net worth varies in terms of balance. Nigma's lineup already starting to lead towards that just building all around this big old Miracle Lifestealer.
Yep.
As he's the one taking the lead here. And he's going to find an opportunity for another kill onto Zayat.
He has so many matchups that this Lifestealer is just god. This rage in this game is going to be really potent versus so many of these heroes. They're majority magic damage. You look at their team, sure, Exorcism as well as the Sleight of Fist is that strong physical damage that they'll have in the mid game, but at the moment, this Lifestealer is going to definitely reign supreme when he shows up.
Yeah, at least for VP, they've got a couple of silences, right? So something that he's definitely going to have to watch out for in the fights. But at the same time, he's got the save. Swaps are going to be there if he ever gets caught in a frontline silence. VP
being grabbed again.
Mind Control's going to come in with the TP. He's going to look over towards Solo. Solo goes straight for the false promise on him. But we are in with the lasso, and there'll almost certainly be enough damage to pop Solo after the false promise comes to a finish. As Nigma will manage to take him out.
So much action. 18 kills, 12 minutes, all focusing around mid tower now. Miracle, as we said, gonna go for the armlet build. I think it's a really appropriate build this game. He has the methods of delivery.
Oh yeah, he's ready to fight.
Whenever you have this, you're all about fighting. Exactly. So I like that he's gonna go for that.
And this chases Zayat.
He's in trouble.
I mean, this is the thing with the bat against the Earth Spirit. We are each and every time. It's you can't escape him. You cannot roll away. If you've already used the kick, Weeha's always going to be able to close in above you and over you, so rolling away is never really an option.
See, knowing he's going to be going for this Yule Scepter this game, as you tend to on Death Prophets. However, there are plays around it. They do have Venge versus this Death Prophet who's going to be going for it. You can swap him out of the Yules, so it's not that great of a actual saving thing. Same thing of Venge versus Oracle. Oracle's cast range on False Promise early, not the greatest, so repositioning is going to be a big one. I feel going to be playing out in the mid game here for no one to try to protect himself. See that progress shortly though, as they're still trying to, they really want to press forward and get this mid tower. See, even Zeiss is running toward the mid lane. Yeah. They're all starting to actually run toward mid tower. It actually looks like 75 heroes for VP. They want this tower.
I mean, you can see as well, I'm sure.
Nigma's responding. They see everybody rotating in. They really want to hold this one as well.
No one's got to be careful with the cast though. You know that GH is always going to be hunting for that Exorcism steal.
Yep.
It's down bottom. RTW, they're going to be able to find the setup, but he's got the backup. Solo comes in straight away with the silence onto Mind Control. They'll turn and kill the Slardar. They can go for more. He's diving in deeper. ILTW is going to be able to get the chains onto the poor old Venge. Silence as well, making sure that GH cannot come in with any counterplay. We are going to go for the lasso, but there's 5 heroes here ready to run him down. Zayat has the control with the kick and the silence. More kills for ILTW now, starting to get this safe lane Ember incredibly active early on.
And even though Nigma saw all this, they see with their wards, look at the ward placement. They see everybody rotating. Mind Control overplays his hand a little bit. He's still very squishy, very fragile on this Slardar.
Yeah, he's falling behind.
Yeah, he really is. Just dies almost immediately. And they're utilizing this timing. Mid-game timing, early game timing. Mech is finished up on Darkseer. Death Prophet's super strong right now. This is very ideal right now for them to be doing this and pressing the issue for this tower.
Yeah, this tower is very, very nearly taken away. Number one. I mean, at the moment, they're just trying to take it without committing the ghost. An extra TP returning to lane as Weeha's back in. They are going to be able to get on top of him though with the chain. Zayat rolls forward, the silence. It catches out the Rubik, swap from RMN, keeping Weeha safe, but the Sleight of Fist still brings him low. Aggressive Brenda by LTW is trying to dive in for this. No one committing with the Exorcism, pushing back RMN. RMN going for a swap on no one, trying to get him under the tower, but it ends up getting RMN killed off. They'll look over towards Mind Control as well. They're just splitting them up perfectly here, VP, forcing Nigma to the side in a situation where they just don't have the numbers. The chains come out again. Another Sleight of Fist secures another kill for ILTW. He's going in, run them forward. The chains. ILTW just going crazy here as this Ember 6, 1, and 8. At 15 minutes in, it just doesn't stop here from VP as they're diving tier 3 towers at the 15-minute mark. ILTW, he's dropping the aggro tips onto Miracle.
Holy moly, I mean, that Arcane Rune on Ember, it really does wonders in these type of fights, these type of skirmishes, when you just start snowballing kills like that. And again, utilizing this timing. Darkseer mech, they have max Ion Shell, they have heroes that can use it.
Yeah, he's
they just run at him. Yeah, they're unable to really stop it because of how far behind, in particular, like Mind Control. Their real big frontliner besides Miracle, he is so far behind. I actually saw Mind Control, he looked like he was farming bottom, and then they're like, dude, we're getting dove way too hard. We actually need you to try to help us. He runs in and just dies immediately. So he gets set back even more. Great plays from VP so far this early game. Their calls have been on point. 17-11, setting themselves up for success.
I mean, there's some games with the VP squad where you can sort of just feel it from the first few minutes of play that, you know, they're in a very good place when it comes to the matchups, the lanes they've got. And this game, we saw it there at the beginning. All 3 cores up to a great position. And now that they've entered this early mid game, they're just making, everything's gone to plan. You know, they've drafted these 5 heroes. They've got exactly what they wanted out of the first pre-15 minutes of the game. They're going to be able to make the moves that they planned for when they came in with these heroes.
Yeah, and they're so mobile is the biggest thing I'm noticing. Everyone's just getting there so fast. Ember, Earth Spirit, Darkseer Surge, Death Prophet. Everyone just sandwiches there and gets together so quickly. Yeah, they're doing a perfect job so far.
Oh, Zayt's having a little deep here. Able to get the silence on the 2 of them. TPs are coming in. Zayt's, I don't know if he's able to get out of this one. He's going to try with the roll. Actually doesn't get blocked off by Miracle, but the corrosives on him. They've got the vision. As they'll dive in and will be able to claim the life of the Earth Spirit.
Dire's top tower has been denied.
Yeah, really still loving that aggression. Even though they do die up top, it's still a good aggressive move. They're just posturing themselves very well in this game. Enigma, they need something to try to kind of bring them back here. So it looks like it's going to be a smoke, Mind Control. With Miracle, they're feeling a bit strong right now.
Oh, LTW. Whoa. He's back and he's back in.
The silence.
Oh, hang on. Is there any safe? There is. Iron Man comes in at the last moment with the swap. Will of course mean that Iron Man loses his life, and there's the early timing.
They want to chase more.
ILTW, he hits hard now. He's got a full deso done at 17 minutes as this Ember. He's in onto Mind Control. Mind Control trying to run. ILTW is going to have the slight change combo up again in a second and should be able to catch this. There it is. Locks him down. Solo's able to come in for the kill secure.
Hey, I mean, he's playing this Ember actually so damn well. I love this, like, I mean, now he's starting to get the build-up of the Flame Guard, but, like, just his slight chain usage so far has been insane for their chase potential. Just constantly being able to catch these heroes that, if they didn't have it, it would be tough because it's all on the Earth Spirit to really catch them. But the slight change is really making the difference. They're getting on these heroes over and over again.
Weehar's trying to skip the creeps, but he's on his own side, so no one in the neighborhood. And he's running. He's not going to make it away, though. Mid lane as well.
GH2.
VP, they are just everywhere. And this build as well from ILTW, if he's able to pull this off, this is going to be just so destructive. This Deso into a straight AC that he's queuing up. No defensive items. He's ready to go. He knows that he's got the saves from his Oracle, his Darkseer. He just wants to cut through these heroes, which he's been doing excellently so far. 7-1 and 10. This Ember safe lane just continues to perform.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to realize magic damage on the side of Enigma isn't that high. Sure, it's like Fade Bolt and Bat Rider and some of these Venge spells, but it's mostly that physical damage. So if he gets this, they're super strong. And even with this Deso right now, they can look for Roche. They can just pop Ghost with that Deso. It'll be very difficult for Enigma.
Standing a little close here, but he's got the Force. GH. Even so, though, you've got to be careful how close you come to these heroes. We've seen with the reach that the Ember has.
Oh, God, full Greaves already, too. So Darkseer, I mean, if he gets hazed or anything up, if he gets open wounds, he has a lot of different ways to play around it now, too. That extra heal as well. And even look, this Death Prophet, he has Yules and almost Lotus Orb already done. So his armor, he's going to be good. He's going to have ways to protect himself, too.
They're just finding so many catches.
Just from lane to lane. Look at this.
They're all over the place, and no one, he's even looking for more. He's away from Iron, and he says, yeah, screw the support. Let's go and make Mind Control's life even more of a misery in this game. As they're hunting him down, bullying Mind Control out of the game as he's really falling down there. Bottom 4 net worth, and a few more deaths like that, he's going to be touching the bottom of this game.
He is not recovering very well at all after that laning phase. He's just getting bullied. No mercy by VP.
Yeah.
Getting these aggressive wards down now too. It looks like Enigma, they're expecting that Roche to come out, but they're actually looking to stay aggressive, look for aggressive moves on VP. Look, things are looking real good for them right now. Full map control up to this 20-minute mark with a very good lineup.
And I think
in the mid-game fights, and in these fights, if they do have a lead, you know, Lifestealer, his damage, it's not really the highest. He has to get enabled by that Slardar.
He's got his eyes. He's going to look for the backlines first, too. He's going to get on top of RMN, make sure there's no save potential for Miracle. Miracle's got to go for the Rage TP. He's got it, and he is away. Nothing to cancel through that magic immunity.
Straight to Roche. Now they've got the timing with it. They forced Heroes back. Enigma, there's no way they can test a fight here. Their actual team fight draft is, their draft isn't really about team fighting. It's about these small skirmishes and pickoffs.
It is.
They've lost them all.
Yeah,
they haven't been able to actually take any of the fights versus VP at all.
I think straight up so far, it's just been a demonstration of how VP, they've got a strategy that counters exactly, as you say, what Nigma want to do when they run this Weehaw Batrider. This Batrider that we've seen just take over so many games against so many of the teams here. VP, I mean, as you do, right, you're playing against Nigma, you've got to have a plan against the Weehaw Bat if you're laying it through the draft. And so far, VP's plan and answer towards it has seemed pretty spot on. They've come in with a way that's making it very hard for Weehaw to do anything as the Bat.
And speaking of Weehaw, we see him go down here again, trying to do some shenanigans behind towers, and now also GH being chased. They have the catch too. He's got another remnant to work with, but now out of mana, out of time.
They're just everywhere, VP here. This is,
I mean, look at these TP. It's constant, right? Everyone's just TPing. They've got their 2 tier 1s still up. They can just look to make all these aggressive moves, and I mean, it's looking picture perfect right now for them. 25-12. Very few mistakes. I mean, they're just Mind Control just still has no game. He's having one of the rough ones. I think he's 1-8 in this game. How many times they've actually been able to punish him down bottom? Yeah, 1-8-5.
It's been a rough one for him.
Yeah, and we mentioned how the Lifestealer, you know, he has this Infest in the mid game. We're now really in the mid game, and I don't know. I think Slardar may just be getting the Blink Dagger now. Batrider didn't have his either at a time for them to utilize that either. So, yeah, he's going for the BKB. He feels like he needs it because of all this magic damage on VP. It's looking real hard for them here. Miracle, he's going to need some crazy cleanup inside of the fights. But they've already started like we said, they've already started picking up the items to counter him. They already have this Lotus Orb on the Death Prophet.
And it just don't stop.
No, it does not.
It does not stop here from VP. Ferocious and everywhere across the map.
My LTW says, screw it. I don't need AC. I'm going straight damage.
I mean, he's probably like, we're going to... It's starting to see a bit of a break in the army of VP here with Solo down. He is going to buy back.
Okay, they get the lasso.
Has got the control onto no one, but they haven't quite got the damage. No one's able to use up, and Miracle, he's stuck on the front line. He's silent.
He can't get him.
He can't get a single spell off. The Resolution's able to run away. Only Solo falling in that fight. Everybody else kept alive, and now they're up to the high ground. And yeah, I think ILTW picks up the Chrysalis, as you said, instead of the AC, because he's like, I'm not even going to get the chance to finish an AC in this game. We are crushing them that hard.
Yep, and no one off to the high ground. He's full health again. Solo buys back, joins into the fight afterwards, even though he died at the start. Yeah, it's out of control here. Yeah. Miracle, he can't do this one on his own.
No, not especially not as a Lifestealer. They needed those plays to go more favorably for them early on, and this is a game where Miracle's farm as the Lifestealer. It's pretty perfect, right? He got that quick Midas. It just doesn't matter at this stage. They're 10k down. VP just continuing to go at full power this game. All 3 cores just popping off. I mean, the whole team popping off.
I think that their lanes just ended up going better than I think Nigma expected, right? That Ember plus Oracle
the way
bottom,
they played
the Ember dominated. He wasn't pressured almost at all, and they just were looking for kills. Look, 110 last hits. This is not a farming Ember. This is a killing Ember. He didn't really care after he got the first start. Once he got to level 5, it was just all about the frags and just shutting down Mind Control. Excellent play from that bottom lane for sure.
Let's see what Nigma can do here. They're going to try and come out with a smoke. See if they can catch someone off guard. Mind Control with that setup.
Yeah,
what kind of jump can they get? VP are pretty close to one another. They can certainly return. Here's no one.
They're so rich
He's
now.
going to lead him with the yours. Turns with the silence onto RMN. In they go on the backlines. Mind Control tries to jump in with Miracle. They'll turn over towards Solo. Solo, he's able to get the false promise off him himself. They can't even kill the Oracle as Solo's going to be saved underneath the wall. Miracle caught out and surrounded. They kick him over with the boulder as it's 2 down on Nigma. The rest of them just trying to desperately escape, but GH, there's no TP potential for him there. So many ways to cancel it. You can see there's Solo as well. He's keeping it cool.
He looks so serious.
He's in the zone.
I love it.
He knows that, This game ain't over yet.
I don't think I've seen VP play at this kind of style of just slamming since the old VP when they were just dominating games. Like, it's 32 kills in 24 minutes. Like, are 25 minutes.
Yeah, but VP's
still,
back.
Like,
they're back. This is, if they can do more of this, they're going to be, they are a team to really be feared. If they can manage to consistently pull off this level of maneuvers in the games they play.
I just love how they're just relentless. Look at this. It's non-stop looking for kills here. Anytime that Nigma's trying to do any sneaky cutting waves, grabbing bounties, they're going to pay. VP is not letting them gain away with any of these.
And it's getting rough for Mind Control. You see that he's nearly the lowest level in the game.
Yeah.
As well as nearly the lowest net worth.
And now, I mean, look at the plethora of items. That Death Prophet has Lotus Orb Aghanims level 18 on top of Yules, with an Essence Ring thrown on top too. Some more survivability, sure. It's really Miracle versus the world here, and the rest of his other cores are just not really there for him.
Yep. And here we have it, VP. They're ready to hit back hard with the smoke themselves. I saw the smoke of Nigma just sort of go out with the sizzle. VP's is definitely going to hit with a bang if the last 26 minutes are anything to go by.
Just charging in, looking for a battle. They know how much stronger they are. They know that there's no way Nigma can take a real fight. GH, he spotted bottom.
Just trying to push these lanes out.
Yeah.
Trying to get that money for the Blink Dagger. He's so close. He's so close, and now he's going to be 200 further away.
To the next tower.
Just cleaning up the map now, VP.
Yeah, and look, they constantly have mangoes buried in their bags too, because of that mango tree that we mentioned early on. Yeah, they're just not giving any breathing room for Nigma. Nigma unable to actually take any fight. Like we said, their team fight draft is just not really there, and VP was such a lead, it's just... Hey, they're going to make it look easy really here with this push.
High ground push they go. What's going to stop them? Where's the answer from Nigma?
Double Blinks online also, so they have 3 Blink Daggers now on Nigma, but do they actually have the damage to bring anybody down with those?
Warman, he's going to die to a slight.
They jumped in the back line.
Also, respect from RTW as well, letting no one finish that one over for himself. They're going to look for Miracle and Mind Control. They tried to commit. The chains around to Miracle. He's dragged back. He's dead. He doesn't have buyback. It's a triple kill for no one. You're probably going to see the G's being dropped soon. As this game, 37-13, just 27 minutes in. A second set of racks going down. No Miracle Lifestealer for 40 seconds.
It's got to be over. 2 sets of racks. The Lifestealer solo core. Not a whole lot of ways back in the game for Team Nigma here versus VP.
I mean, VP will be more than happily, play this one out there.
Feels good.
Yeah, this game is going to be getting the adrenaline going here for the squad.
Yeah.
This is what they strive for as a team. This is the Dota that VP excels at.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing really is having, I mean, the way that they played around their draft, but just the way that they set up these lanes. Like, the Ember bottom did better than I expected by a good amount. Death Prophet did amazing versus Bat Rider mid, and they've just been making all these smooth, natural moves just from lane to lane, just very hyper-aggressive, too, the way they forced the issue, right? We saw it was like, 10, 12 minutes in. Even though there's wards up and Nigma sees everything, VP still won 2 back-to-back 5-0 fights just because of the way that their lineup works and the way those lanes did progress.
Time to continue the cleanup here for VP, top lane.
Rez was like, hello. That's a Bat Rider with a BKB. But he's got backup coming near. Can he find him? Let's go for the vacuum. He sees the creeps following, sees the creeps hit.
He's going to be able to set this up. He's got the BKB and the blink, so should be able to play it safe and TP out of here with the BKB.
He's trying to hold the BKB.
And he's going to need to pop it. There we go, BKB and a TP away, and he'll be fine. He'll live another day. But this tower on the top lane, the same cannot be said, as VP will take this without any contest from Nigma.
How do you fight? You're going to need some type of miracle here on Team Nigma. They have to get some repositioning to get some number advantage somehow versus VP. Grab them into the base, swap them into the tier 4s, something like that, because they're just too far behind to really take just any type of real heads-up fight.
Yeah, they're smashing these fights, and they're not even spending all their money. No one holding on to 4K gold. He's ready to straight up just grab a BKB, get himself into an even safer spot for looking to siege the high ground, take the final set of racks.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot. How long do we have on Roche? About 30 seconds. If they want to be super safe, they just play around this area, wait for that to spawn, force Nigma's hand to fight around the Roche pit, and then they should be pretty good. As long as they don't split up. It's the only way that I think that's the only way that VP can start to lose their lead is if they start splitting away from each other. So just stay as a clustered 5 around the Roche pit. That's what they're going to continue to do. And Nigma gets 2 bounty runes, but yeah, not what they were looking for.
Yeah, you see a Miracles build as well. He knows the only sort of chance of getting back in is if he's able to pop the Rage and actually kill someone. So he's going full on for this super hard hitting build. The Deso into Daedalus. But I mean, even then, it's just the items. You look at
they have so much armor on everybody now.
They've got plate mails all over the place.
34 on one hero, 28 on another. I believe Death Prophet's pretty close to that too, sitting at like a healthy 24. Yeah.
Yeah, full Shiva's Guard now on Reza.
Yeah. Good itemization, good preparation. Roche spawns. Easy cleanup here for VP. Enigma they're just gonna try to get the most out of the lanes in the meantime, push them out as far as they can. But really struggling.
Yeah, an easy Roche here for VP.
1 and 11 on mind control, level 13. He's just, I mean, at this point, of course, he just can't catch up because you have to catch up through kills and everything as a Slardar, but man, they really did not. They really made sure that he did not have a game.
Yeah, they just crushed him.
They really did.
But it was, as we say in a lane that it should have, I feel on paper, gone a little better for the Slardar.
It does feel like it, yeah.
So, the setup they did have down there.
They just got a little bit, I mean, I guess like a little bit outplayed here by LTW as well, Solo.
Yeah, no, it was the play from VP just all across the board. It's been outplay and a half from VP this game.
Just playing to their strengths, playing to that aggression. I see, CIS teams with their darks here sometimes, these guys, they know what they're doing with this type of aggro setup here in the mid game. Enigma smoked again. Trying to find some type of split off here, try to catch somebody away from the 5-man unit, but VP knows. They just got to stick together.
I'll see what Enigma can do here. They've struggled to defend on the other 2 lanes. Can they pull off anything different on this top bomb?
They have a repair kit at least to stall it for some slight moments here, but level 20 on the Death Prophet.
Oh, they're going to get the swap in on the Ember. He's got the Aegis though, so they're only going to be able to take him down the ones. Can they do it a second time? They've lost RMN. ILTW's back up.
And Miracle's just incinerated.
No buyback on the Lifestealer. This should be the cleanup from VP, pushing them back towards the fountain.
1k crits with those slights, even going into the fountain there, letting the Ghost kind of tease him a bit.
Oh, the Ghost actually nearly getting We Are. Has to be careful. It's top lane. It will be theirs. VP pushing on. Enigma still holding on in this game, almost certainly discussing what the plan's going to be for game 2. As this game won 40-13, 20k up VP as they border on finishing this final set of racks. We are trying to step in to slow them down, but there's no pushing back this squad right now.
And he's getting gone on immediately. BKB will be popped. He's trying to push sides into the fountain, won't be able to.
GH as well, seeing if he can bait them into the fountain. But not something that VP is going to be falling for. And they'll tap out. GG is called. VP here. Take game 1 against Nigma, and yeah, VP on fire. This is Virtus Pro. This is the VP that you want to see.
I miss this VP. That looked nice. I like seeing no one running around just killing everybody. Same with ILTW. They look super comfortable with their heroes, super comfortable with their draft, very comfortable with what they're playing against. Did great in the lanes. I actually did really like how they set up that lane. Like the reason that we've seen Nigma dominate so much with the Batrider is because Weehaw just pops off, right? He gets like this solo kill into another kill into another kill. He couldn't this game because he just stopped by this Death Prophet, and then they just were constant about rotations. So they can't actually set up for any kills with their Slardar, with their Bat. That's what they kind of wanted to do, find these little pickoffs here and there. But VP just grouped up and just ran at them with 5 for 30 minutes.
Yeah, it seemed very clear that VP had just come very well prepared for this match. As I said, they're playing against Nigma. They know that they've got to prepare something, a way to play against this Bat strategy that's been so solid for Weehaw and for Nigma. And they do exactly that. I mean, there was just not a chance for Weehaw to play his game. Nigma normally have one hero running around making plays. He's trying to do that against a whole team that's running around and making plays come the 15-minute mark. It was that point onwards. The VP, they just stood together as 5, moved around the whole map, and there was just no space, no recovery for Mind Control and Weehaw.
No, I mean, it's really just 2 cores that just got crushed in laning phase.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what Nigma's able to come back in with in game 2. As it's probably going to have to be something a little different from the bat strategy, as that's not going to cut it against the aggression of these CIS squads like VP. As VP will take game 1 of this best of 3.
And they do it in a typical VP style. It was a treat to watch. No chill. Dive, 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 kill, 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 and it worked out. I mean, Tsunami and Cap, you didn't get to say anything before the series started, so hereby, the floor
I'm allowed
is
to talk
all
this
yours.
time, Shiva.
Yes,
Thank
you are.
I really appreciate it. You're not even going to give me a question to lead off on? You're just
want
going to
you
open
want one?
platform me?
Do you want one?
Yeah,
Okay.
I love a question.
Where do you think it went wrong for Team Nigma?
I think a lot of it actually came down to the draft. For me, anyway. I felt like that was way too good of an Oracle game, right? Like, they had Oracle versus a mid-Bat Rider, right? Like, when you get Oracle in the first place, you don't feel good about playing core Bat Rider, but it still ends up being mid for Weehaw, which Nigma had been doing over and over again. And then on top of that, they actually picked Slardar into it as well, which is another, like, really good counter. You can dispel Corrosive Haze. You can actually dispel his sprint as well. Like, you do not enjoy playing that lane as Slardar. As you saw, Mind Control was very unhappy. And I'm sure somewhere in the back of the head, he was thinking about all those Seb comments that he gets all the time.
You can keep going. You know?
Okay, I can. You want me to keep going from there?
I don't want to shortchange you. You know, I want to give you all the dialogue.
All the
that you
time
want.
you need.
I mean, Shiver did lead off the last panel. Tsunami, I want to hear everything you possibly have to say. Sorry, Cap, no time for you.
I did say in one sentence.
No.
In one sentence.
2 sentences. You afforded him.
I'll build off of what you said. I think I've never seen a Death Prophet look so fast before, and I also think that was a product of the Oracle being able to enable the Death Prophet, just making her feel like she never really needed any spell immunity, anything like that. Didn't even bother with the Aghanim Scepter until way later on, which I think was probably one of the main reasons why they picked it against this Lifestealer. The BKB piercing or spell immune piercing slow has famously been one of the biggest irritations for a Lifestealer, but normally we consider it to be a very cooldown dependent hero. That was not the case here. Even with Exorcism being down, VP were more than willing to take team fights. Even the 14-minute team fight that basically, I guess, shifted the game in their favor was without an Exorcism. It was just diving behind tier 2s with the Ember Spirit, who didn't even have that great of a laning phase. He was struggling versus Nigma's offlane, but still, they just stepped on the gas and never let off the pedal.
And what 2 heroes did I say were going to be really important for this matchup, Shiver?
You said Bat Rider and Ember Spirit. Can't confirm he said this off camera.
I think Enigma, like, this has been one of the most successful heroes, and it's a very clear strategy. This mid Bat Rider, you see it over and over again, and Virtus Pro had, like, very clear counters to it. And then the Ember Spirit on both sides, I think, is an important hero, more so for Virtus Pro. I think that's where, like, individual play comes down, and, like, who actually is able to perform on these Ember Spirits. And we see ILTW, he looked so good on this Ember Spirit. Did better in that matchup than I think maybe he should have. But then again, some of that comes down to the Oracle, man. I still can't get over it. Oracle's a good counter to Lifestealer, too. A single target core. Honestly, just an amazing... I would love to play that Oracle in this kind of game.
Basically, everybody was single target on the side of Team Nigma, so Oracle had just an absolute field day. I also thought that the combination of the save from the Oracle and the go mentality that Zayach had on his Earth Spirit, it matched so well. The moment that you even think about running away from this squad, they have so many ways of catching up with you. First of all, they're fast. They're just inherently fast heroes. They got a Surge that, even though nerfed slightly, is still Surge, still makes you hasted. And they can just, they have 2 spirits, 2 of the spirits that are just good at chasing. It was a great game from them, and I think coming into the series, most people would have said that Nigma would have an edge in this series. That should be evaporated right about now. Like, this Virtus Pro is here to play. We've seen them, this is their 4th series. I feel like we see them play better every time we see them play. The first series was against Alliance, and already game 1 there was a bit one-sided in favor of Alliance. Second game, even though they lost, they made it more even. It was a more close game. But then they just, I don't know, they just stepped it up, kept doing better and better, and they're showing some solid improvement. Or would you guys say that Nigma just gave them everything they might have wanted in this draft?
Up until the Death Prophet, I think the rest of the draft was, like Cap said, the Oracle was the linchpin for the VP draft there. But I think them doing something a little bit more off the wall with the Death Prophet mid kind of showed that it's not purely a draft victory, but they know how to play whatever, like even Fogg was saying, like this is old VP. This is what we were so used to when they were so dominant a few years ago with a different roster, but still.
A few years ago, wasn't it last year, right before TI?
Yeah, but that's like esports years. You know?
Oh.
Like 1 year is like several.
I mean, you change a few players, and then all of a sudden everything's upside down, which is how it felt whenever they were playing Alliance.
I am super excited if we can get the old VP back in form and we can see a very, very top tier CIS team come to the fore again. But I don't want to get on that hype train too early, okay? It's just beginning to build up momentum. You're still at a point where you can kind of run alongside it and choose whether to hop on. I don't want to hop on too early just because of the fact that I feel like draft-wise they were very enabled to be able to play their kind of game style. If Nigma is to pick up something that is a little bit more fast and clashes into VP style, then I think that'll be a more true test. I don't want to see Midas heroes. I want to see something like, you know, these Nature's Prophet type heroes that are just going to be able to constantly make action be forced. So.
They kind of had to wait for items before they could fight in this one, and already Virtus.pro made it so hard to get a Blink Dagger on Slardar, to make Bet Rider even a hero. What did you want to say, Tsunami?
I'm there in the window. Why are you running alongside? I'm putting my hand up. I'm like, don't leave me,
I'm running along.
Don't leave me, Cap, please. Because I also want that dominant CIS team. CIS has been in like a sea of mediocrity for far too long. And for the longest time, it was VP bringing everyone else not even up to their standards. They were just qualifying for everything automatically. Yeah. And for the longest time, I was thinking that something out of the tier 2 should be able to give them some competition. But they kind of fell, so hopefully this time they can bring everyone else up with them.
And like Secret, there's no TI for them to shit the bed in. So, you know, it's the perfect time for them to be successful. Exactly, right? It's like those two teams, no TI, all right, they're going to show up. So I think Virtus.pro, I'm excited to see game 2.
Yeah.
I hope we continue to see, I hope they dominate the hell out of Nigma, but I am cautious about my optimism here.
Yeah, I mean, the hallmark of any tier 1 team or tier 0.5, like if you want to go a step above, is consistency, right? That's what we keep saying every time again. And Virtus.pro, they show greatness in the first game, but if you are a really, really great team, you can show greatness in all the games that you play and not just in the one-off. Do want to give the extra caveat here, though, that Nigma is playing without Kuro, and even though we've seen our men perform really well, it also means their drafter is different. They have miracle drafting at this point. And if we're saying this draft just didn't feel that smooth for Team Nigma, then, you know, there is... I don't want to take anything away from Virtus.pro, because I think it doesn't matter which team they would face with this draft, just in general, like they just looked really solid. But I do want to let people know that I still feel like we are not seeing the best of what Team Nigma has to offer.
Yeah, and one of the most common criticisms of Kuro drafting was also giving Weeha heroes over and over and over again, which a lot of people have been seeing as Batrider throughout this tournament and in tournaments prior. His Pugna, his Wind Ranger, these are heroes that people know, and they know what to do against it. And so maybe allowing Weeha to be not just a mid-game core making space for Miracle, but allow Weeha to be the playmaker that we know he's capable of, could be a step in the right direction, especially against a team like VP.
So you're saying they're still following Kuro's setup?
Oh yeah,
his
there's
draft,
a foundation.
You know, they're following that foundation.
You
But Daddy's away. You know, now's the time to grow into your own man.
I'd say so. Like this is the time to shine. You know?
Yeah, time to switch up this draft, man. I feel like we're seeing some of these same basic cores of Nigma, and there's eventually going to be a team that prepares well enough, especially in a league like this where you got plenty of time to prepare for your matches. I think Virtus.pro definitely kind of saw what was going to be happening in the draft and countered it pretty well. So, yeah. Shout out to no one, though, for that really good Death Prophet play. Granted, he was enabled by an Oracle, but he just played really, really well, really solid. Yeah. And he's also another bald boy, so, you know, I got to give him props.
Is he actually at the moment?
Yeah.
I mean, in that picture anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks sick. Just like I do.
I don't know.
Like sick nasty.
No, like sick nasty. Not like sick.
Okay,
Jesus.
I like,
making sure.
you know, I at some point was also bald, and I was also sick.
Jesus Christ.
That was a different kind of sick.
That's not what I meant at all.
Less glamorous.
I don't want to be. Oh, we got game 2 draft coming. All right, let's go to the other panel.
No, we're not going to the other panel just yet. I understand what you meant. Sorry, just messing. I'm very excited to see this second game. I think there's a lot of things that you can look at in this game. It's like, okay, you know what? This draft from VP, on hindsight, is the better draft. Our draft panel also thought, by the way, that it was a draft that would favor Nigma. Would that be your guys' thought? If you just saw the draft, right? We don't happen to have missed the full game. You saw the draft. Who won?
There's a lot of skepticisms about Lifestealer as a hero in general, and so I think people are like, unless if there's a hero that specifically they do great in a one-on-one matchup, then Lifestealer is probably not the carry that you want to go for, because most of the time it's not even the spell immunity that makes him such a big deal. It's just the fact that he can kind of get away with a little bit more difficult lanes with his life stealing and his infest capabilities for pick-off potential. But if you're not able to take advantage of those things, you're better off picking other cores, it seems, especially for Miracle.
My opinion doesn't really matter because I'm an offlaner / support player. So when I look at a game, I'm in that mindset. I look at it, I'm like, this doesn't look like the greatest Slaughter game. This looks like a great Oracle game. Like, usually those things don't matter.
Okay.
It's important about how the 1 and 2 feel about the game.
But then you also would be against the Venge Lifestealer, so you know, if you're up against a Venge Lifestealer as an offlaner, are you like, yes, we got this?
I think that more comes down to team fight aspect.
Okay.
Where that that laning phase might be okay, just depending on like if I have a ranged offlaner or if I have something that's really going to be exposed or maybe
you
I
are
can't
Dark
cut
Seer.
at all.
You have an Earth Spirit.
In that situation, I think I'm going to do well enough in the lane, right? Like
That's
I'm
a Dark
not
Seer,
going to die.
guess.
I don't think I'm going to die in that lane, and I'm probably going to get enough farm, and I won't be able to kill the Lifestealer. Maybe I'll kill the Venge with the Earth Spirit, but the Earth Spirit can make rotations, and I'll be okay as a Dark Seer.
Okay.
You know?
Some of the things that we actually saw Miracle draft in one of the games, some of the games that they won, was when he drafted his own hero in the first 2, namely Arc Warden.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to see that happen? Is this like the type of loss that you would like, you know, guys, I'm going to pick my hero first again because it worked before?
I had no issues with first 2 cores for this meta in general. I think with the banning phase, having so many more bans in the second phase, you're better off picking your core early on, especially right now since so many cores are not hard countered by anything. It's more that I can pick an Arc Warden, a Morphling, a Juggernaut, a Terrorblade, and most of the time I should be able to get away with it in the first phase. So if he feels comfortable going for the Arc Warden, I don't think anyone really has a good answer for it quite yet, other than abusing Weehaw in the mid game.
Yeah, if you can draft Faceless Void in the first 1-2, a hero who like really encapsulates exactly what the strategy is going to be about, and then should be countered for the rest of the draft, and that can still be successful, then I feel like Lifestealer, who's a hero that is a little bit more active, plays sometimes more of a 2 position. You can have maybe a harder carry in that mid, or maybe that's just not the linchpin of what your strategy is about. I think it's probably fine. Again, if the Face of Void can work, then Lifestealer probably could. As a concept, as a hero. Whether or not Lifestealer is good is another question.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you know.
If there was a situation to make it good, you'd think it would be armor strats, Slardar, Venge, building a Desolator, but it was not the case this game.
All I know is I'm giving BSJ more ammo, because on our last cast together, I said once that I was like, yeah, I don't really like Draw Ranger. Like, whenever I see it whenever I play against it, I feel pretty good about my game. And then for the rest of the cast, BSJ was just talking about how I was so wrong and Draw Ranger was so good. And I was just like...
Was the Draw Ranger
I
that
always
game
said
you
I just
casted?
didn't like it.
Was it Draw Ranger in the game you casted?
Yeah.
Did she win?
She did win.
Oh.
So, of course, BSJ had a lot of ample time to be able to hammer that point over and over again. So
he felt very vindicated, I bet.
So Fogged had the same vendetta against me picking illusion heroes. Apparently illusion heroes are just dead right now. Can't get away with it. The Phantom Lancers, Naga Sirens.
And then a
CKs.
Terrorblade won, and then he just held that over you for the rest of the time?
No, because right now he's still using the EG Arteezy example. Be like, look, even Arteezy can't win with Terrorblade. It's over.
Okay.
At least, after the draft for the first game, both of the panelists, or 3 of the panelists, were on board with the draft for Enigma, I believe. I wrote it down. I asked specifically, so he was wrong. So you get some extra ammo back, and he has the chance of, getting his second game prediction correct, because we're going to head over to the draft panel right now as we are ready for game number 2, Virtus.pro and Team Enigma. Let's go.
to our glorious temple. This time, I'm pretty sure we're going to get in at the beginning of the draft. It was kind of a weird trip. It's not something that happens very often, that you go into the draft you miss the entire anime rock, paper, scissors, shoot, chess, 5-headed battle that goes on. And I feel like you guys definitely assessed that draft very differently than if you actually saw the back and forth, the tango, the dance between great minds.
I think this is one parallel that I actually draw with pubs, because when I am streaming...
Oh, no.
No, hear me out. When I'm streaming, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to take the time that my team's drafting to like go to the bathroom or something. And I come back and it's suddenly I'm last pick and I have 12 seconds to process every hero in the game. My pick's never good. Like, it's just never that good of a pick. And I realized after that draft, I was like, okay, I picked Nigma to win this. And I watched the game play out. And I was just like, wow, this was an amazing Oracle game, as Capitalist said. And in the draft, I just didn't really notice the impact of this pick. Not only was it great against Batrider as a second pick, but it's also really great against Slardar. And Lifestealer, since he relies so much on the Slardar, wasn't able to solo carry the game. So it's just funny that you realize there's no catching. There's so much strategy of back and forth, as you mentioned. You can't really play that catch-up 8 picks in. I felt so clueless when I watched that game. I was like, damn. That was
we had a bad read on the draft, and in our defense, we needed to see everything. I think, for me at least, like the strategic part of Dota is the best part. It's not just about the watching the games, like the way they teams draft, the way they approach the draft. It's the best part for me. You mentioned chess. It's pretty much the same thing. You're just trying to outsmart the opponent, staying 3 moves ahead of him. And we can see the draft right now. So Doom, Oracle,
no
gone.
excuses this time.
No excuses.
Also,
yeah,
man, it's so crazy to see 2 of the heroes that you basically said you thought got impacted the biggest way still getting first phase consistently.
I'll believe it when I see it consistently, Darkseer. I initially said that I thought these heroes were heavily impacted, but I also didn't think the changes would come into play, because what's going to happen, I think, is eventually these premium heroes are going to keep getting picked, and then people are going to eventually find out the counters to them, and they're going to realize there's just better heroes in the pool over time. So I think teams are going to play what they've been practicing more than they're going to play what might necessarily be slightly better, because if you've played the hero 20 times in the last month, you're going to play it better than any hero in the game that you've played only once. So Phoenix, I think, still does its job in the game. It's just a laning stage issue is the only thing you're looking at now. They've nerfed Phoenix's laning stage like 3 or 4 patches in a row now. Eventually, it's going to be enough.
It's like one of those things where fundamentally they're still checking the same boxes inside of the game, so it still makes sense. Let's talk about, though, what we got kind of thrown together on the side of VP, because Wisp obviously has been one of the heroes that we've needed to pay the most attention to today, and I think we're probably going to end up paying the most attention to tomorrow as well, but I wouldn't necessarily put Abaddon inside of those ranks, so why are we seeing that in the first phase?
Specifically with Wisp, right? It's almost certainly being a Wisp carry with the Abaddon support.
Most likely, yeah. We've seen more and more of this. They're shifting towards that position 1. A good ban coming out from Team Nigma. They have Phoenix and Undying, so they need to ban out Gyro. It's just that strong of a hero against both of these. And this is huge amount of sustain coming out from Virtus.pro. Overcharge, Abaddon providing shield and heal. Like, I don't think you can pick something like AA on side of Nigma. You are very locked in. Like, you might push Phoenix towards position, let's say 3 probably, but then you still need something to control these heroes. You have Phoenix to buy a Spirit Vessel possible this game against the IO, but Abaddon just makes it really bad to play into.
I think the lineup for Virtus.pro so far is just screaming, hey, we're going to throw all of our stuff on one guy. Gyro and Troll are super good to enable that, because oftentimes the problems these heroes have is they don't want to get initiated onto because they could just get bursted full to 0, or in general, like, standing their ground is the one issue they really have. So giving them the IO Abaddon behind really makes sense. Like, if you're envisioning how they end the game, Troll and Gyro are great high ground siegers, just base pushers in general when you have backliners like the Abaddon and IO. And even though IO, we talked about it being a carry with the Abaddon, you could absolutely make IO a 4 or Abaddon a 3. You have options. IO could be a mid. We've also seen like IO carry 2-position Gyro, where in the laning stage it pairs with the Abaddon, and then later on you're tethered with 2 cores. I like the overall approach that both teams are taking so far. With the IO Abaddon, you either need a hero that just basically kills everybody at once, so the one target can't be preserved, which is in this case Spectre, or other heroes that just take long, sustained fights that eventually wear you down, and Morphling Void do make sense for that description. I would come up with Slark being another one, Anti-Mage.
Or Virtus Pro?
No, for Team Nigma, because they lack mobility and stuns with their 2 supports right now, or at least 2 heroes. So I think it needs to come from their cores.
Both of these teams don't have any kind of stun right now, so it's very easy to sneak in something like a Slark. Looks like a good Slark game for both of these teams, I would say. There's still Ember Spirit's gone, possibly a good Void Spirit Storm game. Like, Team Nigma needs to pick something that protects the egg, something like an Axe, but then again, if you... In the laning stage, against the Abaddon, you can just purge off the Fiery Spirits, depending what role is Abaddon gonna play in this one.
Yeah.
But you need low cooldown ability that, you know,
I think
just controls the
Mirana's,
team fight.
Way too good for Virtus Pro right now against Undying Phoenix. I think if they're planning to put one position IO with 5 Abaddon, you can just do like Mirana Beastmaster as like a second round. Maybe not Beastmaster specifically, but I'm just thinking of like Mirana plus a setup stun. I just talk about Mirana because it kills the egg. It also, the Undying Tombstone, the zombies all go away when you go invis, so it's also nice for that. It kills the Tombstone. And also Moonlight Shadow is super good when the opponent's light on stuns, because it's just such a good disengage, and it's really important that they get some sort of disengage because of the Phoenix Egg as well as the Undying Tombstone. Once those abilities are used, and if Team Nigma doesn't win the fight in that case, or in that time period, then their heroes are much less scary, honestly.
Yup. Clock. Let's talk about why we actually do see that here. Does that start to fill any of those roles? Not necessarily something that I expected to see
Or
here.
Phoenix, maybe? I
It's
don't
a
think
possibility.
It's a core Clockwork.
Like, I would prefer... I mean, you don't see it yet, but Clockwork as a position 3, like, just for me at least, never stood out as a great hero. You do so much more from position 4. You can get the farm, and when you're playing him as a 3, you're missing from a lane, you know something's going on. So also you can... I mean, in this kind of scenario, if that's going to be Clockwork 3, position 4 Phoenix will be in that lane instead of Clockwork, so Clockwork will be playing from the fog most of the time, so you need a hero that's gonna get farm eventually, otherwise you're just gonna end up with like 2 position 4s and a position 5, which is not good.
And we'll talk for anyone who's just waking up right now, maybe missed some of the changes. We'll talk about how Clock actually did change, but when we do look at the Wind Ranger here, you're talking about Mirana. Mirana obviously gets on top of the egg, and then also it does have extra game against some of the heroes in the lineup that Nigma is bringing. How do you feel the Wind Ranger does slot in?
It's basically a Mirana that's only really for herself, but she also sets up the ganks herself. So like Mirana would be better disengaged for the entire team, but would need another hero to actually set up the engagements, while Wind Ranger is good disengage for herself, but then sets up the engagements alone. So it opens up their hero pool in the offlane a little bit more, which I don't mind. They do go the Beastmaster, so I thought it was going to be Beastmaster Mirana specifically, but they went for the Wind Ranger instead, more of an independent support in that regard. She's going to do her job, which is completely irrelevant to the team. Like, the team's going to let her set up ganks. She's going to be looking to basically be a mobile ward. That's something you can look to do with a support when the opponent lacks disables. You can kind of just play their side of the map, and since they're predominantly slows, since a hero like Wind Ranger can just run away, the mobile ward factor will be a huge deal for the Vision. So they've got the Hawk, they've got the Spirits, they've got Wind Ranger to scout out. I do like what Virtus Pro's doing here, but I have said Drow's one of the scariest carries right now. I'm worried about this Beastmaster's laning stage because of the Undying Drow.
That was actually exactly what I was going to ask, and I kind of overheard the conversation that you were having this morning. I wasn't actually in it, but you were basically singing the praises of Drow, saying it is like the hero to look at right now.
Drow Ranger is the hero that, even though you played so many times against it, you still don't expect this amount of damage coming out in a short period of time. And when you're sieging the tier 3 towers, if she's in a bad spot, like if you're losing the game with the Drow Ranger, just defending a tier 3 tower could make a whole lot of difference. And they don't have the best heroes to just get on top of the Drow Ranger here. Like, they don't have anyone to, you know, just jump in, something like a Slark, PA. They might shift things around, so I just want to see what Nigma thinks it's going to be their last hero. Which position is it going to be?
I have a feeling Virtus Pro is going to pick like Void Spirit here. It's the #1 contender for me. They banned out the Prophet, which would have been great. I played against no one's Prophet. I just want to say right now, that guy freaking carried the shit out of that game. I was like, holy crap, who? I didn't check ranks prior to the game, and I'm like, who is this freaking Prophet? He's rank 3. I'm like, oh, okay. He's insane. And I think they're pretty much putting their entire plan is. It has an idea to it, right? They're going to split the map. They're very mobile. They can get all of their heroes to the same place at once. But now they need, like, the hero that ties it all together. They don't have the win condition yet for Virtus Pro. So Nature's Prophet would have done fine with that. Now that I think about it, Void Spirit might not be that great. Maybe they do need a more carry-esque mid. Is there a carry-esque mid that goes on Drow? That's the question.
Ember is gone.
Yeah, Ember's gone.
That's a good ban. I mean, I'm still fine with the... I don't know. If they want to get something like more tower damage, what do you get? Do you just get something like a Dragon Knight?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Dragon Knight into Undying
well, Tiny's
Phoenix.
still in the pool. Like, he is kind of a...
I think it has to be a mobile hero, though. Really? An Undying Phoenix, huh? Okay.
It's just a hero
like
that
Tiny here.
closes the gap, bursts him down. He can toss Clockwork out of the cogs. Like, Tiny IO as a combo, it's still insanely strong.
I want to learn from this game, because this game, now that I really feel like I've seen the whole draft play out, I have played Tiny into this kind of thing, and if he blinks in and doesn't immediately kill somebody, like, imagine as a Tiny, you're going to be inside of a tombstone, there's going to be Clockwork, there's going to be a Drow hitting you, you're not moving. Like, you're literally not going to
slow. Like,
you're not going to move.
It's a sick lineup from Nigma. You have ton of slow. You have good ways of protecting the egg and the tombstone. I think level 10 talent on Drow Ranger, Gust 50% blind slow. You should definitely go for it.
From my understanding of these lineups,
chance,
I think Team Nigma is very heavily favored here. But that's under the idea that this Beastmaster should struggle against an Undying Drow lane. So if they manage to swap up the lanes a little bit to make his game a bit better, that may change the course of this game. But I don't think that's possible. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He can't go mid against Viper. The aggro tri-lane with Wisp sounds kind of bad. So I will definitely be much more confident in this Nigma prediction. And if I'm wrong, I will certainly learn something about Tiny in this game, because it seems like a pretty ass Tiny game.
I mean, they have ways of protecting the Tiny once he goes in, but it's a lot of AoE slow and a lot of AoE control from Team Nigma. Like, just Drow Ranger with the multi-shot, Viper, you're not going to be able to move. And these heroes, like, need to reset, go in and out a couple
that's what
of
Tiny
times
struggles with.
the
Likes to
Baden
blink
and
combo,
IO.
leave.
Odds are in favor of them. Analysts in favor as well. When we were looking at the draft, one of the things that you said was we need to see a win condition. We ended up getting Tiny. Whether or not that's going to bear fruit, we're about to find out as we throw it over to the casters and see game number 2.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, looking forward to this one, as we'll see if Nigma can sort of swing back after that rough game 1 that they had against VP. VP coming in at a very fast pace in the first game. The same sort of thing looks to be what they're aiming for here in game 2 again, VP. Is it going to work, though?
Looks like they have to play fast. I don't know. This one, I'm feeling pretty concerned for them. I feel like Nigma this time has a really scary draft that also can fight as a team. I think that's what they were really lacking in the last game, is actually just team fight rather than just single target. This time, they've got a plethora of AoE, just great, better lanes overall too, and they actually have proper win conditions. Like, this Drow can actually get very strong this game. I don't know. Nigma's who's their carry? On the side of VP, who's their carry, right? Is it an IO carry?
We're going to find out. Is it IO carry? Is it Abaddon carry? Is it Tiny safe lane?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It looks weird, and it looks really tough to execute versus this. Like, Tiny last pick, I've seen this so many times before, like these teams, and we talked about it at TI with a bunch of the players too. Playing into Phoenix alone is tough as a Tiny. It's just going to be a hard game. You don't kill somebody, you're stuck in the egg. Exactly what you're saying. Throwing the Undying too. It doesn't look like this end-all be-all. So I think they have to just get ahead and stay very ahead on the side of VP and just kind of snowball and just be able to kill heroes over and over again. Otherwise, I feel like just the Nigma draft, just from the nature of their draft, is just going to kick together, and their team fight is going to be way stronger than what VP has.
So, as we can see, it is indeed going to be IOTW playing the carry IO. No one is still going to take the Tiny mid against that Viper. We'll see how that goes, as that could definitely be a lane where Weehar is able to start bullying the Tiny pretty heavily as the levels come in.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they do. I feel like if they don't come out ahead in the lanes and they have if they start falling behind at all in the early mid game, I feel like there's no way they ever take a fight. So, like I said, I think they have to just really press the issue forward here, be super aggressive, get a lead, and don't lose your lanes. I mean, it's tough. It's gonna be a hard one, but they do have some good heroes in lane in particular to be able to do that. Side's ready. Pre-skilling, he has the win run. He uses it immediately right away.
The battle begins.
Enigma, they'll bring 3 heroes up top to try to secure the rune. Won't get it though. Rezo does get that one. Solo.
Solo.
He's actually doing some work up here.
It's trading quite nicely here into Miracle and GH. As they run down the drought, Miracle
the shield's
should
gonna
be
pop actually. In a
Ooh, it's gonna be close.
One more hit.
Can't quite get it. Unless he wants to, he's got the shield up again.
He's got a fairy fire.
He's
though.
diving with this one.
Oh, he didn't fairy fire. Okay. I think it might have actually saved him if he did use it, but the damage from the tower instantly popped the shield. He probably expected to take one more hit or something like that. So, wow, they actually get the kill.
Oh, and the aggressive tips here from VP there.
That's twice now. ILTW tipped him before last game too.
Straight from the off there. First blood, and that's it there. They're getting in.
I think Weeha's going to be tipping no one a lot this game, though. I have a feeling after this mid lane, because this does not look fun for a Tiny.
No, this is one of those lanes where you're very viable to being tilted if you're playing into the Viper.
And just a couple hits just build up from the poison attack, and you're just very slow based hero. 0 armor as well, so you take a lot of harassment from it all. His last hits, though, that's the one thing. Tiny, for the first few levels, does have a base damage advantage, especially with the tree. But like we said, it's really going to be all about those early lanes, in particular from VP, to set themselves up if they do want to have a fight. And this is a bit unique. It's a core Undying, too. Didn't get to point that one out, but yeah, Mind Control is playing Undying as a core. I think we've seen... I don't think I've seen it in official games, but I've seen players streaming it. I know Seb was playing a lot of the core Undying when it first got changed. Just the fact that you're able to actually utilize your ult a little bit better now as a core is one of the big reasons. Level 2 on RMN.
Rick gets the grab onto Solo with these cogs.
They have the Orb of Venom as well. Soul Rip, yeah, just crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, they've got to be careful giving away these early kills to the bottom lane of Enigma, as this clock Undying definitely feels like a lane that could snowball against these heroes.
And it's a Undying versus 2 strength heroes.
Yeah.
The IO as well as the Abaddon. Abaddon does not have fun versus Undying when he's playing versus him in lane. It's one of the, you just can't trade hits because he reduces your strength down, you don't hit him back hard enough. Same thing for IO. I mean, this is an interesting approach. Seeing how those lanes are progressing. The Tiny, he's actually doing quite well in the mid matchup. Yep.
Yeah, no one's going to be pretty happy with these.
That base damage advantage really playing in, and he's got the early bottle, so the sustain is going to be there. Yeah, he's doing good. Now, level 3 hits, though. This is where the Viper starts really able to just orb walk you and push you out a bit.
It sort of becomes impossible to approach the lane if we are able to hold it in a good place. Top lane, Rezo and Science. Fairy Fire comes out, and it will keep him alive.
All right.
As Miracle's able to get away.
They're doing great up here, though. Look at this, 9 and 7 on the Beastmaster. A couple of those are probably some board denies, but they're doing some good work up there versus the Drow to shut her down. That's what they need to come out ahead in their lanes, like we're saying. Bottom, though, is going to be really tough. This IO is not getting it any real time to last it pretty much anything, as this Undying has 9 denies, 10 denies.
Oh, yeah, Mind Control just holding the lane perfectly there.
I mean, he just steals damage from them, right? Because they're both strength heroes. Look at this IO's base, 42 because he's missing 12 strength. How do you last it?
You don't.
Solo, again, getting caught in the cogs. They have some extra heals for him. He will be okay. But yeah, this lane is going to be really tough for ILTW to keep himself getting those last hits. Just base damage advantage, animation advantage. And as we see, Viper's starting to take over mid.
Yeah, he's starting to rack up on the denies now, being able to push no one away. Still, though, I think no one keeping his cool quite nicely in this lane. For sure. He's able to be in a position now as well with the wave is going to push in on him. We'll see if that does leave the opportunity for Weehar to start diving the tower, just to continue to orb walk him out of it and away from it all. There we go, as we enjoy this pause. Looks like Rezo also taking a real life pause there.
Yeah.
Not moving in any sort of capacity. And as RTW, of course, pressure on him this game to perform as the carry IO. And
oh, look at him. He's like, I'm laning versus I'm dying as IO. Oh, God, eyebrow rub.
Yeah, you don't blame him for having a headache.
No, definitely
against
not.
This.
It's going to be a really tough. I feel like it's going to have to be somebody rotating to kind of bail them out of this lane bottom. Or if they run out of mana in particular, which we are seeing. Undying's out of mana, so is Clockwork. I feel like we have to look at those couriers to ferry some extra mana region for them to keep their pressure applied. Because now is when they can start turning. This Undying's Decay is going to wear off in a second too. So yeah, Mind Control either brings something out or he needs to go heal. Top.
So Zayat trying to get in a little aggro on his own, and Miracle and GH, you've got to be careful. When that win run comes to an end, you'll dive very quickly to these two heroes. Lots of slows and control to make sure that Miracle can keep hitting you on the way out. Do get back in there onto GH.
Okay, there you go.
All right, Reza just able to walk up between the two of them and kill the Phoenix.
Yeah, Orb of Venom there actually paying off. Plus that Boar slow was enough, and now it's Shackle.
Look at the Shackles.
Look at these slows. Look at this 188 movement speed. The Boar plus the Orb of Venom, it's enough.
All right, Reza with the double. Iron Man's going to come in with a TP rotation as he looks to try and get the trade kill onto Reza. Reza attempting to run away. Zayat's trying to tank some of the battery assault here, but GH swoops in. Verifies popped in the Shackle. Zayat, he catches the two of them. That's going to save Resolution. Gets the Beastmaster out of there. Nice play from Zayat.
Oh, look at all these juicy last hits that Miracle's missing too. 2 denies likely to happen. GH will at least take one of them, but a couple creeps that he did end up missing there. Nice aggressive play. Uh-oh, no one.
See if he's going to be able to run away from this. He's not going to be able to do Mind Control. Sweeps across from the bottom lane, even allowing no one to die to the poison, making sure Weehawk gets the benefit from that kill.
Caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Poor Tiny. Solo with ILTW. Dude, these Orb of Venoms in the side lanes. Look at Mind Control too. He's just like, okay, reapply the slow. Oh, didn't hit him with the reapply slow. And can he actually catch up to him now? He cannot. Ooh, he gets a hit, but nope. Some trades though, pushing him away. Orb of Venom. Look at it go. And look at no one go too. Just, I mean, he started out great, like we said, but those levels for the Viper, now level 6.
He's not getting totally bullied away from the lane though. Sure, he did die that once, but he's still able to get creeps mid.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, coming into this matchup, you know it's going to be very tough as a Tiny.
Yep. Oh, Mind Control. Ooh. Nice trade going on there. He's 16 decay stacks. With this bottle, though, the sustain is there for this IO to now finally start recovering his lane. They can push them away. They can actually out-sustain the Undying plus the Clockwork now down here. So Mind Control will be pushed away, and ILTW, he will be happy. He'll be able to breathe and stop rubbing his eyebrows as he's up to all the way 27 last hits. He's recovered really nice in these last few moments.
In top lane.
The Boars, he'll get one of them.
Yeah, Reza hitting the 5, wants to... Yeah, 6 is about to be there for Miracle, so he's going to be punching back very hard.
Early move. I think this is dictating how much he's struggling in the mid. He wants to try to make an aggressive move. The mini Shackle, is it enough?
As TP's coming over though, this could be punished. Miracle, he's going to be fine here as Weehawk comes in with a TP rotation in reaction.
Uh-oh.
And we're starting to see already these moves that VP are going to try and make are going to be responded to pretty easily from Nigma with the heroes they have.
It feels forced, right? Because he just has nowhere to go. His mid lane is impossible for him to do anything. So he's like, all right, maybe I can make an aggressive move top. Weehaw is the easiest TP in the world up there. Now no one, level 5 versus a near level 8 Viper. And we were talking about how their laning phase, I mean, for me, it feels like it has to go pretty well for them. And that's going to slow them down a lot. A Tiny that gets shut down this much. He's bottom 4 net worth. He's below his Abaddon already at this point. And look, he feels like he just has to constantly making some moves.
Yeah, he's got to go in. It's the only way. But yeah, this game is definitely a bit of a minefield for the Tiny.
Yeah, and it's not, it was a last pick Tiny, like we said.
Yeah,
the draft panel
they wanted to play it.
They wanted to play it, but it's not an easy game for him to really do a whole lot here. Maybe he can get a kill. Nope, GH has raindrop and stick. So now this Viper really will start catapulting ahead, level 8, like we said, versus level 5 Tiny. It's going to be a lot up to those other cores. The IO and the Beastmaster have to kind of carry this one now as... your mid Tiny is just, he's out of it for a while.
It's rough. It's definitely rough. And which core are you looking towards? I mean, as we say, Tiny, it's a tough game to just play the hero conceptually against the powers that Nigma have. What hero on VP's lineup can have a good game this match?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure, honestly. I feel like it's just tough. Maybe the IO, depending on how this mid game goes, but I'm seeing them kind of struggle and once the team fights start going. He does finally get the kill, though. He's very persistent.
I mean, he has to be, right? You're not sitting mid, you're not farming against this Viper. He's got to make plays, no one, and he does find that opportunity to do so there.
Finally does get himself a kill, moves himself up, but he's not farming. He's going to have a tough one. Mind control, TPing in to defend the tower. He's got the slow on Rezo. But Rezo will be able to get out.
Oh, mid lane, no one.
Weehaw.
Getting some setup onto Weehaw. Weehaw, can he escape this? The sun rays out. He's going to be saved. Solo, and no one will go down. And that is the worry for VP. There's the big potential for that to happen time and time again now. Attempted plays from Solo and no one going in and just not being able to sustain through this turnaround damage that Nigma have. They can just sit back. The combination, this early magical just damage over time between the heroes like the Viper and the Phoenix, it just shreds through these heroes trying to make moves.
Oh, maybe they can find mind control with the relocate. This should be able to be a kill that they can find here finally too. So I think this kind of shows what they have to do. It's all about outnumbering. I feel like if they're ever on like even number footing, it's going to be super hard for them to actually take any fight. Like we mentioned, great team fight lineup, and now with the lanes the way they went, Nigma's going to have a pretty big advantage coming out of this one. But I think if they can do that, they can start to trickle back in this one. They just have to keep playing around the Tiny, playing around these relocates and roars. But it's still going to be very hard as everyone's buying raindrops. You know, they're all just getting tanked up for Nigma, so they don't die to the combo. They're going to try to go for that route.
Now, this will be interesting to see what VP do to play on from this position. As it's not an easy one.
Nope, and
this
Solo.
game, definitely a challenge for VP here. But from the draft, it was a self-inflicted challenge.
It was.
They didn't make this easy for themselves with the picks.
Nope.
So maybe just wanting to step up the difficulty here for game 2.
I mean, it really does seem like that. With this, the Tiny mid, the panel sided immediately. And then they get picked with the Viper mid. He's not even level 7 yet at this near 11-minute mark. He's really struggling. And we are seeing the IO still going for the Dominator, although it's an item that's gotten reworked recently. Last night, in fact.
It's down bottom. Zayas able to find the Shackle connection. Rezo's coming over as well. Does have the roar.
They've got good numbers here.
They're going to be able to win this one. As Weehaw and RMN cannot deal with this 4-on-2. I mean, as you say, VP, they're finding these opportunities to come in and outnumber Nigma.
Yep. Have to play aggressive, especially when Enigma is starting to overstep their bounds there. Miracle's still free farming. Same thing up at top. We see My Control is pushing it, but at least they get something on the board there. And they will have Relocate back available now too, so if he does want to look for plays with the Tiny, again, all about the numbers, if they can look to catch people off guard.
Straight away, smoke from VP. They've got to try and ramp up this speed. They're playing with Mind Control. He's already starting to get back.
He's got max Tombstone already, so if they don't kill him right away, the fight could definitely look to be quite a disaster if those TPs do come out. But they're able to farm during the entirety. That's the one thing about it's like IO is like Spectre, right? You know, if we relocate, you're farming the entire time during all of this one in the jungle, and you can just join in whenever they do find an opportunity. My Control will reveal himself for a moment there. That's where no one's like, okay, let's see. Can I find something here? But yeah, TP responses are coming. Now it's going to be tough if VP does want to get aggressive here.
Yeah, as soon as the preparations start to be made.
Yeah. They have to know this preparation's coming too. They're actually relocating in.
They want to commit for this, but as you say, Tombstone's going to be set down. Mass TPs coming in from Nigma as everybody responds to this. ILTW is even going to get back away. He's not. He's out. They'll lose Zayas as well. Solo's going for the TP away. If they got anything to cancel, they do. RMN in with the hook shot. And the struggles of VP in this game certainly shown that that was such a high risk play.
And I mean, they're trying to force it, but you know, look, we're saying it, like, you know what's going to happen if you do try to force the issue there. They're just going to TP Tombstone, Egg. There's no way you can win a fight there. Even if you have numbers, it's under a tower under these two abilities that kind of counter your lineup very heavily. Immediate smoke. They want to try to catch someone who split up. No one. He's spotted. He gets slowed for a second.
Be able to hold back the three of them there with the avalanche. That'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Stops them coming up to the high ground, and no one's able to live to see another day.
Can't quite get the setup there, and then immediately mind control. He'll park himself in front of this tower again. Tombstone should be available any moment. So again, if they do want to get aggressive and look for this tower here, which is kind of low, it's going to be risky. But it does feel like, I mean, it feels like they're feeling like they're forced the way that they're making their moves around the map too. Enigma just overall just feel like they have this much calmer posture, prepared for the fights. Now though,
okay, they get a good wraparound on bottom. No
they're
one
deep.
Comes in from the side. We are going to start turning, build the poison up onto no one, but the combo, they catch them underneath the tower.
All right, nice move.
That's a sort of a second time on that bottom lane where RMN and We Are have been punished for pushing out as just the two of them.
Yeah, and it's the moment that they saw the two heroes top, right? I think they saw the Undying. I think they saw the Phoenix there afterwards for a second, so they know, okay, we have numbers again. We said, all about the number game. VP playing it pretty nicely when they do see heroes split away. Enigma have to be a bit careful about those type of mistakes.
Especially, as the Viper, despite Weehar's strong start in mid, this very much is a hero, right? A few deaths and your game can come to a real slowdown as this hero.
Absolutely.
See top.
Rotations, look at this.
Trying with a bit of the bait.
He's really tanky though.
He's incredibly tanky. Tombstone's going to be dropped down and mind control is just going to start running at them. Zayat, he is out of there.
Oh, Core Undying, look at him go. He can actually hit people.
No one, he's got the backup as solo, but you're right, mind control just getting some, some big old revenge for what they were able to do in game one. The bullied has become the bully.
I love, Undying is actually a really satisfying hero to watch now. When you can actually see him hit people with Flesh Golem, just like, full damage amp, and you're slowed to the point of 100 movement speed. Yeah, no way they can burst him. 2,000 plus HP when he gets the ulti off.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Second highest in net worth mind control. And they just can't go on him.
No,
you cannot go on this Undying, in particular when he is near his tower. Even when he wasn't, I guess he was still running them down, the two of them.
I think it's just risky to make plays now without Rezo. He's having the good game on the Beastmaster. I think he's getting close to that book. I think you have to just make plays around the Beastmaster because he's going to enable your team so much with that aura, extra little bit of damage too with the drum. Yeah, they're going to be lacking some damage for sure. Like it's really just going to be keep reiterating numbers, right? Like if they see where they have a number advantage, that's when they can fight. If they're doing that at near tier 1, way too risky.
Nice little deny there from Reza. Able to snipe that away with the boar, I believe. Still Enigma holding this lead, 4K ahead. GH, we've seen him do it many times. Pull off those big plays with the Meteor Hammer, and he's going to be able to start doing that again this game as the hammer's on its way out.
Oh, already, look at that. Just straight prioritizing to go for it. Weeha? Bit far up again.
He is. This time he's not even got RMM with him.
They're a bit scared because the tier 1 is there though this time.
They're kind of like, is he really alone?
And they don't have theirs to TP to. They do have the IO to relocate, but yeah, too close to a tier 1 when all those ultis are available.
Yeah, didn't have the No One Tiny around as well, and his burst very much crucial for getting these kills.
He's trying to finish up his blink. I think he's actually getting pretty close to it.
He should be.
He's been farming really well, or catching up really well. Like he's almost caught up to the Viper, which is pretty huge. Even though it has been Weehawk kind of giving his life away a few times in bottom. But.
Yeah, been playing pretty wild on the bottom lane, which at the moment hasn't really hurt him too much. It's been working right. Space has been created for Miracle and mind control in that sense as well, as both of these cores are getting some fantastic farm.
Again in the mid lane though. He looks like he's very dead here. He does have the mech to turn it for a moment, but his team TP'd bottom already.
Bottom Zayat. He's trying to run from the four of them. Won't make it away, so Enigma finding a trade, but I mean, it is a lot of times back-to-back now that Weehar's going down. This mid tower won't fall, as they're going to be able to TP over and push VP back away from this, so the tier 1 will be a help for now, but I mean, I feel like there's got to be a point where so many deaths is a little too many on this Viper.
I guess he's just playing as, I mean, he's playing very over aggressive. I guess he's not expecting how much damage the VP can actually deal out when he is out that far, but I guess it's really in his head too. It's all about the Miracle game, right? Yeah. That's why he went for mech. He's the supporting cast to his, oh my, I have not seen
IOTW is farming away silently and pretty nicely.
I've not seen that pick up actually on an IO.
A bit of a different build.
He's got the orc. Okay. I mean, the silence versus Phoenix is really nice. The heavy amount of attack speed too he can benefit from.
And I think the good thing about it this game is, GH is going to go for this Meteor Hammer build. So what heroes are going to be able to remove the silence? Drow obviously with the Manta down the line, but no one else really wants to build anything to take it off them.
Yeah, I think he just wants to break the team fight, because if they can stop the egg from going off in fights, then their team fight's actually not that bad in comparison to Enigma. It's still not the same, but it's a little bit better. So, I mean, can be a cool item. I've never seen it on the IOs.
Oh, definitely something that they had planned here, VP, and we'll see how it goes. Still yet to, we say for the most part, LTW, he's just been silently farming away. A relocate here and there, but very much been playing away from the action.
But he's doing great. Nice.
Farm is very good.
Yeah, farm is excellent, and the Roche does go down. Net worth's kind of started to even out a little bit because, like you said, ILTW is getting so much farm.
Oh, RMN steps forward. That's a quick and easy combo for VP. Bottom, relocate's coming in. They've got the setup with the Raw. Rezo just drops it onto mind control. There's the silence from ILTW. I think you've got to be a little worried here if you're Enigma. You had an excellent control at the laning stage onwards. It's starting to slip away. A few deaths here and there as VP. They're making the moves to get back into a game that is not easy to do with their draft. They at the moment are just starting to outmaneuver Enigma. They're getting caught off. They're back in this game, and this IO, this ILTW IO, it's got a lot of potential. These sort of relocate moves comboed with the Silence the Orchid, it's just enough, right, to amp up that burst combo from the Tiny to make sure that they have a solid shot of getting even these tankier heroes like the Undying.
Yeah, and I mean, they've really built up so much. Like, look how shut down he is now. He's actually equivalent net worth or less than the Tiny. It was kind of flickering back between the two of them there. So he's not as tanky as he once was. Now they have all these levels built up. They picked up a couple items.
He has got the Greaves on the Viper now. So.
Okay, so he's got the Dispel at least too for that Orchid, but still, I mean, he's definitely shown that he can die.
Like should be an easy catch here from RMN. Finds the setup with the cogs.
Yep. Enigma now grouping up. This is where they're at their big strong point here. We see the IO relocate. He's trying to cut the creep wave immediately. You can tell the kind of style that they still do want to play on VP. They don't want to run into that 5-man death ball. They still want to look for those pickoffs. Will be this tier 2 dead here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing for sure, right? I mean, unless VP start to get really far ahead, a 5v5 is never going to feel good for them, right?
No, it's going to be always very difficult. Unless they can, start with a number advantage, right? That's what we keep saying, is if they can catch, like, the Phoenix in the back lines and then they trickle and start killing one by one, that's how their lineup kind of works.
Yeah, but a heads-up team fight
team fight will be tough.
Yeah.
They can kill Egg, though. That is one thing. They do have Beastmaster Aura. They have IO Overcharge. They do have these elements to be able to kill. It's just when everything is together, like Tombstone, Egg, it's a lot of things they have to worry about.
Yeah, and you can really feel now Enigma with the Greaves on WeHeart. They're like, right, let's just run down lanes as 5. We're very strong still.
To stop getting picked off, right? It's the biggest thing is stop going to lanes by yourself or showing 2 heroes. Have to just play as a unit. This is now maybe where VP can look to start to find a catch here when Enigma does split away from each other when they are looking to split up for those lanes.
Knights with his own combo to play with too. Of course, the Shackle into Hammer.
Full aggressive build though for him. So who's going to build the Force Staff for them? Because I do feel like they want a Force Staff to get people in and out, away from the Egg or out of the cogs. So I guess it's just going to be a Baden who goes for that one first. Maybe they find a catch here.
I certainly will.
Trees are all gone.
They didn't get the Shackle.
But he's gonna.
Yeah, he knows that no point popping the ult.
Nope.
He'll save that for the team fight.
They find someone, though, when they do back up and split off, so they do at least find that pick off here. Their lanes are in a good spot, too.
And they've got the Force for no one delivered out, so ways to save.
I think Solo, I believe he also has it done. So I think they do have 2 Force Staffs on the side of VP to get in and out of the action. I mean, all things considered, it's less than 1k gold lead for Enigma. I feel like VP's probably pretty happy with the way all things have gone.
Well, no one in the mid might be in a bit of a rough place here as RMN. He's got the hook shot. Still the save from Solo, but RMN with a nice pushback from those cogs gets no one back into the hands of Mind Control and WeHeart. And they very quickly make work of him. They're going to come charging towards Solo, but no diving the high ground quite yet here.
Still no Force Staff on Solo. He was actually so close to having it there. If he had it, which is just a little bit of gold away, I think like 20 or so, whatever, he maybe would have been able to actually save the Tiny there. So.
And they're splitting up the lanes nicely. I mean, again, you got to keep eyes on this IO. ILTW is continually just, he's right there behind Miracle's farm. And his BKB is it's 200 gold away from being done. He's going to be incredibly strong in these fights.
Yeah, and that's a build that he wants to get involved in actual team fights, right? Because then he can actually focus fire things. Now, though, he's trying to go for a solo kill on Clock, but there's a Drow here.
He may... No, he's going to bring down RMN with him. No, he's not.
The Alpha Wolf, nope, and they get that kill too. RMN is fine with 80 HP. Huge pickup. Look how much gold they get too, because that high net worth of the IO. Miracle. And lots of space too. 40 seconds where that IO can't look for split push accent.
He's running into the 4 of them. He's gone straight in here. Hook shots up. I mean, he's able to turn and toss back mind control. The Supernova's down the 4 staffs. Is it actually enough to save no one? It looks like it is. No one somehow getting away from... No, he didn't. He ended up... Mind control's able to get him in reach with the final soul rip by the looks of it and nuked him down.
That's a quick succession of kills that...
Yeah,
especially versus a Drow lineup. Now they're going to capitalize on it. Tier 2 likely to go down. Heal up 2 at the Greaves. Oh, they were just stunning. They were keeping their footing too very well for VP, but these type of kills, they've really snowball.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's such an easy draw for Nigma to play, even in a game that's even.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep the Drow just is able to kill those buildings super easy. Rezo now starting to get back. ILTW's relocating to split push.
Yeah, and use that final wave, and the BKB will be done.
There's no egg, no hook shot. Tombstone's still on CD2. They're going to back away. They don't want VP to try to catch him. That's a scary place for Enigma to get caught, because that's where you start getting tossed into the base, and people just die one by one.
I mean, they're going to try and find a catch here.
They still have the ward on the high ground, so they do see Miracle in the front.
It's not going to latch, and now the turnaround comes into play. Hook shot in from Iron Man is there, further forced to save this Wind Ranger. The multi-shot, the rocket flare, they'll keep him alive. Dive for it from GH, but the heals from ILTW keep Zayats protected.
They stuck together as that unit. Enigma didn't back away one by one. They waited until DP made the move. Now they TP back. Nice play by them. VP, let's see if they can actually catch anyone, though, on the retreat.
I'll take that.
It's not looking like it.
I mean, now that they know a couple of them have gone.
Oh.
And do they have... Yeah, they don't have the relocate available, so... No chance for a catch or a setup.
Nice disengaged by Enigma. The way they played that one was really nice. I think they recognized, right? Just outside the base, that's where it can be scary. You can lose consecutive heroes on the chase out, but yeah. Sticking together, and we see Weehaw, like we said. He's all about, you know, buffing up Miracle this game. Greaves into Medallion, into Solar Crest, just buff up the Drow so that she can solo carry.
Yeah, and that Crimson from Mind Control is going to help out a lot against all these little right clicks from VP.
Yep, solo. Take a step up, but there's a lot of slow.
Yeah, they'll be able to deal with this about it. There's no help coming.
Uh-oh, 7k gold lead, and they get a pick off immediately. It's time to push again into the high ground. And even aggressive Tombstone up there too for vision, so they can see if any heroes do TP and where they are. Tombstone at night too, that night vision it provides. You actually see everybody inside of the base there of VP pretty far. It's like 1200 or 1800, that night vision, so.
They just can't get them off this tower.
And they see everybody. Look, Rezo constantly getting those zombies onto him. Same thing with ILTW. They're aware of the positioning.
Shackles are just not connecting. The hammer does.
Hey, he's dead on Zayas. The magic damage.
No one's able to get the toss back onto Weehaw, but Weeha's forced back away and healed up by the Soul Rip. There'll be a buyback from Zayats. And they cannot stop Nigma from taking the mid racks. The melee racks gone. They'll even bring down the range racks as well before they're on their way out, as Nigma got what they came for. 10k lead up now.
Their 5-man is just way too strong. And they're just holding on now. I mean, they still have Supernova. They know they just can stick together. Wait till someone jumps out.
He's going to look for the toss back. He's able to grab Miracle. He's up into the base. Miracle's forced to the side, though. Their second force as well gets Miracle away. He's able to turn with the Gust. ILTW with the Orchids trying to finish him up with the Soul Repeal and the Sunray keep Miracle alive. Only RMN going down. They're trying to go back in. The egg down. No one is it with a huge avalanche on the 4 of them. Can they take the egg down in time? They're trying, but they cannot do so. The Supernova successful as GH comes out of it all.
He's burning them. He's burning them all.
That's a die back on Zayats. VP, they tried their best to kick back at Nigma, but even then, still just unable to win these fights. No one coming in with huge stuns. Enigma's just a little too far ahead.
Yeah, they get the one hero, but the whole team fights together, and we're really seeing just the power. When they're grouped up, it's just impossible. There's no way VP can take anything with just a straight-up 5v5. They have to... I mean, they have to just get... if they get the kill initially on Miracle there, perhaps, right? Because then they can start to chase forward, then they can focus fire the egg, but it took them that second rego to try to get him. Or Enigma can respond a little bit better. Yeah, 12k gold lead, not looking easier for VP as it progresses.
Yeah, it's just going to be a game where the deep tosses are going to be what's going to do it. Yeah. If there is anything here for VP, and No one did come close to making some nice plays there, but the abundance of 4 staffs
and sustain
heals.
Yeah, Soul Rip, Sunray, Greaves as well. It's just there's so many different tools that they can utilize with their 5-man. Even if Vlad's now on the Undying too, so yeah, they're all about just auras and group up and end. And they even get now the Roche is back up, perfect timing for them. I feel like VP, if they don't stop this Roche, they're just gonna get barreled down a lane and inevitably lose this one. So I feel like they might be forced to actually contest it.
Do find themselves a repair kit, so a little something that's going to help them against these pushes from Nigma.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how they contest it, but no, and he's chilling around the area. He knows it's going on, but...
Oh, he's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble here. Oh, maybe Solo can save him. Solo, he can't get close enough to shield him. They're just pushing them apart. No one goes down, and Solo, he can't get out of this either. He can try and run. He's got the ult. He's got a TP, but as long as Iron Man can close in, they'll be able to cancel this. The space is there as well for Miracle to finish Roche, grab the Aegis. And Solo pushed out of the game here by these cogs. 70 seconds, no Abaddon. Miracle also having the completed Skadi.
Oh god, and he's playing versus a ranged carry of the IO, so Skadi just double benefit versus those ranged carries. I mean, this is just a luxury item, it feels like, as with this Aegis, with the cheese, they should be able to just group up and go. So we're seeing VP trying to split up the map here.
They're going to dive this, but look at the TPs. 4 TPs coming in reaction. Can they even kill GH in
the
time?
heals.
They can't get anywhere close to. GH is more than fine. ILTW is going to get popped. The BKB will not keep him alive against the physical and the magic immunity piercing abilities that Nigma have.
That looked like a desperate kind of play there.
I think that was the last attempt there from VP this game. The tips coming out back in response now. Nigma getting some revenge as they fire them the way of ILTW.
GH just buys a full refresher too. He's like, all right, you know what? 1 egg was enough, but now let's throw in a second one. Smoke immediately to the tower. Probably pushing the wave, go toward top. Maybe they can catch some people here too. Rezo, just be a little careful how far he steps up here as the smoke might catch them off guard. He's got a blink. Can they break it? Is there a hook shot? Not gonna go for it. They're just it goes like through the board. What the?
Iron Man going straight for it. Rezo, can he get his way out of this? Is there anyone to help him? There is not.
And
Rezo's down.
Force.
Yeah, no buyback on him. And with this push, they can take these down very quickly. A fortification is there.
Okay.
But by a bit of time, 20 seconds until ILTW's back up, but 40 seconds without Rezo.
Miracle's just so buff. Look at this. Holds his ground. Doesn't care.
Damn out. No one. Oh, they get the fountain toss.
Okay.
He's in the fountain. The 4 stuff gets him out. Diving in the supernova.
With the Sunray.
They can't deal with it. They're burning inside of their own fountain here. GH gets them all.
And a second one.
And there they go, ending it in style, Nigma. GG well played is called. And if we had sort of the show from VP in game 1, this was the show from Nigma in game 2.
Yeah, they definitely got picked off a couple times where I feel like maybe it was preventable, but I think inevitably they probably just understood the nature of this game is there's no way that VP can win a straight-up team fight ever in this one. It's just way too strong of a draft, and with like the last pick Tiny, he's countered on so many different fronts. It just felt like a really tough game for VP no matter what. I feel like coming out of lanes, I feel like they did a little bit better than I expected, but I feel like they had to do unbelievably well coming out of lanes to be ever able to actually take a fight.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it was just a case of sort of overlooking the fact that Viper was still in the pool? Because this is a hero that we know he's going to play it. Like that. This is not a necessary surprise pick here from Nigma, but even so, maybe even if it wasn't the Viper, you think they would have had similar issues this game?
Yeah, I think there already was the inherent issues. Like the Phoenix and Undying were already there. They're picking the Tiny too, and then the Viper comes out anyway. I think this was just such a tough game for them. If they don't snowball lanes, it's so tough because like we said, they can never win a team fight. They have to win by numbers and snowball out of control. And I feel like Nigma, they understood. At some point, they were like, you know what, we are, man. Stop going as 2, group as 5, and just play the draft as it's supposed to be played.
I mean, it was pretty much perfect from that point onwards from Nigma. It was, he did just die the 3 times. There were the 3 deaths where it's like, well, what's going on? And as you say, after that, he didn't die again. Sticking together with the squad and just crushing it as the 5-man there, Nigma, in the end of that one. So there we have it so far. This series, 1-1 with Nigma taking the second game as it now sits equal between them and VP. And we'll find out who's going to take it away in game 3. But don't go anywhere, of course, as we'll be passing you first off straight back to our wonderful panel.
Thank you, ODPixel and Fogged. That was indeed the tie maker there, with Nigma coming out on top of Virtus Pro. It was not as exciting in terms of kills as the first game. I kind of thought, even though Virtus Pro was just winning the whole time, it was not as even of a game. It was fun to watch Nigma do what they do, but it wasn't a super exciting game, Tsunami.
I wanted to see if another team could put Core IO on the map. And this was not set up for success. I don't know what that last pick Tiny was all about, because it seemed like they were at the last minute. They were like, "Oh wait, never mind. We'll make this a Core IO." Because the whole time it seemed like everything was gearing up for support, and then they just threw it out the window whenever they last picked Tiny.
Yeah, I think that there was. I think in some ways they were backed into a bit of a corner, that they couldn't really come up with like a better hero to opt with. I just feel like some of the foundations that they had going into that draft in the first place, it just looks like it's going to be a really good Draw Ranger game. I personally feel like both Game 1's draft and Game 2's draft are very similar in the winning drafts, in that they had a nice combination of heroes that counter the enemy while simultaneously building around a certain core. Right? Like this Death Prophet looked really good, but the Oracle was also countering a bunch of heroes. Here in this game, I think Undying, Phoenix, and the way they set up for Draw Ranger to have success was just like really nicely laid out. And VP didn't really do a whole lot to deal with that Draw Ranger, I think.
And I also want to talk about Undying as a core.
Yeah.
Because we...
Don't try that at home, kids, please.
We don't see Undying that often to begin with. And even when we do, normally he's not the star of the show. I thought as a core, I hate to say it, I thought Mind Control showed a little bit of potential. Like, wait a second, this hero is actually not as bad as you guys think he is.
All right, calm down there, Shane. But listen, I am a proponent of Core Undying. I've been wanting to try it for a while, and sometimes I do, and it goes... okay. But the thing is this was a dream Core Undying game. You're not going to get this in your pubs, all right? You're like, how many times you mashed up into a Core IO in the first place?
True.
Right? That's the first step of making it a good Undying game, is that he's matched up against 2 strength heroes in lane. On top of that, you don't have any damage that really threatens you at a certain point, right? Because as long as you're able to survive through the tiny burst, you're going to be able to pop your ultimate, you're going to drop the tombstone, and you have enough health to actually press your advantage and hit people, which is really important with that flesh golem. So let's just, like, everybody pump your brakes if you're thinking about like, oh, that looks really good because I
gotta play this.
Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. This was something that only works in captain's mode.
Something I am slightly on board with to enable something like a Core Undying is the fact that this Clockwork was fulfilling most of the roles that a traditional 3-position would. From a much lower farm priority. So RMN played fantastic this game. As you're a Clockwork enthusiast, Cap, what did you think of the buff to the talent, one more hit for the power cogs?
Oh, I thought that was, I was surprised when I saw that, because while I know that talent isn't preferred, I thought the play would be to nerf the preferred talent, not actually buff the other 2 hits. I haven't gotten a chance to try it out, so I don't know if it's going to be OP, but I imagine it's really strong on support Clockwork.
Right, and so something like that I thought is what their late game insurance may have been. It's like, we'll let an Undying get a lot of farm even though he can't initiate. Usually what an Undying will do from a support position is just soak up a bunch of damage, survive initial burst, carry auras, heal allies. And so from a higher farm priority, he was still able to do that a little bit faster, but I'm with Cap that you can't get away with this in any old pub. This was a specifically crafted scenario to make that kind of hero look that good.
Plus, Virtus Pro stumbled into it a couple of times. There was one spot, and especially when I think no one with Zayats tried to run up and gank Mind Control, and they go for the full combo off of this fresh Blink Dagger. He goes down to like half health, pops his ult, drops Tombstone. They get the kill on both of them. It's like it definitely looked like Virtus Pro was a little uncomfortable, both in the fact that I don't think their draft was very well set up to play against the Draw Ranger. I think in some ways maybe they were so focused on the IO that they didn't prep themselves very well. And because once this Draw Ranger pick came out, and then on top of that, they were able to pick the Viper, which is just another good frontliner. Like, how are you going to get on top of the Draw Ranger? Because you have to do that nowadays.
Do you feel like that IO was a core IO from the start? That was something that VP kind of wanted to try and was like almost forcing upon themselves?
I personally will disagree with
Okay,
Tsunami
that's
here, and
fine.
I thought it was a core IO from the start because I think that's the only way you pick with a Batten. I think
Okay.
if they picked IO and then picked a different hero, because I personally am not a big fan of offlane Abaddon right now, and I think the only time it's good is when you're counterpicking against something else. And since you don't really have that knowledge, you're just kind of like opening with this combination. I think, especially since this is something that ILTW has been practicing a lot in their pubs, I think they just thought to themselves, all right, we're one game up against Nigma. We're going to drop this IO strategy to see if we can beat Nigma. And they didn't have as clear follow-up as they did in game one.
So you're thinking that if they were a game down, they wouldn't have tried that?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I just more think it's just like they have this really nice crafted game plan for game one, and game two they wanted to try this IO strategy.
Did not work out.
Yeah.
If it wasn't a contingency plan, then I don't think that. I think they need a little bit more practice on this patch specifically because Dominator got nerfed. And I think an IO with a dominated creep running into a team fight, your creep is much more likely to die now to just AoE spells than it was in
Yeah, it's
previous
got like
patches.
500 less health, but it has
Right,
more
more
armor,
armor.
so it's like it could pretty easily get blown up.
There's a lot of magic damage flying around in that lineup, though. so
Exactly.
yeah.
And so I think that something like that may need a little more time in the oven if that was plan A.
Yeah, there was also a lot of things, and I don't know which one of you mentioned it during the draft, or someone mentioned it. There is a lot of things to click with the egg, with the tombstone, with the cogs, and I don't know if that was like. Obviously, you pick the heroes intentional, but intentional to have that many things that you have to basically deal with in a fight, like I don't know, I'm going to call it the mess of it all. Like, is that something that you can just use as a strat? Are there other things that people could pick?
Well, we were saying in upstairs that throw Pugna up on top of it for Nether Ward and
Like it.
decrepifying the tombstone. And then I think Shadow Shaman was another proposition for a bunch of units that require a fixed number of attacks. And that's also why the draft panel was
Veno
like,
wards.
Yeah, Veno wards is another one
Those
also.
are most notorious.
Yeah.
Zone control. That's what I like to call it. You know,
Yeah.
you just plant your thing here and you're like, I own this area.
Veno wards have health though. These are all hits. That's the difference. Limited number of hits. So no matter how much damage you have, you're still gonna have to, dedicate
Yeah,
a
but
number
Veno,
of
if
attacks.
you run Veno as a core, you can go for the talent that makes your Veno wards sturdier.
That's true. That's fair. I'm on
Yeah,
board
they
with it.
last 55 seconds. That's
Yes.
pretty insane. I was surprised that wasn't nerfed.
And if
but-
there's so many things to hit, at some point you're not going to bother hitting them.
That's also why in the draft people were like, oh, why didn't they pick Mirana instead of Wind Ranger? Because Wind Ranger, you can only focus fire one thing. But, you get a Mirana, you get the attack speed, you can change your focus on any target that you want.
Yeah, I think ultimately it just like breaking down team fights. It's like, how does this VP lineup crash through all of this stuff that's on the ground and get on top of the Draw Ranger? Because I
to the
think
back.
that's like Draw Ranger looks insanely strong when you have like no gap closers in that regard. And what do they have? Like Blink tiny, but most of the time like they had some hero, Viper or Phoenix, something that was in the front. You have Relocate, it doesn't really work so well against Draw Ranger, especially again when you're jumping into all this stuff. On top of that, she can just gust you right as you relocate a land. So.
And you are core, so do you really want to be that person that jumps in like that?
Pretty heavy commitment for sure.
I mean, we saw it a couple of times, I think. It didn't work out for ILTW. I also think that maybe, I don't know, we saw no one go absolute off in that first game. This game, Tiny versus Viper, he was just, I don't think he was set up for success as much as he was in the previous game. So, this is not entirely on him, but it felt a bit flat. At some point, I kind of felt like VP couldn't do anything, and they are a team that wants to do things,
Especially for a final 24th pick. It should not look that helpless whenever that's your I know everything else that's going on. I know all their 5 picks. I know our 4 picks. Maybe we can kind of make our way through the mid lane, not successful.
Can't imagine no one was sitting in that game like, yes, this is
a
gonna be
tiny game.
sick tiny game. Just
High
watch,
hopes.
boys. All you could think about was probably just his laning phase and how it was going to go terribly, how Viper's going to be a hard hero to pop in the first place, how it's going to be hard to get blinks on top of the key heroes.
The homie had to buy a 4 stuff on top of it also.
No.
That is not a comfortable place to be as a mid lane initiator.
Yeah, just look at the difference in performance there when they had this terrible 1-to-1 matchup mid, whereas Death Prophet they can counterpick 2 Bat Rider in the mid lane where you're not going to suffer as a melee hero in that matchup. So yeah, I don't know.
It was kind of sad, maybe a little bit there. Kind of also made me wonder in the previous game as well. We had a very big emphasis on the Death Prophet being picked last. Now Tiny picked last, Viper picked last. I kind of felt like over the last 2 weeks, the shift was a little bit towards. Well, the focus was on the earlier picks because there's the 2 bans at the end, and the last picks were not that many gotcha picks, apart from previous game, and this game was kind of the opposite of a gotcha. So I don't know.
What is the opposite of a gotcha? Got me?
Got me.
Well, screwed the pooch on that one, boys. Click the wrong hero.
But how much emphasis would you guys put at the moment on the last pick? Is that still having the same power as it did before?
I'm surprised it's being prioritized for Weehaw this heavily. For no one, I can see it happening because I think famously he has always been the last pick, lane winner, dominator, matchup, anything you want, give it to me. But for Weehaw, we've said that he's generally more sacrificial to make sure that Miracle has a good game. So it's possible that it's only being saved for this matchup by Nigma, but for VP, it seems pretty typical for me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Maybe something is maybe part of it comes down to Miracle and like he's drafting his. I mean, if you're gonna draft your own hero in the first one too, like what are you gonna save for last pick at that point?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there are too many offlaners that you feel super good about last pick though. There was
Undying.
one team. Yeah, the core Undying, man, you got to watch out for it.
People are gonna ban it.
I think was it Secret or somebody? One of the top tier teams was doing that where they were saving their off lane for last pick.
Yeah, it's been a couple of offlaners, been supports sometimes even, because a lot of focus on cores in the early to mid, especially for example if you mean Secret, they pick anti-mage first too if they have the chance.
Yeah, it was somebody. I was watching some of the American games and. Zoomers was like oftentimes giving monkeys last pick, and that's because their mid gunner usually plays more of a 3 at that point in time. So you would kind of expect with the Nigma setup of the past that they would be doing that with Weehaw, where he's going to play more of a 3 from the mid position, just give him enough levels to be able to go around and do things, and then maybe you could set mind control up for a better last pick. I'm still waiting for Furion, though. I'm convinced that this hero is...
Wasn't it banned?
A bit too strong. Yeah, it keeps on getting banned in the second phase, I think, is what happened.
So actually, previous game
Maybe I'm
it
wrong.
was. Oh yeah, for last phase even. On the side of Nigma banned. I have one more question regarding the previous game that we just watched.
What's up?
Was there a comeback potential at all for Virtus Pro in a game like that? Because we know how much they had to fight into Nigma. We know all the stuff they had to deal with. We know the egg that they had to pop. The team fight overall felt just, even if you just look at the draft, even if the IO wasn't a core, it would have just been stronger team fight on the side of Team Nigma compared to on Virtus Pro. Was there a chance for them to make a comeback?
No, with a
based
core.
on their heroes? No.
With a core IO, I don't think so. Because usually whenever there's that latency period of the core IO coming online, it happens within like the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a core IO fail like the first 30 minutes or so and then somehow reemerge later on in the game, because there are no real big item timings that you can hit. There are no real big talents that suddenly make him more viable. It's just either you manage to stumble your way through the laning phase and then hit that Dominator Ag Scepter timing, or it's just game over.
Yeah, the times we've seen it work well going late game is when you go IO safe lane carry, gyro mid, and then you end up at 35, 40 minutes, and your IO is, he's firing the same shots as the gyrocopter.
Yeah.
He's got like the Deso build or something like that. Then that actually looks kind of good.
Yeah.
Here, like Tiny had to have a good game and like just continue to carry through and get that sort of big late game AC build. But so, at some point in time at like 15 minutes, it was just like, okay, this is only going to get worse for them because they don't really have any other outs. Like the last big timing of theirs was the Aghanims BKB from IO. And if you weren't winning fights, you could see IO was getting decimated by those Dro Ranger because he couldn't ever really get close.
All right, let's take a look at this quote. You'll come to learn a great deal if you study the insignificance in depth.
Really?
Come to learn a great
That's
deal.
what you want to study?
The
insignificant. In depth. That's the part you want to put your focus on. Not the significant in life. The insignificant.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can extract out of the insignificant.
I don't think there's any wisdom in that quote at all.
No, I'm
I
not.
think that quote's bullshit.
Damn it,
I
Bounty.
think Bounty Hunter's just trying to deceive people. It's just like look for invisible hero. That ground. You might need to put a sentry ward there. I might be there. Go study that for a long, long time.
Yeah, I feel like that's something he's just saying is like when he's doing playing the Cups game. He's doing the shell game. He's quoting
Look
some
at the
bullshit
bird.
wisdom, and he's like, look at the insignificant things. Next thing you know, he's got your $20. So I don't know about that one.
All right, one final sentence. One sentence.
One sentence.
Before the third game of this series, what should people look out for? What are you looking forward to? It can be anything.
When I was a young boy, back in the summer of '97.
All right, how about you, Cap?
I am looking forward to seeing how the mid matchup goes because it seems like that has determined a lot of what this series comes down to. For me, anyway, the momentum. Give me some team fight. Give me some snowballing on both sides. Just, do that over and over again.
Let's see if Virtus.pro and Nigma go head-to-head and toe-to-toe in the next game. Third game of the series, deciding game. Let's head over to the Pantheon of drafting.
Welcome to the Pantheon, players. Let's jump into game number 3. When we were actually looking at the second draft, you basically said you wanted to learn things from that game. What did you learn?
Well, I basically got confirmed this time around. I like to make assumptions about whether or not the later picks, especially because those picks have seen more of the opponent's picks, whether or not they're going to have a good game. And when I think about Tiny, his game plan is Blink Avalanche combo somebody, right? That's what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
After that is the determining factor for what I believe to be a good Tiny game. And the first 4 heroes prior to the Viper screamed, you ain't running away. Once you go in, we have no stuns. Like, our only stuns are Clockwork, but once you run in, you're getting Drow Arrowed, you're getting Tombstone Zombie slowed, like Clockwork's a nuisance. And guess what? When you pick a hero that plays into the strategy that the opponent's already developed in their first 4 heroes, guess what they're going to do on their absolute last pick? They're going to double down really hard. They pick Viper, right? If they had picked like a Storm Spirit or some hero that goes in similar to Tiny, but then doesn't die to slows on the way out, suddenly that last pick has to be like not so perfect for Team Nigma. It has to specifically respond to the pick that hasn't been responded to yet. And that's the problem I had with that 9th pick, and I think that can be game losing in a draft. No one, incredibly skilled player, ranked 3rd in EU, best region in the world, bar none, and it doesn't matter if your hero just sucks in the game. He looked like last pick Tiny, Blink 4-staff, queuing up a BKB, that doesn't look like a last pick Tiny game. You want to go like Blink Echo Saber Ags crit, that's a good looking Tiny game.
He also lost the laning stage hard. He was level 6, 11 minutes in for a mid laner. He tried to make so many rotations because mid lane was just not killable for him. Yeah, I mean, last pick Viper, you're picking that hero to destroy the laning stage, and Tiny did not have a good lane. And the thing about them having a Dispel from a Baton, it's not very effective against the Drow Ranger slow, nor Viper slow. Like, you remove it 1 second after, there's another slow.
Important things to think about in that last game of the series. This one going to decide it if you are just tuning in. And what do we think about the opener here from both of these teams?
What do we think? Definitely did not expect this hero to pop up.
Mag or Darkseer or ET? Which one?
Okay. Yeah. You have ET, Darkseer, Ench. 2 of these heroes got heavily nerfed in the previous patch. The previous patch that was dropped a couple of hours ago. And I don't see a reliable stun. You need someone to hold them in place. It's just a bunch of slow coming out from Virtus.pro, but a different kind of slow than what we've seen in game number 2 coming out from Nigma.
How bad did Ench get hit?
They nerfed her enchant to be, instead of bonus health to 1200, it's now 500, but it's 8 armor on the creep. So it honestly was mainly a nerf to her plus Clinks. They were nerfing Clinks indirectly by nerfing like how much health you get from Helm Dom creeps and on Enchantress, because people were getting like 800 free damage on Clinks, which I was like, why not just make it so he can't eat enchanted creeps rather than nerfing other heroes and items?
I mean, Enchantress was just straight up busted. The amount of damage that it does, extra damage plus extra HP, that creep is just unkillable. You cannot contest the creep.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm just laughing at the fact that I felt like 3 changes on other heroes and items were directed at Clinks, but Clinks was left untouched. I was just like, seems like the hero itself is flawed if you're nerfing other things to fix him. But Enchantress did probably need a small tweak. We've been seeing her as one of the premier 5 positions so far this patch. Just secures the lane. The creep, honestly, is really obnoxious for just pushing lanes on the other side of the map while fights are going on. Scouting out, it's like a moving ward with, it had 2,000 health. But now, much less health.
2,000 armor, yeah.
Yeah, now magic damage, much better at killing the creep because it has armor. The 8 armor did not compensate for the effective HP that you get from it towards the HP that you lost from the nerf. So Mag, they nerfed the aspect of him buffing himself, but still the same hero in regards to everything else.
I wouldn't call that big of a nerf. It's, what, 25% less on himself, which is not that big of a deal. So me and Fog played a couple of games yesterday, and I think we lost every single time against Keeper of the Light. This hero just feels completely forgotten, I would say. It's a combo breaker. You can set things up. Maybe in this case, they don't have the best ability to reduce the cooldown on. Shockwave, okay, Fate Bolt.
Looking pretty sick gyro game so far. Yeah, I'm thinking gyro for Team Nigma with Coddle out of all the premier options. The Embers banned, so that would have been #1 for me. But the thing about Coddle for me is, as an offlaner, I feel like I have almost always a good lane against Coddle. It's his only weakness. Early on, he's pretty useless, but he's only strong based on the people he's enabling, the people he's chakra magicking. He's gonna get a bunch of stacks going, so he synergizes well with Mag. And then Darkseer ET, it's nice in lane for the aspect of protecting your carry, right? They're going to try to dive. They're going to try to be very aggressive up in your face, and the Blinding Light will be nice against that. So as long as their last hero utilizes the Chakra Magic, their team fight's overwhelming, and the weaknesses of Coddle I don't think are going to be punishable here. They do ban the Lifestealer, which we didn't see too much success in the first game, but I would honestly say that was much more on the fact that they had Batrider Slardar into Oracle, so
it
makes
decent
sense that
troll game for Team Nigma. They banned out
low
Lina,
stuns, right?
Yeah, against Viper,
Hugna
which is
too.
insane. Like, Lina doesn't lose matchup to Viper, she just outranges him, but they ban out Sven.
I like your troll suggestion.
They need someone who, benefits from the Empower. You mentioned Gyro. Not so much.
I was thinking synergy with Coddle, but I like
Sure,
your troll
sure.
suggestion better because it does go with Coddle as well. No stuns, really, on the
Well,
Virtus
you
Pro
need a
side.
hyper carry. They picked Viper in the second picking phase because they were totally gonna ban it out on the side of Virtus Pro. Like, you're not letting Viper against the Spectre.
The thing I like about this Viper pick is they effectively said, okay, you're Spectre, not the win condition. We don't have to predicate this last pick on countering or being good against Spectre. We're just going to have a hero that's empowered, and because of the Viper, it's going to naturally outscale your win condition. So they go for the Void. I honestly didn't even notice this hero was still left in the pool. Doesn't make use of the Chakra Magic all that well, so he's probably going to be primarily Chakra Magicking the Viper, which is perfectly fine. His mana problems are definitely a thing, and his Nether Toxin's quite good.
This is a Dream Void game. Like, you don't care
No
about
stuns.
any of the spells. There's no stuns, there's no silences, there's no burst damage. I don't think there is a hero that, just threatens a kill on Faithless Void. What do you pick that, has a stun silence, any kind of, and that is
lane's
good
okay
against Viper?
Yeah. I was thinking like Storm, right? Which they might have to go that route. They might have to go something that isn't ideal in lane, but can eventually kill Void. I was going to say that a lot of people think of like saves making it hard for Void to play. I think it's being afraid of dying before casting Chrono, which makes it hard to play Void. If you're allowed to just kind of pick your battles and eventually look for that good opportunity, as long as you're not afraid of actually dying, Void's really easy to play, at least in my opinion. So I agree with you, Lacoste, that this is a dream Void game. He's got the Empower to buff him up on the farm. He can either go like Mask of Madness SNY, or you can just go like the, Midas Maelstrom BKB, whatever he wants to do. He's got a lot of options, and that's the beauty of not having to worry about your own survivability, because they just don't threaten you that yet. This is the equivalent of what I was trying to say Virtus Pro should have done last game, where the opponent has these skills that threaten your heroes. Pick a hero that's not, so now they have to address it, and since they have the Viper, it's like awkward to pick the laning matchup. This is the recipe for success. I saw yesterday, I don't remember what series it was, but they had to lane counter a Viper, I think it was the same hero, and in-game counter the opponent carry. So this is, I like what they're doing here.
This is a tough decision for Virtus Pro right now. You can see that they're thinking very hard. They have, 45 seconds left they might just use all of it, you know, because I don't see the hero that is good in the lane against Viper and that does well against Faceless. So yes, you have Spectre for the late game, but they have a break. They have much stronger team fight. Like you have one of the best team fighting abilities in the game. You have RP, you have Will-O-Wisp, and you have Chronosphere.
Invoker is fascinating. I'd say that matchup between him and Void goes both ways, but it's usually based on Invoker being like a follow-up to like a Beastmaster or some hard initiation where you're getting Sunstriked, you're getting Meteor, and you're just going to die full to 0 on Void. I don't think he's ever threatened by Invoker here, which means he should reliably be able to just chrono the Invoker at any time in any fight he wants to just target the Invoker. And then now what? Like, if you chrono Invoker here, I don't think Virtus.pro has a game plan, and they don't have a way to threaten Void, so he's always going to hunt you.
There's no save on Virtus.pro for Chronosphere. He lands a Chrono, that hero is just straight up dead. If he has like a BKB or if he catches Invoker, I think this will be Quas Vex Invoker to out-region the Viper in the mid lane and have Tornado EMP to reset the fight against the Mag and Faceless. Once again, I mean, even EMP is not going to be that extremely effective against the Keeper of the Light. He can just replenish their mana, so they can also reset the fight with it.
I don't think it's much of a surprise that the odds are where they are on EGB.com, but I will say, I feel like we have one of those situations right now where you just see that glowy brain checkmate happen when they actually do lock in that pick with the Void. So how do you want to see their opponents play the game? What do you actually want to see happen? You talk about the fact that there are no saves. It looks like it's going to be a little bit dicey. How can they mitigate the fact that they potentially got outdrafted?
I don't think there is. I might be wrong, but it's very hard for them to play Dota. You know, you don't have that hero that can set things up for successful gank coming out from Spectre. Like, you have Enchantress. What is she gonna do? Enchant? Like, maybe for the laning stage, yes, but post 15-minute mark, this lineup is very hard to execute in terms of ganking.
Yeah, when I look at Dota, I look at like how do you counter the lineup, like what's their lineup bad against. I think Team Nigma's only weakness is like low cooldown skirmishes. They rely on Kata ulti, Mag ulti, Void ulti, and I don't think Virtus.pro's lineup is capable of punishing that weakness. So that's why I heavily favor Team Nigma here. But if Virtus.pro is somehow able to make a ton of plays around no one, huge weight on his shoulders this game, he pretty much has to be all over the place, disrupting the entire game plan for Team Nigma.
Well, you said you're not sure if their lineup is capable of it. We're going to throw you over to very capable hands of our casters and see who is going to take this final game of the series.
Yeah, so here we go, getting ready for Game 3 of VP versus Nigma, and sort of on the same lines of Game 2, it looks like VP have drafted themselves into a position where it's not going to be an easy game against the heroes that Nigma's managed to grab.
No, it definitely looks pretty volatile. I like the way that Lacoste kind of ended it there. Like, their draft is just, it's tough to use your abilities. Just tough, like looking at the just straight up of it, right? It's like vacuum into ET, stuff, spells like that can be there, but Invoker is just a very scary hero in these type of positions to draft, especially when you're playing versus Void. Time dilation clips you and you're moving extremely slow inside of the fights. They're going to run the Rubik and the Mag top to pressure the Spectre. Yeah, I really like the way they've got this set up. I think it's probably just needed that he has to go Quas Vex on this Invoker to be able to eat with that harassment. He's tipping GH because he has to tank the tower hit, so he's like, here you go. And he's going to say thank you, very nice. Very nice GH, of course. And he's going to, and they're all going to tip GH now for so you can just say thank you some more to everybody because we all love GH. So, yeah, it's definitely looking a bit tough. I'm not really seeing good ways for them to pressure this Void, and they just have no stuns and no real silences. So, like they said, I feel like this Invoker has to have this godly game for them to pop off and really be able to look to it.
Let's have a look at around the bouncy runes.
They actually ended up getting that one. Rezo was able to snag it away. So 3 for the side of VP, at least there. A lot of harass, though. Already 2 tangos expended on ILTW. Probably a third one also going to have to be used. GH versus Solo, the battle.
Oh, GH still has a Fairy Fire to play with.
The heals. Is it enough?
I think GH has got a Fairy Fire.
He's got the Fairy Fire.
But so does
the
Solo.
Double bait. He's got to hug the tree.
The Jukes should go back for the Fate Bolt. He's coming in.
Oh, the ward. He's going to place it up and try to juke around the trees. He switched it in.
Yeah, he's holding it for now.
Oh, it's a sentry. It's not an ob. It's just kidding. He's got to run.
Oh, hang on. This could be a... okay, no.
Okay,
the Viper doesn't want to turn back for this.
320 movement speed. Oh, he got the creep wave, though.
Oh, he was back
up. He better bring that back to no one. No one would not appreciate if someone takes the creep wave away.
Don't make no one mad.
No. Okay, so TP tap. He had to expend both of his heals, though. So that's going to hurt a little bit for the Spectre. The amount of pressure that he can at least absorb for him. But it's Spectre. We've seen Spectres do pretty well no matter what. And we see creep manipulation down bottom. ET pulling the wave, Miracle trying to grab it as well. Oh, he lost the range creep though. Range creep's walking back into the tower. Miracle is able to catch it before it gets into tower range at least, but looks like this ET will be able to hold the wave a little bit better as he's dancing with it. Miracle's trying to meet it. Nicely done. Oh, they actually lost. Okay, the range creep too. That's a concern there for the Darkseer and ET. We'll take a glance. I'll swear for a moment as Zayats. Nice. Last hit.
Oh, these punches.
The boots. He's got the damage.
Oh, bashes coming in from Miracle. Will hold Zayats back.
Oh, I love me some ET. Let me see ILTW. He took the space from Solo being chased away from GH nicely there. He's got his wand fully finished up, so every time looking empower, anytime any spell gets casted, he'll get more regen. Already up to 9 last hits, looking good.
And Spectre, what we saw was one of the heroes that did get a bit of a nerf, but you think we can expect to still see teams playing it?
Yeah, I mean, Dispersion's still there.
Yeah.
You still have the base mana, base HP regen inside the laning phase. It's just the late game that got affected and that little bit of early, right? The Dagger does 75, Dispersion got, Desolate got nerfed too. I think he's still overall the same. It's that ulti though. 140 seconds at level 3 even. More than 2 minutes, one of the longer ones in the game. And we do see, of course, that Quaswex in mid. From the Invoker just to be able to eat the harassment of the Viper.
Well, I'm going to go for the drag back on RTW into the skewer.
He's got a lot of stick charges too.
Yeah,
not Pop Fairy.
Not a kill that they're going to finish off, but still just trying their best to keep RTW push back.
To get the courier down bottom.
GH he's still going for this. He's almost certainly going to die here. Solo turns with the Centaur. One more hit. That's going to do it there.
Doesn't even bother using his Fairy Fire. He saw the dagger coming in. He knows he's dead. And Enchantress doing Enchantress things in the laning phase. Getting that creep very strong. Miracle. Did lose his courier bottom. Did see Zayats able to snipe that one in the meanwhile.
Yeah, farm for Miracle down here. Continues to go fine, but yeah, really sort of star of the show on the first few waves has been ILTW on that safe lane. Spectre, despite Nigma's all-out aggression on him, trying to push him out of the lane. Not been able to do so far.
Our men just hitting at Zayats over and over again. He will have his Tranquil Boots delivered, so he actually can reset and come back fairly quickly. Yeah, all about the blast in this wave, as we're seeing the Coddle. Like, he prioritizes blasting the wave out so they can make sure that they're not pressured by double ion shells, so that the Void can actually farm. Oh, quick pause as the Tornado is going to clip Weehaw here.
Yeah, no mana though. No one to throw any follow-up.
He's got to use Tornado to secure himself some last hits. It still is a little bit hard in this matchup to be able to do so. Sure, you don't get harassed from the poison attack, but your animation, your base damage is a little bit neglected because you have no Exort. So does have to secure quite a bit with Tornadoes. Okay.
Don't be mad.
So this game from VP, when does it all start to kick off? Like when will they start to make moves as for whilst the Spectre's elsewhere? I mean, can they do that very early, or is it going to take a lot of time for their lineup in comparison to what we saw from them in Game 1 and Game 2?
No, I think the Invoker can get pretty active. I think Darkseer usually wants to wait until like 6/7 to really do so, but I do think they can look to get aggressive around that haunt timing, right? You haunt in, you have an Invoker rotation with a Tornado, Cold Snap. You can likely pick up kills with the Iron Shell. So he'll probably make like a move maybe toward bottom if there's an aggressive Time Walk. Or they can make a move on mid. Viper's too far forward, sets up TPs with the Tornado. They have a couple of different ways around those level 5, 6, 7. That's probably the big moment for them, at least to start, looking for some moves.
And then for Nigma this game with the Void Mag, they sort of under less pressure. They can sort of take this as
they can chill
whatever sort of pace they want.
Yeah, I feel like they can kind of chill it out. They can still make plays around those ulti timings too, but I feel like for them it's less pressure because of the way that they've drafted. You know, they have a counter to the Spectre. They always have a break mechanic in their draft to deal with any late game potential. That Viper pick will always be something, and look at that, Invoker looks pretty dope.
So hopefully we'll be able to get the action underway ASAP. Just waiting for both teams to ready themselves back up, and there we have it.
And Rezo's always got a smile on, I feel. Oh, look, Solo's having. They're
having a bit of a
they're
laugh.
having a good one right now. Okay, they're feeling good at least. That's good.
Yeah. I feel like they probably didn't have that sort of attitude a few minutes into game 2. You know what I mean? So it's good to see that here in game 3, spirits are back and a little higher for VP.
Ooh, key timing for Zayat's level 3. So as ET players, that's when you have your strongest kind of thing in the laning phase. Being able to utilize your spirit at its max. See Arman setting up for some runes, giving Weehaw some mana too. Oof. 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 Ouch. If he was level 5 on the Viper there, likely a kill being able to set up their Unknown, or at least force a Ghost Walk. Starting to build up that pressure though, for sure. 17-10 to 12-6 of the Invoker. Sure, he's got the sustain, but like we said last, it's a bit suffering. Now, in the meantime, though, Miracle, he was left alone bottom because of this rotation from the Coddle, so they're capitalizing on it, putting some pressure onto him.
Oh, see top, Solo. Yeah, it's going to find the wraparound onto GH. Shockwave will slow the two of them, but LTW's diving in.
That's very deep for them to actually try this. He has a Fairy Fire, too. Oh, he doesn't pop it.
Solo with the nuke there. Very nicely done by him in the Satar Tormentor.
Mind Control was actually bottling him as well. I don't think he expected to get just popped that much. Maybe could have Fairy Fire saved. Still gets caught off guard. Nice move by Solo. Very nice creep control there. And good aggressive play, kind of pushing them away from a creep wave or so. Or attempting to push them away from a creep wave at least. Let's see what Zayat's doing with his movements at the moment. I think he's kind of scouting out stacks. Because I think the Kato disappeared from lane for quite some time. I think he's probably expecting that some cap is stacked, and ET thrives off of those stacks to be able to put pressure.
Yeah, back to the Miracle having that backup back and around. RMN's hit.
Just farming very well still on this Void.
Yeah, both carries.
Yep.
I mean, this game so far is just this mid lane where no one's falling behind a little bit, but there's going to be some good setup.
Rotation.
With the Tornado into the EMP and the Cold Snap, it's set up for Zayas to get in on top of Weehaw, and they'll get themselves to kill it.
And stop. Okay.
It's going to stop RMN from taking down Zayas in return. They can now surround the Cottles. Solo and no one trying to take him out as well. GH heads over. With telekinesis will slow them down, and that will allow RMN to get away. But now VP, they'll just turn their attention over towards GH. They get GH's courier. Cold Snap's back and available again. VP, they're not going to quite be able to find a second one, or are they?
The Banshee can't quite get, or the Ghost, sorry, can't quite finish him off there.
Not enough damage, but still
nice moves.
A good move here from VP. They needed to do something. That was the one lane where, you know, things weren't going ideal. Viper, of course, winning the matchup, and they're able to address that very early on, 6 minutes in, a solid gank on Weehaw.
Yep, love that. That was excellent ET rotation. Gets deep wards down aggressively too in the meantime. Arman,
it's got these Fairy Fires saving lives.
They really are.
Solo, can he close the gap? He's getting a good angle.
Speedy. Yeah, he got him.
Alrighty,
Solo's killing it.
He's on a killing spree here, pre-7 minutes.
Look at that. Oh, and he gets, Zayas gets a courier, but look, he's bullying GH too.
Oh, center on a cliff.
But still pushing them away, and this all this is space. Spectre's not getting pressured because of all this, because people are getting chased around, having to TP and react.
Yeah, Solo just all over the place.
He's owning this start. 2K lead. Definitely where they want to be right now. And they're starting to get those 6s online. Spectre's up there, Darkseer too. So they can definitely look to make those aggressive moves with the Haunt. It looks like no one's going to heal. Then he can make his first rotation if he'd like to. Maybe he can set up for something here. Yeah, he's going to TP bottom. I think he sees how low that Miracle's sitting. He's eating a lot of harass from those Ion Shells. He's got the Morbid Mask to try to sustain up.
Let's see if they can combo him. They've got him in with the Tornado, the Cold Snap, and not able to get their hits in to stop him from jumping. So Miracle will still be able to lead away. Top lane.
They've had enough of Solo's shenanigans.
Sweeps across, drops the Viper Strike, and they'll have more than enough magical damage to bring down the Enchantress. So avoid the gank bottom, get themselves a kill mid.
Oh, I see what you did there. Avoid the gank, okay.
Aha. Miracle, he does of course have that 6 ready to go.
Okay, Weehaw looking to get active here. TP does instantly go out there from ILTW, so it won't be able to find anything. But yeah, this could have been a rotation from there with that break. Definitely can apply pressure on Spectre. He's got Haunt available now too, so it looks like he's walking toward the top area, and they've got good levels. Level 6 on that Darkseer like we were mentioning. He's got the Ion Shell to throw onto Zayat, so Zayat is going to look to make that aggressive move around his mid laner again. Solo's maybe baiting them a bit here. Rotation's coming.
I mean, he's trying to go in on Solo, but there's the response from VP straight away with the horn. Cold snap onto WeHeart.
I mean, Solo is just baiting them. He's playing this so well here on this Enchantress. Just leaps and bounds of space for his Spectre.
He's done so much.
He's just baiting WeHeart too there. Very nicely done. That's the first taunt. And they make sure, that's the thing, they didn't just bring like 1 or 2 heroes. They made sure that the Invoker and the ET were there, plus the Spectre. Just making sure they do get those kills in mind control.
I mean, he's pretty tanky. No one is going to lose his courage and did make the delivery, so he's managed to pick up the Urt. Tornado set up into the stomp. They're going to be able to get the kill here, so charges for no one.
Courier, but they do get the earn charge, which is inevitably the most important thing picked up there for that.
Yeah, some very early moves here from Solo. Now it's sort of set up for no one to be able to make good moves around the map.
Yeah, I'm loving how they're playing this draft here with this early. I was going to say, it looks a bit greedy when you're playing with an Invoker and Spectre, but when the Invoker goes for the Quas Wex, they have this Enchantress that's doing so much. It's looking pretty good in this early start here. Miracle, of course, still free farming, and he still will have the backup of a farmed mag with Empower too.
Where are you going?
But yeah, so far, great aggressive start.
Looking for GH. He's in chance slows, setting up for the stomp into a follow-up, but again, he's on the glyph. GH. He just keeps putting that sensor in its place.
Rezo, he doesn't have the surge up. It's got CD. They also have time dilation. He's very dead. Empowered Void as well, invading.
Back on mid. GH. This time round, he should go down the urn and the cold snap. Is it going to finish him off here? He's ticking down low.
Oh, and he dies. That so important urn charge early on. RP.
They've gone for the RP lockdown. Oh, did it catch him? Oh, no, Miracle.
Tip him for sure.
Oh, the tips are coming out.
Oh, he tried to be perfect.
They're coming out right there.
Tried to be cheeky, get him right on the edge.
He's still trying to go in for the kill. He may find Solo. He does do so. The stomp from Zayats won't catch him. But not getting that Invoker kill there. Going for the 2-man and only getting the one and not the one that he wanted the most.
Nope. Oof, that's painful. He does, like you said, he gets the 1 kill there, but that's the first chrono usage, not getting a core hero. That's what happens, you know. Just trying you're trying to be too perfect.
I mean, it was incredibly close as well.
I thought he was in it.
I mean, I think no one thought he was in it. He sort of didn't move initially, and then he was like, oh, hang on, you missed.
Glyphing up this catapult, trying to apply pressure here around this Darkseer, tanking the wave for a second, but they will lose the catapult, so tower push. Right, Verdant, nice tornado EMP.
Actually going to get the 2 of them here. Mind Control still trying to step in, but he's out of mana. Iron Man gets taken down underneath the tower. WeHeart comes in with the TP, but the stomp into the splitter from Zayats will control him. No one runs himself away with the Ghost Wall.
WeHeart's burning.
Gets away from the 3 of them, but the space has been there for them to take those down. There's 2 dead. Again, VP, they're speeding it up. They're playing this draft nice and fast. Miracle tries to turn onto Zayats. The Haunt's actually going to come out.
Very aggressive Haunt, actually. Too over-aggressive. They were already backing away. A little bit of a wasted one.
Maybe it was just a little concerned that Miracle would aggressively time walk in and wanted to stop him from doing so.
Bit of a waste for that one for sure there. But look how much they're applying so much pressure. They're forcing all of Nigma to react to try to defend that mid-tier 1. I mean, this EMP, this Tornado EMP plus Stomp is actually doing a lot of work just to set up for these easy kills early on. And definitely seeing that EMP, it is painful. Sure, they have tools behind, tools to at least kind of counter it. I believe the Arcane Boots were picked up on the Viper early. But yeah, this EMP is gonna hurt.
I mean, this combo, it's setting up for a lot here. GH, can he get back away from this? The stick charges, it will save him. He's turning around, has the lift on Zayats. And this time, GH will be a man that will survive. Midas done whilst all this action goes down from VP at ILTW with the pickup. And should help him keep on track with the Farmer Miracle's Void. At the moment, of course, Miracle just relying on the Mask of Madness and the Empower.
Yep.
So we'll see both carries scale up at a similar pace this game.
Yeah. I do like that. I'm fine with the Midas just because of how this early game went. Yeah. He's just able to farm so well. And like you said, he wants to match Magnus. And I mean, they've shut down the Viper quite a lot, right? That Invoker versus Viper matchup, he's done very well. He's actually 900 ahead of the Viper. And
yeah, they played him out around the mid lane excellently so far, VP, in this early game.
Yeah, and even though, sure, you've got your Corrosive on this Viper, you're playing versus ET. ET really does break a lot of that because of how much he amplifies damage, and he's maxing the aura on the ET early on. I believe I saw 3 points for him, and he's rushing a Veil. So any way to kind of amp up their damage, because that is the one thing VP is lacking a little bit in the early game. Like right in this mid game, they're strong right now, but next few moments they're going to be lacking some damage. That's going to at least help a bit. The Veil plus that ET aura. And still looking to continue being as aggressive as possible. They don't like this downtime either way. Like Void with Empower, it's still a concern. So they still want to be making aggressive moves. No one, as well as Zayat's, constantly on the run. And they'll find the Kato in the back. Easy pick. No one dominating already here. He's doing super well on this Invoker.
Yeah, this time round, really making this last pick work. VP, something that they struggled to do with the tiny 5th pick in game 2, but this time around, this Invoker, and no one he knows exactly what needs to be done, and he's getting away with it this game.
And they're very fast, right? Darkseer plus Invoker with Quas Wex versus a Viper. Viper is a very immobile hero. These heroes move around the map very quickly to be able to set up these plays.
Well, Zayas, he's going to get the stomp on Magnus, but he will still fall. Everybody else is out of it. Not wanting to fight into this one. Miracle's got the Asher going straight for the Manta after the Master of Madness.
Might be able to find no one here.
With this RP, they should have. They got further follow-up lockdown. They do. Miracle, Weeheart, GH close in upon him. Some quick kills and a solid grab there from Mind Control with that invis.
He stayed invis for a minute. He was just staying off of the map for the entirety of that, really looking for that type of pick, and finds it. Rezo should be just fine here. A stolen Surge now. So we were talking about Viper being immobile and then being able to play around him a little bit. Now they've got Surge, at least, on the side of Enigma to be able to play fast and match the moves.
Yeah, they've got the mech done as well for Weeheart.
Yeah, now they've got a strong 5-man lineup here put together. VPs is also not that bad, though. They have this Darkseer in their ET, which enable their team quite a lot. Nice body blocks by Solo.
Set up on the Miracle. Horn comes in from RTW, jump away from the Void. He'll put the stick. He's got enough mana for the Chrono if he wants to use it. He's thinking about going back in. There it is. He's going to catch no one and Solo this time round. They've got the damage, or have they? The mech comes out. It won't save no one. No one still falls. Now the Will-O-Wisp is out. Drags the 4 of them back in. Miracle jumps it aggressively over towards Resolution, but Resolution has the surge to get himself away. Mind Control and GH to see if they can catch RTW, but now the turnaround comes in. Rezo, he just commits with the vacuum. Miracle's still trying to jump forward into the 4 of them. They've got to be a little careful, Enigma. As VP still with the 4 of them alive. Miracle thinking about fighting this, but now will look to back away. Stomp catches Weeheart, surge out onto him as GH trying to save the Viper.
They dispel it, but they can't actually chase forward. RMN, he's refilling their mana. Like Viper was out of mana there, so they tried to get aggressive. Chakra fills him up, even though through that EMP, you know, panel talked about it. That is one of the big things that they will always have to factor. And the Arcane Boots on Viper too. So a lot of different ways to restore that. And their big team fight, it is there, right? You see that Will-O-Wisp, you see the RP, you see the Chronosphere. That's their power spike. So right now, maybe this is where VP wants to try to make an aggressive move because those are on cooldown.
And at this point in the game early on, do you think that's kind of all Miracle needs to do? He just goes for the Invoker in these fights? You take no one away and the fight falls apart for VP?
Absolutely. Yeah. He's the biggest one that can. There's like panel said right. There's no protection inside the Chrono. They have a stomp that can come out, but it's an easy one that you can avoid as a Void most of the times. No one. A bit far forward, but he does have
with the surge. Yeah, Mind Control, no hesitation. He's dropping the RP for any sort of core kill. There'll be a little bit of a save coming out with the stomp, but not lasting long enough.
No, they gotta. I mean, they have to be a little careful on VP. They're kind of running into the chain 5-man of Enigma. They know they're starting to actually expect these movements. So I did say that I wanted them to capitalize on the fact that some of those ultis were down, but they have to do it with a better approach there.
And these items starting to come out fast for Miracle. The Manta Star is pretty much done. You have the full Blink Dagger on Magnus, so
nice
Mind Control can look for these plays with even more ease.
Nice neutral items picked up here. Clumsy Net plus Vambrace, both very nice for their side. If he wants the net on the Viper in particular for the Nether Toxin. We'll get burned out. Do they deny the tower? They do. All that work for 18 minutes of EP does just inevitably get denied, but at least they open up the map a little bit so they can make more aggressive moves. But these ults, it's ticking, right? They're starting to come back up for Enigma, and we're seeing that they do have that strong team fight early on. Spectre still not quite online there. And we are seeing, I was mentioning the damage on VP being a little bit lackluster. It's starting to show a bit there. They have these mana burns and all that, but the nitty-gritty of all that damage is a bit lacking without items.
Yeah, most of these fights, as we saw, they really have to step away from Miracle's Void.
Yeah.
If they don't get in with the initial combo, no one can stand toe-to-toe with him when he has this Mask of Madness, Manta, and of course the Empower buff. He's always going to be able to just win the straight right-click versus right-click if it comes down to it, even against the Spectre at this early stage.
Yeah, it's very minimal control really coming out from the side of VP.
Yeah, he's just all over the place.
It's a Tornado and an Echo Stomp, and that's their control inside of the fights. That's it. They really do not have that many stuns to work around and to play with. So it's very tough for them to actually set up for these kills if they don't just get the, like you said, the initial just bam. It's going to be tough for them to actually bring those targets down.
And do you sort of see any items coming out soon from VP's heroes that will allow them to have any further control? Anything that would be built up by the lineup?
I don't know what they really can. I saw the Yules was almost done for the Invoker, but it's not really... I don't know what they can really do to just give themselves that better type of catch. It's going to come a little bit through levels for the Invoker, but yeah, itemization is going to be tough. It's like, do they want to go for something like Atos or anything on ET? It's not the greatest. He's already committed for the Veil. It's going to take too long, so I'm not sure. It's going to be tough for them to actually just control these targets.
And the thing is, sure.
Oh. Ooh. They're trying to sneak this one in here.
I think VP... Will VP check this out? It's not going to be super quick, but that might sort of play to the favor of Nigma here, meaning that it's a little unsuspecting that they would actually go for this.
Yeah, I don't think they know this is going on at all. They have Haunt available and everything too, but this is quite a sneak here. Empowered Void with
they've got it.
Yeah, he's got it. Uh-oh.
Alrighty.
That's a big... I mean, that's a huge move.
Yeah, this is... I mean, it really does feel that with each passing minute, this is going to get more and more difficult for VP unless they can keep these fights going. And like, sure, right, they have a Spectre, excellent late game hero, but it's against a Void with a Viper backup. Like, they've got so many ways of holding this Spectre down in the poison of the Viper, breaking the Spectre at all portions of the game. It just makes it an incredibly dangerous, risky game for ILTW to play. One sort of step in the wrong place, he gets caught in the combo, he's going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at his item build, right? You see he's gone for the Manta, queues up BKB.
He has
That's when you know it's a tough Spectre game. It's going to be hard for him to really just carry this game by himself. They're smoking out the trade to try to catch Enigma when they're split off, but have to be careful how many you run into. Enigma has everything available right now on top of that Aegis. They have to kill some heroes, trickle them in one by one. Killing the front line is very tough. They're tanky. Greaves, a Magnus who's naturally tanky, and a Void who's elusive versus little stuns.
That should help.
It looks like it's going to be... Oh, is it going to be 4 bounties as well? Looks like it might just be 4 bounties here for Enigma. Nah, just 3. GH being a little bit cautious.
What?
He might get caught
They
here.
want to dive for him. TP coming over. GH is going to get the opportunity to turn with the telekinesis. No one got himself yours, but now he's caught into the Will-O-Wisp. Miracle jumps across. No need for the chrono. They just kill him straight up. As I feel like those are the sort of moves that we see teams start to make
when they feel forced.
When the game really starts to take a turn for the worse for them. If you're making moves like that, something's starting to go wrong.
And yeah, Enigma now they're chasing. Even Fresh the time walk with the chakra there. Can they actually set up for the kill here? Stomp. Looks like trying to stop the back line.
There's the RP. Mind control's in. He's got the 2 of them. They do have the Manta to try and get away, but he's pushed back into the poison of Weeheart. ILTW down. Solo falls as well. And the game, I mean, in terms of numbers, it's 11-11. The net worth is even. But you can't help but feel that this game is only going to get worse for VP.
They don't have damage. They don't have great catch. It's starting to look real difficult for them for sure here. And we see that was a very cute little play there, right? The time walk, chakra, time walk to get on top of the Spectre. Yeah, this is starting to shift very quickly here. And they did have to expend all their ultis, right? So I think when Spectre's online, I think you gotta be go time as VP. You have to catch Nigma when they're split up somehow when Spectre's back up, but it's still so difficult as Solo does TP in the front here.
I mean, they're coming in with a wraparound.
Okay.
Let's see if they can take these 2 down.
Nice ice wall.
It's down, sets up for the 2-man stomp as well. EMP comes in, RTW jumps over with the Haunt. They're on top of Weeheart, focusing towards RMM first. Get the quick kill, turn back for the core. They'll get the 2 of them.
Give him the Spectre.
Good strike back there from RTW. Yeah, 2 kills for him, straight up with the Midas usage. I mean, these are the opportunities that they have to jump on immediately, and they do so.
Yeah, as soon as there's no ultis, they're overplaying their hand a little bit on Nigma, capitalize on
keep
VP.
going.
They do, and keep going. Yeah, there's still the ultis on CD. Sure, you're playing versus Aegis, but you're worried about RP. You're worried about
Miracle
Chrono.
just jumped in on this.
Oh, he's very far.
Yeah, they're coming over for him. All right, he's going to try and jump away, but they're there awaiting. They'll take him down the once. Is there any sort of help that they can offer? This TP's coming over, stomp timing. No, mind control. He comes in with a skewer. He peels the Elder Titan away, so the stomp doesn't come out. Miracle still taking heavy damage, but he's able to get the time walk off. They've got back up on the high ground. RMN and GH are here.
Oh, they're turning.
Will-O-Wisp down. He's trying to kill him. Zayas is getting low. He's also getting very, very low himself on the Void. Still 30 seconds without the Chrono, but they're able to turn and kill off the ET. And now it's VP that's having to run away.
Refreshes the lift there from GH with the chakra.
20 seconds until Chronosphere. VP's got to be aware of this timing. They're still trying to fight this. If Nigma can sort of buy time for the Chrono to come back in play, they'll have a chance here. But Weeha's been isolated. He has been surrounded. Viper will fall. And VP, they're going to continue to chase.
Yeah, keep going. Of course, you have Surge. Try to catch anything else here. No, and on the front.
He's out again. He does have the Chrono, but now with the Viper down, he's going to be a little more careful with how he turns to drop it. Here's the setup.
Do they have the follow-up, though? Don't think they do.
And this now may be a little harder for them to continue to chase. They won't be able to get anything else, but nonetheless, they get the Aegis away from the Void, and they're also able to find that big kill on Weeha.
Back-to-back, right? Weeha just can kind of respawn, walk back in to help out Miracle, and just goes down again. So great moves there. Great aggressive plays, playing around those ulti CDs and finding Miracle too far forward. Very nicely done. And Miracle there, he almost actually died. He popped the Mask of Madness when they were walking up the high ground and immediately starts panicking for a second because Spectre just turned and started hitting him. That Desolate really started to build onto him, so.
Yeah, solid save from Mind Control coming in with that skewer. That stomp comes in onto Miracle. More than likely the setup for them to take him down a second time.
Yep. Now, though, they have to be a bit scared on VP. They're going to smoke and maybe try to
This is a little like
stay grouped together, but they don't have anything available for themselves.
And this is into the Chronosphere, the RP, and also the just completed MKB on Miracle.
Oh man, yeah, he's had a big timing here. Still very strong and powering themselves up, looking for something to pick. I mean, Spectre showing himself in mid. This is the pick they want.
Yeah, they just dropped the Chrono.
And he's broken. And he looks very fragile when he is broken. Oh, is that a stolen? Was that a splitter or was that just a? That looked like just a dagger, I guess. Last hit.
That was the great.
No, it was a splitter too. Yeah, he has a stolen splitter that went down too.
Oh, nice.
So gets the last hit there, steals dagger. And that jumps the lead up very quickly, though, because now Spectre's off the map for 50 seconds. Now you're just going to see Nigma just chase anyone they see on the map.
Oh, and top, Mind Control. He's found the second big grab. No one's found by his RP. He'll try and play his way out of this, but there's no escaping. A Miracle also, meanwhile, cleaning up Resolution. So across the map, all three cores going down on VP. And that whole situation regarding the Spectres, we said that's the struggle of the Spectre this game.
He's countered.
That's never not going to happen unless he gets the BKB and he's able to pop it before he's chronoed. Still, at that point, it's very likely they're going to have enough physical damage to really bring him down during that chrono and the BKB.
I mean, it's really starting to look like it's just Spectre versus the... Look at just the levels. 19, 15, 14, 13, 13 on the side of Enigma. It's just the Spectre up there at 18. The rest of them are really starting to fall off. And this is not a game where Spectre can solo carry.
No.
He's versus just these counters straight up here. And Miracle's starting to get real out of control. MKB getting close to... not close, but going toward that Satanic next, which he will get pretty quickly.
We'll see. The Diffusal Blade has been completed by IRTW. So at least has some good aggressive potential. Does mean that he has postponed the BKB, so still very vulnerable himself.
They're looking to get aggressive, though, versus these double cooldowns of ultis.
Let's see, no one. Just going to look for the setup on RMN. They'll try and save him with the Force. Might just do it. They're going to commit with the Hawk for this one. What sort of a chase can they find? They're just going to look for RMM.
They want more, though.
ILTW jumping over. Can he have any further control? Dagger's out. Still, it's hard to get that further catch.
Yeah, it's too far.
It's not going to find anything else, that Haunt.
No, and you can't defuse either because he just pops Greaves and then he's able to reset anyway. A Spectre hunt just for a coddle, that is not what they wanted. They needed to get more out of that.
And look at just the straight up farm on Miracle right now. 4K advantage on ILTW. This Void getting so large.
He's only 1,200 away from the Satanic even. They struggle to kill this man anyway, as it's an elusive Void into pretty much 0 disables. throwing a Satanic on top, throwing some chakras to refresh his time walk too, he's going to be pretty impossible to kill. And like we said, they used Haunt. They wanted to get more out of it. Ultis are going to start ticking back. It's probably in the back of their heads this entire time on the side of VP. It's just
getting harder.
It's getting scarier and scarier.
It really is.
Burn his mana though. Haha, gotcha. But he has a coddle. Right, coming over there from the mid lane soon. Refill him up shortly. Yeah, constant arcane boots as well too. We see mind control even picking up arcane boots on Magnus. When you're playing versus EMP, when you're playing versus these invokers, you tend to see more arcane boots picked up in these games.
Yeah, especially when you have a core like Void that, again, just doesn't have a great mana pool. Chrono's nearly half of it.
This is a scary place for VP to be set up around. They're going to just keep burning his mana and stomping him, though. Very annoying.
It's kind of working.
They're going to actually toss down the splitter, too. And the wall.
Oh.
I mean, you were saying kind of working.
There's nothing worth about that.
No.
That's... I mean, VP, they need everything to win these fights.
They
Throwing them out like that.
Go back to split push for now, for the next few minutes. There's no way you can look for a fight here. They're going to lose that top tower.
Top tower
Yeah, now when Haunt is back up, they're not going to have wall available. They're not going to have splitter available. And like you said, it feels like they really do need to utilize absolutely everything in order to try to bring these heroes down.
And another Roche.
And another Roche is back up already.
And with no splitter, no wall, that's your fight around the pit gone.
I mean, they can scout it. They can say hello, but
they're not going for this.
No way they can contest this.
There's not even any point running over.
No, I mean, they're going to try to throw their stops and their EMPs in there, but...
EMP just off to the side. Miracle's able to sidestep it. Solo's heading over, but the Will-O-Wisp holds them back. They cannot get over to the pit in time. Miracle jumps over a few bashes and Solo's out of action. It's just, I mean, as we said, that 11-11 mark where that little lead that VP started to get when they had, so there, a few minutes of really nice moves with the Invoker in the early game.
For sure.
It's just only going to get tougher and tougher for them to really do anything to stop this lineup from Nigma, just take over the rest of this game.
I mean, the Invoker's level 14. Look, GH is 16. Everyone, like we said, everyone on the side of the Nigmas just has a plethora of levels and items now. He will get away.
Yeah, he's not going to go for the blind Chrono.
No one also gets away too. I thought for sure they might lose one target there, but they will at least be able to disengage. But yeah, you're seeing, just keep looking at these levels, right? Everyone on the side of Nigma is growing, but nobody except for the Spectres growing on the side of VP.
Oh, yeah, that's
and it's like
that's rough.
I mean, it's a game where he's countered. It's his win condition Spectre it's not a win condition when you're versus Void and Viper. They just have a lot of different ways to play around you. And they just have so many ults. It really is. It's Will-O-Wisp, RP, Chronosphere. There's so many different things that they can just throw on single targets and just kill them. Oh, lovely.
Oh, DD.
Oh, man, he is hitting for 430.
Everybody get back to the base.
And now he's empowered. He's hitting for 500. Oh, the net with the Arcane Supremacy. Look how long it lasts. Oh, a value bash.
Oh, damn, that hurt.
Oh, look at this. He even has the greater Fairy Fire also on the Void. So he was already impossible to kill. Throwing some more heals on top. Solo.
He's cheeky. Going in.
He dispelled the Empower and the DD. All right, a cheeky little move there.
All right, what are you going to do here with your VP? How are you going to get them off your base? It's Miracle dancing around. He's also been able to finish himself off for BKB, so he can just sort of waltz in, drop the combo. No one. I mean, they don't even need a Chrono to kill him.
No, they do not.
They just
keep getting caught in, but the wall?
Beat him down. No one's gone. It's just falling apart here for VP. They don't have the means to play against the power of Nigma here.
No. They don't have the straight team fight, and the Invoker, who had that pretty decent mid game, he's fallen off completely. Spectre knows he can't even haunt in. A stolen Wall of Replica will come out eventually too. There's no BKB on Weehaw at the moment, but Miracle's he's just standing in the front line. He has Satanic. He even has a full Butterfly in a second too after these racks. GH wants another catch. He's got the net.
Couple of hits.
Goodbye.
He's gone. And Nigma will slowly continue the cleanup. Giants. Oh, where's the bash? They won't find him. Giants able to turn with the Earth Splitter, but a force,
they force him out.
On a Miracle. He does still get hit by it. but it really doesn't matter. Miracle steps back in, picks up the double kill. Rezo trying to run
He's
away.
gonna get Chronoed
Chrono's out.
immediately.
You don't run away from me, Miracle says.
And that's the Spectre. See you later. That they're probably gonna call it off of that one.
Yeah,
it's very, very over.
There we go. GG. Well played. It's called. Nigma take game 3 with that. The series is theirs. 2-1 against VP. And I mean, these last 2 games, it really did feel like the sort of lineups that the VP were trying to play really were a bit of a swing and a miss, especially after that game 1, which just worked so perfectly for VP. They came in with a phenomenal showing in the first game in terms of draft and play, but game 2, the last big tiny just didn't pay off, and this game 3, it was a super smart way of Nigma closing this one up, right? Getting the Void, the Viper. It just makes the Spectre's game impossible.
Yeah, makes the Spectre's game impossible, and the Invoker just starts to really fall behind, and then they literally just have absolutely no damage. You see, Zayat, he's just like, okay, I have max Spirit, or I have max Aura, and I have a Veil. Okay, maybe I can amplify. Oh, I don't really have a lot of things to amplify.
Yeah.
We actually just don't. We have Ion Shell, we have the Tornado EMP combo, but then that's it. That's all their actual big damage spells pretty much thrown out there, and yeah, Spectre's hard countered.
Yeah, and you know, one of those games as well, Miracle was truly unable to pop off. You know, sort of the dream Void game for him there in that sense, as we saw him just at all moments of the match just dancing around. Yep. No one could stop him. He's empowered. He's getting insane farm on this Void.
He's versing no stuns.
Yeah. It's one of those games where as the Void, he's probably kind of a little disappointed. You know, one of those games where he's winning so easily, he doesn't even need to really land big chronos. You know, and that's, you know, it always feels a little unsatisfying.
So many big ults and so many easy ways to play with their draft.
He just punched people,
Yep.
and the game was sort of over. Well played indeed, though, to Team Nigma, taking this series here with that 3rd game victory, as they will defeat VP today 2-1.
Yes, thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged, and congratulations to Team Nigma for coming out on top after that engagement. The draft was already kind of in their favor. What's that? Is that you guys?
It's our noble clap.
The noble
Yes,
clap.
very good.
Expressing my appreciation.
Well done to the gladiators.
Wonderful.
So when we have...
Very entertaining match.
I dare you to do that if we have a winner's interview.
Okay, I'll do it.
You can do that.
Call me a coward, Sheever. See what happens. I'll ruin the entire interview.
I don't think there's such a thing as ruin an interview.
Oh, you just
haven't seen it. You not seen Slack's interview
Challenge
there.
accepted. Let's talk about this 3rd game to the series. We had a Spectre that was countered in all sorts of ways, shapes, and forms, and a last pick Invoker. I don't know where you guys want to start with this one, but I kind of want to start, Cap. You said before the series started, you wanted to look at the middle lane.
Yeah.
It was Viper versus Invoker, not the middle lane you probably were expecting.
Yeah, that, like after the end of that draft, I was like, okay, no one has to go off because they're picking Invoker into a Faceless Void, which eventually is going to lose you the game. So he has to go completely bananas and destroy everybody in the first 20 minutes. And honestly, Virtus Pro did a pretty good job. They did well with their lanes. No one was doing pretty well for himself. He even somehow didn't get hit by a Chronosphere in that mid lane and didn't die. And it didn't matter. Because you could just feel it. Like, sometimes you see those draft matchups and you're just like, okay, things are going well, but like, eventually the other shoe's going to drop. And that's what it felt like in that game 3.
All things considered, this series was, as much as I would like to give a golf clap, it didn't really live up to expectations for me, because all 3 games, the writing was on the wall from the draft. I wanted to see an even draft. I wanted to see even mid lane matchups. I wanted to see even late game carry potential. But all 3 games, it just seemed like it was very easy to pinpoint, well, this is why this team won, and this is why this team had no possibility of being able to come back into the game.
Yeah.
And so I am proud that it went to 3 games. And props to VP for making it competitive. Props to Nigma for taking it in the end. But I had higher expectations in terms of the competitive nature of it all.
That's fair. That's fair to say. I felt like there was I mean, the first game of the series was incredible from ILTW. I felt like there was a lot of pressure put on him on this 3rd game to perform, even though he was the Spectre against a Viper and against a Faceless Void, and basically no true saving hero, if I can say like that. I think Elder Titan was meant to be the saving hero, maybe with ult coming through, but I don't think.
Yeah, not
against the Chrono.
Sure. No.
And like he also had at least one ultimate that kind of whiffed, but ultimately I'm not going to put too much blame on him for this game. And I can't, like, I don't know how much blame I can really put on no one either. It just felt like it was kind of an overall bad situation. Like, I can't blame Rezo because, like, I don't know.
Who are you gonna blame, Cap?
With Dark, I'm gonna blame the draft. Because that's
So
a cop-out, so I don't have to create any enemies.
No.
with
There's a
Virtus
very
Pro.
clear person who's doing the draft for Virtus Pro.
Uh-oh. You've made
Well,
an enemy.
who's that person, Cheever?
Solo.
All right, well, you said it, not me. Solo, she said it.
That polar bear blood is on your hands.
Seriously, like, what are you supposed to do with, like you don't have, like, these really, a really neat combo to be able to work off of with the Darkseer in this sort of game. I think no one was put into a position where he was eventually going to fall apart, right? Like, you're playing into Faceless Void and stuff. It's, like, a difficult game.
Yeah.
And they just, at some point in time, we're just going to get rolled over. So I can't, like, Spectre, I'm not sure if they even gave him enough time to be able to really come online and show stuff, so.
What was the very last pick in Game 1, Shiver? Because so it was Tiny in Game 2 from VP.
Yeah.
It was
Death
the
Prophet.
Invoker from Game 3 by VP.
Yes.
It was Death Prophet in Game 1?
Death Prophet in Game 1.
I don't know how their last pick went downhill so hard after an excellent last pick in Game 1.
Also, just to go back to the start of this series.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, the hype train! The VP hype train's leaving the station!
Let me
Shirabi's
out.
like, why are you outside, Cap?
Let me
Why are you
out.
outside? Let come in the train, Cap! No! Choo-choo! It's taking off! Goodbye, Tsunami! Oh god, it's going off a cliff, the bridge! Oh god, the inhumanity of it all! Oh!
You know what? I am actually a little sad that everybody at home missed out on. You know, they didn't miss out on the voice acting of it all, but they did miss out on the
miming?
theatrics. I feel like
I can do it
theat-
again if you guys really want
No,
me to.
I'm
not sure if the viewers want me to do that
twice.
again.
My soul can't
I think the
take it.
next version, the up version, would be you actually running around and then falling down.
Do a little dance around Tsunami's chair.
Well, I weep. I had definitely higher expectations, like I said. I don't really know where this puts VP in the terms of the rest of the group also.
Well, they were doing quite good before. Like they were 2-1.
Yeah.
They have one more team to face. That one team is EG.
Right, which we'll be seeing EG play next, but they'll be versus Alliance.
Yes, we will indeed. But, I mean, VP, they looked really, really good in the first game, and when they faced 5-man, and when they faced Na'Vi.
And Tsunami fell in love. What did you learn from this, Tsunami?
Never trust Game 1.
You gotta guard your heart. You gotta
Stay
keep it safe.
protected.
You got to guard your heart again, by the way.
Sometimes I just really like getting on
because
that train.
we get to talk to none other than GH.
Oh, God.
Right?
Oh.
Hey, GH, how are you doing?
Good evening, guys.
Good evening. Congratulations. First of all, of course. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
GH, you guess? Why do you guess?
No, because I thought there was something more coming after the congratulations, and then I was like, okay, that's it. Then thank you.
What GH is trying to say here is he didn't view it that much of an accomplishment beating VP. Right, GH? That's what you're saying, right?
Wow, some
He took the words right out of my mouth. Go on, I'm just kidding. No. I have a huge respect for VP.
We know you do. We know you. I have a question actually that is a little bit related to the series you just played. I'm curious how you felt like the small patch was impacting the games today for you guys.
Well, when I first saw the patch, I saw that like one of my favorite heroes, which is Rubik, had a small nerf to it, which appears small, but I actually felt it when I played it. So I was kind of sad, but then I thought about the other heroes that got nerfed, which also were my heroes, so I got even sadder. And then I came here and played, and we won, and I'm happy again.
Good. I'm glad it ended on a high note there.
I thought for a second you were going to say, like, and I'm still sad. Nothing can console me.
You say that you had a lot of respect for VP, but you were getting tipped, and you were thanking them also. Now, I'm sure with you there was no ironic nature to no sarcastic thank yous, but what is it about VP that you find to be like especially compelling opponents right now in, I don't know, these past few months?
Well, it's a bit hard to pinpoint at the moment because we've been on and off for the past month. So for the moment, the first game felt a bit difficult because they had a really high tempo with their draft and the way they played. So that pressured us a bit. But after that, when we saw their draft for the second and the third game, we felt pretty confident taking the series. So I'd say overall, they're pretty good team early game, and they played well these fast heroes, and they pressured us. But after that, they just slowed down, and we were able to secure the series.
And we heard that it's Miracle drafting for you guys at the moment. What is it like under his leadership in the draft?
Miracle is the best. He made me say that, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. He's really good. He's really good. He brings a lot of good energy to the team, and we really need that. Every team thrives on a lot of energy, especially when it comes from a core player. So this is what Amir offers to the team right now. He's very good player for sure, but he's a really good drafter as well because he plays so much and he knows the game so well. So he offers a lot of intent and a lot of ways to play the game.
Is he also therefore, because he drafts, is he more vocal during the game itself?
Yes, definitely. That's one of the things we really noticed when Kuro had to take a break because of his injury. Amir became really vocal in the game and started leading the game and offering a lot of input in the game and how to play, how to proceed, what objectives to take, and basically an overall idea about the game.
That sounds really hype. Sounds like a good guy to have on your team.
All right, GH, I got two questions for you. I've got two different questions. It all depends on this first one, though. Do you know anything about mythology? Are you up to date with
Honestly, not really. I know in school we used to study a lot about them, but not anymore. So I actually just forgot everything.
All right, I've got faith that you'll be able to pull this question out. If you were some sort of god or demigod, doesn't matter, Greek, Roman, whatever, who would you be?
Okay, first of all, I need to remember the name of the
gods.
gods.
We got like Athena, who's like the goddess of the hunt.
Of war. Oh, okay, the hunt. Yeah.
You don't have to name the names of the heroes. It's more like what aspect.
the
so
archetype.
Of war,
Sure,
of
sure.
All right. Life,
I'll
of
let
love,
you off easy, GH.
What do you have? War.
I like Poseidon, to be honest. I always felt a bit of I like being close to water. I'd go with that.
And yet you leave Team Liquid, the most watery of teams.
We got you there,
Yeah,
GH.
that happened.
He's a very powerful
He
guy.
actually did.
All right, GH, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and for giving us a stellar performance in the Dota 2. And we hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, thank you guys for having me. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye, GH.
And likewise. And of course, it was GH from Team Nigma who is successful and victorious and therefore are topping their group. That is Group A. They are now 3-1. Now, there is a chance that they have to share that first place after our next series, because our next series is none other than Evil Geniuses versus Alliance. We'll be right back.
Happiness resides not in artifacts and not in gold. Happiness dwells in the soul.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
The draft is a moments away for our last European Immortal League series of the day. Evil Geniuses taking on Alliance. And I'm here together with Lacoste and Lizard, and they're going to tell me how they think this series is going to go down. Lacoste, you want to go first?
I want to go first, and I want to go fast. Like after EG lost to Navi, even though EG had has three players from the CIS region, pretty much, you know, and it was a pretty big win for Navi. EG looked shaky, and Alliance also not the top of their game at the moment. Depends how Alliance is going to play. Yeah. Alliance is a team that can win against pretty much any team, but they can also lose the, let's say, 5 men, which is kind of surprising to me. Alliance is a team that sometimes look very one-dimensional, and a lot of the teams tend to punish that.
When they lost to Navi, it was GPK's birthday, if I remember correctly.
Ooh.
And you know, in CIS, they like to celebrate everything in a quite spectacular way. So maybe that impaired them a little bit when it comes to getting victories. Also, they picked Storm for him.
They did.
Yeah, which didn't really work out. It was...
I mean, his win rate is atrocious in that, right?
It was 38% before that game. Now it's like 35, 34%. So it's pretty bad. If they pick anything else for GPK...
Faster.
I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, we're still not. We have some time.
We have some time.
Okay. A little bit of time, tiny bit of time.
Stirring me up.
Don't worry. Well, you know what the thing that I wrote down with these two teams at the moment is that they're like you're saying they're able to take games of the best of them, but they're not consistent with it. Like both of these squads at the moment are not consistent. Is that fair to say?
Definitely, but it's difficult to talk about EG when you know that they have GPK there right now. The mid laner has changed, so
sure.
It's kind of difficult. However, they did take 2 games. Alliance lost 2 games, so overall in the tournament so far, EG have a little bit better of a score. Let's put it that way. They kind of faced even matched opponents, so.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen in this first game of the series. Evil Geniuses and Alliance going head-to-head, but they're going to start off slowly with the draft. Let's head over to the draft pantheon.
We may be transitioning in slowly, but don't worry, we're knee-deep as we jump into this Game 1 draft EG versus Alliance. And gentlemen, I've already got a handful of picks for you, so no need to preface things. We'll save that for Game 2. Doom, Grimstroke for EG, Io Sven for Alliance. things already popping off. Give me some first impressions, boys.
I like this style of opener from both teams. You know, just lay your cards on the table, pick something with power. I've seen a lot of teams, I think, outthinking themselves, just trying to pick stuff that's just versatile, multi-role in the opener, which is always good, but it's like, just give me some dank, you know? Double Doom potential, Wisp Sven, self-explanatory.
Who needs flex when you can just win fights?
Yeah.
T-Gov, I'll let you take a little bit more of an analytical approach. What is it about this this EG situation that made them look so miserable against Na'Vi? Because I had high expectations for this roster. They show up against Na'Vi and they just kind of fall to pieces. What exactly happened for people who may not have been able to catch that?
I think it was simply EG as a team is always pretty kind of like cookie cutter. You know what's going to come from them? Like they're very good at a certain pool of like heroes and style. And Na'Vi, they were in a position where they were trying to like reinvent themselves after like a shaky start to the tournament. So they came into the series like with the Alchemist, I believe, and actually trying to kind of go surprise that we're going to get you. You're a little bit stale potentially. And EG, they're very good at certain combos, but that is easily punishable if you do the correct homework.
I was curious that you mentioned that because I also have considered Alliance to be kind of cookie cutter at times, and that more often than not, it's all up to Nico Baby to win the game. Would you consider that still to be the case in a post-S4 world, or not so much?
I think the issue here for Alliance, or at least maybe the new life for them, is they always seem to pick S4's hero in the first phase. They are a team that gravitates towards, I believe, second pick. And it's always about, okay, how are we going to get S4's hero early so we can enable Nico Baby later? Predominantly, that would have been Darkseer during the start of this tournament. We've seen the changes to Darkseer, and clearly these lads are like, well, maybe we don't want to first phase of Darkseer now, because if Surge has changed...
Yeah, but...
VP. No, it's gone.
They could definitely second phase it.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
It is vintage Alliance, it's vintage S4, and it synergizes real nicely with the Sven because you get the double bonus with the Wisps as well. You surge one target, the guy he's tethered to also goes away super speed. It's pretty nice.
Even if you can't break the speed limit, it's still worth.
Yes. Okay. It's still two hasted heroes for the price of one. And then the Vac stun potential. It's weird how the game's changed a bit, but that's something I feel like a lot of times now Darkseers are played for the surge, but back when I was a lad, still young enough to play out on the field, it was more about the VAC combos, and, the big stun follow-ups.
Well, if you're Alliance here, picking up this Eye, you want to see like an Earth Spirit, some melee 4 that can be your initiator starting out the fight. If you don't have that, it's often quite hard to run an Eye draft.
Lina.
And okay, they're going for a Lina.
It's quite nice here too because Limp will always play it if necessary.
Yeah.
It's likely going to be a 4 position. This this is as close to inspired by complexity as you could get. We used this exact same trio of heroes. I think we picked it in this order back at TI5. And this is really cool because Lina is one of the better supports to go with a Wisp because you have kill threat, and you always want this other support to be able to do stuff, specifically when it comes with a locked a TP interrupter stun.
I'm trying to think of like the S4 hero right now, like the Brewmaster, like maybe even the Centaur, like these heroes that can either A, get you out of that doom, because once it's put out, you want to get out of the fight, or B, you have the option to be super aggressive, setting up that relocate. Brew as a hero naturally is a very strong laner. It is pretty good against these illusion heroes that Arteezy naturally wants to play, and again, it's that pairing of a strong lane for the laner.
It's so weird. I heard the name Arteezy. I'm like, wait, he's playing? Oh yeah, it's EG. I forget. This is the first time we've seen him play against a European team. Well, other than earlier in the tournament, of course, but in what, like 6 months?
Yeah.
Feels it's been forever. It's so interesting.
Yeah, stuck in that NA kind of bubble.
They've been under the radar for a while, which is why I was so excited to see the GPK version of this roster.
Yeah. Newly 11k MMR as well. Don't know if anybody's shouted him out yet. Well done.
Well done.
That is some insane dedication. Like I don't have it in me to get to like 8k. I can't imagine just saying, you know what, only 3,000 more MMR to go.
Underlord's basically the same situation in terms of countering the illusion heroes. He's going to be a strong laner and allows the laner, if it is going to be that 4 laner, can easily sit behind the Underlord. If it is going to be the laner flex, because again, that's what they've set themselves up for right now. They're going to decide mid or 4. And overall, pretty nice. Yeah, I don't mind it. After watching Secret play today and how they had a lineup that wasn't really active, but it was super good at punishing that one over aggression at a defensive position, and then you just own the map because again you get such a gain from that one fight.
It's ideal. Like Underlord's one of those heroes with a ton of gravity, right? You're gonna need people to show up in lane if you want to push him out of it. Just one's not gonna cut it. So as he draws these extra heroes, it creates openings for your Wisp +1 to make moves. So Underlord can be completely isolated in a corner of the map, and if you try and chase after him, there's always that threat of relocate. So it allows him to play with more aggression, and he can actually get extra creep waves because of it. It's a very interesting selection. I don't really like Arc Warden into Wisp or Underlord. You have any thoughts?
I honestly don't mind it because they're in a position right now that their Doom is pretty much irrelevant in the fact that the fight reset on Alliance is so strong, they don't really get to play out. There's relocate and there's the the taxi, the Uber from Underlord. Therefore, like Alliance get to dictate every fight. And when you're in that type of position, you can't really double down on more team fight because again, that escape you're never going to stop. So EG are basically deciding, okay, we're going to always be able to play the map quicker than you. Your lineup is pretty clunky in terms of how they move. Again, they're versatile, they're quick in the relocate, but an Arc clone is super scary to play into.
This makes me feel like it's probably a crit Doom though. So their last pick is likely going to be, could be offlane Void Spirit, I suppose. I know Ramses can play it. I'm just not sure what direction they'll go.
It's
it
very
could also
open
just be
right
crit
now.
offlane.
Yeah.
It could be Ramses on Doom off.
There we
it
go.
could be Doom mid. It could be Void Spirit for crit. Like we really
Exactly. That's where this double like the Void and Doom is so open because they can play in so many roles.
Do
Especially
they need that kind of flexibility even though they know that they're going to be laning up against a Sven IO? Because usually that kind of offlane flex potential is like, well, let's see what the carry matchup is going to be before we commit to one of these things.
it's more about like like an insurance policy, knowing okay, what are we gonna like? You see 4 picks, right? You get to decide quite confidently. If you didn't have that option of flex in your draft, you wouldn't have that kind of openness going into your final pick. It just keeps your kind of mindset on the game a little bit more open, your playbook, your timings.
And we are leaning, what, 4 position Lina, mid Lina? What's the situation here? Because I feel like Alliance are more often than not giving it to Hanskin. They find more utility in not giving it core role. You have the stun no matter what. Unless if it's a Phoenix where you need the attack speed to kill the egg, it's not really critical to give her a high farm priority.
It's hard to say. I know for a fact it's one of Limp's favorite heroes, dating all the way back to Heroes of North. You can see EG banning out the mid heroes, so they expect you're correct that Han's going to be on the Lina. I think it's more likely, especially when you have a carry Sven. It's just kind of you look at this and you see Sven and Underlord as heroes that Lina wants to play around, so it makes more sense for it to be a support in that sense. I'm just not sure what hero Limp would play in this spot. I was thinking maybe a Death Prophet, but they just haven't picked that for him in a while.
Well, they have last pick for Alliance, so right now that they can decide between a mobility core to get onto the Arc Warden to lock him down, setting up the relocate, or they can go for like a vision-based mid like Zeus that can just that's what Arc Warden, relocate go on him right now type of situation. Especially with Sven going for Ags, hard to really kite him. He can always get into the bubble because again your Stormhammer. EG though, they now have to decide what's happening with this Doom.
Dude, what about a Wyvern? I keep saying Wyvern. I don't know what's wrong with the hero. No one picks it.
No.
But I see a Sven. I see a Wisp. Like, damn, that would be pretty sick.
It's very good at prolonging the game, defending those early towers. Alliance doesn't have Wayflare. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a fan. They go for a Tusk. Doom will be offlane now, Void Spirit mid. And now Alliance basically can go, okay, what is our mid laner? What type of game plan are we going for?
That makes Lina mid, I think, really unlikely, just because there's so much save now. And the biggest problem with Lina as a core is that no matter how far ahead you are, you're never durable. So if you just get caught out, punched, kicked, snowballed, cut off, you're just dead, even if you're 2 items ahead. I think it's got to be Hanskin now. You're thinking about a hero for Limp. I feel like you want that kind of utility. I lean towards Death Prophet. It could also, you could go back for something like a TA perhaps, but that's really greedy.
Yeah, that's very greedy, I think.
You'd love to have some early tower pressure if you could.
Which of the EG heroes do you think has not been answered yet? Like, do you have enough
the
anti-Arc Warden?
The Arc Warden's your biggest issue right now, especially the way EG play.
Could you go for like an SF type situation, going for like the Blink Yours type build? You're the one who can just jump in. Again, it feels very clunky. Jakiro.
Okay, so mid Lina.
Oh, what if it's could it be Core Wisp?
Oh.
Could it could be Core Wisp?
this could be core Jakiro, which would fill the same role as like a Death Prophet, but it probably isn't. It could just be a Lina
Like
mid.
a really
It's probably just
budget
Lina
version.
mid.
Yeah.
But I am so afraid. I feel like if they go for the Lina mid, it's got to be really, really well executed from Alliance. They
Odds
need
are
to
neck and neck. Also, I think that after EG and Alliance's previous showings in this tournament so far, they're looking pretty even. So this Lina, it's gonna have to be a game changer. It seems.
My expectation would just be you put the Lina mid, and then your Jakiro and Io support duos, and then the Jakiro Underlord together can just constantly push out the wave and force it under tower for arc. But
I'm just worried. How do you keep EG off of you, right? They're going to throw out a Grimstroke call. Doom, run forward. Tusk, go forward. Void Spirit, leap forward. You have these 3 squishy heroes in the back. How does a Sven and an Underlord, like, that's not enough. They're just going to ignore you and run past.
The main reason for the Jakiro pick is because it's the counter to the Tusk, right? In lane, the tag team, you attack slow, so it's going to enable that Sven. So if they want to do a tri-lane, it will be Sven, Io, Jakiro, and keeping him safe. Underlord just passively farms by himself, very strong at that. And then Lina will be, I believe, your mid in this situation. Again, like you said, it's hard to, how do you actually stop the rebuttal? They have a lot of soft like defense in terms of root, ice path and stuff, but
yeah, I have to lean towards EG though. I feel like they've got the late game advantage. I think if they run into each other and everybody uses their spells, EG just win the fight.
I would agree.
Like, you just win the fight. You get a double Doom off, even just one, it wouldn't matter. Void Spirit's going to get his spells off.
There's a lack of early
Tusk's hard
damage as
save.
well. Like,
yeah.
It's like the big burst comes from like the Lina, and other than that, it's a lot of tick, a lot of like slow damage. And when you have these heroes that don't even want to really play in the fight, Void Spirit Arc, they can like poke from a distance and instantly get out. They love playing against this type of damage because there's that not hard punishment.
However, if Alliance can play ahead, if they can get some early towers and just sort of crush through the map as we've seen other teams utilize Wisp and do so, you can just play too high tempo, right? Arc Warden's not going to be able to get out on map. And if Doom's on cooldown, like, you have no fear from this hero. EG suffer in a sense that they're somewhat cooldown reliant, and it could punish them.
But the Arc Warden, the fail safe, the eventual Alliance high ground.
Fine, they're gonna bulldoze their way through. No problem at all. Either that or Artesia Arc Warden's gonna carry us over. We'll see how they do in game number 1.
Alliance versus Evil Geniuses, a matchup that has gone the test of time in Dota 2, and at least one person has a little bit more experience than the others, but we're going to watch FNG give away the first blood before we talk about...
Oh no, that's actually second.
Oh!
So,
okay, GPK actually already got picked off, so that would be first blood for Alliance instead.
Yeah, that's...
All right, worthy trade.
Yeah, that's definitely worth the trade.
The battle begins.
So are we going to have Jakiro mid? We are.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay. So what Kyle was saying about running around the map and just closing in the map with the Wisp, that is definitely viable with this hero being mid. I mean, the tower pressure coming out from this hero with the levels in his third spell.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty immense. I think they can definitely death ball in this one.
So, do you think this is a winning mid, though? Because you, Jenkins, we were talking about, like, what is Limp going to be playing? Is this a core IO? Is he going to be playing mid Jakiro, mid Lina? And the conversation obviously came to his mid Lina and how, while he's really good with that hero, it's just not a game-winning hero.
It can feel like pretty hot garbage when it comes to the late game, and you have this extremely squishy hero with all of your net worth. She never really gets enough items that she's unkillable, but this Jakiro, it's, probably a little bit tankier than Alina, and it actually is a counter to the Void Spirit mid. Ramses?
I think Ramses might be dead. He's certainly going to be taking a lot of damage over a long period of time here. He still has the Fairy Fire. He can eat another Tango. He's actually got a healing salve. I almost think he should have devoured the melee creep that he was tethered to, just to slow down that IO. He's going to live, but, like, is it really worth it?
What is it really being alive?
Yeah. Man. You can see the change in the Devour, the nerf that got. What, one regen?
Yep.
It's pretty rough.
Yeah. That's not a hero you expect to be difficult to cut the creep wave against. I think that's why he didn't wait to Devour there, because it's like, it's a Wisp. Yeah. What can a Wisp do? It's like, oh wait, he's got a lot of move speed now. He just pokes you to death.
Yeah.
Well, not quite.
All right, get back to the mid.
Yeah,
Is this a game-winning hero or is this a game-losing hero, Jenkins?
No, I legitimately think this is pretty good. I mean, like Jakiro as a mid, generally speaking, it's not the fastest of heroes. It's not going to run around killing people. It'll take tower. It's like a Dragon Knight, another dragon. But it does counter the Void Spirit. This is what people were doing when Void Spirit was just put out into the game, was people were picking Jakiro mid as a counter, because this is all magic damage.
Yeah.
You just spam him with magic, and his shield doesn't do a single thing.
And a major lane winner, right? Any melee hero that goes up against Jakiro is probably going to lose. Hanskin missing out on that LSA. Nice juke there from Crit. He may still die as S4 indeed is able to pick up that kill. Turns that damage back around onto RTZ.
Support for support. I don't think either lane really cares too much about that. Both of them get to go back and function as essentially a courier, a very expensive courier.
It's a lot of relationships that go back and forth. I was going to open with Limp, basically, and how his extensive history in playing against Evil Geniuses goes back to the days when he was playing in North America.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And now EG is here in Europe, and he has to play them again.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of players and teams like that, honestly, that you've seen in NA or even SA once or twice.
And here we see S4 trying to get aggressive on his former teammate in all
right, S4 as well. Of course, he was on EG.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup.
And something that I had heard that part of his pickup into Alliance and stuff allowed him to have a little bit more leadership and agency in the team's direction, you know, as a drafter and as a captain, and something that probably was missing when he was on Evil Geniuses before.
Yeah, that iteration of EG with him on it was... They didn't do too hot, did they? I think a lot of people were expecting a lot more from them, but, you know, that does happen. Remember Universe on Secret?
Sure.
Didn't look so good. It really depends on just like how you mesh with the team, personality-wise, what they need, what you need.
The race for that 4-minute rune, and of course it ends up being top. FNG is going to go for it. The Dissimulate doesn't quite land. The Inkswell completely whiffs, and Limp going unstunned gets a little bit more damage on a GPK. Crit's going to come in, blocks in Limp.
So
didn't block him in. He's able to sneak on by.
He almost got it. You can tell FNG's been playing Aghanim's Labyrinth because that's why he was so good at dodging that Void Spirit thing. Because if you get hit by the Void Spirit boss in that game, one hit, you're done. Those mechanics, man.
Isn't this? I think it's the second time we've cast together, and it's the second time you brought up Aghanim's Labyrinth. This time in record time, 4.5 minutes into the series.
You, dude, it's a game changer, man. You think Void Spirit's popular for no reason?
Okay. What other heroes are really popular in Aghanim's Labyrinth? Viper's really good, right?
Tusk, every game.
Tusk, every game, yeah.
For this reason, look at the damage.
He's very, very dead here, or at least I thought he was dead. The snowball onto him, but he still has the Fairy Fire. That Orb of Venom might just get the kill. Crit needs that last hit, and he gets it right before the LSA stuns him.
Once again, support for support. I think if you're Arteezy, you're kind of happy about this because you're an Arc Warden, so it's like, I'm a late game here. I'm not supposed to be getting kills. And then if you're S4, you're also like, oh, well, I'm an Underlord. This hero doesn't get kills.
Yeah, and you get a bunch of damage from being around that kill. You can turn that around and maybe get some extra CS or denies that you wouldn't before.
True, yeah, true. Unfortunately, you don't get the permanent damage anymore. That was a fun patch.
Yeah.
For Underlord players. When you got damage.
I felt like there was a very, very small window where maybe he was good, but then he just became garbage again.
Yeah, it was...
GBK looks like he went in for the kill and now is being punished by Limp. Takes a whole heap of damage, and he definitely needs both the Bounty Rune and maybe even the 6-minute Power Rune that's coming up.
GPK is doing a really good job in this matchup. I think it also goes back to the rune control that EG has in this game that's making it a lot easier for him. Void Spirit, you can just sit there and get harassed and just bottle up and then die and then bottle up again with the rune.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ooh, he's got the siege creep though on Limp. Time to pressure.
Yeah, Limp gonna take some tower shots while he has the bottle. Gotta be careful he doesn't take too much though. Just trying to keep that siege creep alive. This was not worth it, Limp. I mean, I've seen plenty of players make that mistake. I made that mistake a time or two, but as a mid laner, to try that badly to keep your siege wagon alive and put yourself in that much danger, that just looks silly.
Yeah, you can tell that, like, you know what he's going for though. You know,
yeah.
you know that it's like, I'm a Jakiro. I'm supposed to win this matchup. I'm supposed to put a lot of pressure on his tower, and then all of a sudden you give a Void Spirit a kill, and then unfavorable matchup for him, it becomes very favorable very quickly. This hero is so good at playing from ahead against almost anything because you just have so many nukes and disables and escapes. I mean, the hero does everything, really.
I think that's a skill in Dota in its own right, is just not overreaching and just allowing victories to come your way naturally rather than trying to force things too much. GPK, this is a very natural rotation for him as the Astral Step is going to be able to get the kill onto Hanskin and slows down S4 as well, but with the creep wave coming in, the Flux Slow no longer being there, not an easy dive.
So nice kill from GPK. Unfortunately, there's not really any tower pressure that can amount from that, but he's coming from base anyway, so may as well. Oh, the Doom comes out from Ramses.
And with that ink swell, they're going to be able to run him down. Now, FNG is going to provide a little bit of heals here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough with Crit here to seal the deal. Now, there is going to be a lot of heroes still coming in here. The TP out from S4, but they don't really have any stuns, right?
Not like guaranteed stuns. You need to get kind of lucky. You need to catch him in a Pit of Malice or something like that.
There's the pit into the LSA that will get the kill on Fly.
Okay, nice return kill. I mean, it's something.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think Limp wants to stay mid anymore. I feel like if he does stay mid, he wants to stay here with the team. They need to pressure with this Jakiro together. I mean, he's got level 4 in his third spell. Like, they want to push with this, right? So you don't want to just sit here and be a sitting duck. Is that what they call it?
Yep.
You're just
indeed a sitting duck.
Where does that come from?
I believe it comes from hunting, which a sitting duck is probably an easy target, if I had to guess.
I think hunters often consider that pretty inhumane, though. I mean, I guess if it's duck hunting season, but I know it's very looked down upon to shoot a deer out of your car.
Yeah.
They're like, you have to do the whole process. Otherwise, it's not fair. So I feel like a sitting duck might, depending on the situation. Anyway. Back to Dota.
Back to the ethics of hunting, and that's what Evil Geniuses is doing, is hunting S4, and it's an easy kill. An easy head to mount on their proverbial wall. GPK continues to look for more.
Speaking
of kind of running around at this point.
Speaking of sitting ducks, I honestly feel like Alliance are just sitting in all 3 of their lanes, like waiting to get ganked by EG. They're playing really responsive here, which I think just shows that they're really confident in this Sven versus Arc Warden late game, but I also feel like with the Jakiro mid, maxing out the Liquid Fire, you probably want to start pushing soon. But maybe they're waiting for like Lina level 6, Unlord to get more levels in his Pit of Malice.
You're the optimist here because you're saying, oh, it's because they feel confident. I was thinking the opposite way. I was thinking pessimistic.
You think they're afraid?
Is that, well, maybe not that, but I think Alliance just doesn't have the most natural heroes to rotate around and make things happen.
Yeah, they need a death ball basically. Yeah. I really think that's all they can do.
And it's kind of too early to death ball, right? It's not like, okay, guys, 4-man up at 8 minutes, Limp doesn't want to move to the side lanes. He wants to pressure that mid lane, but you don't have a 4 position that actively ganks the lanes very well, right? You've got a Lina,
This is true.
Leading off with an LSA stun doesn't sound like the easiest or natural thing in the world.
Yeah, like we saw the pit into LSA. That's kind of the best combo that they have, especially without the Jakiro W.
Yeah.
I mean, not that that's good setup by any means.
Trying to kill the Arc Warden Tempest double, and they should get it here. That's an extra 180 gold. Arteezy, you got to be careful with that, man.
You also have to be careful, though, with Nico Baby free farming the bot lane, top of net worth.
Yeah.
We have seen this guy carry games from the brink alone. I mean, obviously not alone. There's a supporting cast, but whenever the carry does the sick 1v5 thing, we always say he does it alone. But he's this guy is a scary carry. I almost feel like he plays better when his back is against the wall. Like he fiends the pressure. It's like, yeah, sure. Oh no, guys, don't feed. Don't make me 1v5.
Yeah, seriously. This was a conversation we were having the other day. Is like the ability of to clutch, and I think that's something that some players have and others just don't.
Nico Baby has it for sure, man.
Yeah, I think it's a very natural thing for a lot of players. And Nico Baby, he came into the scene, he was naturally clutch, you know?
Yep. And he still has it. That anti-mage game versus, I believe it was 5 men. Man, that was nice. That looked disastrous right until the end. But he still stayed top of net worth. Same thing as this. Like anytime you see Nico Baby top of net worth, you can you can never count Alliance out. I mean, obviously it's it's fairly even.
So the next question is, does his Sven in this matchup, if he is clutch, like, is it an easy win for him?
I don't think it's easy. I think the heroes other than Arc, it's all about getting on the Arc Warden. It's all about getting on Arteezy. Sven is very capable of doing that, obviously with the Aghanim Scepter, especially once you have that talent for the cooldown reduction on the stun.
Right.
But there is a very difficult supporting cast on EG to play into. What happens if he gets doomed and he can't press the stun? What happens if he gets kited by the Void Spirit? You know, there's Tusk Shards, there's Snowball, like there's a lot.
Walrus Punch is a big one, right? Just that slight disengage where we could see Crit is trying to get that Walrus Punch off, does manage to do so, but he's going to lose his life to the Laguna Blade. Now Alliance finally see their opportunity. Evil Geniuses have overstepped themselves, and in turn, Alliance will try and take that mid tower that they've been looking at for so long. Evil Geniuses not going to give up that easy, though. They quickly re-rally around that mid tower and stand strong. Nico Baby, meanwhile, does take that top tower, though.
You know, I do think that's a pretty interesting play that they just made. This is one thing that I noticed looking at Alliance's games is they do a lot of things that I would consider fairly risky, but very interesting. You know, they'll go and they'll put down deep wards without a smoke, just on a solo support, and they'll say, okay, if I die, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, they'll do a play like this where they have Nico Baby pushing top, and then everybody else pushing mid and making space for him while taking the top tower. Like, you would think you bring the Jakiro to the top lane, right? This is your tower pusher. What's the first tower you get in a game of Dota? It's almost always the enemy safe lane tower. But they realize it's a Jakiro. He can hit from this far away with the level 10 talent. So why not pressure this from afar?
It's exactly like the Dragon Knights, right?
It's just like the Dragon Knight.
If you have the ability to poke at this mid tower, and you're going to take it eventually, abuse that fast.
It's better than Dragon Knight, honestly, with the level 10 talent. Like, look how far away he is.
Hanskin going to be slowed down by the Flux here. Very likely dead, Hanskin. Going to be able to turn around, get out the LSA. Nice double soulbind into the silence as well. GPK getting some nice damage in, but both of those heroes are super tanky, and as a result, he eventually runs out of damage and has to run down the river. But now Sven's here, and he got the double stun into the Ice Path as well. A little bit extra damage. GPK, he'll fall. No more mobility left in the tank and Alliance. They're just going to swarm into this mid lane. Evil Geniuses, they have certainly lost that tower, and they may be losing more lives as well. Fly eventually dies. Nico Baby just keeps on hunting here because why not? This man, at this point, like with an IO behind him, he's looking kind of unstoppable. And he does manage to find Ramses here, almost into the tier 3. They're looking for these kills. Nico Baby doesn't slow down just yet, but with Arteezy making an appearance, they're finally going to leave this place, and it's all because they've got S4. Probably making the calls. Go for it, guys. Do the dives. I'll Uber you out of here.
Oh, and they went top 2. Dude, that is... Alliance is playing crisp this game. This is really nice. Like, it all starts from this choice to push mid with the Jakiro and Nico Baby farming top, and then coming in once he's got the Mask of Madness, and then they Uber out to the top lane. But dude, EG, they know.
Yeah, they've
got the Double Doom.
They're immediately gonna smoke up and see if they can get that Soulbind into Double Doom. Actually, they don't have the Soulbind off cooldown just yet.
Yeah, it's a long cooldown at level 1A.
They didn't really see an opportunity to jump. Maybe they saw the IO, but it's like, it's hard, right? You show with the snowball, he tethers away, then the Tusk is pulled out of position, so it's not worth taking that risk. They'll wait for a better opportunity here, wait for the 15-minute bounty runes. Maybe that's when they can catch Alliance, or maybe Alliance will catch EG as they break apart. Look at this nice ward they have up here. They saw that nobody else is there with the Doom, so they're going to be immediately jumping Ramses. Ramses trying to use that movement speed to get out of here, but he's been caught once. Centaur Stomp, the Pit of Malice doesn't snatch him up again. Here comes GPK. He's going to be able to pull back. Nice grab there with the Aether Remnant, grabbing the primary target of Nico Baby and pulling him off of Ramses.
So Nico didn't want to commit the ult there. I think with the ult, you maybe kill him, but just kind of zoning Ramses off of here. I feel like Alliance probably saw that EG smoke with the ward or something. Just they played around it really quickly. Like it seemed like they knew it happened. They might have seen it with that mid ward, which EG just dewarded at one of the eye spots. I feel like they probably saw that. So a bit of nothing happening. I mean, that tends to happen when you see people smoke, or you just think, okay, this is an obvious smoke. One team just avoids it, the other team doesn't farm because they're smoked.
And especially like Other teams, maybe, like maybe some tier 2 teams, they would have pressured that smoke a little bit harder, right? We smoked, therefore we have to find kills. What the better teams often do is just let those kills naturally occur a little bit better, right?
You like smoked for this opportunity to clothesline Alliance into the top lane, but then they sniffed it out.
Great. Oh, nice snowball dodge. Does manage to get that off, but it's still looking pretty grim for him. And Hanskin with the finishing touches there of the Laguna Blade, not messing around, getting that fast kill, and immediately just running up to the tier 2, which is being pushed out right now by GPK.
But they fourth the wave.
Yeah, they fourth the wave to make sure that GPK can't kill it, therefore stopping this entire tier 2 push that was going to come in from Alliance. So heads up play by them. Honestly, heads up play by both. Just kind of reading each other like that.
It's funny we were talking about the lack of setup from Alliance, but...
Oh, they know he's here. They spotted the Aether Remnant.
Yeah, he's out. It is so easy to pressure these towers with the Jakiro.
Yeah.
You know, this is definitely one thing that... I'm not going to call Jakiro mid underrated. I mean, it's a pretty crazy pick, but I could see it being underrated just because of this ability to pressure those tier 2s.
The relocate's going to come back in. Evil Geniuses, they're looking to fight around this area, and they've got the fresh BKB from Ramses. Hanskin, he's going to be the first target here. The Dark Rift down from S4 is looking to be able to collect the IO, and Nico Baby, Snowball, trying to dodge a little bit of time. They actually cancel it. They decide to fight this one. Are they going to be right, though? An X12 stun onto 2. Nice Soulbind silence onto 2 as well, but GPK being controlled up. Laguna Blade trying to jump away from the Pit of Malice. He does jump back to the left-hand side. Nico Baby, meanwhile, hunting down some more heroes. Going for a fly, getting some damage out onto Ramses. Evil Geniuses, they thought they could take this fight, but Alliance had a nasty trap set up for him. Nico Baby, oh, what a misplay there, as Evil Geniuses thought they could turn onto Nico Baby, but FNG, he pumps up his primary carry in Alliance. Nico Baby is more than healthy enough to be able to run down the rest. This fly's going to be up next, and look at this quick TP reaction into the mid lane. They want to try and keep their mid tower alive during all of this.
Man, they're going to get an 18-minute tier 2. Yeah, I don't think there's any way EG defends this. This is just stalling. 18-minute tier 2.
Yeah.
You do not see this happen these days. That means they get this 20-minute outpost. Very nice. Dude, whoever made that call on Alliance to cancel the ult on Underlord,
yeah,
that was ballsy. I mean, obviously it paid off. So shout-outs to whoever made that call. But that's like one of those calls in Dota that you question it as it's happening. You're like, okay, I'm gonna say that this call was good if it turns out good, but if it turns out bad, it's like, all right, that was a terrible cancel on that ult. Like that is so risky because it looked rough. And I would guess with Wisp having buyback, it was probably one of the supports. Like, we can fight this. Maybe Nico Baby because he's the Wisp tether.
Yeah, and he looked so healthy, right, in that fight.
He looked confident.
Yeah.
He looked like he knew he could go in.
He was just always kind of pushing forward, and they were absolutely right because the damage just ran out from Evil Geniuses eventually, right?
It did. Arteezy doesn't do anything yet. I mean, it's an Arc Ward.
Yeah.
It really doesn't do much at this point, so.
And you've got the first step of the counter to the Arc Warden in that Aghanim Scepter from the Sven. So scary when he feels like he can take any fight against you, and now he's got that catch mechanism.
Yeah. I do love this matchup, though, just between these two carries, because these are two of my favorite, like, 1v5 carries. Like, Arteezy and Nico Baby are the type of players that even if their team is super far behind, they're always capable of 1v5ing with very little support. Oh, Ramses.
He breaks the smoke, and I think he actually had a good idea of that. Like, he could have committed more for the bounty rune, but he played pretty safe there. Played around his ward that he had on the high ground there.
Yep. I like his choice, too, on Ramses to go for the BKB first after the drums. Like, I really feel like it in this game, with the BKB, he's unkillable until, like, 40 minutes, and Sven has multiple items on top of him. Like, the BKB just makes him immortal. If he gets a blink, he's killable before Doom. But all he needs to do is get the double Doom off, and they are very likely to win fights, as long as it's on some good targets.
Yeah, speaking of, I think we've only seen that double Doom once, right? It was in that mid-fight, I think?
I don't even think he did it there. I think they haven't actually got the double Doom off. I mean, I don't want to make excuses for Ramses, but it isn't the easiest thing to hit, you know?
I mean, isn't it in some ways more on fly, right? He's got to get that Soulbind initiation in the first place, but that's hard position for a 5 to be in.
Right, and then also, you know, Doom is often the hero that runs in first as well. So it's like you're just getting stunned up, which is why the BKB is such a good item. So it's just having played with the Grimstroke, sometimes the opportunity doesn't exactly present itself. That'll happen.
Despite having a lot more map control, they've taken more towers. They only have 1,000 net worth lead on Alliance. So while it may look like they're just kind of crushing Evil Geniuses, EG surprisingly have kept the net worth relatively even here. I feel like the experience is probably a bit more lopsided. But,
I also have that feeling. That's always my gut reaction after a game looks very one-sided, despite the goal being the same, around the same. So it's like, all right, there's got to be a differential in the experience here.
Yeah.
There usually is. Kills give a lot more experience than last hits do.
Aether Remnant is going to be able to get some vision inside the pit. Now, they don't see Roshan exactly. Now they've got some idea. You see, it's pretty healthy. They don't have to commit here. They can just kind of poke at Gambit.
Ooh, Arcane Rune.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Very good on Jakiro.
And he bottled it, too.
Yeah. That makes this fight pretty hard for EG.
Dude, look at Nico Baby, man. He just made the call. He's like, I'm going up to the high ground, and we're going to catch somebody. And sure enough, they do potentially catch somebody here, Fly. The Yule Scepter is going to be able to buy him some time, but the Aether Remnant was absorbed by FNG, so Nico Baby was able to stick on a Fly and get that kill. He does have buyback. And he may just need to. At the same time, Arteezy did manage to get the kill on Hanskin here. Distance him late, managed to dodge the Stormhammer. Bouncing back. I think they just want to wait out this Sven ultimate, but not let them get too far away. That movement speed, though, they're so damn fast. Yule Scepter into the Aether Remnant. But it's so dangerous to go down into the high ground. Oh, Pit of Malice from the low ground catches Ramses, but now the Sven, he's put himself into a nasty position. He's really far up. They're going to relocate out. He's away. Reset. Not too far away either.
Did he get doomed? Did I see that right?
No. Doom's still up. Doom's still up.
I was gonna if that was a relocate on the Doom, like that is Roche.
Yeah, and I think that's why Ramses was holding on to it. He knew, he's like, okay, they're probably gonna bail him out here. I don't want to overcommit.
Right. You need to wait for the double too. Your Grimstroke is about to respawn, so just wait. Just wait for it.
So good bailout by Alliance, simultaneously good discretion there from Evil Geniuses, and not getting too excited, not being like, oh shit, get him.
I think if you're Alliance too, you're not too concerned about forcing this Roche exactly. It's more like, I'm going to use this Roche to try to get a good fight for us. But EG can't take Roche themselves. Like it's going to take them. They do have the Tusk, but it's still like when Arc Warden is your best hero with Tusk to kill the Roche, like it's going to take a while.
Oh, dude, Ramses in the position again to break another smoke like that, and uses his movement speed to make sure he doesn't get caught.
So value. It's funny because it's some of the plays where nothing happens that are the best plays in Dota.
Yeah.
Like literally just standing on the high ground and then running away. That smoke could have been a disaster. You know who they're smoking for. Who do you go to the triangle to kill? You're going for Arteezy.
Yeah,
right?
There's a reason Arteezy hasn't had a whole lot of screen time. It's because Alliance has not been able to connect on their ganks with him. They've succeeded in a lot of team fights, but oftentimes what they wanted was kill on Arteezy, take some objectives.
Yep, it is not happening. He is level 18. Midas in 2020.
Okay, so let's reverse this. I said early, can Nico Baby 1v5 this? Is this the right kind of Sven game? Is this the right kind of Arc Warden game?
I think against every other hero but Sven, it is. And you have the Doom to deal with the Sven. So I think going late, as if you're EG, you're pretty confident. It depends on who has the
Here they
lead.
come. They're searching. Can they get the LSA? Oh, into the Stormhammer Dispel on the Yule Scepter there. The relocate back is going to leave Nico Baby here. He is, but Ramses is too fast anyway. That was an offensive Yules from Lina, right?
Did he? Can you target Sven stun during Yules?
I guess you can. Yeah,
I had no idea.
I did that play-by-play like I knew that was going to happen, you know?
I haven't seen that.
I mean, you could use it like the Dispel gets rid of the Yules. I knew that.
Yeah, but that was Lina's Yules.
That was Lina's Yules.
That was his friend's Yules.
Yeah, so I was just like...
Shouldn't he be invulnerable? Wait, how could you dispel an allied Yules on an
Well, I think that actually didn't happen. I think he just happened to come down just as he did that.
You think he stunned before he was traveling, then the Yules went up. There's no way Sven stun takes 2.5 seconds.
No. He definitely targeted during the Yules, but I think he came down.
We need an instant replay of that.
Yeah.
Can we get that?
Hey, meanwhile, they did take Roshan and they got out with a Dark Rift, which was super cool.
Yeah, that is really nice. That's a very nice play. Ooh, he's going for Bloodthorn.
They did get the Roshan kill and the Aegis, right? I know they got the Aegis, but just wanted to make sure. Limp did have to grab it in the haste, but I don't really think they cared too much because it feels like Nico Baby, he's got a second life in the eye.
He's got the Wisp. Yeah, exactly. So I think this is fine.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Man, I really like the Bloodthorn from Nico Baby because it's just gonna let him blow up Arteezy in like 1 or 2 hits. That's all he needs. And I think that's all he's going to get. Once again, going back to, I really think this supporting cast on EG is quite good at kiting a Sven around. So in the Sven stun, I think with the Bloodthorn, he can actually kill Arteezy.
Is there any call to like, I mean, I guess you can because the IO. I was just thinking like it would be nice to have Blink Dagger on the Sven as well, just to kind of like bypass all the frontline heroes and see if you can get on top of the Arc Warden, but I'm not sure if you could do that with an IO.
I feel like Sven gets too many...
Look at this trap. They're setting up the Tempest double for them to try and fight around it here. Nico Baby, he already jumps in. Immediately, he's going to be caught. Look at that damage. Holy smokes. And the Ult Scepter, it stops FNG as he came in to try and save Nico Baby. Now they're going to throw out the Doom because they got the kill. The Wicked 6 streak is given away. Ramses picks it up, and they're going to get an extra kill on S4 as well. A big, big trap set up by Evil Geniuses, and the claws of that trap dig into Alliance and cause some serious casualties.
That was a nice trap. That does not work against a worse team because a team that's not really good is going to focus a lot less on killing the Tempest double, but you know good teams try to counter Arc Warden by killing the double because it gives so much gold and XP, especially XP. It gives a ton of it. It's worth more than a hero kill often.
Yeah, and you don't want to be giving up like tier 2s to that kind of attrition. You need to be proactive, and Alliance is trying to be proactive.
Like that's a pretty next level bait. If that's the real Arc Warden that shows up there, it's so obvious it's a bait.
Yeah.
If that's even Ramsey sitting up there, it's like, well, he's got a BKB Shivas. That's obviously a bait.
Uh-huh.
But the Arc Warden clone, you think that thing's always on its own, right?
Yeah, yeah.
If you're good at the game, that is very interesting. I mean, that's not going to work a second time, but very cool that time.
But maybe one time is all they really needed because Evil Geniuses, all of a sudden, it looks like they are holding a lot of map control, and they're also 8,000 net worth up. Yeah, they lost Roshan. They gave up an Aegis to a Jakiro, but I'm not sure if that matters. I personally did not. I was like, man, isn't this... Like, won't Sven out carry the Arc Warden? But this is beginning to be a little bit of a landfall in just the net worth difference.
So he switches from the full Bloodthorn to BKB, which I think is absolutely the right choice. He is getting way too kited and stunned in these fights. And I think probably if they lose this game and if they go back and look at it, probably something that they're going to talk about is we probably should have had a BKB on the Sven before Bloodthorn and then eventually go into the Bloodthorn. I do really like the item just in general. But I think you probably get the BKB first after that fight. I mean, also, you probably say, let's not kill the Arc Warden clone in that particular instance.
A bunch of heroes, and they got the right one that they needed to. They need to kill S4 as quick as possible to prevent the Dark Rift, or maybe Alliance can actually win this fight. Never mind. The jump in, the Stormhammer brings GPK down. Almost managed to finish him off, but he astral steps away. Is he going to be able to TP out? He tries to go for the TP. Looks like he's good for now. Limp is going to die to Arteezy. That's just the Aegis, though. Evil Geniuses blink away. Managed to dispel off that hammer and get away from him. Ramses, he's just trucking forward. Has to turn around and go for S4 because of the threat of the Dark Rift. They're going to try and finish him off before he gets away. But a good save by S4. He gets out, saves his own life. They lost their 4 position and their Jakiro. And I can't even say 2 with a serious face at this point in time.
Yeah. And this is what you would expect from a Jakiro in the 30-minute mark. We were talking about Jakiro versus Lina, and Lina just kind of feeding and feeling like a support. But
yeah,
Jakiro has similar issues. Maybe a little tankier, but still a problem. Ramses, he's in deep, man.
Yeah, he just does not seem to give a damn.
I really like the choice to go for the Blink Dagger on Fly. I would imagine Crit probably has one too, or maybe he's going for one. Although he doesn't actually need it. Like, if you think about this, if you're on EG, you're either Arc Warden or you have some sort of disjoint for the Sven stun. Obviously, Void Spirit has tons of disjoints. You have the Grimstroke who has the Blink. You have Doom who's going to get a Blink and he has a BKB, and then you've Tusk who has Snowball. And then BKB on Arc Warden. How do you Sven stun in this game? Nobody's Sven stunnable.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting way of dealing with it. I was actually talking with Fog backstage, and we were like, the only way to beat this new Sven is to get disjoints.
Yeah.
Nothing works. You can't go scepter it because he dispels it. You can't Yule scepter it. You can't
force staff. You're not going to get far enough away. Yeah.
He just goes with you if you force.
Yeah.
You literally have to disjoint it. So I think this is interesting. This is the first time that I've seen this happen in a game where the Sven in the last fight felt kind of useless. Like he couldn't get on anyone.
Yep. I mean, even Fly. Like, Fly, of all people, you figure, like, oh, that guy's definitely dead.
He should be dead.
All of a sudden, he blinks away. Oh, Stormhammer. Kind of wasted.
And that's exactly why he rushed the Blink instead of an Ether Lens into Blink or a Glimmer into Blink.
Yep.
Because both of those 2 items, he's not going to finish the Blink if he gets those. Because he just dies to Nico Baby in every fight.
4-man smoke up behind Nico Baby here. There is a lot of EG members here as well. And RTZ can always boots a travel in, especially since they still have the glyph up, so they can protect the creep wave and have him TP in. If a fight breaks out, they're going to smoke to the other side, see if they can take over the triangle here. They're going to run into Jakiro. Limp. Looks like he has no mobility, right? He's decently tanky, but once he's caught, he's just kind of dead. And Alliance, maybe S4, a little bit too far forward there and thinking maybe he could save Limp. Dark Rift out, should get him away though. He's good to go.
God, I really love this idea as a Sven counter. Actually, these disjoints.
Yeah.
Like this seems really good. I seriously don't see how Alliance has the damage to win a fight if Sven isn't able to stun people. If EG doesn't just waste their blinks and their BKBs and Tusk Snowball in these disjoints, I don't see how they have any damage on Alliance. I'm seriously concerned for them in this game. They need to get some crazy pickoff.
They're beginning to get clamped in here. The Soul Bind onto 2. They do manage to get the double Doom out as well, but Ramsey's already taken so much damage because God Strength had already gone out, but now it looks like they're just trying to retreat back to the fountain. It looks like S4 is going to be left behind, but GPK with this double damage, he really wants the kill on this Sven, and he's so close to getting it too, but Nico Baby, he dodged away from the Astral Septic Simulates coming in the heal, coming up from FNG. Now the turnaround, the silence is out onto GPK, and GPK, he stumbled a little bit too far in his hubris. He tries to get the Sven kill, but he's found, caught, and killed underneath the fountain, and Alliance, they get their chance to respond.
A little deep, but also very nice mechanical play from Nico Baby there. The way he dodged that, running into the trees, dodging the Astral Step, and then he also dodged the Dissimulate as well. Like, he had 2 clutch dodges there.
Nico Baby says it's time to go. They just straight up, no Doom, it's time. Guys, let's try and take a fight, but he also doesn't have BKB. He's taking so much magic damage, he just dies. He's dead, and that's a dieback on the Yayo as well, so they're both out for over a minute.
What just happened?
Nico Baby made a call, man, and I don't think the rest of his team was ready for that call. Nobody else was really that close to the triangle. S4. Oh, nice block in there. Too bad they can't really take advantage of it. Limp. Now gonna have to hold with S4 on his mid Jakiro, something he's played 7 times before. No stranger to this hero, but how's he gonna be able to showcase the power of mid Jakiro 35 minutes in against an Arc Warden that's stacked to the gills?
You know, they are doing a decent job at holding the high ground. But with this clone pushing them back to Fountain, it doesn't look like that's going to last very long.
Yeah, now they're getting time to swing on this tier 3, but still, they have to back up soon if they don't want to take a 5v5. 10 more seconds till the Sven is up. Are they going to try and completely disengage? It's looking like no. They're going to kind of still stick around and see if maybe they can take a fight around here. S4 pulled into an awkward position as this Tempest double just keeps on laying out the damage.
Oh,
Nico Baby, he popped the God Strength. He is convinced he can catch somebody here. Pulled in by the Aether Remnant, though. Not able to catch up to Arteezy until, is he going to dare the high ground? Slowed down a little bit more by the Yule Scepter, and the rest of the team is so far away.
I mean, yeah, just bait out the Sven ult and walk high ground again. I mean, you think they can just go right into Alliance's triangle, I think, once the Sven ult is down. I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, Fly's already there. So is Ramses.
Yeah.
They get all the bounty runes as well.
They've got that high ground ward occupying this enemy space.
Roche is up now, too. I mean, I suppose you just take that, walk high ground. It's very hard for Alliance to fight this Roche.
G's would be pretty massive for GPK. I'm not sure. Do you think you give the Aegis to
to somebody other than the Arc Warden? Because I haven't seen Arteezy targeted.
It's true, but I feel like it's safe to give it to him. I mean, he has 30K net worth. Like, he has 10K more net worth on the next guy in this game.
That's true. It would be a little silly not to give it to him.
It just feels safe, but it is EG, so, you know, maybe they'll go for the more high-risk, high-reward play.
Alliance, they know this Roshan's going on. What they may not know is that EG, they just picked up a double damage. GPK immediately going for Limp. A little bit separated from the rest of the team. They are going to go for the relocate out, but Crit jumps forward and tries to catch some of these backline heroes, and here comes that Doom before the God Strength, and before the Suns can be laid out. He gets the Centaur stun in GPK. Oh, they managed to get him just before the Dark Rift could bail him out. FNG, did you see that? He was surrounded by so many Spark Rays.
They should have just let him instantly die to the Spark Wraiths, just to traumatize him.
Ether Remnant and like 3 Spark Rays, maybe more.
Yeah.
That's dirty.
It is dirty. That's greasy, I'd say.
Oh, he's level 25 too, so he's got the upgraded damage on that.
Yeah. Gem picked up.
Okay, so they do get the Aegis to GPK. So they feel like Arteezy may not just...
I get the logic. Yeah. I mean, I could see Arteezy making that call. He's got the BKB and Satanic, so he can just BKB travels out if he wants.
Anyway, GBK is doing his job. The more confident he feels in just going in, right? Because he is drawing attention away from Arteezy.
Yeah, for sure. And he has the gem as well. This gives them a massive amount of map control. Just deny all that vision.
Yeah. 14 seconds left on the Sven. And the Evil Geniuses will manage to take that first lane of barracks of the game. 25,000 net worth up as well. They can't just keep on sieging. They've got all the advantages they could possibly hope for.
Cheese on Crit. Man, you're totally right that they want to give the people that are just jumping in and being maniacs the regen items this game. Because they know Arteezy is just going to be a turret hitting towers, so I think that's an interesting call. I think that's a cool call. I think most teams would probably go Arc Warden just because it's safe, but I think this is a fascinating call. Oh, he pops the ult on Nico Baby.
Okay, and oh geez, Arteezy putting out some serious damage onto S4 there, saved by the Glimmer Cape, but eventually Tempest Double fades away. Alliance, are they going to make use of this God Strength? Are they going to find an opening anywhere here?
If you're EG, don't you just wait now?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if they've definitely seen it now.
I think they saw it with the clone. I think they did see it. Because, I mean, it looks like they're waiting.
Oh, Jesus, S4, somebody has to tank up the Spark Race just to make sure he does indeed survive. Nice block in once again. But it's so hard to deal with this Tempest Double underneath the bubble.
Yeah, man, as if it wasn't already annoying to deal with, and now he's got the Satanic. You have to kill it twice. They're just slowly losing their base. There's so many things being dropped on the ground that you can't walk into without taking damage.
Ether Remnants and Spark Race everywhere. They kind of have to clear some of them out. That's why you see like S4 or FNG sometimes pop some of them. Immediately cleansing off the sounds there from GPK, catching him inside of the Pit of Malice, but nobody can really follow up. They have to deal with this Tempest Double first, which is going to pop its BKB and focus on the melee barracks. It's dead. Alliance, they've got to find a way around this siege. They cannot take it to the face any longer.
This is toxic. This is borderline toxic. The way that they're sieging here, it is so difficult to stop this. A worse team, I think, would run up with all their heroes and try to engage in some sort of fight, but EG, they just make the call to literally send the clone up over and over and slowly take the base.
I wonder if you could actually track Arteezy's damage from just his hero on enemy heroes, because it feels like he has had very little contact with the enemy, and that's exactly the way you want an Arc Warden game to be.
Yeah, I think he probably has more damage on the buildings with his normal hero than on heroes. But this is the perfect hero for him.
Oh, jeez.
That makes their sieging a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that's going to make Alliance's decision-making a little bit harder because they're going to be under the gun. That timer's going to be picking up a lot faster when a leveler is chopping down your tier 3. Yule Scepter, they're off on the side here. The Spark Wraith They could actually saw some of them. GPK's gonna jump in, manage to silence the two of them, but at the same time, they do manage to get the Sven right on top of the Arc Warden. He has no buyback too, so already, if Alliance can clean up the rest of these heroes, it'd be fantastic, but it looks like they're a little skittish and going too far forward. And S4, probably they should be. Both him and Hanskin are gonna be caught here, as Ramses is more than strong enough, as is GPK, to be able to run down the rest of these heroes. They're gonna buy back on the Lina. Sven wants to be able to go back in. They deal with the Tempest double, have to deal with that first. GPK, he'll TP out, and the rest of Evil Geniuses is on the run. The relocate, looking to be able to cut him off at their tracks. Oh, the blink away from Ramses. They're pretty fast, though. Can they catch up to him in time? They can't. If anything, again, they have to be scared of a potential turnaround.
Crit, you maniac.
Yeah, seriously, look at them.
They're
like, they want to go without Arteezy. This feels unnecessary. But they're going to try.
Fly blinked in.
They do have their Doom up. They do have the double Soulbind if they can actually get it, but Fly, he gets caught in the process of trying to blink in. He does manage to get off that double Soulbind, though. The Doom, it's going to go off as soon as the silence fades away, but he gets stunned up first. The LSA follow up the Ice Path as well. Laguna blink, can he get it off? He gets off a Centaur stun, finally turns around. Doom's 1, that's going to be on the Sven. Doom 2 on the Jakiro. A smash to the face, and it looks like the Sven could be taken out, but he's saved by the IO. No, he goes down. It's too much damage. FNG couldn't bail him out. GPK is there to make sure the Sven goes down, and they're going to force that buyback. Crit looking to be able to stop Nico Baby here with the snowball, trying to stop that damage onto GPK. GPK not trying to get out though, stays in with the Inkswell, now decides it's time to leave, but an LSA stun catches them into the Stormhammer stun. They have a little bit more, they do, they've got the Pit of Malice, and now GPK is dead for 100 seconds.
Middle tower has fallen.
What a long fight. That was... that could have been a game ender. I mean, shoutouts to whoever on Alliance made that call to fight outside of base. I think that.
Oh no, they've lost their tier 4s. S4, he might just die the Dark Rift. It's not going to come out in time. The Tempest double is too strong. They win their fight for the first fight they've won in like 20 minutes, Jenkins, and it comes at the cost of almost all their buildings.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so late that the gold deficit is so much that there's going to be a cost to anything. I mean, there's so much net worth on EG to work with. I really like the fact that they're like, we need to fight outside of base. If we let EG get it set up into their sieging formation, we cannot break it. So we have to go before they get into that formation. So that was a good call.
Got to take some risks here. The Soulbind looks like the IO was far enough away. He does not get tethered to that, and he does manage to pull the Sven out of that situation, which he thought was going to be really bad. But now they don't have Gaunt Strength. Now they don't have IO relocate.
Still,
maybe it doesn't matter.
GPK is so essential for these fights. I think they need to wait for him to respawn on EG before going.
Why do you think he's so important?
I think he needs to be the guy that's going in and getting things started. If they want to fight.
Well, Alliance, they feel the same way. They're going to just go up into the high ground immediately. A little bit blind, but it doesn't matter. As you said, GPK is important, so they're going to try and take the fight while he's down. They got to make a few risks. Bring down the Tempest double, 300 gold. So much trouble to deal with, though, as they're down 36,000 net worth.
See, the question here is like, what happens when all of EG has respawned and we're not having this chain feeding thing happening? Like, there is bleeding happening. They are hemorrhaging on EG. And I think that's the only reason that this is looking good for Alliance at the end here. So what do they need to do? Rapier on Nico Baby? Maybe?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they just need really fast damage. Looks like he feels like Satanic is better for him.
Yeah. I mean, strength item on a hero that gets immense amount of bonus damage based on his strength. I feel like it makes sense. Gives him a second life.
I don't disagree with the Divine Rapier just because it feels like he needs to pump out as much damage in like 2 hits. Like you were kind of saying.
The problem is it's like a Sven Rapier is not a great Rapier here.
That's true.
If it was
a pretty bad one.
If it was a Gyro, it would be a guaranteed thing, but I'm not even sure if a Sven Rapier is that game-changing.
Yeah.
If he didn't have Bloodthorn, I would say the Bloodthorn is a game-changing item. It's crazy he can just man-fight this. Are you serious?
Satanic. That's 4 heroes.
Arc Warden late game is obnoxious, man. You look away for a second, it's like, oh shit, our tier 4s!
Yeah,
What's happening? Is that the real one? I don't know. He's got a cosmetic. I can't tell. They look the same.
It's funny. They could just lose in so many ways here, right? They could get mega creeps by a flat-out siege. They could get bum rushed by 5 people from Evil Geniuses. They could get distracted and have Arteezy, whether it's his Tempest Double or his actual hero, hitting the throne.
A lot of ways to lose. Pick your poison.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like right now, is that Alliance have to, at the risk of losing some other way, choose how they're going to attack Evil Geniuses, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they go outside their base and they get backdoored, you know, and they lose their throne. But the alternatives are not looking any better.
Do you want to die slowly or quickly? That's the question here. Do you want to let them just whittle away at your base?
But there is still hope. They've shown they can win fights. They've shown they can kill this Arc Warden. They can kill him relatively quickly, too, if they can just get on top of him. But that's the true issue here. It's the Tempest Double. Once again, pushes itself up into the high ground. They try and deal with this Tempest Double as quick as possible, but it never happens quick because it's got BKB Satanic. Eventually does die here, but a hefty amount of damage is already on that tier 3.
You know, once again, we have the formation. They're just sending all these remnants, and spirits, and waves of paint, and all of this bullshit up the high ground.
Ramsey's attempts an initiation. Soulbind on to 2. Okay, Ramsey's gonna pop his BKB, see if he can chase down these heroes with the Inkswell. They do manage to get the stun on 2, kill on 2. No buybacks there. Nico, baby, he gets onto the real Arteezy, but look at him, he's getting ripped apart, and he's got no buyback, and that's just GG. Evil Geniuses will win with this Arc Warden strategy. It looks so gross, Jenkins, and so good at the same time.
You know what? I think, from what I've seen, a problem that Alliance has is that they have a really good early game. They make quite a few really great calls come mid-game.
Yeah.
But then there's like one really game-losing call where they'll take one bait, you know, and it just goes so horribly, and they'll bleed from that. That's how I've seen them lose in a lot of their games, and that's basically what happened. And against an Arc Warden who has, you know, 5,000 to 10,000 net worth on the enemy carry, you know, you can't make a mistake versus that.
Yeah. They pretty much all in on the Nico baby carry. We talked about whether or not he was going to be able to carry through this game for his team, and it turns out it wasn't good enough against Evil Geniuses in game 1. But we still have a full series ahead of ourselves and a full panel to go with it.
Thank you so much, Cap and Jenkins. Good and gross, or gross and good. That's what Cap called the draft of Evil Geniuses. I'm here with Lizard and Lacoste, and we're gonna see if we can break that first game down. I do want to start, you know, nice and easy. We'll start with the laning stage. Things looked okay for Alliance. They were doing good, Lizard. It was, you know, they wanted, got the lanes that they wanted.
It looked all right, but I really think you want to be crushing that laning stage specifically from the mid lane, because you're playing Jakiro. You're playing Jakiro mid, and usually when this hero is lane mid, it's to dominate. You want to win that lane, you want to start pressuring the towers early on. That really didn't happen on mid. Like, they ganked him a couple of times, couple of good rotations, and they made his life a little miserable early on in the game. Then also coming off of that early laning stage, you don't build any mobility items on that Jakiro. Nothing early on, at least. No blinks, no force staffs, which I think Limp was a constant liability throughout that early to mid game. But Alliance overall played extremely well, at least to the mid game, right?
Yeah, I think first 20 minutes, I would say Alliance were winning the team fights. The aggression that they were putting on EG, making the good calls, like disengaging with Underlord ulti, TPing top to, you know, just utilize the farm on the map. I think it comes down to that this game will be played in the late game, considering you're playing against the Arc Warden and him being 5 to 10k ahead of your carry is just way too much to play into, especially since you have Jakiro on a mid lane, Underlord on the off lane. Like, if we compare these heroes, what they do, what they bring to a team fight, it's just a, you know, huge difference. We've seen in one of those latest fights where enemy clone, you know, they bring 3 heroes and they cannot kill him. He's full HP because of the build that he decided to go for.
And casters have been talking, like Cap and Jenkins have been talking about that. We have observed that as well. Yeah, of course Alliance was winning the early game, and decent half of the mid game. That's because Arkorden wasn't really joining the fight.
Yeah.
Perhaps he would send a clone here and there, but he was mostly focused on farming. And that's what the hero does. He shows up a little bit late to the party, but when he does, he just crashes it. How do you exactly balance the hero? That's the question. Because he's one of those extremely hard heroes to balance. Your Tinkers, your Meepos, your Broodmothers, and Arc Wardens. This hero is always either way too strong or way too weak to fit the meta.
Well, very strong at the moment, and I personally was I was criticizing RTZ a little bit for feeding his double a little bit too much at the start of the game.
Yeah.
I was like, again, but it was all intentional. It was all a ruse. He was playing the long con to make sure that they would jump his Tempest double for a trap.
He understood what he needs to do to win this game. He had one death in this whole game, and that was at like 35-minute mark. So he fed some gold with the Tempest double, but in the end, it doesn't matter. He just understood that if he gets 6 slotted, this Sven cannot fight him.
The thing is, usually if you're a team that's playing versus Arc Warden, you need multiple ways of getting on top of him. And in this game, you basically only had your Sven. That's it. Sven is the only mobile hero that can get in front and up close and personal with the Arc Warden. But the problem is, if you do that as Sven is in this game, you're doing it with Stormbolt, with Aghanims, and then you're completely isolated.
Yeah,
one Force Staff or BKB from Arc Warden, you find yourself in no man's land, and it's so easily to die like that.
You put yourself in a bad spot, and I loved the way EG itemized in this game, getting multiple BKBs. Like Doom went drums straight into BKB because he understood like they can't do anything to me. And I loved the way that supports itemized, getting Blink Daggers, fly first item Blink Dagger because of that the spell talent on Sven. You cannot, I played a game like couple of days ago, I realized you cannot itemize. You cannot buy a Glimmer Cape, it's going to get dispelled. You cannot buy Yule Scepter, Ghost Scepter, everything gets dispelled, so you need to just jaunt it.
I played the exact same matchup.
It worked?
The exact same matchup on both sides. Sven versus Arc Warden and Arc Warden versus Sven. And Sven can actually do quite alright because of the Aghanims or Blink that you buy. Like, you can get on top of him. But the problem is, you cannot be alone. You need someone else to make stuff happen in that team fight so that you aren't isolated and focused down like he was. And I really think that all comes down to what synergy they had with Core.
Oh, look at this comparison. Arteezy against Prison Arteezy. Who's a better carry? At least in this one, it was normal Nico Baby. Normal Nico Baby, yeah. He demolished this game. Like, he was insane. Even though Nico Baby was playing extremely well, but you know, it's all you can do with the hero and the matchup you're against.
And look at the damage.
It's very hard.
Yeah, he's being doubled by Arteezy.
Yeah. I mean, there
there
are
heroes.
two. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, he has 2 heroes, but at the same time, he comes online like at the last half.
Head to head.
Well.
That's all you need. That's all you need. I think, you guys hit the nail on the head as per usual. I think just, Nico Baby can do as good as he can on the Sven, but if there is no mid game for him to have an advantage to push with, then you can't do that much. We saw them in the mid game when they didn't necessarily crush the lanes, but they won the early game, right? You guys agree with that? But they didn't really have a net worth lead after that. We saw them try time and time again to get those pickoffs, to get the kills going and get towers off the back of it. They just couldn't.
Alliance's draft is on timer. Yeah. You're playing into Arc Warden, you have a mid that doesn't scale. Also, you want to have, when you play Sven into Arc Warden, you want to have another hero that can just close the gap, get on top of him. Jakiro is not that hero. Underlord want to be in front, but there's also a bunch of other heroes. And if you use that Sven stun, you're going to break the tether. And you're going to be alone, so you need to also be careful about that one.
The really big thing is also the way they play the perimeters that they have set up to protect their tier 2s. So, yeah, they let Roshan fall once or twice, but that's it. They don't lose any major objectives. That's also very important for the Arc Warden side. The way GPK has played as well with this Void Spirit, if he sees that there is a potential push coming to a lane, he's 2 steps ahead. He's already somewhere at your tier 2 creep skipping.
Is there pun intended with the astral steps? Or
no pun intended, but yeah.
GPK is a monster, man. He's an insanely good player, but sometimes he tends to do, like his Storm Spirit game, not sure who was he playing, I think it was Nigma, where he had extremely good early game,
I think, 12-minute Orchid, and then did not get a single item for the next 10-15 minutes because how aggressive he is.
Yeah.
I think you need to either pick other heroes that can play with him that aggressive, or he needs to, just to tone it down a bit.
A little bit the foot off the pedal sometimes. But, he's young. He likes to go. So give him the heroes that he can go on. And I think the Void Spirit fit him quite nicely.
You should nurture that personality. Just give him the Void Spirit. You saw him in this game. Storm Spirit definitely isn't his strength. I think that's like one of those heroes that he has practiced, he has played, but for some reason it just doesn't work out. You can even see it's not even the decision making when it comes to going deep. In most of these games, he just zips and he's out of mana somewhere in the middle of team fight. It maybe just needs some more time. As you said, he's young, he's going to learn. Void Spirit, this game was fantastic, even though he did die once under the fountain when he was diving.
Because you have 3 abilities that can get you out of the trouble, But
or 3 abilities that can get you into the trouble.
True that.
Depends on which way you look at it.
I mean, he's extremely good laner. Like, he wins the matchups that he should not win. For example, I've seen him winning multiple times Storm Spirit into Queen of Pain matchups, just getting early kills, which you kind of don't expect. Like, he's being aggressive with 30% HP on a full HP Queen of Pain, and he gets the kill. He's that good, but his decision-making is... I would... compare him to Limp. Like, Limp is also extremely good laner, but sometimes in the middle game, he feels sometimes kind of lost. Like, what do I do? There's like a specific thing that he needs to do. If he's playing his comfort heroes, like a DA, he always knows what to do. Like, the game's pretty easy for him to play, but if you put him on a different kind of a hero, that's the feeling that I'm getting.
His natural instinct isn't taking over like it would for GPK.
Yeah.
Kind of. I was kind of pleasantly surprised by the Lina position 4. We don't really see it that often. It was a Lina Underlord off lane. What did you guys think of that?
It looked pretty alright.
Yeah.
In the laning stage as well, you do feed a little bit to the Tusk, but every time a kill happens on the Lina, they get a counter kill. Overall, throughout the game, it felt alright. Yeah. Maybe...
In Divine bracket. Yeah. I think Lina had one of the highest win rates so far.
I thought you meant it looked alright, maybe in the Divine bracket. I thought
no.
We're finishing each other's sentences here.
Lina,
that's what's happening.
All right.
Actually is a legit position 4 hero. Like, I prefer Lina at position 4 than on a mid. It's not a win condition hero. You kind of do the same thing just a bit later. That's what I...
And if you choose... Jakiro or Lina. One plays mid, one plays 4.
Okay, neither. Can we have them as 4 and 5, please? Is that an option?
I mean, if Alliance's draft played against some other draft that's not including Arc Warden, I think they could have easily stumped. The way they played aggressively, first 15, 20 minutes, it was on point. Like, I don't think they were making much mistakes in the... They took tier 2 tower, I think, 16 minutes in, which is something that does not happen. They were trying to siege with Jakiro, but the question is, can you finish the game? It's very hard for any kind of team to just siege a tier 3 high ground against the Arc.
Would they be, answer me this though, would they be as good if they were playing 5 versus 5? Because Arc Warden wasn't there,
6
right?
versus 5. Is that what you're saying?
No, Arc Warden wasn't there. He's just farming. if there's a different hero, right? There's also this strategical fallacy. If there's a different hero there, instead of Arc Warden, then you're actually battling it out, and you can't be as aggressive.
Clone was fighting, so I guess that was 5.
With Midas and Braid Band, like.
EG's understanding of the game, how they're gonna win it, was pretty simple. Just don't lose the towers, don't get too split in terms of net worth, and it didn't happen. They just played it extremely well. They understood that Arc Warden is the biggest carry in this game, that Sven cannot be matched against him, and they itemized correctly.
And you don't feel like they're going to be they're going to be looking back at this game, obviously preparing for their second. You don't think they're going to be unhappy with how they played the first 20 minutes? Do you think they're absolutely
I think
fine?
Alliance's first 20 minutes were extremely good. It just comes down to that you cannot end the game. Like, EG had 2 tier 2 towers still standing. It comes down to a draft, like how you're going to execute it, and at certain point, you're going to have an issue against the Arc Warden. And after reading patch notes, I thought I see Arc Warden, okay, so he's going to get nerfed, but it did not happen. Like, he...
Flux talent, 50 range.
50 less range, and the clone cannot break smokes. That's it. That's really not enough to actually balance this hero.
Now, I do need to point out to people that this series is the fourth series for both of these squads. I already talked earlier that we saw Team Nigma taking the top of this group. This is Group A. And EG has a chance to have a tie with them, with both being on 3-1 if they take this next game or if they take the series. Alliance is in a little bit of a different ship here, as they are 1-2. And losing this series in particular could drop them to 1-3, which is bringing me back to a point that I think Tsunami mentioned in the previous panel. I asked him in one sentence what he thought about this group, and he said Na'Vi messed everything up by winning against EG. Because being on 1-3 all of a sudden puts you in the danger zone. It already makes it almost impossible to make it to the playoff brackets directly. So there's a lot riding on this series.
Yeah, for sure. And Na'Vi wanted to win against EG. You know, they're playing against some of the best CIS players out there. GK, Ramses.
Versus the best CIS team, arguably, right now.
You could counter TZ in that. Easy. 3 CIS versus Na'Vi.
But Na'Vi deserved the victory as
well.
They played extremely well, and they messed everything up for everyone else, but not for themselves.
They put themselves higher up there. Oh no, it wasn't a slight to Na'Vi at all. It was more like...
It was all the evil plan from Na'Vi. Who's going to mess things up for other people who came into this tournament. We don't want to win.
Just the little devils. No, but they messed things up for Alliance in this case. As now there's just way more pressure on Alliance to actually do well. Alliance have yet to face Na'Vi, by the way, so that is their last squad.
Once again.
El Clasico. I mean, we're having here, this is I don't know, is it like a former sister battle? Can we call it that? EG and Alliance used to be same organization, you know?
Yeah.
Is it too
like
far-fetched?
No, it isn't.
Because they were sister teams, and now they broke up, and I don't know what you would call that. You never, like, family is forever.
What do you mean? How do sisters break up? Is that how did Shiver and Jenkins broke up? I mean,
it happened. Sometimes it just happens.
Happens.
Shiver and Heaver?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks. No, but I'm curious to see how Alliance is going to bring it back this game, because there's two ways this can go, right? What is it?
Production saying something like we could not hear them.
Yeah, something about Nico Baby and inmates.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to say was, no, there's two ways this can go, right? Because first of all, the wins that Alliance has had so far were on the back of Nico Baby. So that is something to keep in mind. Also for them while drafting, obviously, they tried to put a lot of eggs in the Sven basket. Didn't really work out because of other circumstances, not necessarily because of the Sven. But do they want to try to go more all-in on the early strategy? That would be one of the answers, right? Because they couldn't finish early enough, so they need to put more emphasis on finishing early. Or do they go for the late game potential instead?
Sven is definitely one of those heroes that can carry you late game. He just needs another hero next to his side.
That's not Jakiro.
Exactly, which is not Jakiro. Like you said, they put a lot of eggs in this early game pressure that Jakiro definitely brings to the table. But the problem is, if you die a couple of times in the mid game, that hero does not find space to farm, especially when Sven is taking everything on the map and Underlord. And if you are kind of on that dead lane, trying to find farm, you get picked off and you die as Jakiro without a blink, without a use, without a force staff. So if you're picking that Sven, which worked out really well for them, make sure to pair it with another semi-core on that mid lane. Anything that Limp can play. So perhaps not Jakiro.
Do you think that maybe S4 also has a little bit of extra to play for here? You know, former teammates he's up against?
Yeah, I don't think S4 is
cares too
salty
much.
I mean, he's even in RTZ Guild if you look at his nickname.
Oh, okay.
So, he's good.
He's okay?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he just wants to be in RTZ Guild because that guild is actually doing their guild challenges. I think.
Could be. It's the only reason why he's there, you know. He's, instead of playing scrims, getting the courier kills in the pubs.
He gets the
getting a lot of
done.
points.
Is your guild doing any challenges?
I don't even have a guild. I got kicked out of the guild because I was not.
Oh, I'm sure you can join Owen's guild. You can join us, although you wouldn't probably do your guild contracts. I want to have one final sentence before we head to the second game draft.
Yeah,
things to look out for, things to keep in mind.
Things to look out for. Another Nico Baby versus RTZ showdown, where hopefully Nico Baby has a mid laner that can carry his load, because no Jakiro.
I want to see some more late game potential coming out from Nico Baby's hero in this one. It's going to be A great battle.
A great battle. Nico Baby versus Arteezy, EG versus Alliance, and to the draft panel we go.
Share the load indeed. It does seem like Alliance may need a little bit more than one hero to be fully capable of bringing them forward into hopefully a Game 3. As we jump into this Game 2 draft, Alliance versus EG. Kyle, I know you had mentioned at the beginning, as I'm also joined by T-Governor, that the Jakiro was stylistically similar to Death Prophet.
Yeah.
And did Alliance deliver the first 20 minutes the way that you were hoping they would with that kind of draft?
Not especially, but it was kind of a tough spot for them. You know, none of their cores, like no one could really do anything. Felt like EG just kind of got a pretty comfortable spot. I've always been afraid of this team, no matter who was on the roster, when all three of their lanes go just fine and all their cores can farm peacefully. No one really had a tough game. Yeah, it was just a dream for.
I will give props though to Alliance. The way they utilized the Underlord and IO, it was like beautiful to watch. That 20-25 minute up until that point, just moving around the map, choosing the fights, it was really nice. Just again, fell victim just to that timing, and again, Sark Warden just being a little bit too big.
So, I think the most obvious thing to look at is, what do we give Limp this time? Because are we looking for something that can make mid-game space as a playmaker? Do we want someone to late-game farm to join Nico Baby? What's the situation here?
I mean, Jakiro is cute, but the thing I have an issue with is that it's very much an S4 hero, right? Like, at least when I think about S4, is this like kind of spell casting mid-game.
Some teams have actually run it in the offlane as well for Jakiro to punish these like non-BKB built-in cores.
I think you could have in that game, but when you have an Underlord, it's just not possible. And my concern for Alliance is, you know, I feel like Limp and Chessie are stylistically very similar as a player, and I think they need to be given something that can kind of create its own game. I felt like the issue for Alliance there is none of their heroes really could. Like, Nico's got to be farm first for some time. Underlord is not a playmaker. Like, it just felt like they were so slow that all the fights they were winning were effectively off the back of either really cool global moves or just Nico Baby. I saw a really interesting. I'm gonna say a top tier comment from a fan on the game is was our Nico Baby's God Strength on autocast?
Yeah, in the new patch.
That's how it felt.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was an update or not. I checked. It cannot be autocast, but it did certainly seem that way.
Very willy-nilly with him.
If it doesn't work the first time, try again.
Until you lose.
Practice makes perfect, although EG is going to be mixing it up a little bit. Even though Alliance pair up the Io and the Sven again, EG starts out with a Warlock this time.
I think the main thing, though, to note here is that this is the first game of all of EG when they've won the coin toss or have priority in pick selection, they've actually chosen second pick.
Really?
Normally they pick first pick or Dire, depending on the teams. So when you see these tier 1 teams move into that second game of the draft series, they often take what their opponent wants normally, right? And Alliance, they are 4 wins, 2 losses on second pick, and they are 0-2 on first. So this is EG's way of basically going, we're putting you not only on your less favored drafting position, but also we're going to just, be confident at game 2.
And on a different topic, I just think it's super cool. You know, we don't have many legendary brands in Dota. You know, teams that have been a part of the scene for as long as,
we don't.
We have like a handful. Okay, EG and Alliance, one of them. I think it's really cool how they're both still years later, completely different rosters. The same identity persists, right? All the way back TI3, you'd very commonly see Alliance with a first pick Wisp into the Loda partner in the opening. And EG, I believe they used this exact same open at TI5 when they had Sumail. Maybe it was, it might have been a Shanghai Major actually. They knocked us out in the lower bracket, but they have this Warlock Ember to target the Wisp, but more importantly, it's again superstar youngster mid player, new to the roster, just first to his hero. They did the same thing for Sumail TI5. If you remember the finals, they would give him Ember Spirit, Lesh, whatever it is that he wanted right away, and it's the same case here. Although I guess they opened Gyro Clock. It doesn't matter. It's a long time ago. The point stand.
I'll give you hero tendencies maybe being the same, but Alliance has worked hard to shed that rat Dota identity that kind of defined them in their earlier iterations. I don't really think that's so much the case now in modern Alliance.
I think the main thing is, like, the game itself has always been, like, the heroes are still the same conceptually, right? So across time, you see patterns arise, right? And then it's nice to compare the patterns within a team. So, again, Alliance is just, demonstrating a pattern that has presented itself.
Yeah, I mean, they lost, so,
Yeah, clearly it's
just
good.
keep it going. It's moving. It's doing pretty well for them so far.
EG using this second pick, this Ember, we've seen it before. You just cover it with the 3 bans. We've harped on it so many times, and they ban out Viper. I think this pretty much, to me, shows this is clearly just a mid Ember, right? There's no way with Arteezy you're going to flex it
They
into
have
that role.
GPK. Like, you just keep
put
him on the
Yeah,
stairs.
exactly. So you're now going to use your 3 bans to enable GPK. And I was thinking about it. Alliance, the carry pool that you have, how many actually fare well against Arteezy's heroes, right? Like, you think of Nico Baby, Slark, Wraith King, Sven,
Morphling,
Medusa. These aren't always that great against like illusion heroes, Arc Wardens. Like, they have such different carry pools, so I think this naturally just puts Alliance at like a difficult position going into any game against EG.
It's true. I mean, I've joked about Arteezy having not a hero pool, but a hero puddle.
Yeah.
The thing is, all of what he plays is incredibly strong right now, and he's excellent at them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see EG bust out more Arc Warden. Like, why not? Even in games that could be considered more difficult. The previous one, was kind of free in a lot of ways. And then the last pick, Jakiro, didn't really do much to help. You need something to get on top of him. And I hope when I look at this opener right now, I'd love to see Alliance double down on the defensive support. I'd like to see an Oracle, perhaps, just so you have something to prevent GPK from going off like he did in the previous game.
It's very hard, though, to slot that into your draft. When you've already presented the IO, how do you innate... Like, right now, I see Alliance, they need to be able to actually take good continued team fights. If you see this God Strength be popped, I want to see lockdown. I want to see
Legion
fights.
Commander. The LC Sven IO, old school OG combination. You just buff the Sven, and he kills everything.
You can use
Plus
that
the
cleanse
dispel.
word if you want.
Don't
Cleanse?
you dare. Don't you
It's
dare
cleanse,
use the
Kyle.
C word on my
Again,
panel.
For the viewers at home that don't understand the terminology, the Dispel can be offensive, that's a purge, or defensive, that's a cleanse.
No.
A defensive purge is... A defensive dispel is a cleanse.
No.
Yes.
The Dispel is not an umbrella category. It's either a Dispel if it's defensive or a Purge if it's offensive.
Tsunami is correct.
A Purge is an offensive dispel.
Then a Dispel is a defensive Purge.
He got you.
I'll transitive property your ass all day.
We will send that to the commissioner. And
Sure.
Let's get the response.
Let's send the discussion back to the draft. Why exactly is Alliance just not banning the Arc Warden if they think that that's the problem?
Just maybe don't fear it. I love that EG just go for the Tusk. This is a 6 support duo. Warlock doesn't offer too much control, but it's okay.
There it is.
They were mashing that
Bang,
button.
bang.
They were hitting that. Give it to him, eh? Okay,
Like-
fine. So then EG has no issues. They swap out the Warlock instead of the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Still need to figure out Ramsey's hero most likely.
I think your points about Nico Baby's hero pool is very valid. I think it also carries on to Limp as well. What do these guys play that fares well against Arc Warden? Something as an example that was always considered like a hard counter to AW was Tinker. Limp is not going to play Tinker.
No one's going to play
He
Tinker in
played
this
one
match.
game in his last like 120 pubs. He played one Tinker game and lost it. So just saying.
Soul Ring got buffed though. So
Let's go.
Let's go.
I do love it with Wisp. I mean, I wouldn't mind some sort of... I don't even know. Really.
I'm just so surprised that they haven't shown the respect to this Arc Warden. The fact that you've shown the Sven and you've seen how it's been not counted in terms of how Arc just plays the game. There's a window in which Sven can pop off, and you can see the adjustments in Alliance draft of going, we need to have, so Centaur Rubik, they're lane dominators, and they can actually open up the map to allow the Sven to have something to play with.
Here's the problem is that they have no method of controlling terrain. Whereas if you look at EG, the bubble's going to go down. Shards, upheaval, constant slight change, zip away. If you're Alliance, your whole lineup has to sort of just tunnel vision and walk forwards until you're on top of somebody. And EG has so many tools to disrupt you in your quest to reach Arteezy. And if Limp's hero can't use some sort of non-blink required initiation to start a fight, to get onto the Warlock, to get onto the AW, I think they're going to have major issues.
I think the counter argument to that is when you have a Warlock 5, he is a hero that is basically, I will decide if I want to stop a fight or start a fight, and other than that, again, he's maybe just this upheaval, this fatal bonds. So
But that's fine, just fatal bonds against three strength heroes.
But when you have these, like, there's such a brute lineup on Alliance, if they want to go to a terrain, they're just going to walk up it, they're going to own it, right? You have so many skirmishy heroes on EG that if they ever fall behind slightly, it will be very scary to try and mount a defense, right? It's going to be Ember poking, Tusk can commit with maybe the Golem behind, you play off your clone, but if Alliance have these items, it's scary.
I think you underestimate Arc Warden's damage output in the mid game. Like, I think EG can just chill. Why do they mind being reactive? They have so many tools to cut off whoever goes in from Alliance from their backline. And GPK is just going to hunt for the Rubik IO at all times. Both of these stuns from Alliance right now are super easy to juke out as well. I guess the lift isn't, but the two cores don't threaten him.
So given the fact that Alliance are relying on this IO Sven strategy again, is the idea to double down on winning in the early game and making sure that 20 minutes extends to like a 35 minutes? Or are they going to keep the same 20 minutes and then give Limp a hero that maybe becomes more relevant post 40 minutes so you can have actually two heroes that may be able to deal with Arc Warden?
We joke that, draft panel on this last series is the better position because if it's a 2-0, you get to just go home, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And I'll be honest, I'm almost confident enough to just take off my microphone at the conclusion of this because I just see Alliance saying, let's that didn't work, let's try it again. EG has an even better 5 in terms of a matchup. There's no Doom. With the Doom, I'd all in Grimstroke, but now you've got Warlock Ember. Like, this is just sick to me. Look at the raw damage output from EG's lineup, and think about how much easier it is to deal their damage.
Until you see the Limp hero. Yeah. Let's reserve some judgment before you start shutting the microphone.
Yeah, you can see EG's bans, Quap, Void Spirit. These are heroes that can,
I
set
just hope
extra
he doesn't
tempos.
puck. Please don't puck. Please.
Then give me another hero that can jump on an Arc Warden.
I think Death Prophet, again, like this DP, it makes a ton of sense here because then you also have a method of self-sustain. The issue right now is that the Wisp is going to be tethered to your Sven. Centaur is going to fend for himself, as is likely Limp's hero. So it has to be something more durable that can kind of just go in with the squad.
In terms of the tethering side quickly, when you talk about if you did go DP, he doesn't always tether the Sven because we saw how that Ags, he disconnects himself. So I naturally wants to have that kind of second tier tether that he can feel good playing into, and with the DP now, like you just mentioned, good job Kyle, he can just decide, okay, if my Sven's committing, my DP is now the one I'm enabling, right? You want to enable this DP.
Why couldn't they pick this last game? Why Jakiro? Because this makes a ton of sense.
Jakiro was
the silence is just so easy to execute, especially against these spirit heroes. You'd much rather have an instant click 6-second silence than, oh, I've got an ice path. You totally won't dodge this.
So you're leaving your mic on, right? You're quickly backpedaling. It's kept on.
We'll see. I think it depends on the lane. I'm still concerned for the Alliance lineup, and they're now very cooldown reliant. You have both DP and Sven that can get played around. I will say it's a sick Death Prophet game. Like, this is so insane for them.
Earlier when I mentioned like how Alliance, when they go to an area, they just command it with their tankiness. This is what I mean. When you look at EG's lineup, it's 4 skirmishy heroes plus the Arc behind. That doesn't fare well against a DP-esque Deathfall type lineup. When you go to Roshan, it's like, of course it'll be scary because of Warlock, but it's so easy for Alliance just to go to a tower, dive, fight. They're going to have Siphon, they're going to have Tether Hill, Centaur Stampede as well. There's so many ways to disengage.
I'll give it. Look, the thing is, EG kind of have to play reactive. You want Alliance to initiate, you want to kite the spells and just abuse terrain, right? Make Alliance run through a choke point, close the door behind him with shards, with upheaval after a golem, something. But it's a closer draft than before, but I think I might just be biased because I love the Death Prophet.
I mean, the odds are still relatively even. It's not like that game one really dug Alliance that deep into a grave, but I'm just curious why the Necrophos last pick. A lot of people tell me that these heroes like Pugna or Necro or anyone who gets something that can easily be dispelled is very vulnerable against a Sven.
It's about the lane. You're having this Necro, most likely obviously in the off lane, against this IO Sven. Not really a lot of damage output in that lane. It's going to be pretty passive, so Necro should be able to dominate.
Doesn't the Heartstopper reduce healings, or is that changed in a previous patch? Either
Great
way.
question. Let's ask our casters as we toss it over to them for game number 2.
That's right. Fortunately, we've got some people who are plugged into Dota 2 and are actually playing actively. Like Jenkins, you got an answer for the man?
Yeah, it was a talent.
Yeah, it's a talent now.
Yeah. So it's still there as the talent. I think might have been nerfed because that hero was pretty good. It's
I amped you up, and now you're not giving me confidence.
Well, I mean,
like you need to look
okay.
into that camera. Here, watch this. Right?
It's a talent.
You look into the camera and you say, "Kyle, you're wrong. It's now a talent," and you just leave it at that. You don't do anything else. You don't backpedal, nothing like that. You want the audience to laugh at Kyle. That's the whole point of this.
It's kind of played out, though. The Kyle being.
That is true.
Kyle, you're right.
Kyle, you're right.
It's attached to the spell.
It's attached to the spell.
Yeah. But on the real, I do really like the Necro pick this game. I think for the lane and for the game, it's good. Other than the fact that the Sven can dispel the Necro shield, but Necro can also build a Blink Dagger. So you have that, and I think the lane is going to go really well. I think Necro is going to do a ton of damage in this game. With that being said, I totally agree also with the draft panel. They were saying that Limp being on a hero that could do something to actually supplement Nico Baby probably would have looked a lot better in the first game. Because what
I think Kyle said, why didn't they do Death Prophet last game instead of Jakiro?
He was very visceral about it. So he really was not liking the Jakiro. I'm totally open to these crazy picks. I like seeing it. I find it interesting. But sometimes most of the time it doesn't work out. Limp loves that mid Jakiro though. He does play that a lot.
Yeah, he's done 8 times in his professional history when it comes to professional Dota 2 games, and he is 4-4. So it's a special niche that he's got, and it's not even convincing in its win rate.
Yeah, I mean that's better than negative, I suppose.
True. Well, it was positive before that last game.
Okay.
Maybe it only worked with Kyle. Back on complexity.
That's true.
Maybe he just doesn't have the right captain and mastermind.
I was gonna say this is actually like the best. This is the best series to have Kyle as a draft panel analyst because he knows some of these players in and out. Any of these players that he's played with, he just knows.
All right, let's talk about our own analysis for a bit because I feel like both you and I were on the same mindset, which was Alliance was looking good.
Yeah.
In game 1, we both thought they were winning. I would even say that we probably both thought they were going to win.
I did.
Okay, this Sven is really far ahead. He's got this Aghanim Scepter. He's just going to get on top of the Arc Warden. And that didn't happen at all.
Yeah, they took a tier 2 at 18 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
That does not happen these days, even with push heroes. Beastmaster, Death Prophet. It doesn't matter what you have. Tier 2s are extremely difficult to take unless you have some supremely good early game. In Alliance, they were looking really good.
So my question is, were we misreading the matchup and how that goes in the Io Sven versus Arc Warden? Do you think it's entirely about the supporting cast? Because clearly Alliance feels that way, where they just kind of like redrafted the same thing and said, okay, let's go again, but with just some different heroes behind it.
Yeah, that would definitely depend on who you ask, I think.
Okay. But I'm asking you.
I still think Sven is good. I still think Sven is good against the Arc Warden.
Okay.
I would say it's a supporting cast. That's my personal opinion, but clearly EG thinks that against the Sven, the Arc Warden is great. Maybe it's the game. The way that Sven wants to play the game is conducive to how Arc Warden wants to play the game, and Sven's timing is just nullified by Arc Warden's timing. That's what I would assume their logic is, something along those lines. But I personally like the Sven.
Okay. And we can at least agree they've got better heroes to get on top of the Arc Warden this time around, right? We've got Centaur, who enables everybody to go at him. We've got the Death Prophet, which I'll be honest, I'm slightly concerned about the Death Prophet not having the clear saves, right? Because Io being paired up with the Sven oftentimes may not be able to help the Death Prophet. The only other defensive mechanism we have is Stampede.
Right. He's got to get some items this game. I think he needs a Blink. I think he needs a Yules, BKB.
So he needs a good laning phase.
He needs a good laning phase, but this is one of Limp's specialties, so I feel like this is a good patch for Death Prophet as well. That change to her Crypt Swarm, where it's got the much smaller cast time, it's really nice. Oh, I like this play from EG, sending the Warlock to this lane. Just buffing up that heal from Ramses. The nuke, I should say.
Meanwhile, though, they might just be able to get the kill on Hanskin here because Crit is up here. Perhaps something that came as a surprise to Alliance. They do manage to get the first blood.
Yeah, that's another one of those interesting calls that could go either way, but clearly it worked out. Sending the Tusk with the Arc Warden is pretty nice. He's a hero that really benefits from that tag team. Necro, not so much.
So it looks like they're just going to be playing the harassment game, which, I mean, this Fatal Bond looks really good against the IO.
This is actually something that I see Alliance doing a lot, where they just play lane to constantly shove and pull this hard camp. It's very difficult to deal with if you don't have lane push. You just lose the level advantage.
So do you think that's something the EG maybe picked up from Alliance in that regard?
No, it's more so it's a fairly common trend over the last probably 1 to 2 years, where this is like a way that people actually choose to win a lane. It didn't exist for a long time, at least not to my recollection. So I think it's just like the tier 1 teams are pretty comfortable knowing like when to do this and when not to do this. Warlock's a very good hero at doing this because the Fatal Bonds is quite difficult to push against.
Yeah, and then you've got an AoE nuke in the Necrophos, so it just kind of combos up together, guarantees the wave pushes into the tier 1 tower, and then it's very hard for one support to deal with that hard camp pull, particularly from the Dire side of things, where it's super easy to pull that Radiant hard camp crit. Trying to do a snowball dodge on the stomp. S4 does a good job of canceling that stomp, though.
He wants that last hit.
He got it. He's got all the last hits, it looking like.
Very nice.
Still not happy with his regen, though. Fortunately, at least IO is able to make efficient use of the regen, but it still is looking really rough. And speaking of rough, GPK continuing to be shoved back. Once again, the stomp being fake, pumped out. Does manage to hit the stomp eventually on a crit, but it's too late. Hanskin has already taken the damage and goes down again.
Oh, he's just suiciding.
Going for it. Yeah, he's going to suicide and gets the courier on the way. So that's actually a nice little combo there.
Yeah, that was really nice. I mean, I don't think he expected to get the courier, but, you know, just a little gift there.
Now, most of the time when we see supports do that, they like go and cut around and die to the tier 2 to not give up experience range. Why do you think it was so important for him to die right away?
I think Tusk is a hero you can just run up, pop tag team, snowball.
Okay, maybe this is why. Maybe GPK needed the extra assistance. He needed a refill on the bottle.
Yeah, this is always nice. I mean, especially on a Tusk that wants to run around anyway. I mean, he's perfectly fine with this. He doesn't have boots, but still 315 base move speed hero.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
He's even bringing Wraithband components to Arteezy too, so he's really functioning as a courier here, making a lot of use of the death, just like you said.
See if in turn Arteezy's able to get all the last hits on this hard camp, just like Nico Baby was. Back over to mid lane, GPK gonna be chased out again and again and again by that Spirit Siphon. Super annoying. Fly will take the Arcane Rune right in front of Limp's face.
Very good rune control. EG, both of these games have had great rune control, which is especially important because Limp is doing an extremely good job in this mid lane matchup. I don't think this is Ultra Death Prophet favored, but he is just playing mechanically very well here, pushing the Spirit Siphons to the limits.
You can see even when Ramsey's just a little bit low, he has no fear of any aggression just because this double healing duo, so sturdy.
Both of these lanes, honestly. I think if you're Nico Baby in this lane too, you're so happy that you have an IO as a support, one of the few heroes that can actually give you the regen to sustain through the Necro Heartstopper aura.
Yeah.
That Heartstopper is completely devastating for Sven usually, but with an IO, I mean, clearly he's doing perfectly fine in this lane.
Yeah, they've got top 3 CS all across the board for Alliance, so things are looking pretty good. Bounty runes, let's see, we got, looks like 2 for 2. S4 being dove at here with a snowball on him. Magnetic field just to protect. Nice tossback though. Hanskin sees an opportunity to get aggressive onto Arteezy. Arteezy turning to kill S4, pops the fire, does manage to get the kill on the Centaur first, so he collects the experience. At the same time, though, between the two supports, Hanskin certainly looks healthier.
There was a bit of indecisiveness there from S4. You could see that he kind of thought that maybe he needed to run away there, but then it's like, oh, Arteezy's taking a lot of damage. I can turn this.
Yeah.
And if he had just committed, I think Arteezy dies first. But, I mean, still, he's doing really well in terms of CS on S4. 24 and 10, like, that's a lot of denies.
Yeah.
This is one thing that I noticed in researching Alliance is that they're very good at laning. Like, they tend to win their lanes. Even if they're favored to lose the lanes, they'll still do really well. But EG bouncing back with the good rune control on every single spawn.
You know, Limp's a little triggered right now.
Yeah, that's always a
bottom rune again.
Right. That is the plight of a mid laner.
Blocked in. Nice ice shards. That'll guarantee the kill onto Hanskin here. It does cost them a GPK rotation that won't find anything else.
Just a Rubik kill.
This is as the Siege Wagon push is coming in with Exorcism out, so GPK, he's got to get back here soon. Fly, he's probably going to be dying to this as, yep, sure enough, does manage to get this kill. And S4, they actually went back to kill S4 despite this hefty push coming in from the Death Prophet and everything. They opted to ignore it in exchange for being able to kill that offlaner.
He's taking up some of the enemy jungle there too. He knows the rotation's coming back in. Gets a good amount of damage on the tower though.
Yeah, decent amount. Not too bad.
I was gonna say, Nico Baby needs some help down here. You do not want to leave a Sven solo versus a Necrophos. That's one problem here, is that you can't leave him alone down here. I mean, he's gonna just die to the Reaper's Scythe.
I think maybe he got level 6 outside of vision because of nighttime when that last creep died. But yeah, I was literally going to say, like, he needs to heal up soon because level 6 is coming in for the Necrophos, and then all of a sudden it was there, and then he was dead, and then S4 is dead. And now Hanskin's going to be trying to dodge some Spark Race, but the shards makes it really difficult to do that. And a double kill is picked up for RTZ.
Crit is playing mega aggressive up here. I really like how they're playing this top lane. You wouldn't think it would work with an Arc Warden, but with the Tusk and against these heroes, clearly there's not much they can do to turn it.
And they're just totally neutering this Death Prophet by keeping control of all the power runes, and that stems from the fact that they can leave Necrophos alone at bottom lane.
Apparently, he will do very well if they leave him alone. God damn.
Yeah, this is looking a bit rough for Alliance because, as you said, it feels like they're a team that oftentimes depends on being able to have a pretty good go of the laning phase and hits a really nice, like, 15 to 20-minute timing. Feels like they so many times they solidify a really nice advantage in the space of, like, 5 minutes. But
yeah, absolutely.
It's not like they're down by a whole lot, though. Even if Evil Genius is getting a lot of kills.
It's not, but I'm definitely concerned about just the Necrophos. I mean, this is a last pick Necro, so this is very typical that it'll happen. But if you do rotate the Sven Io out of the bot lane, who do you put there? Death Prophet? Like, this is the hero you want to be aggressive taking towers. Centaur? This is a melee strength hero versus a Necro. Like, that's not going to do well either. So this is when you need to kind of make moves. Or you can static the game, but you have to have the Io bot. You have to have the Io with the Sven.
Yeah. Chipping away at that bottom tower. You just can't leave Ramses alone, otherwise he'll take the tower, but at the same time, always showing two heroes against one isn't going to feel so good. So it looks like Hanskin's making the call. He's like, okay, we really need to kill this guy. I'm going to rotate across. You're going to TP in on Limp, and we're just going to go for it here. They're going to pop the Exorcism and everything. They need this kill, but they have stun. Telekinesis comes in. They had to use the Stampede to give Hanskin the movement speed to get there in the first place. But it all comes together in the end. And even better, Evil Geniuses was making a rotation at the same time. A rotation that now is going to maybe result in nothing.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. Okay, fighting the runes.
And they're going to fight for the bounty rune here. Might be able to get the kill on Hanskin. Yeah, he quickly gets taken out by the punch from Crit, who already has his level 6 before the 10-minute marker. Now GPK looks to be able to... Okay, never mind. Doesn't try and run them down even further. Takes the one, gets out, does have an arcane rune waiting for him in the river.
So, I really like that move from Alliance. I think that's... They needed to do something like that. Alliance is very good and creative at making these sorts of moves where there's some sort of stalemate going on. It's not good for them, and then they break it. They tend to be good at this. But the problem is, you don't take an objective if you fight in your own safe lane, because it's your safe lane. There are no objectives near it to take, and the tower that you can take isn't important.
Oh, look at that. They're relocating into mid while they don't have the Ember Spirit here. They're going to try and run down RTZ on this Arc Warden, and they might be able to get the kill, but Nico Baby's going to be in some trouble, especially as the Golem is dropped on top of him. All that movement speed, trying to get away, the relocate back out. It'll be enough. Nico Baby is put into the saving grace of the IO. But Hanskin, well, he's left alone underneath this tier 1 tower and will die. Maybe gets the revenge kill against Crit, but no, he gets the tower aggro off of him. Ramses, meanwhile, just calmly pressures this tower again and again and again. And back over to mid lane, where they rotated the IO Sven. They ran back to mid. They said, forget bottom. We're giving that tower up. We're going to make sure our mid tower is defended.
Yeah, I would say this is a good trade for Alliance. Just breaking down the lanes, having this top area accessible to them, where they don't just have to choose, like, okay, do I send a Centaur versus a Necro, or do I send a Sven versus a Necro? When you take this tower, you don't have to make that choice anymore. So I think that trade definitely favors them.
Pops Stampede just in case.
Okay, I think he thought probably Ember was heading up to try and kill him there.
Yeah.
RTZ does the trick where you pull the creeps away from the catapult, get the catapult killed. You don't have to worry about taking extra damage on the tower. It's always a nice one. Denies up that haste rune. That's always something to me that speaks to how fast these tier 1 players like to play, is when they deny something like a haste. It's literally 2 feet away from them, but they're like, this is if I walk to this is enough time for you to kill me.
Yep.
Like that to me just speaks to how fast they give respect to the enemies that they're gonna play.
Yeah. No, you see it all the time. It feels like that's become more and more a bigger deal, is that just power runes getting denied over taking the risk of picking it up yourself when it really wouldn't change anything. What is a hasted Rubik going to do here? Probably
exactly.
Not that much.
Right, not that much.
GPK, phase and drums for him. Nico Baby already has the Mask of Madness. Was that an Echo Saber or BKB he was building? Oh, S4 gets caught out. 5 to 12, but a very even net worth, so.
Crit's got boots, Medallion, Blightstone. So he is really going for that extra minus armor.
Yeah.
Possibly building into an eventual Dessa, but even if you don't do that, the Blightstone is still quite effective, especially when it comes to amplifying your team's damage with, with the tag team. I like where Alliance are putting the Sven. Oh, he's going SMY, yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
I do think probably this game he's going to opt for like a 3rd item BKB, though. He's not going to... I really doubt he's going to go like full greed. But then again, you do have the Death Prophet, which changes things. You're not solo carrying the game.
Okay.
So, I mean, maybe that's famous last words, and it's like, oh, I'm not going to go BKB this game either. And then you just feed. But he got really kited when he got that Orchid, and then the timing was gone.
Yeah. And in this game, anyway, he has to certainly worry about a lot of this magic damage that's going to come out. Ember Spirit, and then that Reaper Scythe that comes into play, so.
Yeah, this is true. And the Necro Aura, too, now.
Stomp catches GPK, the silence follow-up, but because he grabbed the Illusion Rune before S4 was able to stomp him, he uses that Illusion Rune to dispel off the silence.
That's the 2nd Illusion Rune that he's used like that. That's a real nice change for mid laners.
Yeah.
That one. The rune went from very useless to very useful with that change.
Yeah, Illusion Rune just always felt like it was
the worst.
It was great on like very, very few heroes, you know?
If you have Terrorblade or Naga Siren, it's
Axe,
great.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or a Radiance.
Everybody else is like, oh, an Illusion Rune? Are you kidding me? Especially early on.
I'm going to go feed my illusions. That'll be good.
Yeah.
He might have been scouted placing that
ward.
ward.
Look at that. He placed that ward, and he saw the Remnant get put out, so he actually did manage to steal that. Now FNG turning around, trying to get the tether range of the creep wave, but he's too far. Wonder what he was doing out there by himself.
It's a solo kill, man. I think FNG's level 9, right? So crit killing him, that's a pretty big deal. Getting that XP solo on a Tusk, who's basically already a core.
Do you think playstyle-wise, we talked about the draft changes, but playstyle-wise, do you think Alliance is doing anything different against EG?
No, this seems about the same.
Yeah.
To me.
And that's concerning, right? I'm feeling like, okay, Sark Wardens has his hand of Midas and is still going off. They do get the Fatal Bonds Golem to try and turn things around. The Reaper Scythe is going to go out in the Centaur and does a big boost of damage, getting the kill. But Limp is sitting right on top of Ramses. If he can keep up with him, they upheaval though. It's slowing everybody down so damn much. Nico Baby isn't really able to help out, so Limp's just going to have to do it all by himself with silence, and that's going to be enough to be able to get the kill on Ramses. Turning that damage now onto the mid-tier 1, GPK. Looks to be able to poke at them enough that they won't be able to continue to go for that push, but it's just not enough. This Death Ball, a little bit too strong. They get the mid-tower.
Seeing the effectiveness now of the Death Prophet there, it's like you can't just kite Nico Baby anymore. You have Limp to worry about if you do that. Like, Limp is going to do enough damage, and that's why the Death Prophet feels really nice, too, is that, like, she does so much damage. She doesn't need to build any damage items to do damage. She's just going to do it. Okay.
Smoke up.
Smoke up.
Evil geniuses working their way down.
Radiant are scanning.
A bit surprised. I mean, I guess they have Ember Spirit. I was just like, they just used Golem and stuff, but they're just going to keep going because Alliance, they already used Exorcist, and we already used God Strength. And if they can catch Limp here, what a beautiful Ice Shards. That's going to be able to lock him in, allow the rest of Evil Geniuses to funnel in. But no, a good save from S4. Managed to catch 2. Limpet's going to still fight Infist as he had the double Spirit Siphon. Nico Baby comes in without his God Strength, just only a stun right now. FNG trying to heal him up, does heal him up to full, but he's still slowed down by this upheaval. It's just nasty. FNG dancing away from some of the damage, trying to keep Nico Baby alive, but he just can't. And S4, who jumped back in to try and save his carry, is going to die as well. It does a lot of damage to Ramses, but he's being healed, kept alive by the Warlock. Limp is still gunning for it, but Alliance, they come in again and again and again to try and save and get kills, and it's just not working. They've overcommitted now, and they're going to lose their entire team as a result. All because they wanted Ramses, all because they wanted to save this mid lane.
You know, a lot of both of these games have been determined by the calls made by both of the teams. I keep wanting to shout out, like, whoever makes the call to fight without Warlock Golem, man, that is risky. That's quite risky. And I mean, clearly it worked out, and it makes sense in retrospect. You have a Death Prophet ulti that's really important, Sven ulti that's really important. You know, you have an Ember that can go in, it has no cooldowns. The Fatal Bonds at the very least, like, this ability arguably is the most important thing about this Warlock hero, especially if you have an Ember on your team and a Tusk that's this farmed. Like, with the right heroes, Fatal Bonds is amazing because it's just 30% extra damage to everybody.
Yeah.
So that was a fantastic call and great initiation from Crit with that shards like that. It's like he had vision.
Beautiful.
It's like he had vision, but he didn't have any vision.
I think it, like, to talk about your point there, I think it would just be easy for you to just be like, we've got a Arc Warden that has a hand of Midas. We could just chill. We could just keep farming, you know? But instead, they chose to get active, just like Alliance choose to get active, using the relocate to be able to get this pick off on Crits. Not a small kill, even though he is a support. 450 gold off of that because of the mega kill streak.
Yeah,
so.
he's huge. He's a really good kill to get. He's also instigating a lot of these fights, so S4 has also done a really great job being super active in these games, or in this particular game. He's been hitting big stomps in all of the fights with counter initiating. That's one thing about having a Centaur with a Wisp, is that you have the old combo of just a guy that blinks in and stuns somebody, and you have to relocate to anywhere.
They're going to use the Stampede here because they spotted Fly. They're going to be able to catch up to him. Kill him before he can get off the Golem, before they can plan a team fight around him, and then use this positioning to try and take that mid tower, or bottom tower, excuse me. The glyph goes off. I wonder if they're still going to stick around. I'd be tempted to.
They do have some abilities. You know, they've got the Sven ult still.
Oh, he didn't go for that SNY. He did go BKB second item.
Okay, it feels like that makes sense. Given how the last game went, I could see why he opted to go for that. The game was looking really good, and then he picked up an Orchid, and then he got kited, and then the game looked horrible. So I could absolutely see why you would go to that item. Just don't risk it, you know?
Yeah. So this is going to be another adjustment that we see Alliance make in their decision-making tree to see if they can beat this Arc Warden in a second game. And I also like the fact that it feels like they're picking up the pace here. You know, they're just going to keep running at Evil Geniuses. They feel strong right now with that BKB.
Into Rock too. Okay, now they just push the lane in. They hope to get some sort of response to it, and they do. You know, the Warlock's down there. He's not a very fast hero. He can't make his way to elsewhere on the map, so now would probably be a good time to smoke.
very aggressive wards on both sides of the table here. You could see Evil Geniuses triangle ward, another ward behind the tier 2 at bottom lane. Meanwhile, Alliance, with their aggressive move, was able to get some aggressive vision down into the enemy triangle as well. But did get counter warded, so they're left with a little bit more, not quite as deep vision as EG was able to pick up.
That's one thing that I noticed in researching Alliance is that they tend to get really good deep wards down that don't get dewarded. They place like really fringe wards, ones where they don't exactly give the best vision, but you'll always see people running through that area, so you know where they are. And they'll do it like literally without smokes. They'll just have a support literally run in face first. It's like, if I die, I die, and then that often works.
3-man smoke up from Evil Geniuses here as they shadow Ramses. He pushes in the mid lane. I feel like they're just going to run up into this triangle area. Yeah, they do manage to catch S4 initially here. The Reaper Scythe will put him down into the grave. He's gone for a minute. The rest of Alliance were TPing in pretty quickly here. GPK just poking at this Rubik. Now the rest of the team is still kind of looping around. They get a ward up on their own high ground here.
I don't know if Alliance can take the stack with S4 being dead. This is, I mean, if they can take this, it's really good for them because this is farmed right in front of EG's face. Wow, what a very ballsy call. And the funny thing is we just saw S4 do exactly what Ramses was doing in the previous game. But unfortunately, without a BKB, it's not just like a free get out of jail.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that, but the positioning was still really great. Obviously, the person you want to pick off there is Nico Baby.
Yeah.
But S4 says, no, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill some useless Centaur. You're going to use the Necro ulti on me.
Yeah.
Like, that's the dream for an offlaner. It's kind of boring, but that's what you have to do.
And it would have worked perfectly, except Evil Geniuses had this ward. They still have it that is in the triangle. They saw S4, and that led into GPK being able to get that slight chains from the low ground, so there was no opportunity for S4 to be able to break the smoke and blink away.
True, true. If it was blind, he could probably just press ult and run.
I would say those two wards have been causing a lot of havoc for Alliance. Those two wards that Evil Geniuses has managed to keep up. They managed to get the kill on the Rubik here. GPK is getting very, very big. At the same time, though, Nico Baby almost completed his Aghanim Scepter, and that is obviously going to be a big, big window for Alliance to start aggressively taking fights into EG. See if they can turn this game around because, yeah, you can see it right there. The win probability, it doesn't feel that different from Game 1, Jenkins. In fact, in many ways, it feels worse because I felt like Alliance was ahead at 20 minutes, and here it's Evil Geniuses ahead. They're going to relocate down to the bottom lane. They do have the help of the Stampede to be able to run over Arteezy here. Get on top of him, get inside the bubble, and start swinging. Arteezy trying to get saved here, but no, S4 is there. Managed to get the stomp. Nico Baby, they actually leave him behind, not tethering up to him. He's going to try and fight it out, but the BKB's worn out now. He could just be Reaper Scythe. Ramses is going to go for it, gets it off just in time before Limp can stop it. Limp starts putting out some damage onto Ramses. Ramses, though, getting the heal off of the kill, plus the Essence Ring, plus the Warlock. He is not an easy target to bring down, but eventually he will get caught. He will go down, and they're going to be able to catch one more. It's going to be Crit trying to hide in the trees, trying to TP out, but a good Yule Scepter puts a stop to that. Good play from Alliance. Just as we said, with the Aghanim Scepter, they can maybe turn this game around. Apparently, they don't even need it. A big win.
Man, once again, I love these calls from Alliance. That was literally just a relocate. That's it. They're like, dude, he's out of position. He's on his own down here. They just relocated Sven. No setup whatsoever. They literally just relocated Sven in there to kill Arteezy, knowing that he's alone, because they have the ward. They see that there's nobody else there behind him.
Yeah.
So it's a tad risky because it could still be a bait, but they just say, screw it, let's go.
Yeah. I don't think Arteezy really gave them that kind of opportunities last game.
No.
Because he was like, I remember watching him, and it was like he was always farming like triangle or around a tier 2 or something like that. I don't really remember him putting his hero out there, so.
And he just picked up a blink, Arteezy.
Oh,
he doesn't
okay.
He doesn't want that to happen a second time.
Yeah.
And once again, you have this Sven stun that you need to disjoint. This is the way you deal with it. So having the two disjoints of the BKB and the blink is going to help out. But man, you really don't see that play anymore, where it's literally just a flat IO relocate, nobody set up. Like, that was when IO first came out. That was how everybody was doing it. It's been so long since I've seen that, though.
Smooth little move there from GPK just to take one creep wave with him as he leaves the top lane. BKB completed with that. Tempest Double was pushing into that mid-tier 2. Nico Baby says he's got to go address that. Alliance looks a little bit more chill in their farming. Maybe that's just because, as you were pointing out, I mean, there's a big difference between having a Death Prophet and a Jakiro mid, right? You've got a core you can kind of rely on here.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot more comfortable going late, and they have all their tier 2s up too on Alliance, so you can, you know, if you take one tier 2 right now, you can just take the outpost.
Smoke in, Nico Baby. He needs that opening. Somebody give him the vision. He tries to go straight into Ramses. Looks like with the magic damage, they're going to be able to pop him. Chris going to be up next. Snowball buys him just a little bit of time here. Going on to Limp, but obviously he's very unlikely to make it out. Maybe he is. Fly's going to turn around. Oh, the Fatal Bots, and look at that damage. The support's just getting wiped out almost instantly, and Limp, he's taking a whole heap of damage here. Nico Baby's going to turn around. Not scared of GPK one bit. FNG coming back in. He bought back. He relocated back in, and he's going to die back with that, and Limp's going to go down as well. He couldn't even save his core. He can't save Nico Baby either. He's guided to infinity. Crit running literal circles around Alliance as Arteezy gets the ultra kill to wipe Alliance for the second time in this game.
That rock Fatal Bonds, I wish I could see the Maelstrom damage, because there was so many Maelstroms chaining around, and then the Fatal Bonds, and then there was also the Mjolnir from Arteezy on both of the clones. Like, it was just so much damage all at once from that Warlock.
Here it comes. Here's that moment. Fatal Bonds, they're all grouped up. Boom. 5-man rock. What a hit from Fly.
It looks like pure damage when it's that much damage all at once.
Yeah. They're going to be able to grab the Aegis. MKB now complete for the Arc Warden. Feels like we just saw him pick up the Blink Dagger. And see his farm, it's beginning to just exponentially increase compared to the Sven.
Yeah, except last time when it was when he was 10k ahead, it was 30 to 20k, and now it's well, it's not so bad.
I mean, I think what we were hoping to see, Jenkins, was that Alliance would make the adjustments that would beat the Arc Warden with this strategy, and instead, it looks like the opposite. It looks like Evil Geniuses just got more practiced with this Arc Warden combo that they ran and look even better on.
Yeah, I mean, they've made the adjustments as well. You know, they've got this Warlock Necrophos Ember Spirit combo, which they didn't have in the previous game. Like, these heroes alone can carry a game in the late game.
Yeah.
And then the Arc Warden with the Blink Dagger, I think that's a really interesting pickup. If a good rock comes out, he can blink in. He can also blink the backlines like this and put so much pressure.
Here comes GPK, going to be able to lock down the two of them. S4 struggling to be able to get the jump that he wanted. Ooh, but they caught Arteezy. Can they get him a second time here? They're going to have to wait out this Aegis, but Nico Baby still has BKB. They're trying to go for the snowball save. Instead, he blinks away. Arteezy is able to get a little bit farther out. Now he's going to be Walrus Punch up in the air. Nico Baby's holding on to his BKB for now. Now pops it, starting to go for Ramses, but Ramses heals up pretty quickly, and they got to deal with this damn upheaval. It is killing everybody's mobility, including Hanskin, who is going to be left behind. He's going to be the target of the Reaper's Scythe because Ramses said, by God, I'm going to use it on somebody here.
Oh, man, he's dead for 100 seconds. I think that was that was a dieback into Reaper Scythe. Man, that's an opening for EG to do basically whatever they want.
Look at Evil Geniuses sweeping through up into that triangle. They've got their Tempest Double leading the way, I think that is. And GPK is not too far away either, so they're going to be able to get this one bounty rune, it looks like. So that'll be 3 for EG. Tier 3 items are up.
God, this is looking pretty rough. It's the fact that it's not. It really isn't the Nico Baby versus Arteezy story anymore. I know that's what we all wanted to see. We want to see a repeat of the first game, maybe with something a little better from Limp. But I feel like the supporting cast of EG can almost outcarry Alliance alone, just based on the Warlock Fatal Bonds with the Ember Spear. Like, this is such a strong combo.
Yeah, this feels like Fly, GPK, Ramsey's obviously doing a pretty damn good job setting the pace of this game by winning that laning phase at bottom in the first place.
And the same thing would be true for Alliance as well, if they were ahead. I mean, this is a Death Prophet, right? This is no hero to scoff at. She can literally 1v5 if she has enough net worth on you. It's just that she's not ahead. You know, there's a 15k gold deficit, and that's the nature of these snowbally heroes, is that when they're ahead like this, they can look really good. This is how Smurfs and boosters gain so much MMR. They just get one item advantage, and they snowball like crazy in 1v5.
Looks like EG's going to go for what I call the sweep. When you're strong enough, you know, the off-lane towers don't really matter too much for map control. So once you're strong enough, both the tier 1 and tier 2 are up, you feel like you can win fights, you just bulldoze through that lane, you know? It's a bunch of gold on the map. Just take it all.
Honestly, people these days sweep like back and forth too. Once they've taken this lane, they just go back and forth. They say, you want to farm somewhere? Like, get out of here.
Yep.
You just vacuum clean the whole map and push the enemies into their base. And
that strategy works even better. Oh, relocate. They actually are going to fight over this tier 1 tower. They've caught Ramses in an awkward position. He does have the Antis, but it quickly gets dispelled out by that Stormhammer talent. A nice block there from the Ice Shards will make sure that nobody else will get caught.
Gotta say, Eon Disc, not a solution to Sven. Doesn't do anything to that hero.
Why does Aeon Disc get dispelled?
That's a good question.
I feel like you invest a lot into that item, then you probably shouldn't get dispelled.
Yep. I feel like what he's going for is the Eon Disc procs. It dispels it after the stun, and then he has the Ghost Shroud, something like that.
Sure.
But I really genuinely believe that just the blink is the solution, and RTZ seems to believe that as well with the blink. And I mean, he did not go for this last game, but it looked really good on the other heroes that did get it.
He's got the level 25 now, so the Arc Warden is very scary with that upgrade in spark rate damage. GPK is terrifying in his own right, as I believe he's got Aghanim Scepter complete. S4, they break the smoke, blink away. Is everybody going to get out? No, they're not. Hanskin. He's going to get caught because he doesn't have Force Staff.
Crit's been on point with these Ice Shards this game. Just mechanically. That's one thing that I always have found really impressive about Crit, is just his mechanics are... They're insane.
Yeah, he's good with the skill shots too.
Yeah, he's like one of those players that's good strategy, but his like skill shot prowess is insanely high too.
That's why his Ice Shards are good. That's why he's been playing so much Pudge lately.
I'm kind of beating around the bush here. He's not a zoomer, okay? He's not a zoomer, and yet still his mechanics are really high. You know, he's not one of these like 18-year-old mid laners where it's like, all right, well they're a zoomer, so that's why they're popping off.
Do you ascribe to the age thing in esports?
Yeah, to some degree. I feel like there's an attitude thing there.
I think I think it has less to do with the physiology and more to do with the mentality. Like when you're 18-year-old and you're just grinding games nonstop.
You don't give a shit. Yeah. You just.
Well, you've been playing when you've been like Crit and you've been, near the top of the game for quite some time. At some point in time, you figure you probably practice a little less seriously. You probably grind a little less. Nice initiation here from S4, trying to blow up this Tusk as quick as possible. But on the high ground here, they do have to relocate coming in from the Sven, but it looks like they're not going to help out with the rest of Alliance. They actually were chasing somebody else. Now they come back in. S4, was he bailed out there of the Reaper's scythe? It wasn't enough to be able to kill him or something there, but they do have the stun. Coming in from Nico, baby, putting in some work, trying to save by the magnetic field, and it looks like that was just enough. They get the damage onto the Sven. He goes down, and RTZ, he seems to reign supreme. Some of the EG members got a little bit low, but in the end, RTZ stood strong, healthy, and just wiped out Alliance. There's nobody alive, nobody with buyback pretty much, and well, this is looking like a swifter end to game 2 here, Jenkins.
They don't even have the tier 2, they're just walking high ground.
Yeah.
They're gonna go to the mid lane.
Oh, I thought for a second there, maybe they're just going to go tier 3 into tier 4s. They might.
Maybe. Yeah. I could see it.
What happened to that Reaper Scythe? I swear to God, I thought I saw it on Centaur and he was low.
Maybe he got IO healed, something like that. I mean, there's a lot happening in that fight. It's very confusing to look at team fights with Warlock, Fatal Bonds, ulti, Ember Spirit, Maelstrom, Arc Warden, 2 Maelstroms flying around. These fights are chaos, but when you have the Warlock on your team, I think you favor fights being chaos. Then again, you could say the same thing about Death Prophet, too.
Yeah.
Once again, it just depends on the lead. Look at those spirits.
All right, who wants to walk through that?
All right, S4.
That's like 2,500 magic damage or something, probably more.
Do your job, S4. Go out there.
Look at the supports. I'm not going through that. And she's like, Hansen, you go through that. Nico Baby's like, I'm going to TP out, and so is the rest of the team. They're all going to TP out here. Sven Stun leading off onto the Necrophos. Aeon Disc is going to get popped here. At the same time, they do manage to get the lockdown on the Ember Spirit. Not too bad, but they're not focusing on the same targets. But Nico Baby got the most important target of all. That's Arteezy. This time around, they threaten him, and look at what a difference it made in these team fights. FNG, oh no, don't tell me he's going to die. No, he heals up. He's good. He's not going to die to that last Necrophos nuke. Crit spotted. The vision is given, and they get a third kill there.
Very, very well done. I mean, I think just every fight we see Nico Baby get on top of Arteezy, it does look really good. The question is just like getting on top of him.
Yeah.
Both of these times where it's happened, it's been when EG has broken their formation or Alliance has gone in a way where EG doesn't have their formation yet. Like Alliance is, they are doing a good job at finding these opportunities, but obviously when it's a 22k gold deficit, it's you need to do this quite a few times in a row to make it work.
You got to feel for him. They really needed Roshan to be up right now. Sadly, it's going to be a late Roshan here. Another minute and a half left. So no opportunity to take advantage of the Arc Warden's death timer here. And they couldn't find an additional kill. They're hoping to kind of snowball some kills.
Yeah, and their lanes are all shoved out too. So they can't actually get towers with this either. Like you said, they were looking for kills. They were looking, okay, maybe Fly's going to step up a little bit too far. Maybe he'll be dewarding or pushing a lane out or something like that.
Yeah, the Hanskin's sitting in the pit, just like, please, spawn, spawn, spawn.
Yeah.
It's too late. It's not going to happen.
You know, Gaben giveth and Gaben taketh sometimes.
Yeah, and he certainly tooketh quite a bit here.
There's a lot of taking happening.
You remember that Limp running top power rune like 3 different times and it spawned bottom every single time?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel
a lot of taking.
Yeah.
Now, Evil Geniuses, they're going to 3-man smoke up. Arteezy can join them off the Boots of Travel, so they feel pretty confident that if they find somebody outside of their base, or on a low ground area, let's say, that'd be pretty easy pickings. Now, there is that high ground of the triangle that's always difficult to fight into, and that's where Alliance are holding right now. They cannot afford to give up Roshan. They have to be able to fight for this. The sad part is, Evil Geniuses, they've got one of the better heroes to expose this, right? Just keep pushing bottom lane with an Arc Warden Tempest double.
Yep. At this point in the game, very convenient to have an Arc Warden on your team, as well as the Spark Wraiths just to defend the pit. I mean, they're giving constant vision.
Jeez, look at him go, man. It's just, this is insane. But look at Alliance wrapping around like this, and they may actually catch Evil Geniuses a bit off. They're going to run into Crit, run into GPK. They're going to pop it. God Shrink, 2-man stun, out from S4 with the Stormhammer onto 3. That's going to be a big one. Can they finish off Arteezy? He's dead. Reaper Scythe comes in, takes out S4. That's a dieback. He's dead for 2 minutes almost, but a one fight for Alliance, no doubt. The bounce back there of the Stormhammer stun, but Ramses, you know he's going to be run down eventually. And the stolen Reaper Scythe, making it look that much better for Alliance. Running, chasing him down. Fly, going to be caught as well. 3-shot quite easily. GPK up next, but it's very hard to catch him with the Aghanim Scepter Octarine core that he has. He's going to be able to get away fine, but that's a buyback from Arteezy. That is a win condition that just opened up for Alliance. Uh-oh. Maybe don't get caught here. Don't get chained. Ooh. Oh, God, but they might just get caught by this. They know there's no Sven. That's why GPK is playing super aggressive. That's why FNG goes for that very defensive relocate back out. Now, are they going to relocate back into this Spark Wraith damage? I don't think they're going to bring Limp in, that's for sure. It looks like Io's probably just going to instantly die, as can't really get away from all those slows.
A worthy sacrifice.
So in a way, this buyback is going to be forgiven, as they're very likely to get Roshan here, or Aegis for Arteezy.
That wraparound was absolutely beautiful. They had a very small window where that was going to work. They weren't playing a division. that was the only angle where they could actually get on the back line, and there wasn't spark rates down there. But Arteezy was about to put them there.
And S4, that blind jump into the pit, that is exactly where GPK and Arteezy were both standing.
And that's the target. You have to hit Arteezy with that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think you just lose. Yeah, that was super nice. This is how they win the game. If they can kill Arteezy twice, and they've showed us multiple times that they can do it.
Yeah, there's not like buyback is way more valuable on Arc Warden than the Aegis, right? Because a second life may not mean very much on this Arc Warden.
Right. There's always that argument that like this guy dies like in one spot. A lot of the time, you just die a second time in the same spot. Like in the situation where you died once.
Don't leave the item behind.
What is that on the ground there?
It's a purple item.
Yeah, but which one?
I don't know.
Maybe it's garbage. They're like, that's not even worth picking up.
Yeah, what tier 4 item is garbage? Havoc Hammer?
No, that's a good one.
I mean, the leveler was, the leveler was dropped by Arc Warden. I saw that.
I hope that's not a leveler. That's a good item. It's exactly what they need. I'm sure they'll get it.
Okay, Satanic almost complete for this Sven. Very big upgrade.
Ooh, Ninja Gear for S4. That is the item to get on a Blink Initiator.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's stoked. I mean, that's going to help him with these initiations. And they've always been so crucial in these fights. Getting on the right heroes in the back line.
The question is, can Alliance catch Evil Geniuses by surprise a second time? You can see EG already trying to give themselves every small advantage they can with this smoke up behind Ramses. It's not like Alliance is going to be surprised that they're behind this Necrophos.
I think they want to do another wraparound play. It worked the first time. It worked in the first game to go on EG before they were set up in their formation. And I think they need to do that again, especially with this Aegis on Arteezy. Then again, you could argue maybe they want to just stall for the Aegis and then kill Arteezy. But by the time...
Who has the Magic Lamp? Because it was on the Ember Spirit, and now he's picked up the Spell Prism. So I need to know who has that extra save. The Ember Spirit, he got cut out, but the Reaper Sight, the snowball save, though. It came in, and now Alliance is grouped up, and a giant hit from GPK as he is putting out the damage back and forth with those remnants. They've lost their IO in exchange for a toss, but S4 is super low. Can they catch him? Managing to blink away. He's trying to run. Looks like he's going to get out. Ramsey stumbles a little bit forward here. Nico, baby, they're going for Arteezy. He needs the vision, though. Do they have it? He sends the magnetic field onto the side. Can they get on top of him with the Necrophos? They got him with enough damage here. That's going to be life number 1, but they can't stick around. The Reaper Scythe is coming out. The Death Prophet doesn't die to it just yet. Nico Baby coming back in. S4 with the stomp onto 3. Hits the Tempest double as well. Nico Baby's going for it. He's going for Arteezy, but he doesn't have the damage. No! Arteezy pumps it out too much. He gets the Ultra Kill. He gets the Rampage. It's not over yet, though. Alliance have the buybacks. They may have just rampaged on Arteezy, but he still has no buyback.
They were so close to getting him there. EG knew they needed everybody to buy back. I'm surprised Crick didn't buy back, though. He was just confident in his team. It's like, he's fine. Arteezy's fine.
What a massive counterplay, though. Death Prophet, Yule Sceptered up here. That damn Tempest double. They're holding on to Nico Baby's buyback, waiting for them to overextend. It looks like maybe this is the time, but GPK has already popped his BKB, and he's already taken out the cores. Both Limp and S4 are going to die to that assault from GPK with a little bit of backup from Arteezy. And you know they want to end this game in style. There is nobody left to help old Nico Baby. Arteezy diving into the fountain with the rest of their boys, and it will be a 2-0 to Evil Geniuses.
Dude, shout out to Crit. What a snowball save that was from the stolen Reaper Scythe.
Yeah, to keep in track of a stolen Reaper Scythe and know that he needs to counterplay that. That was pretty sick.
I think that if that Reaper Scythe goes off, they win that fight.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been huge.
Yeah, that would have been a massive kill on Ramses, and they might have just been able to snowball that into killing Arteezy twice.
Yeah,
he dies, no buyback, and that could be the end.
That was close. That was very close.
It was.
Shout-outs to Alliance. I really like their creative calls that they make, but EG with the counterplays, man. Like, they did so great in a lot of these fights. And that goes back to the Warlock. The Warlock is so strong for counterplaying anything.
So,
drop a rock.
After a loss to Na'Vi, Evil Geniuses bounce back in this group by being able to take Alliance and still holding on to potentially that top place position. That closes out the day, but first we've got to say hello to the beautiful faces on our panel.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you. What a crazy ending to that game. I knew we kind of were expecting that ending already, maybe 10 minutes before that, but definitely not in that way. Alliance making it super close till the very, very end, but congratulations to go to EG, of course. They came out on top and deservedly so. Let's see if we can break the game and the series down here, Lacoste and Lizard, and I want to start at the end, because how did it got to that place? That was almost... Listen, it felt like a slow siege in favor of EG, and then all of a sudden, Alliance found the strength to fight back?
They always had the tools. They just had to utilize them properly. And a couple of times when those tools did work, suddenly you find yourself as an Arc Warden with the whole team surrounding you and you're falling. Because there was one major difference in this second draft than in the first one. That's the Centaur. He allows you at every given point in the game to get on top of the Arc Warden, to go behind with... Yeah, he did itemize with the Blink Dagger, but that doesn't matter. You have the Stampede, which is why we saw him die once there in the end.
They caught him multiple times throughout this game. And I think Alliance, with a stubborn draft, they say, we had something going on in a game number one. It didn't really work out. We could not contest in the late game, so they adjust the draft a bit. They get Centaur instead, so they can close the gap. They get that Prophet instead of Jakiro, which kind of is a 10 times better hero than a mid Jakiro, I would say, where you can get the same damage output.
Just 10 times?
Yeah, and you get the Roche taking potential and more team fighting options. So much, much better draft from Alliance. I think they have a lot to learn from this game.
Yeah.
But they had some nice execution. Once again, first 20 minutes for Alliance, they looked okay. No doubt about it. But I think what they learned, the biggest thing about this game is we ban Arc Warden if we play against EG or similar teams that are using it. They're not afraid of first phasing it.
Memes aside, EG had, I think, also a way stronger draft than in that first game. The synergies that came from them on the laning stage and afterwards were ridiculous. Like, you have this Warlock plus Necrophos lane, you have the Death Pulse plus Fatal Bonds, which is very strong versus Wisp combos. And then not only that, you didn't expect that lane. On safe lane you have Tusk plus Arc Warden. Arc loves to play with your Tusks, Tiny's, Clocks, because they're these heroes that stand up front and set up for his Flux and for his
Spark Rates, yeah.
Spark Rates. Any shard and there's Spark Rates. Plus you have tag team plus magnetic field. More hits with that tag team. They were crushing the safe lane and the off lane at the same time.
Our man Ramses was struggling that game. The spell on talent from Sven, you cannot itemize. Like, he had Lotus Orb, but got many times without even using it. Eon Disc, it also dispels it for some reason. I think that's
everything
we're talking
it,
about. Yeah, it's a very costly item, and you don't get too much value out of it if they can just dispel it. I think one of the reasons why the spell mechanic right now and the break mechanic are highly valued in this game.
Yeah, you could also see on Arc Warden, he went for a very old build. Arteezy, he went for a Blink Dagger. It's something that was built a long time ago when rapiers were still a thing. When Arc Warden just came out, everyone would either go for Maelstrom Blink or Maelstrom Shadowblade. Those were the two routes to go for. He went all the way back to that Blink Dagger just because he understood, not only do I have to deal with this Aghanim Sven at some point, there's also a Stampede coming at me, so I better get the hell out of their way.
I must say, we obviously criticized GPK's Storm Spirit a bit earlier, then we up-talked his Void Spirit. Now the Ember Spirit, I think we can also clear that as one of the good guys for him. He seems to be very much like a fish in the water in that one.
And man, Crit, he's still top 2, top 3 players in the world from that position, for no doubt about it. He has it all. Like, his rotations early on, his game sense. I feel like whenever I watch him play, any position 4 hero that can make a rotation, that can pressure the lanes, like, he just shines on those. Like, his Tiny, his Tusk. I think we're going to see much more of a Tusk as a hero. What this hero does is everything, and I think I would pair him up there with the position 5 Grimstroke, where you have a stun, you have a silence, balance, you have a BKB piercing ability, you have a leash, you name it. You have wave clear. This is all the boxes that Tusk also checks.
Yeah.
And you have a save on top of that. We've seen that Reaper side save.
Yeah, and he was on top of that, like, so fast every time. Even with the Stolen Reaper side save, that was just really awesome play. Let's talk to not Crit, but let's talk to Ramses right now, because he is the one that's on the line, and I believe he can already hear us. Hello, Ramses.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Good. All right, so I have a question, Ramses. Game 2, you guys are in the draft. Arc Warden does not get banned. What was the mood of the team? Were you guys surprised that it wasn't banned, that it was left in after the first game?
Yeah, we're thinking in second game they will ban it in second stage, but they not. We just don't care. Just pick it.
Yeah, I think everybody was a little bit surprised that they left it in, and I mean they felt the pain from that. I'm also here with Lacoste and with Lizard, and they also would like to ask you some questions.
Yeah. Hello. I would like to ask you if it's easier for you to play now that you have someone who speaks Russian. Do you feel more comfortable playing in the team?
Not sure. It's more comfort, but we talk with GPK in game like on Russian. We just need to make a moves when game start. Like we just speak Russian. Sometimes Artur speak. It's more easy for my Russian language. Like, that's it.
What about flying Crit? Do they get offended by that? Are they fine with you guys speaking Russian? Like,
I think sometimes they just say like "zdarova," like some Russian words, you know. Like we teach them like sometimes.
You probably teach them some bad words, right? You don't teach them just "zdarova," which means hi.
You never know it, bro.
Okay, I have one more question for you, the serious one. I think you're old enough to get rid of that 666 in your nickname. When is that gonna happen?
I'm just real Ramses 666, you know. Like,
okay.
I want to back it. Like, I liked it.
He chose it.
It's his lucky number.
Yeah, it got him this far. Why remove it?
True.
Why change your lucky number, right? Yeah, that worked out. How are you guys feeling in the squad after, having a good group stage and playing with the stand-in? How are you guys doing as a squad? How you feel?
We feel super fine. Like this stand-in for us. Like we prepare for games. Like we play Clan Wars. Like we talk about how we gonna play Dota. You know. Yeah. Sounds like we're fine for sure.
Well, you guys definitely played absolutely fine today. Congratulations once again, Ramses, and thank you for doing this interview with us. And we hope to talk to you again in the future.
Bye.
Thank you, Ramses.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, EG, I mean, GPK seems to fit in real well, and that squad, when it's on fire, it's on absolute fire.
They're taking over, man. They're taking over Russian. He said Arteezy speaks it every now and then.
Yeah, they're teaching.
3 out of 5.
Just Fly needs to learn quickly or...
All right, I mean, there's quite a few captains out there. And
FNG is still a stand-in, I hear.
Yeah.
You never know what can happen, this whole Corona situation. We change the teams because they can't play in certain regions. Abed is now not here, so he might be actually sweating, watching GPK perform, and we'll see what happens. Like, GPK seems like a good fit. No disrespect to Abed, he's a great player, but like watching them play right now, like EG looks strong.
Yeah, I mean, his playstyle fits, right? It is not a slight to Abed. It's just you're playing with the stand-in. That's always a little bit of the question, like, how will this play out? It's playing out great. We're seeing EG-style plays here this series. Unfortunately, Alliance was on the receiving end of this, but they learned. As our commentators also mentioned, they learn a lot in this series.
A lot.
Yeah.
Than Arc Warden, we have learned a lot.
No, but they felt obviously like they had something to deal with it, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't leave it in the pool.
I
like the confidence from the certain captains, that they try to make it happen. I think Poppy is a great example. Like I always mention him, where he just tends to, I can beat this. I know I can do it, and I'm going to use that info not for now, but for also some other games where I'm going to be like, I think in the latest interview he talked about Omni Knight, how like he tried it, it worked. So I'm pretty sure, when the situation comes up again, they're going to be there to use it.
I think they definitely thought of ways to dealing with Arc Warden, but while they were doing that, they kind of got blindsided by some other things that EG have drafted. Because
Absolutely.
Like Cap and Jenkins said, at one point it looked like the trio of Warlock, Crit plus Ember were fine enough on their own. Like they were dishing out enough damage to just win team fights.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's take a look at where things are now in the groups. We're getting closer and closer to the conclusion of the group stage for the Immortal League. Now, what people should know is that the top 3 gets to the playoffs straight away, with the top going into the upper bracket, the rest in the lower bracket. But then number 4 and 5 from each group are going to face each other, and 2 teams coming out of that and will also be seeded into the playoffs. But then if you're lowest in the group, you're going to get relegated to the Divine bracket straight up. So there's a couple teams that are not doing too hot. There's a couple teams that are doing very well. We saw today Team Nigma and EG winning their series, therefore sharing first place on that A group. And on the group B, we have OG, Viking, and Secret all doing really well. And I think a little bit of a disappointment coming in there with Team Liquid closing the line.
Yeah, Liquid came into this tournament. At least I had high hopes for them. They looked pretty okay. Not gonna use the word solid because there's some puns right there, but yeah, definitely expected more from them. Now there's the only team here who did not get a single win, which is pretty surprising to me.
It's pretty surprising, but knowing Team Liquid as well, when a patch hits, when there's some shift in the meta, it does take them a little bit of time to adapt.
Yeah.
They sadly do not have way too many games left for them, so...
No, you see at the bottom of Group A, we got Alliance and Na'Vi. Now, Alliance only has 1 more series left. It is against Na'Vi. And as luck would have it, it will actually be the first game you will see tomorrow if you tune in, because we have another fantastic schedule for you tomorrow with... tomorrow is going to be a treat, guys. An absolute treat. We're going to have, from both of the groups, we're going to have... This is not going to sound like a treat, but from both of the groups, we're going to have the bottom 2 face each other, which doesn't really sound appealing. But if you think about it, these matches could be the matches that decide people that get relegated straight into the Vine League.
They mean a lot.
They mean so much.
And it's
then,
Na'Vi Alliance as well.
Team Secret against
I
OG.
was going to say that. Look at that one.
Stalk. All right, I'm hyped for tomorrow.
Tomorrow is, I think, going to be our best game of days yet. Day of games.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. And Team Secret versus OG, both of them, like we saw in the standings, are yet to drop a series.
Yeah,
right?
I believe so.
Did OG drop one?
OG might have dropped one. But what I do know is that I heard some rumors about someone in a pub calling it, like, I think it was, I don't, like, is this hearsay?
Oh, yeah,
this is hearsay.
Yeah, this is it. Go for it.
This is hearsay. I heard Seb was calling Secret out in one of his pubs or whatever, and he is believing that they are too overhyped and they're just picking meta picks, and this is going to be an easy game for them. So a little bit of trash talking. I like it. It's good.
Yeah, Yapsor as well saying that he doesn't look at the schedule.
Yeah, who am I playing tomorrow?
Who cares?
To be
it's
honest,
OG.
when you're playing and you're having a manager sorting all that stuff out for you, do you really like focus
Do
on
you
that
think
stuff?
he had a manager?
Hey, a couple of times. That's a valid point. Yeah, I had to by the circumstances.
But I think also, like, if you're in the shoes of these players, a lot of them. I mean, if you're the captain and you do have a valid say in the draft, then yeah, you should do some prep probably. But if you're not, you should just focus on yourself. You get a hero.
It might be
that's what you focus on. Doesn't matter who you play.
It might be even better, you know. You don't get inside of your head.
Don't get stressed.
Yeah, you're not stressed, but at the same time, it can be pretty good to look at the team, read their movements, prepare for them.
What's wrong, Lacan?
No, I mean, after you say those things publicly, you need to prepare because you want to win that.
Yes,
one,
you have to.
You do the prep.
Yes.
Like the whole team needs to be there, 5 o'clock sharp. Just be there. We're doing it together.
It doesn't start at 8?
I don't know. I just said the time that they're starting the prep at 5, 3 hours. They started around 8.
Yeah.
It should be enough.
It should be enough. We're going to have a fantastic day at Dota 2
for
tomorrow, and I cannot wait. I mean, Secret OG obviously is going to be a great one before that as well. A lot of matches that could decide the fates of these top-tier teams in Dota 2. But that was it for today for the Immortal League portion of the Omega League. We'll be back tomorrow with more Dota 2. You should definitely tune in tomorrow.